with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, good morning. Welcome to it. Start of another week. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Monday morning is here. The Broncos are rolling along through the preseason, 2-0. Break up the Broncos. Say good morning to Brandon Stokley. What's up, Stoke?
How we doing, Mike?
Good.
You have a good weekend?
I had a great weekend. Got a chance to hang out with our pal Zach Bai yesterday. Played some golf at the Siltahar Motors annual charity golf tournament at Colorado National. Had a great time. They always put on a first-class show and had a good time.
That sounds great.
Knocking the ball around with Zach, so we had a good time.
Well, that's good. Always good to get out and play a little golf on the weekend. I'm not a big scramble guy anymore. Not a big scramble guy. I used to love scrambles. I'm just not a big scramble guy anymore.
It's tough. You know, when you're out there playing your own ball, you know, you're kind of, you know, I think the competitiveness kicks in a little bit more, the ego, the pride, whatever. When you're in a scramble, you got other guys. If you hit a bad shot, no big deal. But
start swinging a little bit harder.
Maybe swing a little harder. Plus, you know, usually the drinks come out a little earlier. They drive around with green tea shots.
Oh,
you know, yeah.
Is that what your experience was yesterday?
Yeah.
Green tea shots.
Green tea shots, yes.
Wow.
Yes.
I've never had one of those.
Had one of those at about 9:30 in the morning. That was tasty.
Wow. Wow. All right. I think if you got a good group, though,
yeah,
if you got a good group,
group.
it is fun.
We had a good time, and yeah, so enjoyed it. And I got to tell you what happened this morning. So we joke about the cat that came around the front of my car. That
cat/puma.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not lying on this one. I go out to my car today, open up the back door, throw some stuff in the back seat, close the back door, start to reach for the driver door. All of a sudden, something just comes running right out from underneath my truck.
At your house?
Right at my house.
Oh.
This thing is tearing across the driveway, comes running underneath my truck, and takes off around the side of the house. I don't know if it was a cat, a fox, a wolf, quite possibly a puma. But that thing scared the you-know-what out of me.
The heart started beating a little bit quick?
Oh, I was up. Any possible Monday morning lethargy was gone at that moment. My heart was a little, it was just pitter-pattering. That thing was like right underneath right by my feet, just came running right through. That thing had to be like running full speed, cross my lawn, underneath my truck, and then right out in front of me. Scared the you-know-what out of me.
I love it.
I had to check my shorts.
That's a good way to start your Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Good way to start your Monday.
Great way. Well, we got a Broncos reaction Monday after the Broncos dominate the Cardinals the other night in the preseason game. I guess for you, overall impressions of what you saw, what you liked?
Kind of continuing off of what we saw the week before against the 49ers. This team's got depth, got really good depth. They've done a really good job of drafting and developing and signing free agents. And so you look at the back end of the roster, and a lot of those guys are the ones that are playing, all our backups. So, and then the guys that stepped up, when you look at Ingram, that was nice to see him have that one big catch. I didn't think he really needed to play. I didn't need to see him make that catch to know that he's a good player. But, hey, they had him in there, made a big-time run and catch. Stidham played great. You look at Franklin and Pat Bryant, and both those wide receivers that have had really good training camps. They continue to go out there and make plays. So there was a lot of positives from the game on Saturday night.
Well, no doubt the depth is on display, and Sean Payton acknowledging they have some tough cuts coming up.
They're all competing, and we say this to them, and it's serious. Like, we're rooting for all of them. Like, we're rooting for their best, and because I think there's going to be some players that end up on other teams' rosters playing. And that's part of the deal.
Defensive line. I was impressed watching their defensive line depth. They got good defensive line depth. They've got outside rushers. When you've got a guy like Jonah Ellis, who is, the third string outside linebacker, when you look at Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper, I mean, Jonah Ellis would be starting for a lot of teams. Then you add in guys that they've drafted, like a Q Robinson they like a lot. How about DeAndre Tillman, who only continues to get better and better? Boy, there are going to be some tough cuts. And I wonder if you may see the Broncos try to make some trades.
I'm sure.
So they can try to at least, maybe get some
a sixth-rounder,
exactly.
seventh-rounder.
Get some mid-round picks for some of these guys.
Yeah, usually you won't see them get a mid-round pick. You're looking more sixth or seventh round. Because they know you're going to be releasing guys, and so that's probably what you're looking at. But if you can get something for anyone that you're going to be cutting and releasing, then you might as well see if you can. Usually, I hope they can, but they do. They got a really good roster and a lot of depth. So it's it will be tough for them to make some of those decisions. And we just saw they just signed another fullback, I believe, in the last day or so. So I don't know what the plan is there, but depth-wise, it's a good football team. They've done a good job of drafting and developing. This is what you get, Mike, when you have consistency from the front office to the coaching staff. Now, all of a sudden, you're building off of what you were doing 2 or 3 years ago with Sean Payton, and you're able to build off of that. You got the same offensive scheme, the same defensive scheme, and now you can look up and say, all right, well, that's why we drafted that guy. We drafted that guy to play in this system, not someone else's system, and now you can develop these guys, and you look up in a couple years, and you got a team with a lot of depth.
Some immediate reaction here on the Ramoslaw.com text line. Evan spent the weekend being a traitor to the show. Went to a Rockies game, hung out with Zach. What's next?
Mike.
What's next? You going to do 3 to 4 reps of high knees with Russ?
Wow.
Does that count?
Wow.
Does that count? Do we want to get it out of the way right away?
Might as well.
Might as well?
Yeah.
Huh? Ty? There you go.
Yeah. Well, at some point, I got to hear about your Rockies experience, that you did go to the game. What night did you go?
I went Saturday when they scored 6 runs in the bottom of the 8th to come back and win. Evans karma.
Good for you, bud.
Paying off.
How was your experience?
I came away. First of all, I had a wonderful time. It was the only game of the season I've been to. My son, who's going off to college, wanted to go to the game, and so my wife and I and he went to the game. Had a wonderful time.
Oh, you brought your wife?
Yeah.
Oh,
allegedly.
Quote wife. You brought her. Okay, that's nice of you.
Stop the
Treat
cap.
your wife to a baseball game.
Yes. I did take her out in public.
Okay.
Or more importantly, she was willing to go out in public with me.
Right.
More like that. More the latter than the former.
This is sad.
Yeah, it is. It is Chris Myers. Yeah, but I came away even more mad than I was going in. I was already mad at Dick Monfort. I came out madder, even after a win. I'll tell you why, and also proof positive of the job that the Broncos have done in turning around their roster. I think we saw it on display in particular with one guy. One guy, I think, drives home the point. Tell you who it is next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Copperhead Plumbing has been reliably and professionally serving Colorado since 2007. And that's because they do it right. They do good work. It leads to repeat customers and positive word of mouth. Like me, I've recommended Copperhead Plumbing to the guys here, Stink, Stoke, most recently Cecil Lammy. He had a water heater that needed to be replaced. I got Taylor from Copperhead Plumbing on the phone, said, hey, can you go help out my guy Cease? He did. And in the words of Cecil, they were, quote, on time, great communication. shared good information and advice, and did great work. Now's the perfect time to take care of that plumbing work that you've been putting off. Install the Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System. Monitor and protect your home from unexpected and costly water damage right from your phone. With Copperhead Plumbing, you get a fleet of licensed technicians who go through thorough background checks and continue their education with monthly training. Avoid the fall scheduling crunch. Get that work done now that you've been putting off. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
There's a photo my wife took of me, sitting crisscross on the floor playing Legos with my boys. Might not sound like much, but back in 2020, I couldn't get down there without pain, let alone enjoy it. After 16 weeks on soda and 82 pounds gone, that picture means everything. It's proof that I'm not just present in my kid's life, but I'm active, engaged, and I'm healthy. Soda didn't just give me a plan. They gave me a partner, personal nutritionist who helped me every step. Through grocery store trips, family vacations, late night cravings, you name it. If you're a parent who wants to be there, not just someday, but right now, go to sodaweightloss.com. Click the Request a Nutritionist callback. That's sodaweightloss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
It's back! Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over. And that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, you know that Low T Center's been changing men's lives through hormone care over a decade now, but did you know they can help women balance their hormones too? If your partner is experiencing fatigue, moodiness, or just feeling off, she might benefit from hormone therapy at Low T Center. Help her get back to her best self. And if you still haven't taken the T-test, what are you waiting for? Get started on TRT today. Most major insurance accepted. Don't wait. Visit fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Xcel Energy loves that the tree you want to plant is for birding. But before you start identifying warblers or digging up the perfect spot, you need to call 811 to ensure your project doesn't hit any underground utility lines. But while we've all mixed up a brown-headed cowbird and a gray catbird, you don't want to get shovels and utility lines mixed up together. Contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig to ensure your projects avoid any underground utility lines. Learn more at accelenergy.com/811.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is defense. DEFENSE. Text defense to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's defense to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Welcome in on this Monday morning, a Bronco Reaction Monday, reacting to the Broncos' very thorough beatdown of Arizona, 27-7 in the second preseason game. So the Broncos now 2-0 in the meaningless preseason games. But as we like to say about the preseason, they don't count, but they do matter. And I don't know, Stoke, if the Broncos have enough elite talent to quickly rise among the AFC contenders, but there's no doubt they have a lot of depth. And you were talking about how they've been able in the last 3 years to really build up that depth. I think what happens is they have a very clear idea of the kind of player that they're looking for in terms of makeup. But I think it also helps when you have somebody like a Sean Payton who had the success that he had in New Orleans with the players that he did. And a lot of times he can see similarities in guys that are coming out of college. For example, Pat Bryant, who was a surprise pick. Many people, the draft evaluators, thought that he went maybe 2 rounds too early. But the Broncos, Payton saw something, and maybe he saw a lot of Michael Thomas, because during the broadcast, and we've heard this a couple times throughout the course of the training camp, that Pat Bryant's been studying a lot of Michael Thomas tape in New Orleans, and Thomas was just a pass-catching machine. So there's a great example, perhaps, of why this team's been able to turn over this roster so fast.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you're all over. You look at Sean Payton and what he was able to do with the Saints, and now all of a sudden, you come to Denver and it's the same recipe. You got to draft the right guys. You got to have a clear-cut plan. And when you have the consistency with your coaching staff, now you're building off the previous years, and you're drafting for a certain scheme, a certain system, which we haven't had around here in a long time. It's been new coach, new system, new schemes, all those things, and it's hard to build depth when you're continuing to change all the time. What you're looking for as a organization, as a general manager, as a coaching staff. So having that consistency there with Vance being here running the same system, Sean obviously with the same coaches, that's huge for building a good quality football team.
All right, receiver on receiver here. Pat Bryant, what do you see when you watch this guy? Because again, he was a surprise pick, and yet for somebody who supposedly, didn't possess above average speed coming out of college, he always seems to be open. Is it just some receivers just have that knack, you would know, of just knowing how to get open?
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't really matter if you don't have blinding speed?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. When I was watching the game and taking my notes, I'm just watching this guy, and I put in my notes, I think Pat Bryant has great hands. I think he's one of those receivers that has great hands, and he's strong, and he's physical, and he's tough, and he's a really good route runner, right? Maybe he's not a 4.29, 4.3 wide receiver, but, man, he does a lot of things really well. They had a third down catch there, I think, in the second quarter that Stidham threw it low, went down there, plucked it with his hands for a first down. And to be doing it at this level right now as a rookie, to be as consistent as he's been as a rookie, very impressive.
All right.
I like Pat.
So what would be your wide receiver pecking order right now? If you had to rank them beyond Courtland Sutton at 1, just what's your power rankings? Wide receiver Bronco power rankings look like?
Wow. Obviously, Courtland is 1, and then you look after that. And, again, I think what we're going to see and what I would do is I don't have a guy just out there playing 50, 60 plays a game. I'm rotating. Franklin and Vele have both done a really nice job, and I want to get them on the football field as much as possible. And then, obviously, Mims has a role in this offense, but I think it's the role kind of that we saw him play last year, where he gets on the field, he's a home run threat, he's the reverse guy, he's the jet sweep guy, he's the screen guy.
Which makes him the, come on, you struggled with this last year.
Hybrid.
No.
Utility knife.
Close.
Swiss Army knife.
Swiss Army knife.
Swiss Army knife.
Go.
Okay, all right. It took me 3. And then, but I got to get Pat Bryant on the field now.
I know.
I want to get him on the field, but we're just going to take it slow with Pat Bryant. And then where does Sherfield fall into the mix? Is he your slot guy? But again, it goes back to your depth. Got a really good, solid, quality wide receiver room. How would you do it?
I would go Courtland 1, Franklin number 2, and then depending on flip a coin, Bryant and Vele, and I would leave Mims more in that hybrid Swiss Army knife, does a little bit of everything. But I think if you're looking at your wide receiver classic number 2, if you feel like you need a 1, a 2, I think I go with Franklin. I mean, the guy's had a great camp and 4 more catches, 67 yards, 2 touchdowns. To me, I mean, I said it back in February. I thought this guy was going to be the breakout player of the year for the Broncos, so I see no reason why you can't anoint him number 2 right now.
I mean, I wouldn't be upset with that, but, I mean, you know what we're going to see. We're going to see what we saw last year. A lot of personnel groupings. All these guys are going to play a lot. So I think there will be, you look at, a little Jordan Humphrey, how many plays did he play last year? A lot. I mean, is that going to be Pat Bryant this year? Certainly, I think they'll start him off slow and see how he responds. You got to earn your coach's trust in the NFL. Your offensive coordinator, your head coach, your quarterback, you got to earn their trust. And sometimes it's hard for those guys just to throw a rookie wide receiver in there, say, go. So they'll give him a little bit. And if he proves that he can handle it and is making plays like he has been, then he could get more. But I think Vele's going to get a lot. So is Troy Franklin. And then Pat Bryant will be sprinkled in.
By the way, how about Pat Bryant's block on that long Evan Ingram?
Yes.
Just bulldozed this guy out of bounds. Pushed him about 15 yards.
Right.
That was nice.
Kind of reminded me of myself back in the day, just bulldozing people off the football field into the bench. Have a seat.
Wasn't that your
Brandon
nickname?
Stokley.
Pancake? Wasn't that your nickname? Didn't Jeff Saturday come to you, and isn't that where you got the whole pancake thing from?
Yeah, that's a story for another day.
Another day?
Yeah, no, but I just think that Pat Bryant can flat out, I mean, he does it all. He's tough, he's physical, and he's got great hands. And look, that play right there just kind of shows you what he's all about.
Football player. Here's one on the RamosLaw.com text line from JP. It feels like there's a lot of revisionist history going on here this morning. Last year, all I heard from Stokley, the wide receiver expert, was how Troy Franklin shouldn't even make the team. Today, I'm going to hear he's amazing. Even Stokley's hero and best friend took time to acclimate to the NFL. It's refreshing, Stoke, to know the Broncos GM job is safe. Don't quit your day job, as the kids say.
Well, I mean, he had a bad camp last year. But I also did say last year that he's a rookie, and it takes time for some guys. It takes a little bit longer for some guys than others, and it's not an easy transition. We see a lot of guys do it nowadays, but it doesn't mean it's easy. So, he did have a really bad camp last year, but sometimes it takes a little time, and I thought he did a lot of good things last year. during the season. Wasn't perfect, but he's having a great all-season, great training camp.
Coming up next, despite all the hype that surrounded this guy, was it still kind of nice to take the pressure off and see exactly what Evan Ingram is capable of doing? That and more of your reaction, your observation. What did you see from the Broncos preseason game the other night? Let us know. That's next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You know, taking that first step to doing something for erectile dysfunction is not always easy for guys. A lot of unknowns, anxiety, some embarrassment. If you think ED is messing with your ability to perform and is putting a lot of stress and strain on your relationship, I urge you to reach out to the experienced, compassionate professionals at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've been helping men with their ED for years, successfully treating thousands of men. Erectile dysfunction is a medical condition, and like many medical conditions, it can be treated. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They know that not every man's ED is the same, so not every treatment plan is the same. That's why they come up with a treatment customized just for you. The key is to not put it off any longer. It's hard to believe, but men on average will wait a year or more before doing something about their ED. Don't wait. Schedule a consult, just $99, includes a blood T and PSA test, and a medically advised test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
Injured in an accident this summer? Postman Law can help. Call us at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve fast. That's 844-POSTMAN. Your summer shouldn't be spent panicking about medical bills or stressing over legal documents. With over $3 billion recovered for our clients, the Postman team gets you the results you deserve. Ready to get started? Call 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation now.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Conspiracy theories.
Well, in this case, AI got it wrong.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon.
Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed. If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches.
It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when did that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like it. You let us down a lot.
Oh, man. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It is a Bronco Reaction Monday, reacting, of course, to what we all saw, what you saw, what you liked, didn't like. Saturday night in the win over the Cardinals. One more preseason game coming up this week. They'll be taking on New Orleans in New Orleans. Sean Payton returned there again. But this week will be different. No joint practice. They will practice in pads. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, fly out to New Orleans, play Saturday. We will see more of the first stringers than we saw the other night, although we did see Evan Ingram play. He was out there. Sean explained afterwards that felt that they wanted to get him some touches, get him a little bit more involved. Wasn't really involved in the San Francisco game. So right away he took that little crossing pass and took it down the sideline. 2 good blocks from Troy Franklin, a great one from Pat Bryant. But good to get him out there. Came away healthy and, boy, showed what a lot of us have just been salivating for years, Stoke, just that difference-making tight end, because just on that one play alone, he was doing things we haven't seen from a tight end here in a long, long time.
Yeah, he has a burst, and he's a difference maker at that position, especially when it comes to the passing game. And he'll be fine in the running game, the blocking game when he needs to. You won't ask him to do it a ton, but he'll give you great effort when it comes to blocking, but he's a difference maker in the passing game. And you saw his speed. When he caught the ball and he turned up the sideline there, he has a different gear. So I didn't really need to see it. It is nice to get him going a little bit, get a catch or two, get in the flow of things before the regular season. Didn't have to see it, like I said, but it was good. Got him got him a catch, get him comfortable, and then get him out of there, keep him healthy. So, yeah, that was definitely nice to see. I mean, we've been seeing this at training camp, but he's a difference maker in the passing game. He has a different skill set than we've seen in a long time.
Some reaction on this Bronco Reaction Monday from you on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. From Randy, went to the game Saturday night, little disappointed not to see most of the number ones, but was really impressed by the number 2s and number 3s. Love the great depth on this team. Couldn't be more proud to be a Bronco fan again.
Love it.
They are definitely on the rise. They are definitely on the rise. Not sure if that means they're ready to take a big step this year, but I don't know. Trust me, Randy and everybody, I've got another couple of weeks to work on Stoke to get him to really lean into and embrace the idea of big expectations this year. Stoke's been kind of playing it close to the vest. Yeah, they could go 9-8, or 10 wins, not make the playoffs, but I could still feel good about things.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but I'm going to keep working on you.
Okay.
Here's another one. Are we making too much of naming the number 2 receiver with all of Sean's personnel package? It seems to me the number 2 will vary based on the package. Chris in Kansas. Is that a good take?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what we're going to see. I mean, you'll see Vele start a game. You'll see Franklin start a game. You'll see them. It doesn't matter who starts. I think all those guys will play a lot. That's what we're looking at with this group. And I'm fine with it. I didn't love it last year because Bo Nix was a young quarterback trying to develop and a lot going on, and I'd rather just have one guy out there with Courtland Sutton and then pick another guy. So I didn't like the rotating of the wide receivers, but it worked, and Bo handled it then, and these guys are better this year. And so I like the depth there. I think you got to use them. They all have different strengths, and I agree. I think that's what you're going to see this year.
Guys, was at the game on Saturday. The stadium was packed for a preseason game. I haven't seen it like that in a decade. We'll see the same kind of atmosphere we had in the Manning era this year. If I may add to that text, the Manning/Stokley era.
Yes.
But, yeah, I was playing golf yesterday with Zach at the Siltahar Motors Foundation charity event, and he was at the game, took his son to the game Saturday. He said it was an awesome crowd. I think it was 59,000, 60,000. They only had like 11,000 no-shows.
Wow. Backups playing. A lot of people were
a little upset on Friday.
Disappointed with backups playing. I could care less. It's a preseason game. You got to get ready for the regular season. However you think is best for your football team, that's the way that you should operate. And that's what Sean was doing. And you got to see a lot of really good backups and some starters. So I wonder, because we were getting some RamosLaw.com text there talking about, hey, this is expensive. I want to see Bo Nix. I want to see Courtland Sutton. I want to see those guys. I wonder how they felt after watching what they watched.
Well, because
there were a lot of positives.
There were, and as a fan, it's Minnesota Mike here texted in. Can you guys please explain why Bo and the Stars didn't play? Well,
explain yourself.
I will there, Zach. The explanation was with the Broncos playing having the joint practice with San Francisco, followed by the preseason game, followed by the joint practice against Arizona. Sean Payton felt he had seen and felt that everybody got a lot of work in during those 3 different events, and then figured, hey, let's give these guys a break Saturday night, see more of the depth guys. And then with them not having a joint practice this week against New Orleans, they'll fly in and the starters will play, probably 8 to 12 plays. And so they'll play in that game. But that's why they didn't. That was the explanation for why they didn't play on Saturday.
And you got to be careful. I don't think you want to play your starters all 3 preseason games, especially in the situation that you're in now. A year ago, you could play them in all 3 of them because you're still trying to take that big step forward. But you're solidified at a lot of positions here. So right now, you want to knock some rust off. You want to start the season quick, and you want to stay as healthy as possible. I think that's the plan with the season, just a few weeks away.
From Nick in Gun Barrel. Where's that?
Why are you looking at me? I'm like the worst person with
you're right.
With geology.
I never not laugh at that. Pat Bryant is our number 2. That guy looks like the real deal.
No, I love what I've seen from Pat Bryant.
I like Pat.
To be able to go out and do the things that he's done as a rookie right now in training camp. I mean, he looks like a mature, veteran football player out there. And he does a little bit of everything really well. I mean, he's tough. He's got great hands. And he's a really good route runner. And he's a physical wide receiver.
Coming up next... Oh, Ryan Harris calling the game on Saturday. He got duped.
Oh no.
He got tricked, but he owned up to it.
Oh, say it ain't
More
so,
proof
Ryan.
that there are just a lot of sad, pathetic, get-a-life people out there on social media. And it wasn't all good news for Brandon Stokley this week. News that shook him to the core. Next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals after beating his former team. Will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoker for my friends at Embers Golf. I got to tell you, fellas, about the new Srixon irons over at Embers Golf. They're the #1 iron making the most waves in golf this season. They're taking over the tour. You got winners using Srixon like Hideki Matsuyama. He won the Century Tournament of Champions. Seb Straka won the American Express. Ryan Fox, JJ Spahn, Keegan Bradley, Andrew Novak. All these guys are using Srixons. The new ZXI5 and ZXI7 irons are perfect for mid-handicappers and better players also. You can get a full fitting over at Embers Golf right there in Westminster. I got to tell you about my experience over there. It was absolutely awesome. Trevor and Tate, they hooked me up. I got a full fitting of clubs this year. I am loving my golf clubs. And what separates Embers Golf from everywhere else and every other golf store is a small, family-owned, boutique-style golf shop that has everything you need from all the major and smaller brands too. You got Callaway, PXG, TaylorMade, G4, Titleist, whatever you need. They'll get you taken care of. So to book a fitting online just like I did, go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today. Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client, when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. You know, the funny part is, at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain, and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Alan, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt, and it wasn't your fault, and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303-LAW-4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports, not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Jamma Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane.
Okay.
Yours was,
get off my plane. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Good Monday morning to all of you folks in Gun Barrel representing this morning as we had a texter from a Gun Barrel. I was like, where's that? Instantly. Gun Barrel texts flowing in on the RamosLaw.com text line. Just north of Boulder, between Longmont and Boulder. Gun Barrel.
Okay.
There you go. So thank you to all of our listeners in Gun Barrel. You have yourself a good day there. On the RamosLaw.com text line, guys, Sean Payton looks like he's on some type of happy drugs, and I'm all for it. Stoke, any idea what that might be?
No, I don't know why are you looking at me?
Well, you're always happy. You always seem to be a happy guy.
So
is that all natural?
Or do you get some coffee. I got a lot of
assistance. Do you get some assistance?
I got a lot of stimulants. So maybe that has something to do with it.
Maybe. No, he's happy. You can tell.
He was high.
He's told all his friends in the national media that he likes his team. And he's certainly not hiding the fact. He's not going out of his way to find things wrong. He hasn't been really crusty and irritable and, driving around the parking lot aimlessly after a game. I mean, the guy seems to really like this team.
Yeah. A lot of the hard work is done. So if you're Sean Payton, you look at what you took over and where this roster and football team are at right now. I mean, the hard work is done. Now it's just about taking the next step. So, yeah, he should be happy. You got your quarterback that you think is going to be a top 4 or 5 quarterback. You got him, and you got a lot of other really good pieces. He should be happy.
Well, you're happy. You're in a good mood, but I think what I'm about to tell you might affect that mood.
I'm a little bit nervous. I don't know where this is going.
Mike Kliss, our 9 News Bronco insider, reporting over the weekend. He'll be with us tomorrow morning at this time. Quote, as the Broncos continue their due diligence on potential new stadium options, don't count out Lone Tree yet.
Ooh.
In an interview with Broncos president Damani Leach said the team met with Lone Tree city officials and Douglas County commissioners just 2 weeks ago. The most recent meeting with the Broncos and Lone Tree follows numerous meetings between the team and city over the last year. So your nightmare scenario of your tranquil ride from the rock up here could become a nightmare.
Yeah.
It's over. We are screwed.
I don't like to hear that. Leave it downtown, Mike.
Or put it out by the airport, or
just not down south. Not near the Rock.
Oh, can you imagine the traffic?
The congestion.
No,
the nonstop building of the stadium for how long? I mean, how long? 3 years?
3 years
2
at
years?
least. 2-3 years, easy.
Wow.
Although if they get the same crew that's working at their new digs there.
Right. Be ready in a year and a half.
They're going fast.
Holy cow,
Man.
that facility is just, I mean, it's impressive.
Who's the foreman on that job? They are getting work done over there. Oh, did you see our guy Ryan Harris got duped? Seeing more and more of this. Hey, Ryan, I'm with you, as we'll explain. So if you were watching the game the other night, they put up a graphic of a quote, an alleged quote, from Cowboys holdout superstar Micah Parsons. And the quote, attributed from his podcast, said, quote, "My dream destination, Denver. I would love to play for the Broncos. They already got the best defense in the league, and they have a real chance at a Super Bowl." They put that up on the broadcast, and instantly people were like, is that real? I saw it, and I was like, I don't know. I don't think so. And it wasn't. And Ryan Harris, in a first-class move, total accountability. People could learn a lot from what Ryan did here. He put out a tweet saying, quote, "Lesson learned, more diligence. In the broadcast of the Broncos-Cardinals game, I brought a tweet to the broadcast team that made the error that turned out to be fake. The post had graphics that quoted a remark that was attributed to Micah Parsons of the Cowboys. Regrettably, this remark was never spoken. I satisfied neither my own professional standards nor those of the elite team at 9 News. Throughout my playing and broadcasting career, I made it a point to learn from my mistakes. I have learned from this instance and will not make this mistake again. My sincere apologies to the NFL, 9 News, and the Denver Broncos. Read and verify! Exclamation mark.
This man is a saint.
I mean, that's a really good apology there. Mistakes happen. It's all good. It's not the end of the world.
I've been there. Remember?
Yeah.
Indiana Fever.
22 billion people watched Caitlin Clark.
So, like, they had a game between the Indiana Fever and the New York Liberty that, and I wasn't the only one. There were some other, quote unquote, reputable sites that.
Just own it. You're trying to downplay it? I wasn't the only one to fall for this.
I don't want to.
Well, Ryan Harris wasn't the only one to fall for it either. But just say your apology and own it.
Fine. I got duped. And instead of I think the audience was like 2.2 million, which was still a huge number. I had it at 20.2 million. And you were like, I don't think that's right. I'm like, no, Stoke, it's 20.2 million. It was awesome. Right. And it was a fake Indiana Fever Twitter account that really looked like the real one. You put the two side by side, it'd be real easy right away to assume the worst.
Yeah.
And what we're learning now more and more is there are a lot of sad, lonely, no self-esteem, just pathetic people out there on social media who get their jollies out of trying to put fake stuff out there that people run with.
And you can buy the check mark.
Congratulations.
You can buy the check mark also. And that used to make it more difficult to portray you're someone else, because now you can pay whatever a month and have a check mark so you look like you're verified. But it happens. It's all good. Some other people could have done some research on that thing too, probably.
True.
No big deal.
Yeah, should have been somebody on that broadcast team, graphics in the truck or whatever, that said, Ryan, you sure about that? I'm not so sure. So maybe a little bit more verification, a little bit more teamwork there. But credit to Ryan Harris for stepping up and pulling the thumb instead of
you
pointing
could take
the finger.
lessons from that,
I
Mike.
could take lessons instead of just blaming it on all those other people. Instead of just taking it myself. Coming up next, Jarrett Stidham keeps balling out. What do you do with him? Do they start to have a Stidham problem here moving forward? That's next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hopefully you had a great weekend, but if you've been dealing with ED, you probably didn't, right? ED is a terrible condition. It causes stresses in relationship, it causes anxiety and undue hardships on a man, and often on their partner as well. Yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. Don't procrastinate, fellas. Start taking your health seriously and reach out to my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll get you taken care of. They got treatments when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. In Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Fantasy season is here, and Twin Peaks is the place to draft like a pro. Score a draft kit, scratch-made food, and the ultimate lodge vibe. Don't settle for basic. Draft at the Lodge. Book now at TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/fantasydraft. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Auto theft in Colorado remains prevalent. Stop auto theft and subsequent crimes by locking your car and taking your keys every time. Learn more at lockdownyourcar.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. What a beautiful morning out there after a great weekend. We hope it was a great weekend for you. It was a great weekend for the Broncos depth backup. Good weekend for Sean Payton, George Payton, and the whole front office, the scouts, everything. As that roster depth was on display again. The Broncos, we don't know yet if they're going to be an elite team. We don't know if they have enough all-pros and pro bowlers, but they definitely have a lot of good, solid football players on this team, and that certainly counts for something, including Stoke. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
That was kind of funny right there. You just did something that speaks. That's something that I haven't seen since the days of Joel Klatt when he sat in that seat.
You noticed it?
I did notice that. You are a germaphobe. So we have these things called they're like microphone foam covers. Okay, so you have your own one that you're supposed to use, and everybody has theirs kind of sprinkled around this counter here. And
we have our names on them.
Yeah,
right.
There was a couple that was kind of near your space, and you wanted to move them. Yeah, I just happened to look up and see. You reached out, instead of moving them with your hand, you reached out with a pen, and you kind of poked it out of the way.
And I was trying to get it far, and it hit a wire and went over to the wrong way, and next thing you know, it was touching my bagel bag.
No!
Oh,
yeah, and so I'm like, no. So then I had to whack it with my pen, but I did it earlier today, so I don't know what happened.
Let me explain what happened while you were gone. I don't know where you go, by the way, during the breaks. You always disappear.
I got to mentally get prepared for the next segment, Mike. Mentally.
I drain you, right?
Yes.
And then you got to get pumped up again.
Got to get recharged.
I got that. Well, my laptop was starting to die, and I was like, what cord do we use for this one, Johnny Fever? He came in, and you were using one cord, and he goes, I'll use this one instead. And he unplugged yours, plugged in the other one, and then threw that one over to me, and I think in the process jarred the microphone cover, and that's what happened.
Okay, because this morning, I knew, because I don't like those things close to me. And so when I got here, I moved them far away from me, and then I show back up, and I was like, this is odd that all of a sudden the microphone sock is all the way back. What happened? Did I imagine doing that this morning? I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. So that's good to know.
Here's the big question, though. Since that cover leaned up against your bagel bag.
Yeah.
You going to eat the bagel this morning?
Oh, I'm eating a bagel, but I just won't touch that side of the bag.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Johnny, Ty,
Wow.
note to selves. We might be able to have some fun here in the future whenever Stoke leaves this room. Start moving things around.
Well, now that I know, it won't be as good.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
You ruined the surprise.
When it comes to the Broncos' depth, that includes at backup quarterback, where Jarrett Stidham continues to play exceptionally well. No pressure. He's very comfortable in the backup role. And, boy, his performance has indicated it so far, as he is in 2 preseason games, 30 of 38, 79% completion, 376 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a 143 passer rating.
Jarrett Stidham.
Are we getting to a point where Stidham has such value, and his value may never be higher, that the Broncos ought to look to try to trade him?
No, absolutely not. It's hard for your starting quarterback to play 17 games. The Broncos are trying to, take that next step from last year, playoff team, and so you're trying to win this year. You're not rebuilding. So the backup quarterback position is valuable. And if you have a guy that's competent, that can come down, that can come in if your quarterback goes down for a couple games and hold down the fort and maybe win you a couple games, that's huge. So I think you've invested in him. Him and Bo work well together. That's why I liked that they re-signed him. Obviously, they work well together, and he complements Bo nicely. So, no, there's no quarterback controversy or competition like we had last year. He's a backup quarterback, and he's good at what he does. So you keep him.
I agree 100%. I am shocked in today's NFL how many contending football teams leave themselves so thin at the backup quarterback position. Like, they've done a tremendous job in building a team that is capable of going deep in the AFC or NFC, and yet they leave themselves so vulnerable at the most important position of the team. I don't get it. And for a team like the Broncos that we think now can be a contending team, don't leave yourself thin. It would be such a shame if you feel like you've built a pretty good football team and then you have something happen to your starting quarterback, either for a long time or even if it's 5 or 6 weeks, and that season is stuck dead in its tracks because you don't have a competent backup. So the Broncos seem to have a really good backup quarterback. Great situation to be in. Don't mess with it.
Yeah,
I don't need to be enticed by the idea of trading Jarrett Stidham and then going with Sam Ehlinger as my backup.
No, you look at the Broncos when they won the Super Bowl 50.
Boom.
I mean, Osweiler comes in and he went 5-2. That's huge.
Yeah.
So next thing you know, guess what? You're playing the Patriots at home, not on the road. That's a big difference. So the backup quarterback position is valuable, especially when you got a guy like Stidham that works well with your young quarterback. And that's what it's all about. So you don't mess with it. And he's done a really good job, obviously. He's played really, really well. He's a nice fit in Sean Payton's offense, and good quality backups are hard to find. And if you're trying to compete to win the division, take that next step, then you don't do anything with Stidham.
In fact, do we have the makings? No, I'm not going to do it. No, it's too.
I won't let you do it.
I'm not going to do it. No, thanks
a lot, Mike.
That's just. It's too easy to do. It's too clickbait. It's too dumb. I'm not going to do it.
Come on, dog.
Because it's not even a conversation.
I'll let somebody else in our business do that. Hey, do we have the makings of a quarterback controversy? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to insult everybody's intelligence right now.
Yeah, I won't let you do it.
I know you won't.
Okay. We have higher standards
We
here.
do.
It's no, Stidham's been nice. He's been good, but it's not even a conversation of any kind of controversy, competition. So I can't even. That's just
Texter
ridiculous
says
to
you're
talk
telling
about.
me if somebody offers a 3rd-round pick for Stiddy, you're not trading him.
No one's offering a third-round pick for Stidham.
Yeah, nobody's doing that.
It's not happening.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, okay? Now, if they did, yes, take it. But nobody's offering that. Coming up next, Sean Payton, the other day, continues to show that when it comes to this part of his job, he has no problem sharing the wealth. Details next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, summer is still going strong, but with schools getting started and everything, it's not going to last forever. Same with Advanced Hair Restoration. Their once yearly summer savings event is nearing its end. Take advantage of it while it's still going on. A free consultation. See if you're a candidate for their simple yet incredibly effective one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. I can say this with 100% confidence because I am an advanced hair restoration success story. Had this done over 20 years ago, stopped in its tracks my hair loss and alarming receding hairline. My journey started with that first consultation. I urge you to do it. Take it from me. This can be a life-changing moment. Get your hair back and the confidence that comes along with it. You'll work with top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls and her all-star staff. Dr. Pauls did my hair years ago. She's a legend in this field. You could not be in better hands. Winner of Westward's Best of Denver 2 years in a row now. The summer sales event is for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and at advancehair.com. That's advancehair.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. The summer is flying by, as it tends to do. Stop putting off completing your estate plan. Come in and see us before school and sports start picking up this fall. We can help with wills, trusts, guardianship, powers of attorney, medical directives, and more. Come in before Labor Day and we'll get 10% off your estate plan. Just mention this ad. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Hey, it's Zach here. This August, revamp your home with free gutters when you replace your siding with premium James Hardie products. No payments and no interest for 24 months or 0% interest for 5 years. 5280 Exteriors, a President's Club elite contractor. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is Rush. R-U-S-H. Text RUSH to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's RUSH to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Subtle intimidation.
I had to give Ty the look.
You did. I was
gave
wondering.
Ty a little bit of a like.
I was wondering what you were doing.
It was a little quizzical look.
Skilled debating.
You didn't think I was going to flip it on your head like this. See how I
you're
did
coming
that?
back at me. I
Right.
like this.
You
This is
regret
good.
this now.
And plenty of pet peeves.
Put your phone in your pocket and you never go back and get it.
It is a source of so much frustration for Mark. It drives him crazy.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
He's going the distance.
Yep, and Mark, of course, will be with us coming up at 8 o'clock, although he will be remote this morning as he is back in New York City this week, packing up his apartment, moving stuff out. So he'll be joining us remotely, but still staying here at 8 o'clock. So we look forward to that. It is a Bronco Reaction Monday, giving you a chance to react to everything you saw on Saturday night that you liked or did not like. And away we go. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Sean Payton allowed Davis Webb, who was just in the league a couple years ago, now has been quickly climbing the coaching ladder. And on Saturday, got the chance to call the plays.
We're all on the same line, but he called it and did a really good job. And so that experience is invaluable. And until you do it, it's much faster than you think, compared to the college game.
And Sean talking about how whoever's calling the plays, it may be one offense, Sean's offense, but every play caller is different.
If you had Pete call a game, Joe, Davis, myself, whoever, you're going to get so many different combinations on that call sheet. You'll get the emphasis in the run. We wanted to run the ball well tonight. The biggest thing is getting on to the next play as soon as you've called that play. And I thought he was fast, efficient, had a lot of energy. The players responded, and I thought he did a great job.
So why do it?
Why do what?
Why let somebody else call your offense?
Well, get them experience, right? I think it's good for all the staff to be able to, sometimes take a different look at things and a different approach. And so, especially for a young football coach that, obviously Sean thinks highly of him, and he's done a good job with Bo Nix. So I think the experience there, you always want to promote from within also. And you don't know what it's going to look like, so you want to put this guy in different situations, see how he handles it, see if he's ready for that next step, but also showcase him around the league. I think that's a good thing. It's a positive to get him that experience because now, there was talk about him becoming an offensive coordinator somewhere after last year. And if Bo has another good year and plays well, well, then what happens? Someone's going to probably hire him to be an offensive coordinator.
Sean definitely has not had any issue with allowing his coordinators to take over calling plays during regular season games. He's done it in New Orleans with Pete Carmichael, Joe Lombardi, sometimes because of necessity. There was a time Sean got injured and couldn't coach a game, and I think it was Carmichael who who called the game, and that first game they put up 60. So Sean said, you learn very quickly that the train keeps rolling, sometimes really fast without you. But he has not been afraid to do it. I think it's cool because, to your point, it is a good resume builder. It gives people on your staff, they can have a fresh set of eyes to whatever you're doing or maybe what's not working, and they can come at it with a certain amount of credibility because they've been allowed to do it. And I guess, and you've suggested this before, that it might not be the worst thing if Sean decided to give up play calling duties and turn it over to somebody else and just run the football team.
Yeah. I thought there was moments last year where as a head coach, you have so much going on and so many responsibilities that when you're calling plays also, you're super focused on calling the next play. Like he said, things move fast. I mean, you got to be ready to go. And do you lose some of your head coaching responsibilities, or does that take a back seat whenever you're calling plays? I think it's hard to do both at a very high level. I think the good thing about this staff is they have a lot of guys that have done it. Well, two that have been around him in Lombardi and Carmichael. They both done it for him, so they know Sean. They know this system, and he trusts them.
But you do, by doing this, open yourself up a little bit. You do make yourself a bit vulnerable. Because,
how so?
Well, because until you get to the point that the Broncos are doing offensively and winning in a way that they were doing in New Orleans, Sean's still got some things to prove here. And you know this fan base. If the Broncos struggle offensively,
well, you know it better than anyone, right? I mean, you have the pulse of Broncos country.
I do, but
you're the spokesperson.
But you started this last year.
Self-proclaimed.
Yes, but you started this last year when you started talking about the idea that maybe Sean ought to give up play calling duties, which was kind of a stunner to me. But my point being that you've kind of opened the door to show that you do not have a problem with allowing or turning over your play calling to your assistants. And I can easily see if the Broncos offense struggles at all, you'll have those same calls from fans, from media types, maybe from you again, saying, hey, Sean, you've shown in the past all this trust in these guys. Hey, how about Davis Webb call the plays this week? Because what you're doing isn't working. It does open up the door.
Well, I think
in a way that a lot of these other head coach / play callers, there's not even a sniff of it. Nobody's ever going to bring up the idea of somebody calling plays instead of Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, or Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, or Sean McVay in L.A. But you kind of have shown here by your actions, as admirable as I think they are, but you have kind of opened the door a little bit.
Well, Shanahan, Kyle lets other people call plays in preseason.
I'm talking about during games, regular games.
No, I know. But so, look, if it's not going good, it doesn't matter if you let them call it in the preseason or not. If it's not going good with Bo Nix, then, yeah, people will be saying, hey, let this guy try it out. And Sean's shown that he's not stubborn and set in his ways. So, obviously, you don't want to be flip-flopping all year long. You got to have a plan. You got to stick with your plan. But, things aren't going accordingly and you're struggling offensively, I don't think Sean would have a problem letting someone else call it because those guys have been around him. Now, he's not going to turn it over probably to Davis Webb, probably be right. Carmichael or Lombardi, who have been with him for years.
Guys, there is no quarterback controversy, ... right now. Wait until Bo has a sophomore slump and goes 2 or 3 games not playing well. Fans will be clamoring for Stidham.
All right, Bozo, thank you.
Boy, we'd have to go. Wow, I mean,
I can't even go there honestly because it's not going to happen, and it doesn't matter if fans, want Stidham or not. It's not going to happen. It's just not. So,
well, I'll never say never,
Mike. It's just not going to happen. Okay, not going to happen. Okay. So I am saying never ever.
Never ever, huh?
Never ever.
No chance.
No chance. Zero.
Assuming good health, no chance.
0%.
0.000. Okay. All right.
It's not even worth wasting our breath.
Guys, this has got to be a clickbait text. Would you trade Stidham for Shedeur? and bring that circus to town?
Do you believe?
No. Nope. No, thank you.
I mean, why would Cleveland do that?
Why would the Broncos do that?
Well, yeah, it doesn't make sense
way.
either way. I mean, he played well with Cleveland the first game.
Yeah.
So they need a quarterback. So, and we're fine in our situation. So, no. Just, why would you read that, Mike? See, I'm disappointed in you. Sometimes you read stuff like that just be better.
He's an idiot and a fool.
Be better. Don't give those people any credibility when it's just terrible text.
Why?
Terrible one.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Terrible. Can't believe
if you think that is some lone voice in the wilderness who thinks these kind of things, this is the kind of text that directly explains why Shedeur Sanders dropped to the 5th round and probably would have dropped all the way out of the draft if not for the Cleveland Browns owner ordering that pick. That kind of text there. Because once teams that were quarterback needy decided he wasn't worth taking in the 1st round, why did he drop all the way to the 5th? Because nobody wanted to bring the circus to town. That's why. And the reason there's a circus is in part because people honestly think that way. So I think it's a fair text to read.
I don't.
All right.
I think I don't give it attention.
Well, speaking of that, we have what's trending coming up. Dylan Gabriel, did he take a not-so-subtle shot at Shedeur Sanders the other night? And it's still only the preseason, but have 2 Bronco rookies from last year already made the leap. That's next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals after beating his former team. Will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It is time to plug into performance at Siltahar Motors in Broomfield. Here's the deal. If you have been considering an electric vehicle, you probably know that the deadline for the $7,500 federal tax credit is now, September 30th. So Siltahar wants to make it easy for you. Siltahar Motors has multiple all-electric F-150 Lightning and dozens of the Mustang Mach-E available right now. So the best chance to get the color and style you want is to start looking now. Buy a new F-150 Lightning or Mustang Mach-E from Siltahar Motors and get 0% interest for 72 months, or lease and get credits up to $11,000 off. You can view all of Siltahar Motors' huge inventory of new and pre-owned cars from their 5 dealerships at sthmotors.com. It's also where you can do all your shopping, get an instant estimate on your monthly payment with the estimate calculator, submit for a trade value assessment, apply for credit, chat directly with a sales rep about all your questions. You can even get your new car delivered right to your front door. So start and end your shopping at sthmotors.com. Of course, they'd love to also see you in person right off Highway 36 and Wadsworth. Visit Siltahar Motors and sthmotors.com. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want from a dealership.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
I used to get overwhelmed at the grocery store. One minute I'm reading a label that says healthy. Next thing I know, it's packed with sugar and stuff I can't pronounce. That's when Soda stepped in. When I started the program, I didn't just get a food plan, I got a lifeline. I lost 82 pounds in 16 weeks. But more than that, I learned how to eat smart, shop smart, stay on track even when life gets messy. I could text my Soda nutritionist from aisle 5 and get instant help. That's support you don't get from a label. This isn't about being perfect, it's about being prepared. And with Soda, I finally felt in control of my health and my habit. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA. It stands for State of the Art. Click the Request Nutritionist callback. Get to it. You can do it. You know how I know you can do it? Because I did it. SodaWeightLoss.com. SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old.
Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
It reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you have to say that yesterday?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's trending coming up here in just a bit as we continue to watch all-time greatness happen right in front of us, and probably doesn't get the amount of attention it deserves, but we will. Coming up here in just a little bit. Mark will be along here at 8 o'clock. Boy, I know it's still the preseason, Stoke, and sometimes it's easy in the preseason to get caught up in hyperbole, but right now you watch a couple of guys from last year's rookie class, not named Bo Nix, and it's hard to deny that they both seem to be making the leap in year two. And I'm talking about Troy Franklin and Jonah Ellis. They just look like two guys that have figured it out. Franklin, 2 touchdowns the other day. Ellis continues to play at a high level off that edge. Ryan Harris, who's doing the game for 9 News, who knows a little something about trying to block these defensive ends, says that out of all the Bronco defensive ends / outside linebackers, he's the best against the run. Said that during the broadcast. So am I being too premature in saying that these guys have already made the leap in year two?
No, I love what I've seen from both of them. I thought, more that Ellis probably had more of a consistent year last year than Troy Franklin did. Troy struggled in training camp, and he didn't see the field a ton his rookie year, and we saw the drops. We saw a couple big plays from him, but he's had such a great offseason. So, I can agree with you there. I mean, I'm excited about both of these guys moving forward. But I think the biggest surprise is Troy Franklin taking as big of a jump as he has. He looks so comfortable, and everything looks different for him this year. Looks like the game has slowed down. His route running, I liked his route running last year, but that has improved. His hands are so much more consistent. I really can't think of a ball that he's dropped in training camp where it's been, wow, he should have caught that one. So night and day compared to what we saw from Troy Franklin last year.
Yeah, I would think I'm going to serve one right up into your wheelhouse here. For offensive rookies, it's a lot more difficult for defensive rookies because you have to think more, right?
That's right. Yeah, you have a lot more going on offensively. You're learning a playbook. You got motions, you got shifts, you got all these different things that they're asking you to do, and it's a foreign language. So sometimes it takes a little while to get comfortable. And oh, by the way, good luck. You get open against Pat Surtain, right? So you're playing against the best of the best, and things are moving really fast. So defensively, you have things that you need to know, but it's put your hand in the dirt and go get quarterback. Go tackle running back, right? I mean, so
you are freed up to just kind of go out and play and not have to think as much. And I wonder if what we're seeing, especially with Troy Franklin, is a guy who just isn't thinking. He's just out there playing and reacting and showing.
You called it. You called it. I mean, this was the guy that you said that you thought would have the biggest jump from last year to this year.
Well, my reasoning was as frustrating as he was last year at times during his rookie season, because he dropped some wide open deep balls, because he and Bo didn't connect on some wide open looks, but lost in all that was he was open. He was open enough against NFL defenses to drop a ball that was like, oh, man, how did you drop that? That would have been a sure 6. We focused on the drop, but maybe we should have focused more on the fact that this guy was getting open against NFL secondaries, and you got to figure that if he could do that, that's more than half the battle right there. He should be able to eventually start, comfortably catching these balls. And then the connection with him and Bo, I mean, come on, they did it forever at Oregon together. You got to figure that at some point they'll get on the same page. And the fact that they are already in their rookie years creating those kind of possibilities, that's what led me to be excited about what Franklin could do this year.
Yeah, and he's got that different speed. You watch him run compared to most everybody else out there, wide receiver-wise, and his speed's just different. So when you have that type of guy, you know they're going to use him. And to your point, Mike, Bo trusts him. Bo likes him. And so they have that from their Oregon days. Chemistry and being on the same page, they've already done that. So that's big when your quarterback believes in you and trusts in you, and Troy Franklin has that with Bo. And then he's a difference maker when it comes to speed.
What about Ellis? Am I being throwing too much praise at Jonah Ellis? Because another guy who last year he flashed a lot as a rookie. He just looks even more comfortable out there. And is it kind of how are you going to get playing time for him? If Cooper and Benito are set, how are you going to get Jonah Ellis enough playing time to give him a chance to make the impact that I think he can make?
He'll get plenty. He'll get plenty of playing time. They rotate those guys a lot. Those guys, they play 3 or 4 plays and they're out of the game for, a few plays. So he'll get a lot of playing time. No, and he's been great. He's that guy that's got a motor, and it's going to be going, every play, 100 miles an hour. I mean, that's just the way that he plays. And obviously he comes from a good family. He's got brothers in the NFL. His dad played here. So he's just a really good football player.
More roster moves. Because they're thin at fullback, they went out and signed a fullback, Adam Prentice. That name should be familiar to CSU fans. Sean likes his fullbacks. Michael Burton's hurt. Nate Atkins is hurt. They bring in a fullback. The fact that they're bringing in a fullback this late in camp, this close to the season, tells you they're going to have a fullback on this team. And I've already heard from some people who are like, you're telling me that they may cut one of these running backs to carry a fullback? How stupid is that? Is it stupid?
Well, it's not.
You're not a big fullback guy.
No, I don't love the fullback, but, Sean Payton does. That's a big part of his offense, having a fullback. He likes to have a fullback. It gives defenses different looks, and especially now where a lot of teams don't carry a fullback, and he likes to use a fullback. So, hey, if that's his offense and there's some value there, then you're going to have one on the roster, so get over it. I mean, look, and we're talking about running backs, Mike. We're talking about guys that, when we cut them, probably won't get picked up, probably will be back on our practice squad. We're talking about the running back position. These guys are everywhere every single year.
I guess it maybe says something about how good the roster depth is this year, is that we're having these legitimate conversations and arguments about the 4th-string running back.
Right.
Is it going to be Tyler Bidet? Is it going to be Julian McLaughlin? Is it going to be Blake Watson? I can't remember the last time we had a conversation around the Broncos in training camp about who the 4th-string running back is going to be. And, it might sting a little bit to lose one of these guys. Says something about the roster depth, which is awesome. I guess my question is, what's more important, your starting fullback or your 4th-string running back? And I guess when you put it that way,
it's your starting fullback.
It's your starting fullback.
In Sean Payton's offense.
Exactly.
You'll have a guy on the practice squad. Who's the 3rd running back?
I think it's Tyler Bidet, and I don't think it's even close.
Agree. So, you're probably not keeping, Estime, McLaughlin, or Blake Watson.
Right.
So,
and it's just a matter of do you try to bring all three or two of those three back onto the practice squad? You got 16 guys on your practice squad if you want.
Yeah, one or two.
One or two?
Yeah, whatever. And then, I mean, it's a running back position. They're everywhere, every single year. A lot of them. And we saw all those guys last year. I mean, you going to lose any sleep if we don't have any of those?
Fair
three?
Point. I think a couple things are happening here. One is that Broncos have made such an emphasis on running the football this year. And then secondly, the running back position experienced a rebirth last year. With all the guys that had the big seasons, it led to a whole new approach to the draft that had fans and evaluators talking about running backs in the first round that we haven't talked about in years. Put it all together, and you see a guy like Tyler Bidet flashing. You see a guy like Jaleel McLaughlin who, has had his moments, and now all of a sudden you're looking at him as a potential four-string running back, and people are like, well, geez, if he's your four-string running back, you probably don't want to lose him. But, again, at the end of the day, I'm not ready to take what happened last year in the NFL as proof positive that everything has shifted now the other way and the running back position is back in all of its glory. A year ago at this time, we were talking about the running back position as, like you just said, running backs, they're a dime a dozen. Move them in, move them out. You don't have to overinvest in them.
Well, when you're looking at
does 1 year change everything?
Well, you're looking at your third or fourth string guy. I mean, your starter, if you got an upper echelon starter, yeah, there's value there, certainly. But we didn't have one last year, and we're talking about our third or fourth string guy. Hopefully we don't get to see those guys that much. I want to see Harvey and J.K. Dobbins. Those are the guys that I want to see in the backfield. I hope we don't get to see our third or fourth string running back. But the fullback position now, I mean, what's going on with Michael Burton?
Banged up.
Yeah, I mean, you got Atkins hurt, Burton hurt, and now
that's why they brought in this guy Prentice.
Right. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long Burton's supposed to be out for, or Atkins. We haven't seen Atkins in forever. So, but it's obvious to your point, Mike. They're keeping a fullback.
Yep. And I guess
unless Atkins gets healthy and he's the tight end / fullback. Because he plays that hybrid type of role. But to me, it just seems like Sean loves a big, bruising fullback.
And I'd like to know, and probably stinks the guy to ask about this. No disrespect. But
none taken.
I didn't think so. But why? What's the value of the running back, or the fullback in this case? What does the fullback bring to this offense that Sean feels is so important? Because I think a lot of football fans out there are just like, well, fullback, take an offensive lineman, take one of your spare offensive linemen, put him in there. I got a text from somebody said, well, could you move Estime to fullback? He's a big guy. Or
no.
So that's what I need to know. That's what I'd like to know. What does the fullback bring that makes that role in a Sean Payton offense so important that it's more important than the four-string running back? We'll bring that, run that by Stink here coming up in just a little bit. Regarding your praise for me for calling it early with Troy Franklin, texter says, Stoke, Evans' head is big enough. Don't need to inflate it anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
So you really think my ego is run amok? I'm the only one who in this studio has their own dedicated big board BS lies and other nonsense. There isn't one for Zach Bye. There isn't one for Josh Dover or Cecil Lammey. They don't have one.
I want to pound his ass.
I have one. So I would think that would help keep me a little grounded, keep me humble.
Yeah, we need to.
If anything, because of the big board of BS lies and other nonsense, I have to take my victory laps whenever I can.
Yes, you do.
He's an idiot and a fool.
And you certainly do.
I certainly do.
You bring up the Troy Franklin thing probably 3 times a week. You've been bringing it up.
I'm going to milk it for as long as I can.
And you should.
I'm going to milk it for as long as I can. Time for What's Trending.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending right now.
Well, the Broncos 2-0 in the preseason after a thorough beatdown of the Arizona Cardinals. Even with only a couple of the starters out there playing in a brief cameo, the Broncos' depth dominated, and Sean Payton was happy afterwards.
I thought our energy kind of how we started the game, really in all three phases. There's going to be a lot of good things on tape we like, and then the one area that has to get cleaned up are the penalties. And more importantly, the pre-snap penalties. You know, not the ones that are taking place during a play, but the ones that happen before we even snap the ball. So we'll get that cleaned up. But overall, I thought it was a good night in a lot of areas.
So what's on your to-do list this week for the Broncos? They have 3 padded practices coming up Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then a preseason game Saturday to wrap up the preseason in New Orleans. Starters expected to play, 8, 10, 12 plays or so. What do you want to see done and accomplished this week, if anything?
Well, I think the most important thing is stay healthy, but it's football. And Sean's going to play some of the starters. I'd like to see this offense get in the end zone, this first-team offense get in the end zone, and have a little success, especially in the passing game. So that's what I'd really like to see. I don't know how the Saints are going to operate, if they're going to play any of their starters, but I would like to see a good touchdown drive from that first-team offense.
We'll have coverage all week long. So, Shedeur Sanders not able to play for the Cleveland Browns in their second preseason game because of an oblique injury. Dylan Gabriel, who was drafted higher than Shedeur, he got to make his preseason debut. Was so-so. 13 of 18 for 143 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick that turned out to be a pick 6 going back the other way. And after he was done playing the other night, he did a interview. And tell me if you think this was a shot at Shedeur Sanders.
It's just part of it. There's entertainers and there's competitors. And I totally understand that. And my job is to compete. And that's what I'm focused on doing.
There's entertainers and there's competitors. Immediately, people took that as a shot at Shedeur, who certainly is an entertainer, never shy about showing off his brand. Gabriel, after the game, quickly backpedaling. If he can't play quarterback, you ought to play DB.
All you in this room are entertainers, and you have a job to do, and I respect it, right? And I'm a competitor, so I have a job to do as well. And I think, just understanding that, that's how I've lived by, and I've said that multiple times. So definitely not a new quote, but something that I've definitely said before. Yeah, first off, I'm all about our team, you know what I mean, and each other. I would never make that, and I've said it before, that's why it's interesting. But for me, I've explained it. Entertainers are you all, competitor, that's what I am, and all my teammates, and we both have jobs to do. So that's it.
You buying that?
Yeah, I'm buying it.
You do not think he was thinking at all of Shedeur Sanders when he said that?
No.
Come on, dog.
No, I don't. He's not in a position to be that arrogant or to take a shot at, a guy that you're competing with. I think that would be a bad look for him. I mean, what has he done in the league? Now, if you're a starting quarterback, if you're Joe Flacco, maybe, but not Dylan Gabriel. He hasn't done anything in the NFL. So, no, I don't think he's trying to take a shot at Shedeur at all. I really don't.
Well, I tried to Google some past examples of when he's made that comment. Couldn't find anything. So, if you're a Dylan Gabriel fan and you know of another time where he said that, please send me that link. I'd love to see it because there's no show. Oh, I say that all the time. Okay.
How long did you research for? How long did you try to find?
At least 5 minutes.
4 to 5 minutes?
4 to 5 minutes.
4 to 5 minutes.
We already extended this. You want to do it again?
Yes.
All right, do it again.
New crowd.
New crowd.
New
do
listeners.
It again. Do it again. Play it. Hold on. There we go.
Yes. Give the people what they want.
Day number 250. We've reached 250 for the Zach Pye Sensitivity Smear campaign. He can't be mad at me. Or us. I got him free golf yesterday, so.
Well, that's good.
We're good.
And you got a driver.
I did get a driver. I won a driver in a raffle. That was unexpected. I never win in a raffle. Never. Ever. You know, you're holding your little raffle ticket, and they're like, 744-398, and you're like, 397.
Golly, I knew it.
And then once you come that close, you never come that close again. And but yeah, I got winner, chicken
That's a
dinner.
good prize there.
I know. I'm pumped. Very excited.
Good for you.
Now if I could just learn how to hit it. Okay. Wow. Talk about do not pass go. Do not collect your money. The Big Ten has decided after years and years and years of barely having any kind of college football playoff, never mind jumping to 12, they want to go even bigger. They're proposing expanding the college football playoff that would grow the postseason to 24 or even 28 teams.
Wow.
Of course, that would allow the Big Ten and SEC to get all kinds of automatic bids. By their proposal, the Big Ten would get 7 automatic bids along with the SEC, while the ACC and Big 12 would each receive 5 automatic bids, and then there would be 2 automatic bids for the non-Power 4 conferences and 2 at-large teams. Stoke, how do you feel about the idea of expanding the college football playoff from its current format of 12 to, let's say, 24?
No, what are we doing? No, that's too many. I think it's going to water down the regular season. Way too much. I mean, a few years ago, like every game mattered, and now, not so much. We saw Ohio State lose to Michigan and then make it and win it all last year. So, no, I still want those regular season games to be meaningful. And I think if you are getting 7 at-large bids in the Big Ten and the SEC, each conference, then it's going to water down the regular season product. So, no, I don't. I think that's way too many.
Yeah, I always thought it was ridiculous when proponents of the way that it used to be with not having a playoff or only having 2 teams playing a national championship game. I always thought the excuse was, well, we want to protect the sanctity of the regular season. I always thought that was eye-rolling stuff.
This is ridiculous.
But you can't. I mean, if you keep it right now where it's at, I'm fine with that. You still protect the value of the regular season. If you go to this, the regular season means nothing. Absolutely nothing.
That's not how you do
I mean,
football.
what's the point in getting excited about let's say a Big Ten season, for example, if you already know that 7 teams are automatically going to make the playoffs? What does that do for those Saturday afternoon games? They make them virtually meaningless.
Yep. And how long is the season going to be?
Well, that's the other thing,
now
too,
we
right?
got, so we add a couple more weeks to the season? Is that how many games are they going to play?
But hey,
I get it.
With the money that's out there to be made, there's
yep.
so much money to be made. I mean, what?
They're
You're going to worry about these guys as student athletes? Please. They're already semi-pro now. So what if they have to play extra games? They'll probably make more money or be able to command more money. That's just too much of a jump. All right, if you tell me 10 years from now, could you see the college football playoff being at 24? Yes. But let's not go from 4 to 12 to 24 in the span of just a couple years. Too much too soon.
Manage the game properly.
Agree. Fat fingers.
Nothing like being able as a sports fan to be able to say, I'm watching all-time greatness right now as it happens. It doesn't have to be something that you read about or watch in old clips. It's happening in front of you right now. And how about what Scotty Scheffler is doing in golf? He became only the 2nd golfer in the last 40 years, other than you-know-who, to win 5 tournaments in back-to-back years, as he won the BMW yesterday with that just sublime chip on 17. What was it, an 82-foot chip roll birdie that clinched the title for him. Yes, in theory, they have the Tour Championship coming up this week, but we all know who the best golfer on the planet is. Scotty Scheffler, man, came along at a time where people were wondering where was golf going to go after Tiger Woods. It's doing just fine.
Remarkable what he's been able to do in today's golf game and how good these guys are now and how much better he is than everyone else. And the level that he's playing at right now is fun. If you, like you said, Mike, you don't even have to love golf to appreciate what he's doing right now. But if you do love golf, watching this guy, it's awesome. So much fun. You had the live deal where you lost a lot of guys and didn't quite know what the tour was going to look like moving forward a couple years ago, and now you look up and say, wow, it's in a really good spot, and Scotty Scheffler is just he's fun to watch, and he is, to your point, I mean, he's doing things that we haven't seen since Tiger Woods.
But is there any part of you that thinks that if he was doing what he's doing right now in the prime of Tiger, could he have stared down and beat Tiger in some of these events? Would Tiger have, I mean, how many majors does Tiger have right now? 14? I think 14. Let's just say, I'll look it up, but I think it's 14. Let's say 14. Would he still have 14 if he was going up against Scotty Scheffler? It would be 13, 12, 10? Would Scheffler still be getting his? What do you think?
I do. I think he would. I mean, he has the mindset and the game to be able to go toe-to-toe with a guy like Tiger. I mean, he doesn't get flustered. And in the big moments, that's when he plays his best, and that's what Tiger did. So, yeah, no, I do think he could have gone toe-to-toe with Tiger.
All right, good stuff there, and they'll have the Tour Championship, then we'll get the Ryder Cup to look forward to, so it's not like golf is ending this week. How about those battling Rockies, Stoke? Tell you what, hold that thought, because we are up against it. I want to share with you what happened to me on Saturday night. I went to my first and only game of the year this year. Stink will be along as well, so we'll get to all that. It's a Bronco Reaction Monday. Want to get your thoughts on what you saw on Saturday, good and bad, but not a whole lot of bad to be found there. So let us know. Mark joins us coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Living. Summer's coming to an end. The weather will be turning before we know it, so it's time to beat the winter rush. Head into Embers Living to get a fireplace to keep your house warm. If you have an old, ugly fireplace that needs remodeling or needs an insert, focus on the Marquee brand. As a premium option at Embers to heat your home, from classic and clean to modern and sleek, you'll love the endless possibilities you can create. Each Marquee fireplace is built to the highest standards and made to last. Indoor and outdoor fireplaces, multi-sided, and fireplace insert. Marquee fireplaces have it all. And oh, by the way, if you're looking for a grill, my friends over at Embers Living still have the great Napoleon Prestige Series. Summer is coming to an end, but grilling season's still here. So go check out the Napoleon Prestige Series over at Embers Living. And while you're at it, get yourself a new fireplace. Marquee's brand fireplaces. Embers Living. Upgrade your indoor and outdoor experience.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. This August, transform your home and get more than just great curb appeal. Get free gutters when you replace your entire siding with premium James Hardie products. Don't let budgets hold you back. Choose no payment and no interest for 24 months or 0 interest for 5 full years. Flexible financing made for homeowners like you. At 5280 Exteriors, they install Pella windows, James Hardie siding, and full roof replacements, all with expert craftsmanship from a President's Club elite contractor. Call now or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free consultation today.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WillHiteWins.com and win big with Will Hite.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
It's time to plug into performance at Siltahar Motors in Broomfield. Drive the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their vast selection of EVs at sthmotors.com and chat directly with a sales rep to get you into the perfect EV. Siltahar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltahar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Why wait for the weekend? Twin Peaks is serving up scratch-made food and pouring cold drinks every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league any day of the week, only at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Double crossing, you little punk.
Can't believe you did that.
Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
Or maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go. Don't wait. This night's almost over. Honest. Let's make this night last forever.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. Welcome to it. As we get going here on this Monday morning, Mark joins us now on the phone. Well, not the phone. He joins us remotely as he is back in New York City for the week. Hello, Mark. How are you?
I am doing good. How are you guys?
We're great. We're great. So you're back in New York, the apartment that you've been living in the last year. While you were doing your ill-fated TV show, and shame on them for doing what they did to you. But be that as may, so what? You're packing everything up? Is that what you're doing?
Packing everything. People that are watching the stream right now can see that my lamp over there and my my bedtime necessities are actually stacked up on a box of on 3 FedEx boxes. So. Yeah, we are packing everything up. The front room is nothing but boxes. Some of the furniture is already gone because we gave it away. And so anyhow, yeah, we're getting it all packed up, ready to roll. It should be another day or two, and then we'll put it all on a truck.
All right. It seems like you've been in a perpetual state of moving for the last like 3 or 4 months.
Yes, I have. I have indeed.
Packing and moving.
Yep.
So hopefully everybody had a great weekend. We got a Broncos reaction Monday, a lot to react to. Let's jump right into it. We'll start with you, Stink. You had a chance to watch the game. No starters, save for a couple. We got a surprise Evan Ingram sighting, and boy, he didn't disappoint. But overall, a couple observations that stood out for you?
Yeah, you know, Sean Payton talked to us a bunch. Talked to Stoke and I about the right people, having the right people. Greg Penner talked to me about having the right people in the building. And, you know, you go through that film, you grind through that coach's tape film, and you'll start watching, like on the Evan Ingram, just a shallow cross. That's all they're running off, a fake 19 handoff. They're running shallow cross, low cross by Franklin, and he catches the ball. Franklin on that play throws a block that springs him initially, and then Bryant down the field throws another block that springs him. I'm just telling you, we didn't have receivers, and you know who they are, that are going to throw those blocks. So all of a sudden that shallow cross, it's a first down, and it's great, and Ingram gets the first down, but that becomes a 40-yard, whatever it was, 45-yard gain because you have, as Sean told us, the right people. Guys that, want to play football, guys that want to do the little things that actually make a difference. So, that part of the game for me gets me excited. I watch that. I'm like, that's the kind of teammates and that's the kind of guys you need to take a 8-yard gain and make it a 48-yard gain.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there was a lot of bright spots there. Obviously, offensively, you look and you see what Stidham was able to do. And volume, Mike.
Oh, my
Fat
goodness.
Fingers. What are you doing?
Oh, no.
What is he doing?
All right, we're good.
Just Mike is just.
Oh, my God.
Gosh.
What's going on?
My goodness. What are we doing?
It's Evans.
All right, good.
What is this,
Turn
amateur?
volume off.
What is this,
my
amateur
God,
hour?
What's going on? Throw this thing
What is
away
it?
from me.
Jeez.
My goodness
Okay.
gracious.
Can
This
I go
guy.
now, Evans?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
Thank
bringing
you.
up our YouTube page, and I got some. Never mind. Go ahead. Continue.
I obviously Stidham was great, and he continues to make us, feel really good if we ever have to go to him. Hopefully we don't. But Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant, wow, have they really emerged this training camp? Pat Bryant, physical, wide receiver, not elite level speed, but really good route runner, has great hands, made a really nice catch there on third down. And then Franklin continues to do, obviously, what we've seen him do all training camp and just make plays. A couple touchdowns. Obviously, that was great to see that he just continues to show that, he's ready for that jump in year two. Evan Ingram, this is what we've seen in practice from him. That was good that we got to see him, make one catch here and big play there. And then defensively, you look up and, we talked about Jonah Ellis earlier and what he's done, but Lavelle Bailey has had a really, really good training camp. So a lot of bright spots. I think this team is just showing its depth and the job that they've done over the last couple of years drafting and signing free agents and developing guys.
Yeah, Mike, I want to bring one thing up. You and I on our podcast, and we talked about it last week, entry points. We talked about it on this show, and R.J. Harvey goes too wide on the zone, right, and the stretch handoff, the first stretch handoff of the game, and ends up turning at least a 12-yard run, maybe a 60-yard breakout into a 2-yard run or a 1-yard run. And just the way he entered, it just wasn't clean, but you could see that he had some explosiveness. You see him turn a busted handoff because he busted it on a duo, bounce to the outside, get 9 yards. The first touchdown run, Mike, the way that touchdown run was structured, there's no way that you can get to the backside linebacker in that particular deal. So it's kind of a BYOB, bring your own blocker situation. He hesitated just for a second, and the linebacker had to step up, and then he dipped underneath the double team between the center and the guard, whoop, into the end zone, attacking the safety, getting over the top. That block, that run was created because of his patience and his understanding of where he needed to enter so he can help block the front. He blocked the second guy. He blocked the linebacker by his approach to the hole, and nobody ever touched him. Nobody touched the linebacker. But that to me got me really excited as I went back and looked at it because I'm like, that's what we're talking about. That's the difference between getting stung in the backfield for a -1 and scoring an 8-9 yard touchdown, because he did that, and that was a huge improvement from week 1 to week 2 in the preseason.
Well, guys, it's evident through these first couple of weeks that the Broncos have dramatically improved their overall roster depth, so much so that Sean Payton understands a lot of tough cuts coming up.
They're all competing, and we say this to them, and it's serious, like we're rooting for all of them. Like we're rooting for their best, and because I think there's going to be some players that end up on other teams' rosters playing, and that's part of the deal.
I mean, geez, guys, you look at some of these positions of depth, whether it be running back, wide receiver, the secondary, defensive linemen. They got some really good young defensive linemen that you're probably going to be holding your breath, trying to sneak through after you cut him to get him back on your practice squad. I guess maybe we should start talking about the possibility. Might you be able to trade some of these guys? Might you be able to get 6th or 7th round picks that you can add to your war chest? With the idea that there may be some teams out there that are low in the claiming order when it comes to waivers, and may say, hey, we'll give you a 6th round pick because we like the makeup of this guy and we're a little thin at that position. Am I reading that correctly, or am I just getting caught up in training camp, hoopla? Stink.
I think you're reading it 100% correctly. That team is really deep, and it was one of the things, like the difference between the depth of the Broncos and the depth of the Arizona Cardinals was on display on Saturday night. And I think it's interesting. We did our little thing where I texted both Sean and Jonathan Gannon to see who would get back to me first. And, neither of them gave me great information. But a couple of things that Gannon did say after we got off air on Friday was the Broncos are really deep. They're a really good football team. And then I asked him specifically about Bo Nix. And he said, and this is interesting, Mike, because I think the prevailing thought of the James Marilat types out there was that the Broncos defense carried them to the playoff game. It wasn't Bo Nix. And I think that's a fair assessment. I think James is fair when he says, hey, man, this defense was great, and they only beat one team with a winning record or blah, 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 whatever it is. But Jonathan Gannon said, not about the defense, he said, that is a quarterback that can carry a team to the playoffs. That's how good he thought Bo Nix was in those joint practices. That's a quarterback that can carry a team to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, that comes from a guy who has a long history of being a coordinator, linebacker coach, coordinator, now head coach in the National Football League. So that was his impression of watching Bo Nix practice the other day.
Yeah, I think you look at what's happened in the first couple games. It shows you our depth here, and that's it's hard to find quality depth. You're going to have guys get banged up and guys get injured, and so the good teams that end up surviving a 17-game season and doing well usually have really good depth. So, and the Broncos certainly do. So that's a huge positive as we try to continue to take the next step and build off of what we saw last year. Depth is a big part of it.
So, okay, they also appear to be deep at quarterback with Jarrett Stidham just putting up lights-out numbers so far in the preseason. 2 games, he's 30 of 38, 79% completion, 376 yards, 4 touchdowns, a 143 quarterback passer rating. In a league that's starved for quarterbacks, if a team came calling about Jarrett Stidham, Stink, would you think about trading him with the idea that, for a backup quarterback, his value may never be higher? Should the Broncos be making phone calls to see if people are interested in trading for Stiddy?
Absolutely not. You've got to have quality. You've got to have a quality backup. You've got to have a guy that can play back there. You've got to have a guy that people have confidence in, not when your starting quarterback goes down for a game or two and you bring in some guy that has no chance of operating the offense. So quality quarterbacks to me, quality backup quarterbacks to me are a must. You've got to constantly, and you and I have talked about this for 9 years, Mike, on this program. You've always got to be in the business of quarterback development. They did it with Zach Wilson last year. Like, that is something that you have to be in that business of. And listen, Stiddy is great. That's awesome. I wouldn't pick up the phone if I was the Broncos. No way.
No, you don't mess around with your backup quarterback, especially a guy that knows the system. He works great with Bo. Obviously they got a really good relationship, so that's a huge positive. We're still trying to develop our young quarterback here, and we saw the importance of a backup quarterback in 2015 when Payton went down. Brock comes in 5-2, and next thing you know, you're playing some home playoff games. You got a home playoff game against the Patriots, not on the road. That's a big deal. It's hard to stay healthy for 17 weeks. Look across the NFL. The backup quarterback is a valuable and important position, and Stidham's played great. So, no, you don't even think about trading him.
Yeah, I tossed it out just as a potential topic to discuss, but I'll make it 3 for 3. I am always amazed at how many really good built football teams that have all the makings of a team that can go deep in the playoffs and then leave themselves so thin at the backup quarterback position. It astonishes me that a league that is just sold out to try to find that quarterback and the elevation of this position, how so many teams leave themselves so vulnerable at that backup position. Boy, we've seen it here in Broncos country. You brought up Brock. Of course, Sean knows it firsthand when Teddy Bridgewater came in and went 6-0 for them during a time that Drew Brees got hurt. So I'm with you. Let's not get cute. Let's not say, all right, hey, we're smarter than everybody. We can take Sam Ehlinger and he can have the same kind of relationship with Bo and the same kind of backup that Stidham is, just to try to get a 5th-round pick for Jarrett Stidham. Now, if a team came calling for a 3rd-rounder, Stoke, if somebody was going to offer a 3rd-rounder for Stidham,
we're fixing to find out.
You got to do it then, right?
No one's offering a 3rd-rounder.
No, you're
for
right.
a backup quarterback.
No, you're right.
So that's fantasy football land there. So, no, but the Broncos have done a good job here, and that's why they re-signed him this offseason, and him and Bo work well together. And that's important position, and he knows Sean's offense, and he's done a really good job this training camp.
All right, Stink, you got to help us out with something because –
well, the other question would be, what if Stidham played this well last year? What would have happened?
If he was playing like this?
Yes, last year. And Bo kind of looked like he looked. First preseason game wasn't very good. Obviously, we know how it worked out. But what would the conversation be if this was last year when they had the quarterback competition?
Stink, I bet you, I think we may have seen the bridge.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Stiddy would have been the bridge. He would have started the season with the idea that if you falter at all, then Bo takes over.
I honestly don't think that would have happened.
Really?
I think Sean was so sold on Bo Nix as his next Drew Brees, his next quarterback. Not like he's going to be Drew Brees, but the guy that he could develop, the guy that he could make work in that offense. And he had so many skill sets. Frankly, he's just got an unbelievable skill set. And I just think Sean was totally committed to playing a rookie quarterback last year, coming off the Russell Wilson experience. So I don't think it would have changed. I don't think it would have changed anything. I could be wrong, but I don't think it would have.
But Bo didn't. Stidham didn't play like this last year, which maybe makes me wonder: has Stidham risen to his high water mark? Meaning, is the reason he's playing this well because he's ultra comfortable as a backup quarterback? And he knows his role. He's comfortable. There's no pressure on him. Last year, he was, in theory, kind of competing. And maybe the fact that he didn't play like this last year, Stoke, maybe reveals that, this guy just isn't a starting quarterback in this league, which is no disgrace. I mean, guys hang around and end up in the NFL for 15 years as a backup quarterback and then parlay it into a TV career. So there's no harm in it. There's no disgrace in it. But I think, I wonder, I don't think it's a coincidence that he's playing this well this preseason, knowing that he's absolutely locked into a backup role.
And that could be the case, certainly. And some guys, they're better in that position, right? And it's a lot less pressure. He's got a defined role this year in training camp, and he knows what's expected. And, hey, look, he's done a really good job. And to your point, man, backup quarterbacks can – I never have my ringer on. Are we serious? Unbelievable. I was looking at you.
You thought it was me.
I was like, again? Because you opened up your computer and
I'm not going to lie. At first, I thought that was me, but it was you.
But it was me.
You were the one.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Brandon Stokley.
So I totally lost my train
You're
of
rattled.
thought too.
You're rattled.
I'm flustered.
You're flustered. Come on, man. Focus.
But obviously,
Steady.
I know he's
the Stid man.
He's played well. He's played well. He's done well, and he's a valuable part. And I think if he has to play a game or two, we're probably we feel pretty confident about him going in there and being able to hold it down and hopefully get a couple wins.
Yeah, most backup quarterbacks remain backup quarterbacks for a career. But there are a few of those guys that were backups that developed and then became really good. Obviously, we always use the Rich Gannon comparison, who I played with in Washington. But listen, man, if Stiddy plays like he's played in the preseason, then he gets, let's say he gets a couple opportunities in the regular season, he lights it up, and then he's going to be better off, instead of being traded, he's going to be better off just going somewhere and signing as a free agent. So good for him, man. He's really done a great job to set himself up. So that's great for Stidman.
Well, we've got another Bronco development as Sean Payton has dipped back into his New Orleans Saints pool of players that he's comfortable and familiar with. He has signed fullback Adam Prentice. Because of the injuries to Michael Burton and Nate Atkins, they're thin at fullback, and he wants to have a fullback. We were discussing this, and Stoke, to his credit, said, hey, I don't pay attention. I'm not that close to the ball. Let's let Stink take this one. So in a Broncos camp where you have Broncos country, seriously, maybe this is the most shining example of how far the depth has come, is that we're having knockdown, drag-out debates about who the fourth running back should be and should they take 4 running backs. Meanwhile, you got the Broncos seemingly insistent on having a fullback. You got plenty of folks out there who are like, wait a minute, you're going to cut a running back who, should be on an NFL team in order to carry a fullback? What's the deal? Tell us why a fullback, especially in Sean Payton's offense, why it's, in his opinion, more valuable than your 4-string running back, tailback.
I just think that because it gives you an opportunity to play in that personnel package, the 21 personnel package, the 2 running back personnel package with a dude that can take on linebackers in the ISO game, that's a lead blocker, that cuts off the backside. Anytime you're running some type of handoff sift, that's what they do. Their backside cutoff guys, like front side, backside, all those things. Then the other thing is in the passing game, and I know you don't use it very often, but it makes the defense declare what they're doing based on your personnel groupings. And I tell you what, if you watch preseason football, I've watched quite a bit here as I've been packing the last day and a half, all day yesterday, and then of course Saturday. I'm telling you, there is, or what was Saturday? Yeah, yesterday. What was yesterday's? Yesterday was Sunday.
Yesterday was Sunday. Today's Monday.
Yeah,
right?
Sunday. Yeah, Sunday. I'm just confused. I mean, I've been all over the place. I've been to Phoenix, to Awake. I've been all over. Red Eye. So overnight, didn't sleep very much. Came here packed
Awake?
all day.
You went to Awake on Sunday.
You went to Awake?
Yeah. Kind of a celebration of life, if you will.
Former coach of his, college coach.
College coach of mine passed away.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to make fun of you, and then once you said Wake, I'm like, wait, did he throw Wake in there? Now I can't.
Right.
That was well played.
Right.
Well played.
Thank you. Yeah.
Because
So
trust me, he was poised like a spring, coiled spring. Stoke was.
Yeah.
Ready to
pounce.
pounce.
He ready to pounce. No, so I had the red eye back out here. Then I had games on and went back and watched the coach's tape on the Broncos and whatnot. But man, there's fullbacks all over the league. In Seattle, they got the Oots kid. They had a couple kids from the Baltimore Ravens that were just absolutely smashing people. So, I mean, I think a lot of the run game is making its way back to that 90s type of football. And a lot of that is probably because so many teams are carrying linebackers that all weigh 220. And so let's get back to playing some smash mouth. And, it's all kind of cyclical. So really cool to watch some of the fullbacks that I've seen in this league right now early in preseason, guys that are really talented football players. So it made me happy, Stoke. That makes me happy.
Yeah, and I think, that's Sean Payton's style. That's part of his offense. That's how he likes to call a game, and he likes to use the fullback a little bit. And I think especially now when the game kind of went to passing and throwing it all over the place, and let's spread them out and try to get matchups in the passing game. Well, you don't see a ton of fullbacks. So now all of a sudden, to Mark's point, you got that 220-pound linebacker taking on a fullback in the hole. It's a little bit different, right? So now you can take advantage of that if you do have a fullback and use them the right way.
All right, plenty of things to react to. We want to hear from you. It's a Bronco Reaction Monday. Treating it like a what? You got something?
No, but also I got to hear about your Rockies game and the experience you had, and you've been teasing me now for 2.5 hours.
All right,
eventually, you got to tell me about your one Rocky game. I
went to one Rockies game, my one and only Rockies game of the season, and I didn't think I could get madder at Dick Monfort, but I did, and I'll tell you why next.
And the Rockies with a tragic loss.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
With 4 convenient locations in Denver, Lone Tree, Littleton, and Cheyenne, Wyoming, they specialize exclusively in joint replacements, using the latest technology and highest performing implants to deliver better outcomes and faster recovery. You'll receive expert, compassionate care and a personalized surgical plan to get you moving again. Visit coloradojoint.org. That's coloradojoint.org to schedule your appointment today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, you know that Low T Center's been changing men's lives through hormone care over a decade now, but did you know they can help women balance their hormones too? If your partner is experiencing fatigue, moodiness, or just feeling off, she might benefit from hormone therapy at Low T Center. Help her get back to her best self. And if you still haven't taken the T-test, what are you waiting for? Get started on TRT today. Most major insurance accepted. Don't wait. Visit fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Accidents happen, but don't let them ruin your summer. Postman Law has recovered over $3 billion for clients. Call 844-POSTMAN now for justice and fast compensation.
It's time to plug into performance at Siltahar Motors in Broomfield. Drive the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their vast selection of EVs at sthmotors.com and chat directly with a sales rep to get you into the perfect EV. Siltahar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltahar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is Pylon. Pylon. Text Pylon to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's Pylon to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Delusional confidence.
I'm tougher than Mark.
Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
gummy bear.
And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses. The guy's excited about showering.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, so Stoke was asking, and Mark, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I went to my first and what will be my only Rockies game this year.
Mm-hmm.
I had some people labeling me a hypocrite after all the criticism I've given Dick Monfort this year, but I have stayed true to what I said that I would do and what I suggested others do, and that is I'm not asking you to boycott the Rockies. I do not want people who like baseball or like going to the ballpark to just, quit it cold turkey, because why should you rob yourself of an experience that you like to make a point that probably, won't work out. Although I will say this, I am heartened to see that as of right now, Rockies attendance is down 2,000 fans per game compared to where it was a year ago, which I think is the fifth biggest drop. It's among the top 5 biggest drops in attendance from one year to the next in Major League Baseball. So good job, Rockies. Good. So good job, Rockies fans. My argument was always like, hey, look, I'm not asking you to boycott, but however many games you would go to if the Rockies were competitive, go to half of those games. And if everybody did that, maybe we might send a bit of a message that even Dick Monfort can't ignore. So I went to my one and only game on Saturday, and guess what? I came away even more mad at Dick Monfort. Because here's why. Beautiful day, beautiful ballpark, great atmosphere for baseball, and what do you know? The Rockies played hard. They scored 6 runs in the bottom of the 8th, rallied to win 10-7. Everybody left in a good mood, except me. You know why? You know why, Brandon Stokley? Because I was like, this is how it could be. It could be so much better. This is a sleeping giant right now, Rockies baseball. I'm telling you, I mean it with every core of my fiber of my body. This could be a sleeping giant. This could have been an amazing night. Imagine, even with the Broncos playing cross town, if you had a Rockies team that was competitive, that was going toe-to-toe with the Dodgers and the Padres, was on pace to win 90 games and was going to be in the playoffs, you would have had a sold-out crowd. You would have had buzz around that whole neighborhood, and people would have been engaged. That's what it's capable of. And to see it reduced to what it was Saturday night with maybe 20,000 people there. I think the announced crowd was 29,000. There was maybe 20,000 people. It was such a waste. It was a waste of what this thing could be. And so even on a night in which they played a fun, entertaining game of baseball, I left mad because of what Dick Monfort has done to this product and what it could be. So that's my one and only takeaway of the Rockies. I'm done.
I'm with the fans. Hypocrite. Should have gone. I'm with the texters. Stoke.
Yep, I agree with you. That's what I was telling him on Friday, because he's moving the goalpost so he can still go. Like, if you're don't dip your toe in the water. If you want to say, hey, you want to send a message, you don't go at all. You don't go at all.
Well, I tried doing that once. And I got yelled at by fans who were like, who are you to tell me how I should spend my money and how I should go and be a fan? I said, okay, you're right. That's probably unfair to say do a full boycott, because it won't work. But All I'm asking is that just go to half the games you would normally go to. And I would, if the Rockies were a competitive team, if they were a 90-win team, I'd go to at least 10 games in the course of a season. This was my one and only game. So I'm just practicing. I'm practicing what I preach.
Wait, again, though, but so you're saying fans are telling you not to tell them how to fan, right? Don't tell me to boycott. And so you say, well, okay, I won't tell you to fully boycott. I will just tell you to only
go to less.
Partial. But you're still telling them what to do.
Well,
you're still telling the fan what to do.
But that's
my point.
But that's a more acceptable plea on my part than a full boycott. I'm just saying go to less.
If you want change, you got to make a big statement. You got to make a big statement if you want change, or it's not going to happen.
Well, 2,000 less people per game going to games. I think that's getting Dick Monfort's attention. Now the question is
paid.
Now
What's paid attendance?
Now the question is, what will he do about it? Because my hope is that if the attendance numbers go down, he'll do something about it. Mainly, just be willing to break down the model that he has that's a failed model and bring somebody new in with a fresh approach. Or he's just going to double down even more. I'm like, well, all right, even more reason for me to not spend money. But anyway, yes, I went and I ended up leaving mad because I'm telling you, this could be a powder keg. Rockies could be a powder keg in this town.
We've seen it.
I know we've seen it, but it's so infrequent, and it's a waste. It's a waste. That's all it is. I just came away from Saturday night at the game just feeling like it was a major waste. I'll tell you what was good though. A lot of good stuff coming out of the Broncos game, guys. How did the evaluators, the draft experts, how did they get Pat Bryant so wrong? Stoke, this is in your wheelhouse. How did they miss on Pat Bryant? Because you heard the talk. The moment that they drafted Pat Bryant, that's a reach. He went two rounds earlier than we all projected. And
I've seen a lot of quarterbacks without their shirt on.
You watch this guy play the other night. All I know is he's always open, and he's throwing crushing blocks downfield on Evan Ingram's run that would make Ed McCaffrey and Rod Smith proud. So what'd they miss with this guy?
Yeah, I think, when you look at what they said afterwards, where the Broncos drafted him, and, we're not crowning him yet, right? But you put all the clues together with what we've seen in training camp, how he's performed in the games. The guy's big, he's physical, he's tough, he's got great hands, and he runs really good routes. I think, Mike, what it is he doesn't have maybe top-tier speed, played at, Illinois, and, not a football powerhouse. So I think you look at that, and when you don't have a guy that's running, low 4.3s, doesn't jump off the page at you, that you just sometimes you just get overlooked. I mean, and again, I don't know, let's say what the Chiefs or the Chargers or the Texans, where they had him on their board. You have the quote-unquote experts, right? But what are the other NFL evaluators? Where did they have him? Now, they did draft him in the third round. He wasn't a 6th or 7th round pick, so third-round pick's pretty high. And again, this is still early to be, crowning this guy as a top-tier wide receiver, right? I think he's going to be a good wide receiver.
But he doesn't look like a 5th-round pick like most people thought he should be.
No, he certainly doesn't. But you're saying most people, those are the people that we heard from. That's Mel Kiper and some of those NFL draft experts. It's not other football teams. So, if you get it right, it doesn't matter if you take a guy in the 3rd round, 4th round, or 5th round. Just get it right, and it certainly seems like they have.
It's kind of where you have to spend time actually looking at film as opposed to just looking at 40 times, and the evaluator stuff, the height, weight, speed, the numbers, all that kind of stuff. Like some guys are really fast on the football field. They're not very fast in shorts and a T-shirt. A lot of times we call those guys real actual football players, and they play at a top speed in pass. Some of those really fast guys don't play very fast on a football field. And so it really comes down to how good a football player you are, not how good a 40-time runner you are, I mean, I complain about it all the time. Are we just running 40s? Are we just doing bench press tests? Or are we actually evaluating football players? And so you should be happy that George Payton and his staff and Sean Payton understand the difference between track stars and football guys. And Pat Bryant certainly looks like a football guy. And, you don't have to have elite-level top-end speed to get in and out of breaks. That's not how it works. And, we talked about it all the time with Terrell Davis, man. He was a 4.65 guy or whatever, and he slipped down to the 6th round. All I know is I saw him run a bunch of 65 and 70-yard runs, and nobody caught him. So I don't put a lot of merit into how fast you run the 40 in.
All right, we want to give you a chance to come and play golf with me and Mark. Your chance, we're auctioning off an exclusive opportunity for you and a friend to golf with us next week at the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. It's going to be next Monday, August 25th at the club at Inverness. It's a really good event. I had a chance to play in it a couple years ago. Inverness is a tremendous track, and they do everything first class there. You'll have a great time. And we would love to play golf with you. You will get Show Pony Mark for 18 straight holes. He will never let up. Head to DenverSports.com/bid to enter the silent auction. Hurry up. You have a limited time to enter as the auction closes coming up here in just a couple days on August 20th at 6 p.m. We'd love to play golf with you, so get signed up for your chance. Coming up next, Mark, something happened over the weekend that as you prepare for your TV broadcast this year, hopefully it's a lesson you learn. That's next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals after beating his former team. Will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If hip or knee pain is slowing you down, turn to Colorado Joint Replacement, home to some of the state's top trained surgeons. With 4 convenient locations in Denver, Lone Tree, Littleton, and Cheyenne, Wyoming, they specialize exclusively in joint replacements, using the latest technology and highest performing implants to deliver better outcomes and faster recovery. You'll receive expert, compassionate care and a personalized surgical plan to get you moving again. Visit coloradojoint.org. That's coloradojoint.org to schedule your appointment today.
I didn't just lose 82 pounds in 16 weeks. I lost fear. I lost shame. I lost that nagging voice in my head that told me I couldn't do it. I thought weight loss meant being hungry or miserable. Soda showed me something different. I wasn't starving. I wasn't white-knuckling it throughout the day. I was learning. I was eating real food, texting my nutritionist when I had a question or hit a wall. People asked if I do it again, and I tell them I do it twice. Because when I got back, my energy, my focus, my sense of control. This isn't about fitting into skinny jeans. It's about showing up for life. Go to SOTAweightloss.com. Click the Request Your Nutritionist callback. SOTA, it stands for State of the Art. SOTAweightloss.com. You can do this. You know how I know you can do it? Man, I did it. And I like to eat. SOTAweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you. which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Utter nonsense.
This thing has gone totally off the rails.
Some Cajun seasoning.
Gree-gree?
And the occasional anatomy lesson.
Yeah, we're tight.
Okay.
We're like tired of mouse nuts.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge. Hurry up.
All right, great to have you with us here on this Monday, a Bronco Reaction Monday. And we're getting reaction in all kinds of places, including you can watch on YouTube. You can watch our show on YouTube and react. And got a lot of good comments, including this one from Lee, listening, watching from Trondheim, Norway. Guys up here losing an hour of daylight every 10 days until December. Alaskan Stink knows what that's all about. Go Broncos. So we got Broncos fans in Trondheim, Norway.
Wow.
Right now.
How cool is that?
Wow. That's amazing. Yeah, that's awesome. Norway. I've never been there. Think they eat reindeer in Norway?
I'm sure
I bet you they do.
I bet you they
Tons
do.
of them.
Yeah,
they probably have reindeer farms.
Lots of caribou. Yeah, all that kind of stuff.
Boo. I just call it the boo.
Have
Get
you
on
ever
the boo.
Have you ever had reindeer?
Yeah, I got some reindeer in my fridge right now.
No, you don't. I'm calling BS on that.
I got Yeah, I went to Alaska. Obviously, you got the fish.
Yes.
Did you have any of the fish? By
No,
the way?
not yet. Saving it for a special occasion.
All right. So did you try the smoked fish?
Not yet.
Oh my word! What are we doing? You know?
Come on, dog.
Come on. I expect you before we record the podcast tomorrow. I expect you to eat some
smoked. I'll do the smoked salmon for you.
Okay, just open it up and just chew on that. Maybe have some crackers with it.
Yeah,
delicious. But this place that I go to ship it, all our fish, they'll package fish for you. They'll do whatever they'll do. But they have a couple of farms. They've got reindeer and caribou farms and different farms that they do jerky and stuff out of. And so I always, when I go in there, I buy a bunch of packs of reindeer jerky and caribou jerky and sausage and other things, and then I ship them home.
What
So
does?
yes, I've got like a jalapeno reindeer beef sticks. They're
Really?
delicious. Oh yes, or
Reindeer.
caribou or whatever it was.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
I I thought I had to go to Louisiana to get all that kind of diverse food, but
I don't think do
apparently
Louisiana have caribou or reindeer.
No,
They're
they don't
more
have
of a-
reindeer. I don't
No,
think.
they're more of a yeah. They would
More
get way too hot.
More reptilian down there. Yeah.
Can you imagine the amount of like gold bond you'd have to put on them critters, nethers to get them to take Santa's sleigh if you're going out and getting a Louisiana reindeer?
Oh,
that would be bad. Bad.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, bad.
Yeah, a lot of swamp butt there on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
So file this lesson learned and learn from what happened to Ryan Harris, Mark, as you get ready to call games this year for Fox. So during the 9 News broadcast the other night, they put up a graphic of a quote that was attributed to the Cowboys' Micah Parsons, and it said from his podcast, quote, "My dream destination, Denver. I would love to play for the Broncos. They already got the best defense in the league, and they have a real chance at a Super Bowl." Well, they put that up on the broadcast, and immediately people were like, huh? Are you sure about that? Are you sure he said that? I don't think so. Something's fishy here. Well, it turned out it was a fake, and Ryan Harris fell for it, and he apologized for it. He put this out on his Twitter handle yesterday, quote, "Lesson learned, more diligence. In the broadcast of Broncos Cardinals, I brought a tweet to the broadcast team that made the air that turned out to be fake. The post had graphics that quoted a remark that was attributed to Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys. Regrettably, this remark was never spoken. I satisfied neither my own professional standards nor those of the elite team at 9 News. Throughout my playing and broadcasting career, I make it a point to learn from my mistakes. I've learned from this instance and will not make this mistake again. My sincere apologies to the NFL, 9 News, and the Denver Broncos. Read and verify! ! First of all, hey, classy move by Ryan Harris in a time where more and more people want to point the finger than pull the thumb. There's some accountability that I love. And secondly, hey, man, it happens. There's a lot of fake stuff out there. You got a lot of sad, pathetic people who have nothing better to do in life than try to play getcha or gotcha on social media. And so you got to be careful. You got to be careful, Stink.
Yeah, there's no question about it, and Ryan brings something like that to the table. I mean, I've done that. I've fallen for those things 100 times. Like, I'm not that bright. And part of it is because you don't have that malicious intent when you're putting stuff out there. You're not just trying to get people, and so unfortunate. Obviously, it falls on Ryan, but it falls on everybody that's involved in that broadcast. You got to do a better job of vetting those things. I know when we bring things to a broadcast on Fox, man, it goes through so many different channels, so many different people vet it before it goes on air. So, failure by everybody. So, and it happens. And in the overall scheme of things, was it a big deal? Not really. So, who cares?
Yeah, I'm with you, Mark. It's not that big a deal. And I think now especially when you look at X, Twitter, that, anybody can get verified. Anybody can have a blue check mark, and you just pay for it. So, that makes it harder to sometimes not get fooled and to look at a tweet and you think it comes from somewhere else. And it happens. Not a big deal. He owned it. Didn't really need to own it like that. I don't think it was a big deal at all.
Probably should I learn a lesson from him? Because like when I fell for the Indiana Fever tweet that had 20 million people watching their game instead of 2 million.
Right.
Idiot. That I immediately covered myself by saying, well,
I wasn't the only
one that fell for it.
A lot of people got fooled.
Yeah. I'm not the only idiot out there. Let me show you all the other people that are morons. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that about you.
Yeah.
That's called taking almost full responsibility.
I took partial responsibility.
Right.
Ryan Harris took full responsibility. I took approximate responsibility. Not 100%. I took maybe 70% responsibility for
maybe Mike Evans isn't that nice of a guy.
For my faux pas. You say it's not a big deal. I don't know. I think it is, and maybe I shouldn't get upset about this stuff, but I guess it never ceases to surprise me and bug me just how mean, evil people can be and try to be and get their jollies out of, hey, let me see if I could put something fake out there and see if a bunch of people fall for it. I mean, is your life that boring? Is your life that meaningless? Are you lacking such self-esteem that you have to be able to put something out there, and then if somebody falls for it, you're like, oh yeah, mission accomplished. I mean, really, isn't it? It's just sad. I more than anything. So that's my only reaction to it.
Hey, Mike, are you going to be okay? Do we need to maybe go to break and have Brandon just comfort you over there in the studio a little bit? Maybe a hug?
A little hug?
A little hug. You can be okay, big guy?
I mean,
well, no, it's just an observation about the society we live in.
I mean, goodness. Are you surprised?
No.
Well, you seem like
not
it.
Surprised,
this is what people do.
No, but every
you got
once
a lot
in a
of
while,
bad people out there.
I know. And I guess that every once in a while it's a reminder that it's just that. It's kind of sad that this is the current state of things.
Stoke, I've seen this side of Mike before. Wow. This is when Mike becomes fatherly.
Yeah.
Like this is like, I'm disappointed in you, son. And I hope at some point, you know what, we can look back on this and say it was a great life lesson. But as of right now, Papa Bear's a little bit upset.
Well, I'm just a little bit, like I said, it's just a little sad. Just a little sad. You know, I know it is what it is, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a bad reflection of society, and it makes me sad. Broncos reaction Monday. I'm happy about the Broncos. They're not making me sad. How about you? Bronco reaction Monday continues next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado.
Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what happens if you haven't filed your taxes in 3 years? Can you still get a refund if you file late? Is the IRS preparing to come after you? These are just a few of the questions Todd Whalen can answer for you at the free masterclass Advanced Tax Solutions is hosting coming up next week, Wednesday, August 27th. This is an amazing opportunity to get free advice. If you're just a regular individual or a small business owner, maybe an independent contractor, whatever your payroll, tax questions are, concerns, problems, how far back does the IRS require you to file? What if the IRS filed returns for you? When it comes to dealing with the IRS, Todd Whalen is the guy you want in your corner. Over 30 years of experience, he's tough, he's passionate about what he does, and that's helping people out of jams. His free masterclass with Advanced Tax Solutions is your chance to know and understand where you stand with the IRS. To sign up, it's very easy. Just go to advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan or call them directly at 303-753-6040. Advanced Tax Solutions right here in Denver with over a combined 50 years of experience in IRS tax resolution and tax debt relief.
Hey guys, you know that Low T Center's been changing men's lives through hormone care over a decade now, but did you know they can help women balance their hormones too? If your partner is experiencing fatigue, moodiness, or just feeling off, she might benefit from hormone therapy at Low T Center. Help her get back to her best self. And if you still haven't taken the T-test, what are you waiting for? Get started on TRT today. Most major insurance accepted. Don't wait. Visit fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and recently talking to my buddy Troy Hansford about the housing market, the new year, and told me over this last year, man, it's gone from one of the hottest it's ever been to prices declining. Man, it doesn't happen very often, but it's happening right now. So if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee What is it you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you guys agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer is nobody. And he makes the offer because he continues to spend a ton of marketing money listing on his listings. He's got about 100 families right now approved and ready to buy. If you have a house, Troy might have that buy for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and dial him up, 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and you can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
International Hunt Association and Durana Hybrid, reigniting racing and skilled trades, mentorship, education, legacy. Get your tickets now at ihra.com. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, as we roll into our 9 o'clock hour here on this Monday at Bronco Reaction Monday, a lot of good vibes around this team right now after 2 preseason games. Like you like to say, Mark, they don't count, but they do matter. And, you know, hearing from fans who were at the game on Saturday, first of all, really good crowd, 59, almost 60,000 for a preseason game. And I know that there was, what are you doing? What are you doing there?
You got to stop. It's distracting.
Just stop it.
Okay, yeah, see, that's Mrs. S right there. She came in here to grab stuff out of these drawers because she's packing, and it doesn't matter if I'm doing a radio show. Mrs. S is going to come in here and be in charge.
Wow.
She's a lady.
We just got done talking with the importance of taking responsibility and accountability.
Hey, listen.
And not 5 minutes later, you're throwing Mrs. S under the bus.
True.
I'm not throwing her under. I'm just telling you what's going on. I'm just telling you, so your computer is going off, Stokes' phone is buzzing, and then Mrs. S, speaking of buzzing, Mrs. S just comes in here, buzzes through like I'm not even doing the show. She just says, no, she didn't care. Oh, then there's horns honking. This is getting out of control. We're out of control, you guys.
Mark in
You got-
New York City. He's broadcasting from there this week as he's cleaning up the apartment that they were living in for the last year, cleaning out, moving out. And, so great crowd. There was a lot of energy, talking to people who were at the game. You know, the fans were really into it. And there was questions about Friday. Some people were upset that the starters weren't going to be able to play, and save for a couple starters making cameos like Evan Ingram, they did go with the backups. But I think the mood of the night, Stoke, shifted as the game went along. I think fans were really enjoying watching the depth and realizing that, hey, for the first time in a decade, they're actually building a football team, and there are some guys that are worth watching that excites you as a fan base that may not be starters but are certainly going on playing and making their case that they should be.
Absolutely. And that's what we talked a little bit about Friday. Hey, you're going to see some good players out there, even if the starters don't play. There's some season ticket holders that were upset not playing the starters, but there's going to be some good players out there, and there were, and they played well. So I think when you look at Troy Franklin, was that his breakout game? 2 touchdowns. You see Pat Bryant going out there catching everything. Obviously, Ingram had a nice play, and then Jonah Ellis continues just to make plays, Lavelle Bailey. So a lot of bright spots, and it really highlights the depth of the Denver Broncos and what the scouting department has done and Sean Payton has done to put this roster together, but also develop it. You know, so the assistant coaches, I mean, all the way around, you look at how they've drafted and signed free agents and developed these guys. This is what you see when you see the preseason game, the last 2 preseason games. You see the depth of this football team really showing itself.
Yes.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, I thought it was one of the big things because I was watching this game. Mike and I were texting, but I was watching this game in the United Club in the Arizona airport and getting ready to take my red eye to New York.
Oh, United Club. I was, not with the regular people watching the game. I was in the United Club.
I can't watch the game with the great unwashed masses. I got to go to the United Club.
You guys got a problem with that? I mean, I go in there and get something to eat and say, turn the game up. Although I was getting the Arizona broadcast, so I didn't have the tweet about Micah Parsons, but they didn't put that tweet. Micah, they didn't. Well, of course, it was Micah Parsons talking about the Arizona Cardinals.
Exactly. Had he been talking about the Arizona Cardinals, it'd be different.
Yeah, then News 4 would have thrown it up there. News 4 Arizona would have just plastered it all over the place. But, like, one of the big things that I came away with just watching the game was the difference in depth. Like, our second-teamers compared to their second-teamers, our third-teamers compared to their third-teamers, it was night and day. Like, we are so much deeper and so much better a football team than the Arizona Cardinals. And listen, man, their starters are good, and they'll win some games and all that kind of stuff. But it was, the difference, the level in depth and just the excitement of the players that we have compared to their players, it was apparent.
All
and
right.
Jonathan Gannon talked about it. Is like, hey, listen, man, that's a deep foot. You know how they go to break at halftime or whatever. He was like, hey, man, they executed exceptionally well. That's a deep football team. They've got some guys on their second team that could start every other, like a bunch of other places. Like Gannon was effusive in his praise for the Broncos.
Okay, this depth, and this is an important point then I want to explore here. When you guys look at this team's depth defensively, we know that there's a lot of depth in the secondary. Do you guys feel there's a lot of front seven depth? Defensive line, the outside linebacker, the pass rushers. I mean, when I start looking at beyond the defensive line of Zach Allen and DJ Jones and John Franklin Myers, what do you guys see? When I look at the pass rushers and I see Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper, beyond those guys, what do you see? Because I'm setting something up here I want to explore, but what is there legitimate depth there, Stoke?
Yeah, I see quality depth everywhere defensively. Now, it's already been tested at the inside linebacker position. You know, when you lost a good piece there in Drew Standers for a while, then you lost Singleton and Greenlaw, you look up, it's like, wow, okay, well, that happened fast. So, but once you get those guys back, you're going to see quality depth there. And you see other guys stepping up that we had, Lavelle Bailey. We know Sternod is a solid backup. So, yeah, defensively, I think everywhere. They're we love the starters, but, man, the backups make you feel good if somebody goes down that they're going to be able to go in there and you're not going to lose a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm 100% with Stoke. Like, one of the ancillary benefits of having a couple of tweaks early in camp to the linebacking core is all these younger guys get to go and show their wares. And I think they've acquitted themselves quite well. Sternad, as he said, has always been a good player for us, and then Bailey has played really well. So you've got a bunch of young guys that went out there, played exceptionally well, have played really well. The Broncos this is a great position to be in, man. You want to be in a position where you are so loaded, you are so stacked, that as soon as you release a guy, even though you'd like to bring him back on practice squad, he's going to be gone.
All right, well, then
he's going to get a legitimate opportunity.
Okay, then here's where I'm going, because especially if you both feel that there's that kind of young depth on their defense, their front seven, this has to impact how you go about making your roster cuts. If you've got some young defensive linemen and young pass rushers that you are worried that if you cut them, they're immediately going to get scooped up by another team, then here's where you got to make sure, because those kind of guys are hard to find. You know what's not hard to find? Running backs and wide receivers. Therefore, if you guys are right and they are that deep along the front seven, you can't carry 4 running backs.
Mike, you're 100% right.
And I'm going to go one step further, and this might be unpopular. You can't carry 6 wide receivers. Somebody's going to have to be out. You can't carry 6 wide receivers at the expense of cutting a defensive front seven guy that you know is going to get scooped up by another team.
I would agree with on the running. That's why there's going to be 3 running backs, Mike. They're going to have 3 running backs and a fullback. They're not carrying 4 running backs on this roster. And you're 100% right, because you've got to make concessions, because you've got to keep guys that you know are going to be great core special teams players that are really going to contribute on this defensive side and the rotation. Listen, man, defensive football, you got to have, I mean, it's 11 guys that are starting, but you got to have, 18, 20 guys in your rotation. You got to have a bunch of different dudes in the rotation. So you're 100% correct.
Oh, Stoke's straining a little bit. He doesn't. I don't know if he likes the idea of me cutting one of his precious wide receivers. He'll get a chance to respond. They can't carry 6 wide receivers. They can't.
I'm with you, Mike.
Okay, we'll see what Stoke has to say. That's next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoke here for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years, and they got some great auctions that are open for bidding right now that are ending this week. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public, and you're going to get some great deals on great items. One of my favorite auctions with over 1,800 items in a vehicle contractor and rental yard equipment auction is ending tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. This thing is packed full of all kind of big ticket items. You got a 2019 Ram 4-wheel drive pickup truck, skid steer loaders, you got backhoe loaders, all kind of cars, trucks, trailers, mini excavators, even got a really cool Harley Davidson motorcycle. Like I said, this thing is packed full of some great items. If you're in the market for a golf cart, yep, they got an Easy Go electric golf cart. And then the following day, Wednesday, with over 840 items in it, a government computer police evidence auction will be ending. It's what I love about Roller Auction. It's always updating and adding new auctions every single week. Go see it all and get yourself a great deal at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here for Trajan Wealth. Quick question. Do you have an old 401k from a previous job just sitting idle? If so, you're not alone. Many people leave these accounts untouched, unaware they might be dealing with higher fees, limited investment choices, or missing out on stronger growth potential. That's where Trajan Wealth steps in. Their fiduciary advisors are here to help you take charge of your financial future. They'll guide you through your options, assist you with rolling over that old 401k, and show you how to make these funds work harder for you. It's your future. Don't let it coast on autopilot. Trajan Wealth's a family-owned, veteran-led firm built on trust. Their advisors bring decades of experience and a teacher's mindset, so you'll always get clear, honest advice. You can visit them in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, or Loveland, or you can meet virtually from the comfort of your home. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples, that was easy.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is possession. POSSESSION. Text possession to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's possession to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Candy shaming. I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh. 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 Gross.
Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way.
In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, somebody told me you had a boyfriend.
All right. So, very curious to see what Stoke has to say, because both Mark and I agree that if indeed the Broncos have legitimate depth at two positions that teams are constantly digging and trying to find starters, never mind backups. If the Broncos have legitimate, real good backup young talent on the defensive line and when it comes to pass rushers, I believe you have to hold on to those guys. And if it means sacrificing a fourth running back, or in this case, sacrificing a sixth wide receiver, I think you got to do it. And as one texter said on the RamosLaw.com text line, Evans, you're proposing a scenario in which you'd cut Devon Vele, and they're not going to do that. I like Devon Vele, but if you're telling me who ultimately is going to make more of an impact for the Broncos moving forward, your sixth wide receiver or a real young defensive lineman or outside pass rusher that you like, I'm going to go with the defensive guy 10 times out of 10, Stoke. I know that probably concerns you. You've been sitting there during the entire break, grinding your teeth, just waiting. Okay, unleash the Stoke.
I mean, we can do both, Mike. I mean, it doesn't have to be one or the other. And you're keeping six receivers. You're not cutting Devon Vele. I mean, that's ridiculous. So that's not happening. I can guarantee you that. The only one that you would think about cutting is Sherfield. But he's also he returns for you too. I mean, he can return for you. And you paid him money. I mean, he's got, $1.5 million fully guaranteed. So I don't think you're cutting him. I mean, you could if you wanted to, if you loved. I mean, you have to love one of these, your fifth or sixth defensive linemen. I like their depth, but, I mean, we don't need to keep 8 defensive linemen. So they'll figure it out. It will be okay, and we're keeping 6 wide receivers. So, sorry, get over it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Stoke on the wide receivers. I think they'll keep all 6 of those guys. And I'm with him on Sherfield if they want to get rid of one of them. But remember, man, they play really a 3-down front. So, how many guys are you going to keep as backups? That's 6 guys there. Then your rotation, as far as your rushers are concerned, will you keep 4 guys there? I don't really know, but they'll make it work out, man. Here's a great news, man. They got a ton of really good players and a bunch of hard decisions to make. And when you're a really good football team, this is what happens to you. You've drafted well, you've developed well, guys have come to the forefront and really played well, and then you got to make hard decisions. Man, that creates competition, that creates the foundation of a really strong football team. Broncos, hey, what you're seeing is the Broncos putting together a roster that's going to be competitive for a long time.
Are you over it, Mike? The defensive line will be fine. They'll be fine.
So if you are cutting a defensive lineman that you are convinced is going to get scooped up by a team right away.
Okay, wait, let me stop you real quick.
You would rather let that guy go to keep a 6th wide receiver.
Listen, if they have a defensive lineman that they really like, they're not cutting him.
He's making the team.
Yeah, he'll make the team. They'll find someone else that's on the fringe, maybe a safety that, whatever, right? I mean, hey, cut Michael Burton and then bring him back in a week. So, look, it's all good. They'll figure it out. But they're not going to cut a defensive lineman that they love to keep.
What if they love 2 defensive linemen?
They'll keep them, Mike. They'll keep them. It's fine.
But you keep saying, well, they'll save that guy and they'll trim somewhere else on the roster. What positions are you willing to?
Quarterback. You're only keeping 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, we're in agreement there. They would be crazy to go with 3 quarterbacks.
You can do roster gymnastics by, like I said, you cut Michael Burton.
Well, but those are the guys that are not going to get picked up. I'm talking about these guys, young defensive linemen or young outside pass rushers that are going to get picked up.
How many of those guys are there? How many of those guys are on this team? I need some names, and so it's like we don't have 10 of those guys. I think we're going to be fine.
Mike, you're kind of creating an issue.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this, guys. Okay, on your 53-man roster, how many defensive linemen?
Here we go. Stoke, this is like when Mike goes, okay, let's pick the wins and losses.
No.
Win, loss, win.
No. On your football team, and if you're putting together a roster, how many defensive linemen would you keep?
No clue.
No clue?
No clue.
No clue.
So are you playing a 4-man front or a 5-man front? Or are you playing a 3-man front or a 4-man front?
What do the Broncos play?
A 3-man front.
Okay, so how many do you need?
Well, I mean, you're probably going to keep 5.
5?
Maybe 6.
Okay, so...
If you think about it, Mike, how much base are you... so this is where we're going to get into football that you don't really want to get into because you don't... this is going to – I'll have to educate you.
Fine, educate me.
Okay, so if you play a 3-man front, how many times are you actually in base to play a 3-man front?
Probably 35 to 40% of the time.
Probably more like 30,
okay.
35, 30%. So most of the time you're playing with 2 defensive linemen, so you're keeping edge players. So you don't really have 3 defensive linemen in the rotation. So 70% of the time, you're playing with 2 defensive linemen on the field and 2 outside backers, 2 edge guys. So you don't need to keep as many there in a 3-man front as you think you need to keep. And so, and again, it comes down to who you're going to slough off. Listen, if you got Buster McThunderstruck just crushing people on the inside, then you're going to keep that guy. Like to Stokes' point, you'll slough off a fullback and pick him up later. Prentice was rolling around because there's only a handful of teams that really respect the position. Sean is one of those guys, but he knows I can dump a fullback and pick another fullback up if I need to do that.
Is Devon Vele and Pat Bryant the same player?
No.
Stylistically. I'm not asking you. I'm asking the wide receiver.
No.
See? Thank you, Stoke.
Gloves are off.
Touche.
No, hey. and again, though, I mean, they're both, Like, they're not speed guys.
Right.
They both run good routes. They got really good hands. But, no, I think they're different. They bring a different skill set to that wide receiver room, and you want depth there. Look, this is a big year for Bo. So I don't want all of a sudden, hey, we're going to cut Devon Vele for to play Pat Bryant more. Now, certainly, hey, I guess once you take a step back, if they're that high on Pat Bryant, to your point, Mike, if they're that high on Pat Bryant, then I guess Vele would be the guy that you would cut, that you would release. But man, I just don't see that happening. He's too good of a football player to release him. But if you're trying to open up a path for Pat Bryant to play more, then that's what you're probably going to have to do.
I mean, if we're all getting excited about Troy Franklin and the big strides he's making in year 2, you already saw what Marvin Mims did, the ascension he took as a player. You have Cortland. Everybody seems to like Pat Bryant. I just kind of wonder if you get to a point where how do you carve out a role for Devon Vele? And I really like Vele, but if you're getting to a point where the Broncos have done such a nice job of developing real young depth options at hard-to-find places like defensive line and pass rusher, to me, those are far more important, and carrying an extra receiver like that is a luxury that I just don't think that you need. That's all. And I'm kind of surprised. I'm surprised that you stink. Mr.
Mike,
game is one at the LOS and one at the line of
okay,
scrimmage,
so let me just
nothing harder to do than moving a man against his will from point A to point B. You like that one, Stokes?
Yeah. Well, let me educate you once again, because here it is, your lack of understanding. So I showed you last week the first entry point on 18 handoff where R.J. Harvey missed it completely, was about 3 yards too wide,
Correct.
could have been a breakout run. He didn't. The second one, the second 18 handoff, was a double pirate stunt. The Sam linebacker stunted inside, and the nickel guy stunted inside. And they were in a stacked wide receiver condensed formation in a stack. You know who was the point on that stack, who absolutely dominated the safety who pinched, or the nickel guy who pinched? Devon Vele. You know what that run was? A 12-yard run to the outside. So is there value? Is there value in a team that couldn't run the ball the length of the length of a shoe last year, to having a receiver that will line up in the mix, that can motion in duo and root out a safety? Is there value in that, having a big dude that will block on the edge?
I guess there is.
Yes,
but
the answer is yes.
Okay, then how do
saying.
you? Okay, but how do you carve out a role for all these receivers?
I got it for you. So,
all right, hold that answer, okay? Because I'm genuinely curious how you're going to carve out a role if you've got 5 receivers that you all like. I want to know how you're going to carve out a role that makes all of them a value that you have to hold on to when it comes to building your roster. Stoke will answer that question next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals after beating his former team. Will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery? How about taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery, long-term medication. Here's the best part: same-day appointments. That's right, you can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. Call them. They're right there for you. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And I loved it, man. They educated me on exactly what was going on, why I was in so much pain that lasted me for decades, and then gave me options to get rid of that pain. And I'm telling you what, guys, they changed my life. A couple short visits to my guys at Spine One. I was doing things I hadn't done in decades. Playing golf again. I'm going to do that on Monday with Mike. You can play with us. Playing golf, sleeping through the night, lifting in the gym. Hey, sleeping through the night. You know what I'm talking about. If you live in pain, everything is affected in your life. It just checks you out of life. Don't live that way any longer. Call them, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spine1.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Hey guys, Low T Center's been improving the quality of hundreds of thousands of men's lives across the country with personalized care. Now women can enjoy the same life-changing, medical-guided hormone therapy. Just imagine how great you'll both feel. Go visit FixMyLowT.com for more information and to schedule an appointment.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, on this Broncos Reaction Monday, we're just debating the idea of the wisdom of carrying all these wide receivers, even including a guy like Devon Vele. And Stoke, you were like, don't worry about it. You can find a way to get them all involved. And I find that response from you kind of curious because early on in the season last year, you were railing against the fact that Sean Payton was using too many personnel packages. Settle on a couple of guys, settle on a package that works for you instead of just constantly moving guys in and out. And sounds like that's what you're here to advocate for.
Well, I think last year the reason why I didn't like it was because you had a rookie quarterback. You're putting a lot on his plate, but he did well with it. So now he's in year 2. He's comfortable with doing all this stuff. He's comfortable calling the plays and different personnel groupings just rotating in and out. He's good with it. He excelled with that last year. So, and this is how Sean likes to operate. So I don't have a problem with him doing it anymore because it worked. I look at this receiving group, and I do think they'll keep 6. Okay, and a lot of these guys will get a lot of reps because I think you're going to continue to see what we saw last year. Mims has a role, Franklin does, Vele does, and I think Pat Bryant will also. So here's the deal. Here is how I would handle this group. Early on, I am going with the core guys that we saw last year. So I'm going with Sutton, I'm going with Vele, I'm going with Mims, and I'm going with who's the last one? Franklin. Yes. So those 4 are the guys that I am going with, okay? And I will slowly start to sprinkle in the Pat Bryant into the equation here, okay? And he's got to earn more playing time by how he plays out on the field. But I'm going to slowly start to sprinkle him in to the lineup and see if he's ready for it. But I am going to give the bulk of what we have here to the guys that we had here last year, the bulk of the reps and opportunities. And Pat Bryant's still a young guy. He's doing great, but we don't need to throw him in the mix right now, 50, 60 plays. He's not, he wasn't a top 10 pick. So he's done great, but still, there's still going to be probably a little bit of a learning curve there where I already know what I'm getting from those other guys, and so they're going to continue to get the bulk of the opportunities.
Stoke, let me just tell you, I've been with Mike a long time, and I know I can read him like a book. I know what's happened. Okay, here's what's happened. Mike has been influenced not by his own study or by anything that he's done. He's been influenced by his love for Joel Klatt. Like Joel Klatt, when he talks,
Can you
he
blame me?
lights up. He lights up. When you talk about Joel Klatt, I mean, first off, he feels like he's the reason Joel is doing really good in the broadcasting world.
Preach,
he feels like
Elite.
his mentorship
Preach.
has done that for Joel.
Thanks a lot,
so
Mike.
if Joel says anything, Mike just looks at it like gospel. Like, oh, well, Joel said it, so it's got to be right. And Joel's hatred for wide receivers has run over on Mike, and Mike can't think for himself because he's so enamored with Joel. I mean, so here's the deal, Mike. You've got to think about it. I'm going to help you out. You got to think about it. Like a lot of these guys, wide receivers that are playing for the Broncos, think of them not as wide receivers. So you can let go of your Joel Klatt-inspired hate. Think of them as football players, Mike. You've got to think of Vele as a football player. You got to think of Bryant as a football player. So when you start thinking about it that way, then he becomes positionless. He's just a big-bodied wide receiver that does a little bit of the dirty work and everything. What do we like to say? For the love of the game? You got to think of them as for the love of the game players. Does that help?
That's a great speech. And when it comes to my admiration for Joel Klatt, probably about 80% of what you said there is true. Joel Klatt, by the way, will be making his season debut with us next Wednesday.
Yes!
But actually, where this all comes from, and it's why I'm kind of surprised, especially by your response, Stink, is that I'm a believer in building a team from the inside out. I'm all about trying to build a strong offensive line, a strong defensive line, strong defense front seven. That's always been Bill Parcells' vision for how you build a football team. Sean is a disciple of Bill. And so all I'm doing is kind of promoting the idea of how you build a football team. And if you feel like you look at your roster that you have some extra guys, some young guys along that defensive front seven, I think you just think long and hard before you expose them to perhaps losing them to another team. And if it means you have to sacrifice an extra running back, or in this case, an extra wide receiver, then yeah, I'll do it. And I'll do it for that reason.
Well, yeah, I would just really the thing I would argue about, Mike, and this is a conversation that I had with Mike Shanahan because I was asking about just the run game in general and the way it's changed from Brandon and I's year or years. So we used to put receivers out there by the numbers, on the numbers or just outside the numbers, and we'd run the wide stretch, the wide stretch philosophy, and that was the way it was. And one of the things you've seen is receivers coming down in very tight, condensed formations in close splits right next to the tight end. And so I was talking to Mike just about how the game has changed that way, and he does a great job of always educating. Like, I've always been curious, like, what has happened. And he goes, the reason that we have done that is we create more of an opportunity to get our backs one-on-one with cornerbacks. So when you bring a receiver in there, it creates less alley players. Like, there's less safeties that can just run a clean alley because it puts more bodies in there. And so you need receivers on the edge that are willing participants. Like, there's a reason Jerry Jeudy isn't here anymore. Unwilling participant. And there's a reason that great teams that really know how to run the ball have receivers that aren't afraid to get in there and mix it up.
Well, I think, but you want, of course, I don't dispute any of that. You definitely want to have 2 or 3 receivers that are capable of doing that. But do you need to try to have 5 or 6 of them? Is the point I'm making? Do you need to go that deep at that position? And if you feel like you have 3 or 4 guys that do all those things that you're talking about, then that's awesome. But why do you have to try to go 5 or 6 deep at that position?
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Like to Stokes' point, you're probably not going to have Pat Bryant in there for a lot of reps early, right? Is Mims one of those guys that's going to get in there and physically bring a presence on the inside? Is Franklin? And the answer to that is no. Can Cortland do it? Yeah. Can Vele do it? Yeah. You've got a couple of big guys, like really physical players that can do that. But you want to have that versatility. We're going round and round on this. They're going to keep the best 53 players, regardless of position. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, you don't have to worry. They're not going to cut a young defensive lineman that they really like. Okay? I promise you. They're not going to do that. So they'll figure out a way to keep those guys. You're breaking news about, hey, the game is won in the trenches, and that's what you've always – yeah, they're fine. They're going to keep those guys. So if they – and guess what? Offensive linemen, too, if they love one of these backups, they won't cut them. They'll find a way to make it work and to keep them. And, all of a sudden, what I don't want to happen this year is we look up and we got two receivers hurt. All of a sudden, Franklin and Pat Bryant are hurt, and we cut Vele. It's like, oh, really? We had a good quality wide receiver going into his second year, and we released him? So I don't think that they're going to do that. But then again, you always see a couple surprises on cutdown day, and so I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're keeping 6.
Relax. From a wide receiver standpoint, what you're advocating, would you like that kind of setup if you're talking about 5 guys that in theory could be part of the wide receiver game plan? Would you as a receiver like that? How would you feel about the idea that, okay, this week I might be featured, or this week I may not, or I'm going to be out there, my reps are going to be limited because everybody else in the wide receiver room is getting a chance to play as part of all Sean's different packages? Would you feel like you'd be able to find a rhythm, get into the rhythm of the game, all that kind of stuff?
I think there's positives and negatives here, right? I mean, positives are you're going to stay fresh, hopefully healthier throughout the course of the season because you don't have the wear and tear of going 60, 70 plays a game. But the other thing that is, to your point there, Mike, is sometimes it's hard to get in the flow of a game when you're coming in and out of the lineup. You like to be in there. Now, I got used to it being the third wide receiver to where, maybe I just play one play in the first quarter, and the second quarter I might play 15 or 20 plays. So, hey, that's just part of it, though. I thought they all handled it pretty well last year and did pretty good, and I think it should be better this year when you look at a couple of the young guys that were asked to do a lot last year with Vele and Franklin.
But isn't it – but this is why this is a great conversation. You know why this is a great conversation? Because this is not a conversation we've had in the last 9, 10 years. Have we ever in the last 9 or 10 years, guys, had a conversation where we're legitimately debating the importance of the guys who are going to be at the end of the roster and figuring out, well, wait a minute, should we save on this position group because this position group is a luxury? I mean, we just haven't had this kind of conversation around here in a long, long time, which I think is awesome. All right, we'll give
been 84
it feels
years.
like 84 years. Hasn't been, but it feels like it. So that's it's all good stuff. All right, it is a Bronco Reaction Monday. We'll get to some of yours here as we close out the show. And did Shedeur Sanders' competition in Cleveland call him out without mentioning him by name? That's next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. In today's economy, every single dollar counts, especially when it comes to your home. That's why Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is making it easier than ever to invest in lasting quality. Right now, 25% you can save on Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows made in America and engineered to outlast every single window on the market. They're also offering 20% off James Hardy siding so you can boost your curb appeal and energy efficiency all in one shot. Gravina's, family owned and operated since 1973, backed by hundreds of 5-star reviews. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton has earned a reputation for premium products and white glove service. What sets them apart? From the start to the finish, they're there for you guys. They never subcontract out the work. They do it all themselves. just first-class work and peace of mind. It's done right the first time. Flexible financing also available. 0 down, no interest options. Call them now at 303-794-0490. That's 303-794-0490. Or find them online at windowsforyourhome.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Xcel Energy wants to remind you, if you see a downed power line, think of it as a sleeping cat. One that will definitely scratch you if you wake it up. But it's more dangerous than that, so maybe a sleeping tiger. You know what? Just imagine any downed power line you see is a sleeping T-Rex and stay at least 30 feet away. Or, well, maybe more than 30 feet. It's a T-Rex. Always stay 30 feet or more away from downed power lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/safety.
Haven't filed taxes in years? The IRS may have filed for you, and you might not even know it. Join Todd's free masterclass August 27th at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan. Get answers, get back on track.
Auto theft in Colorado remains prevalent. Stop auto theft and subsequent crimes by locking your car and taking your keys every time. Learn more at lockdownyourcar.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down and he grabbed his sledgehammer and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What need worry?
File this one away as perhaps my never-ending respect for and admiration for Joel Klatt, but Texter brought something up. Hey, Evans, where was this love for wide receivers when Klatt was on? Stoke and Stink seemed pretty quiet when Joel was roasting them.
What? Stoke wasn't.
Elite. No, it was not. Exactly.
Yeah, Stoke wasn't. Now, I think that it's one of the most overvalued positions in football. I like football players at the wide receiver position. You can never have enough football players on your team, and that's what I love about our wide receiving core. I think we got a lot of football players on it.
Yeah, take that, Evans.
Okay, well, then I look forward to the roster will be intact, and there'll probably be 6 receivers on the team when Joel joins us here in about a week and a half, so I'll be curious to see his reaction and how you guys react to him.
Do you see where the alliance is? You would think, Stoke, you've been doing this show for now how long? Like a year? And I've been on for going on my 10th year. And, I mean, Joel left. How many years ago did Joel leave, Mike? How many years?
Oh, boy. That's 11?
Yeah. He's
wow.
He's still the favorite child. You can see it. He's still the favorite. It's unreal.
It's like the kid that, Daddy left. I mean, he's gone, Mike. He's gone. He left you, right? He's out having fun.
Yeah, not the first. What? Huh? Was that out loud? Sorry.
But you got a soft spot in your heart.
No, I'm with him. I think that wide receivers are an overvalued position,
okay.
and I'd
we're
rather.
Doing this?
We're not doing this again. We're not doing this. No, we've done this enough.
Okay.
All
All right.
All right.
Just
we'll hold on to this.
I like our group. To Mark's point, I think they're a different set of skills there with all of them, and the way that Sean uses those guys. I think you look at that group, and it's a good group, and I don't think you want to release any of them.
So are we in agreement here? Because you're starting to see now some of the roster projections for the 53-man. Are we in agreement? 2 quarterbacks, not 3. 3 tailbacks, not 4. Are we all in agreement on that one, Stink?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I would be interested in what's the guy's name? The third guy?
Ellinger?
Oh,
Ellinger.
Ellinger. We're
Yeah.
talking about quarterbacks.
Ellinger.
Okay.
Yeah. Could Ellinger become like a guy like Taysom Hill? I mean, he's got unbelievable athleticism, right? Thick lower body. Could he become kind of a different weapon for you at that position? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's something that's interesting or not. If Sean thinks that way or not. I know the way they used, especially short yardage goal line, the way they used Taysom Hill, and I'm not saying that Ellinger is the same caliber athlete that Taysom is. Taysom's 240 and can really run, but Ellinger is unbelievably athletic. So I just wonder if that could be a red zone option at some point.
No, I mean, I like that thought process. I mean, you kind of forget how Sean used Taysom Hill and what kind of impact he had, especially when you're looking to close a game out or score a touchdown in short yardage situations. I mean, Ellinger, he's an athletic quarterback, certainly. So that would be an interesting thought. I would probably think no on him, but he's an athletic guy.
I'd be stunned if you cut Sam Ellinger that he would get picked up.
Yeah, you're probably right there. So he could be on your practice squad, one of those guys you elevate occasionally.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
And if you're intrigued enough by him to continue to try to develop him in that Taysom Hill type role, yeah, go for it while he's on the practice squad. But you do not need to carry three quarterbacks. So if we're talking about 3 tailbacks, so Jaleel McLaughlin out because Tyler Bidet is making this football team.
Correct.
So are we good with cutting Jaleel McLaughlin? And if he goes through and doesn't get, and I don't think he'd get picked up either.
I agree.
Stink?
Yeah. Yes. I think McLaughlin. Hey, we know what he is, but he doesn't give you the versatility. He's an outside edge fast guy. So
what was that? Did you just invent a word?
Versatility.
Versatility.
Yeah, versatility. Yeah, I was trying to say versatility. I was trying to create 2 different words at one time, and it just came out wrong.
You do that.
Just let me go with it.
English? That's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay. It's part of your charm, man. It's part of your charm when you do that kind of stuff. When you just create new words, it's kind of fun.
Did Stokley actually pick up on it?
He did. He was the first one. He gave me a look.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about that? What's interesting about that is, like, I have dumbed you down, Mike, but you have smarted Stokley up. You know what I'm saying?
So what level was Stoke at then when this all began?
Oh, he was down. He was way down there. I mean, he's at the Louisiana level. It's a whole different. It's a different language. So I mean, you brought him up in English, which is really good.
That is
really
true.
Yeah, and I have brought you way down.
Way down.
You used to be so much smarter than you are
Yeah, but
now.
I like
I'm stupid, and I deserve that.
I like when Stoke says "spoil" and "groin."
Yeah.
I like that. Don't stop.
It's still there. Don't worry.
Stop,
it's still
man.
there.
Don't stop. Dylan Gabriel, the guy who got drafted higher than Shedeur Sanders, but maybe is jealous of all the attention that Shedeur Sanders has received. And, oh, by the way, Sanders played better in his preseason debut than Dylan Gabriel did. So you guys tell me, when he did his interview during the game after he played the other night, did Dylan Gabriel take a shot at Shedeur Sanders?
It's just part of it. There's entertainers and there's competitors. And I totally understand that. And my job is to compete. And that's what I'm focused on doing.
There's entertainers and then there's competitors. Immediately, that went viral. People thinking he was taking a shot at Shedeur. After the game, he tried to walk back his comments.
All you in this room are entertainers. And you have a job to do. And I respect it. right? And I'm a competitor, so I have a job to do as well. And I think, just understanding that, that's how I've lived by, and I've said that multiple times. So definitely not a new quote, but something that I've definitely said before. Yeah, first off, I'm all about our team, you know what I mean, and each other. I would never make that, and I've said it before, that's why it's interesting. But for me, I've explained it. Entertainers are you all, competitor, that's what I am, and all my teammates, and we both have jobs to do. So that's it.
Okay, Stoke, are we taking his comments out of context, or was there a pointed shot there?
No, I don't think he was trying to take a shot at Shedeur. What purpose would that serve? He's a third-round draft pick. That's, third or fourth on the depth chart. And Shedeur played pretty good in the first game. So, why would you take an opportunity, that opportunity to take a shot at Shedeur? It doesn't make much sense. It will draw a lot of attention, and you've done nothing in the NFL. Now, if you were the starter and you were kind of aggravated by it, I get it. But you're a third-round pick that's fighting to make the roster and fighting for playing time. You need to worry about yourself and not what Shedeur's doing. And so I think he's smarter than that. I don't think he was trying to take a shot at Shedeur at all. Kind of sounds like it, but I don't think so.
I'm with Stoke. I just think in the heat of the moment he was talking about competing in general, and I don't think he was thinking about Shedeur. He's thinking about the way he just played. So listen, man, they're teammates. They're battling, in competition, but they're also, I just have played enough time, spent enough time in the NFL where you're competing for a job, but you're still rooting for one another, so to speak. You're still helping each other out. And you want to win it, but you want to be as good a team as you can possibly be. So I'm not going to go there. I don't believe that he was taking a shot at Shedeur.
I don't know. We've seen it here where you've had grown men, who've been in the league for a long time, veterans, who have come out and said, didn't Joe Flacco come out here and famously say, I'm not here to mentor guys, and Aaron Rodgers has talked about that. So absolutely you have veteran players who've been around, whose resumes are a lot better, and whose standing in the league is much more secure, and they have no interest in helping out other guys on their team. So you don't think that two young guys, or in this case a young guy who's trying to get a foothold, you don't think that Dillon Gabriel, when he was drafted, in the third round, was feeling great, and the moment that he saw that Shedeur got picked in the fifth round was like, what the heck? Probably use words stronger than that. And with all the attention Shedeur has received and the way that Shedeur played in that first preseason game, you think he's all for one and one for all? He's all about team, or you don't think that he's looking at Shedeur as competition and maybe even some negative feelings? I think you're giving Dillon Gabriel way too much credit for
I don't think he's going to put him on blast, though, through the media, especially right after the game. I mean, are they competing? Yeah, I'm competing with the guy, but I don't think you're going to take a shot at him through the media.
Well, then if you're Dillon Gabriel, then right away I'm questioning what kind of judgment he has as a quarterback if he can't understand that this comment that you supposedly have said all the time, not understanding how it's going to be received by people. That's pretty poor judgment right there, Stink.
I don't know. I mean, you just finished the game, and somebody asks you about whatever, and you're talking about competition. I don't know. I think you're reading way too much into it.
All right,
personally.
All right. We'll carry this conversation over with Dover and Cecil. They're coming up next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Are you ready to know Low T Center? You know it. They've already changed a bunch of lives for men across the country. Well over a decade, guys. Testosterone replacement therapy, helping men get their energy back, regain their confidence, saving marriages, and helping overcome symptoms associated with depression. It's truly life-changing. But did you know women with hormonal imbalances can experience the same symptoms of men? with low testosterone. Guys, you know how frustrating it can be. So right now, for the first time, Low T Center offering hormone replacement therapy for women. It just doesn't affect guys like Low T does, guys. It affects women as well. Other treatments are available to help women balance out their hormones and get back to life. You guys can make it a joint venture. Both of you can go to the Low T Center and get served and get your life back, get your energy back, get to fight your depression, all those different things. So check it out. That's the Low T Center, guys. You can go to fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com or the Synergenics Health app as well. Fixmylowt.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable, all summer long for quality work done right the first time. Trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
Summer is here, and so is the seasonal traffic. If you've been injured in an auto accident, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve. With over $3 billion recovered, we fight and win for you. Don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law now at 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation.
Need more data so you can stream your jam mix on loop? Switch to Straight Talk and get real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network. Straight Talk, available at straighttalk.com or Walmart.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people who can dance like a tribe does.
People, welcome to it. It is a Monday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do. But we're without a Cecil Lammy today, kinda. And we're in a Richie Carney.
Hey now.
What up, Richie? How
What's
you doing,
going
man?
on, Josh?
Excited. We've never got to do this
This is I think the final check on not my Cecil Lammy bingo card, but my 104.3 The Fan bingo card. This is the only seat across from the only person that I have not done this with.
Nice. Well, I'm excited to get it going.
Me too, man.
You're already crushing it. He's got the sunglasses on. He's got the jersey. He brought us breakfast burritos. The crew definitely appreciates that. And One of my goals, as I just told Mike Evans, is probably to try to get you to take that undershirt off before the show's over to make Drew Spivak uncomfortable.
3 hours, 57 minutes, and 4 seconds for you to get that done. Let's do it.
We are fired up. You know how we start every show is a little tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for $1 today? Our chance to give you and your company a shout out on the radio. Send that information to 303-713-1043. It's the RamosLaw.com text line. And we'll take a couple minutes at the end of our first few segments to give you guys some love on the show. It was a big weekend, kind of. We had some football to watch, Richie. Now, not great football with the starters being out, but the Broncos winning and scoring points, well, that's fun to me. And I don't care whose name's on the back of it. When it says Denver and they're winning the way they were winning, I'm down with that. So, couple of preseason games, couple of wins with the backups looking solid. I enjoyed my time watching Broncos football Saturday.
Solid, man. You got Jared Stidham winning a mythical preseason MVP award.
Jared Stidham is the man, the myth, the legend in the Mile High City.
He is balling. And I was having this conversation with Phil last week when I sat across from him that he clearly is a guy who is cemented as a backup. He's never going to supplant Bo Nix outside of injury. But he's also never going to be Sam Ehlinger for the Denver Broncos, right? He's not that third guy. And I think there's like a peace and a calm and maybe a lock-in and focus element that comes with that because he can just go out there and rip it. He's not fighting for a job. He's very secure, both financially with his commitment from Sean Payton and with his position on the roster. And this is what you get when a professional athlete like Jared Stidham is playing with that kind of mindset.
Yeah. 16 out of 23 for 240 yards, 2 touchdowns, both to Troy Franklin. And we'll talk about some of the numbers from last week versus this week and how they look together. I still don't look at Jared Stidham as, I think it's kind of what you said. It's okay, if you have to play 2 or 3 games, I'm all right with that. If he has to play 5 or 6 games, I think Jared Stidham still gets exposed pretty badly. I don't think Jared Stidham is a savior or a team's calling the Broncos to be like, hey, that Stiddy looked pretty good. We need to get him over here on our side to see if he can compete for our job.
Well, I don't care if they do or they don't because, frankly, I'm not going to – that's a phone call that I don't think I want to pick up all that much. And, yeah, we're talking about, hey, you should pick up every call and Howie Roseman and, allegedly or whatever I got to say, best GM. He, in George Payton, is somebody that has staffed this roster in a way that – you don't have to necessarily pick up that phone call. Could you get maybe a 4th-round pick for a guy like Jared Stidham who's having maybe the best preseason
he's a quarterback
around the NFL, and he's a quarterback, the biggest position of need, and something that may actually be more valuable in Week 7, depending on how injuries and things shake out, than in Week 2 of the preseason. But you shouldn't give that up, in my opinion, because it's hard to find quality starting quarterbacks in the NFL. We know that, given the amount of teams that are looking for him every year around draft time. But it's even harder in some ways once those starters are slotted out to find backups that you can trust and rely on. And I genuinely think the Broncos have that. So you brought up, hey, if Jared Stidham's got to start for 2 or 3 games, I think maybe you feel some confidence in that. I certainly do. More confident than I've been in a lot of Broncos quarterbacks at the backup position in some time. But Josh, isn't it fair to say that if you're relying on a backup quarterback for 6 weeks
it's
or
over.
almost 2 months, your season has gone a different direction. You have to adjust your expectations accordingly from that point. But I don't know what you could want more out of the backup position than what they've gotten out of Jared Stidham throughout training camp thus far, because the preseason games were not an aberration. He's been doing this throughout the majority of training camp, and we've been out there to watch it. And it really starts to beg the question now, and Sean Payton's talked about it, and others have written and asked about it. Do they carry 3 quarterbacks on the roster given what Jared Stidham has shown them?
See, and I don't think they should. I don't think they should have done it a year ago. I think the third quarterback Sean Payton garage project is stupid, to be honest. I think, did Zach Wilson even touch the field last year? Not that I remember. And if he did, it was garbage time, take a knee, or turn around, hand it off, and then take a knee. Sam Ehlinger would be in that same boat. And I actually think Zach Wilson is better than Sam Ehlinger.
I do too.
So I think it's a waste of a roster spot. Here's a third quarterback, fullback, and a 5th tight end that does the same thing that a fullback does are complete waste of roster spots for Sean Payton. But it's his world, and we're only living in it, so we'll see what they do. I don't think they keep 3 quarterbacks this year because of Mike was just talking about it with the morning show. Defensive line depth, wide receiver room depth. What are they going to do with the running backs? All of those things go into that equation.
Yeah, listen, you can only carry so much at so many different positions, and the Broncos, which is insane to me, given the fact that I, like you, have lived through the better part of the last decade of Broncos football, where we're barely talking about having quality starters, let alone quality depth across the board. The Broncos have so much quality depth at so many positions, and it's why you have a preseason showing like they've had through 2 weeks thus far. And preseason doesn't count, but it does matter. I've heard Mike Evans say that. It's not a common.
I like that line.
It's a common kind of mindset. It doesn't count, but it does matter. And Sean Payton talked about how it mattered after the game in the evaluation process and the way that they then trimmed down their 53 and ultimately 48 on game day because of the showings and things that happened. So you look at the wide receiver room, they've got 6 wide receivers. There is no way, in my opinion, they carry 5 wide receivers on this roster.
Agreed.
They can't.
Nope.
And you can name all 6 comfortably and definitively. So then there's that. Then you got the running back room. You'd like to probably carry 3 plus the fullback because Sean loves his fullbacks, but now you got Michael Burton going down, bringing back Adam Prentice.
You remember those big blocks Michael Burton made a year ago that we just talked about for weeks on end? Dude, that was incredible.
Oh, you don't like fullbacks, huh?
No, absolutely not.
Aren't they like one of the last true bastions of like true football guys? Like a fullback or like a George Kittle style tight end?
Also, by the way, you don't use the fullback. They didn't have a 100-yard rusher to steal Zach's line. They didn't have a rush for over 21 yards. What the hell's the fullback doing?
400+ carries. Yeah.
Right. What's the fullback doing?
Well, I think that the injury to Michael Burton, who is a Sean Payton guy, and Sean's loyal to his guys.
That's true.
It could change the potential evaluation of that, depending on the timeline of his injury and what it looks like. But even if you just look at the running back room, you've got your 1-2 punch, in JK and RJ, the law firm. And now you're looking at that RB3 spot where we kind of just factored in it's going to be 3 running backs and a fullback for 4 in the room.
Yeah.
But you're starting to hear leaks and whispers. Sean Payton mentioned something in pregame about competing for RB3 and RB4 spots. Well, what is there an RB4 spot if you're only going to carry 3? So the fact that you're breathing it into existence implies that there's a real chance they may carry 4, and that changes the calculus all around, from cornerback to defensive line to pass rush and all those rooms that there may just not be enough math.
Yeah. You only keep 53. You only dress 47 or whatever that number is. So they got a lot of work to do over the next 10, 12 days before this thing gets going for real. Quick check-in on the RamosLaw.com text line. Frosty from the Springs is out there cruising around power lines, checking out trees. We appreciate that. In the Deer Creek area. Okay, Frosty, keep crushing it over there. From Arvada, I didn't put your name on this here. Sell windows and siding for Clearwater exteriors. Nice work right there. Adrian's our garage guy. He's checking in Littleton there. Jordan in Lakewood. Royal Comfort Heating and Air. He's keeping people cool on these warm days. Rich, it's another 100-degree week, so shout out to him for doing it. Red Bull Rob, out here giving people their wings. So he's a Red Bull delivery driver.
Okay, I was like, is that a nickname or that's just the Red Bull Rob is cool.
Just hammering Red Bulls all day long.
Giving
Rob.
people their wings. That's a bar. That's kind of a bar right there.
That's pretty
I'm Red Bull
cool.
Rob and I give people their wings.
That's a pickup line right there, Rob. One more here.
How you want to fly?
Heading up to Wyoming to deliver some building supplies for data centers. Listening to you guys Monday through Friday. Appreciate that, Damien. Shout out and have a safe trip up there. Shout out to Mike in Longmont selling some mattresses at Sleep Number. Oh, look at that. Mike getting a little plug in. Official NFL partner. That's nice, Mike. Your boss is going to appreciate that. All right, we are off and rolling. It's Richie Carney sitting in for Cecil Lammy. We're here till 2 o'clock, and we got plenty of Broncos to talk about. I had my eyes on 5 specific players. I want to go over that list with you, Richie, and then we got a long list of questions, things that we learned about this game. Who shined in the preseason game? There are a couple of names we can throw on that list, and we'll do it next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals after beating his former team. Will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
I have 3 words for you. $10 Tuesdays. They're back at Papa Murphy's. That's right. On Tuesdays, get any large pizza for only $10. Celebrate the return of $10 Tuesdays today at Papa Murphy's.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Thinking about buying a home in Colorado? You're not the only one, and now might be your best shot. We're officially a buyer's market, which means you've got the upper hand. More homes are on the market, competition is down, and serious deals are out there just waiting to be found. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking to upgrade or downsize, now's the time to get pre-approved. And American Financing can make that happen in 24 hours or less. And here's the kicker. When you work with both American Financing and their partner, American Home Agents, you can save an additional 1% up to $10,000 on your home loan. If you've been sitting on the sidelines, it's time to step in, and American Financing is the place to start. Don't let the 20% down myth stop you, and you could buy a home with as little as 3% down. And with down payment assistance programs available, getting into a home might be easier than you think. Give them a call at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
The Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale starts Thursday, August 21st. Buy the first tree at regular price and get a second tree for only 50 cents. Choose from thousands of shade trees, flowering trees, evergreen trees, and more. Buy one 8 to 10 foot tall aspen clump for $359.50 and mix or match a second tree for 50 cents. That's 2 trees for $360. The 50-cent tree sale at the Tree Farm. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is yard. Y-A-R-D. Text YARD to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's YARD to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Y'all mind if a white boy speak a little Spanish today?
This is nice right here. This feels good. Feels good on a Monday. That's Richie Carney sitting in for Cease. We're hanging out until 2 o'clock, talking a bunch of Broncos, still checking your text on the RamosLaw.com text line with the Tribe roll call. We'll get back to that in a couple minutes. Again, who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for a buck today? Send that info to 303-713-1043. Rich, you got a laundry list of some things I noted, and I want to talk about a couple players I was specifically watching, something Cecil and I have been doing. Honestly, we might take it into the regular season, but for preseason, we were going over 3 to 5 names. Each of us are our homework assignment. You're going to watch this player and then report back. I had Tyler Bidet, Pat Bryant, Lucas Kroll, Kyrese Rowan, and I even picked a punter, Jeremy Crawshaw.
Love that.
To look, because he was not good in the first preseason game. Tyler Bidet gets 6 touches total, catches and runs, and gets 30 yards. I think Tyler Bidet, and you were kind of talking about that with the running back competition. Yeah, him and Jalil are battling for reps with the RB3. and I hear it all the time. Cecil says it. Mike Kliss has said it. Tyler is more like what RJ and JK can be, and Jaleel is the outlier that, as we saw on Saturday night, can get loose, break one, and have a big game. So, liked what I saw out of Tyler Bidet. I don't think he did enough to make, he's now ahead of Jaleel McLaughlin. Did you see anything that made you change there? Now, I'm not the biggest Jaleel guy. What he did Saturday night, that run, that's exactly what he's supposed to do. The problem is that's about the first time I've seen it in 2 years.
Well, and he had one taken back because of a holding penalty
True.
on Pat Bryant
True.
in the previous game. Listen, Jaleel McLaughlin has a skill set, in my opinion, that is clearly defined, right? He's that change of pace back. Even though he's bulked up about 10 or 12 pounds, he's not going to be your between-the-tackles savior.
Yeah.
He's just not. And because of the moves they've made, bringing in JK and drafting RJ, he doesn't have to be that consistently anymore. What he needs to be is that change of pace guy that's going to get 6 carries, and he's got to make a difference in that small sample size. He possesses the skill set to do that, but it didn't translate last year when he was given, just like Audric Estime, the opportunity to take over the starting role from Javonte Williams, who couldn't hack it either.
Yeah.
And he didn't do that, not consistently enough. So I'm not just going to forget that context coming into this season. And the other thing that makes that more difficult is Tyler Bidet is going to make this football team.
Yes,
Josh.
he is.
He is going to make this football team, whether it is the RB3 and they only carry 3, or the RB3 and they decide to carry 4. So right off the bat, there is somebody who already, in addition to JK and RJ, in my opinion, is going to make this team. He is a mainstay on special teams. He's locked in, it seems like, as that personal protector, which, as I've heard Phillip, Lindsay, and others on the station talk about from their playing experience, how important and sneaky critical that position is to building your roster and filling out your special teams. And I'm going to be honest with you, and I don't care what it matches up against 40 times or Underwear Olympics or any of that, I think Tyler Bidet can do almost everything that Jaleel can do.
I do too.
And then you bring up the fact that Sean Payton is begging for somebody to bring up pass protection so he can talk about how good Bidet is.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I didn't think I saw anything with Jaleel McLaughlin where it was just like, the guy can't hack it, the guy can't do it. But I haven't seen enough separation from Jaleel to say, wow, he's taken X big a step forward from last year. And when it comes to him and Bidet, it's clearly Jaleel, and here's why. I haven't seen that either.
No, and look, I think Jaleel McLaughlin brings the skill set to a team. You said he kind of defined what he can do. But when one of my biggest questions going into the season is Sean finding a healthy balance between running backs. And I'm already worried about that with 2, RJ and JK. Now you want to throw Tyler and Jaleel into this pot and stir it up and see what you can get there. I don't trust Sean to use each guy in the right way. And then I also get worried about Sean going, man, I've given JK and RJ some chances. Tyler's even gotten here a couple. I got to get Jaleel in the game. For what? You know what I mean? Like Sean just overthinking thing with the running game. And I know that because I saw him do it 17 times last year with the roster. So the more running backs, I actually think that hurts Sean's game plan a ton because he's going to try to, I got to get this involved. Jaleel's so good on the outside, and I got to prove I was right by giving him another opportunity. So now I got to force feed him this to the outside to let him break a tackle or give him a chance to break a tackle and operate with speed and space. He didn't do enough for me last year to earn this.
The reality of the situation, Josh, is that Jaleel McLaughlin may be on the brink of getting Jaleeled. He
That's a good one.
last preseason, last offseason, was the guy that Sean Payton came out and has said multiple times now, hey, we had to rewrite our plan and what we thought we were going to do because during the course of camp and then especially in the preseason, we realized there's no way this Jaleel McLaughlin kid, this undrafted guy, is going to clear waivers and make it back to our practice squad. Well, I actually think that's what Tyler Bidet is doing in 2025. And it's multifaceted from a special team standpoint. He provides some of the same things, if not more, at the RB3 running back spot than Jaleel can do. And he's been a part of this organization throughout the entire time that Jaleel's been here. So he's not a newbie that you're going to have to bring up to speed and do all these things. I think it's going to be fascinating to now watch how this final preseason game plays out and what that means, whether they carry 3, whether they carry 4, and the calculus that changes for other areas on the roster.
Doesn't it feel like Tyler Bidet is like 30 years old? He's actually 5 months older than Jaleel McLaughlin. That's it.
That's crazy.
5 months older. So it's not this youth movement or, well, you got to keep Jaleel because he's younger and he might be around. First of all, they're running backs. It doesn't matter if they're around for a year or 4. You can kick them out. You can bring new ones in. They're not the most important piece on an NFL roster.
The guy got a jersey in a playoff game, but he hadn't played the majority of the season.
And, I mean, dude, you saw it. What was going to happen to him if he didn't get hurt in New York? Sean wanted him to take that job and run with it, was going to give him the opportunity, and just had the worst luck of all time with that back injury. I think Tyler Badé's on this football team.
I 100% it has continued to, just like I feel like I've started to really find some footing in how I think the wide receiver room is going to shake out with the wide receiver 2. I really, really feel more confident after seeing what my eyes have seen at camp and what we've all watched during the preseason games that Tyler Badé factors into this offense.
Agreed. A couple of the names I was watching, Pat Bryant was one. He looked great. Obviously led the team in receiving with 5 catches for 70 yards. It was Troy that had the touchdowns, who we'll talk about later. But I also wanted to watch Lucas Kroll and Kyrese Rowan. Guys that Lucas Kroll with Nate Atkins was getting first-team reps last week. Kyrese Rowan's been like this little training camp darling for the first couple.
He's got that Michael Bandy energy.
And he's got the hair, too, looking crazy. And that's the good I'm going to say about Kyrese Rowan, because he's not making the team either.
Yeah, no, he's not. But
he's been good at practice, but doesn't show up in either of the preseason games.
He has been good in practice, and he's one of those guys that kind of makes you turn your head, like we did probably 6 or 7 years ago for Phillip Lindsay, and we did for Tim Patrick at one point, and all those where it's like, oh, who's that? Who's that number 39?
Mm-hmm.
That's Kyrese Rowan, or was Kyrese White apparently before this. So
that was his college screwed it up. Apparently, that's what Broncos PR told me.
Yeah, there was also a thing of like, did he legally change his name with the courts, which is something I don't know you have to do, I guess, but. He is in a position where you can't be fighting much more of an uphill battle than a guy like Kyrese Rowan has, because we said last segment the Broncos are going to keep 6 wide receivers, and you can name all 6 pretty confidently. And then even below that, you got guys like Joaquin Davis, who I don't care that his stat line shows 1 reception for 11 yards on 2 targets in a preseason game. That guy jumps off the screen. Yeah. From a physical standpoint, an athleticism standpoint. You want to talk about a lump of clay for an offensive mind like Sean Payton, or frankly, other coordinators and coaches around the league, because I genuinely think this guy could make a team if and when he doesn't here. Joaquin Davis is a stud. And so that guy is in the same pool as Kyrese Rowan, and even Jerwan Newton and Courtney Jackson, who's making plays in the return game and flashing some speed ability as well. So I feel bad for guys like that in that position, because they are already put in a situation where, hey, man, the best you can hope for is that you stick around on the practice squad and maybe somebody gets injured. But even then, there's probably 2 or 3 other very comparable guys who can take that spot.
And to your point about Davis, that's the body and the frame that Sean's looking for. Kyrese is 5'10". That's what he's listed at. So he's actually 5'8". He's a little fella. Got some speed, but that's not what Sean's looking for.
I get wary sometimes, and I think we as fans and we in the media make too many lofty comparisons. Every first round or number 1 overall pick quarterback in the NFL, it's always like his pro comp is Joe Burrow. And it's like, well, let's just hold off on that just a pinch, okay, before we do that. But when you just look at him, to use the Zach Bye analogy, if an alien came down from space and didn't know any of the prior context, you look at Joaquin Davis and you're like, that dude's a stud wide receiver.
Exactly.
He has the body type of like a Demaryius Thomas, just that big body, tall, but smooth. When we watched Devon Vele last camp, who was the turn your head guy as the 7th round pick, one-a-day Vele, he just looked like he glided out there on his routes. And Joaquin Davis has those same vibes. So he legitimately may not and doesn't have the best chance to make this final roster for the Broncos, but he, I think, is absolutely one of the guys that Sean Payton talks about when he goes, hey, there's going to be guys that we cut that are going to play on 53s elsewhere.
Yeah. And you are contractually obligated to mention A.T. Perry when you're sitting in that chair.
Yes, A.T. Perry, huge thing. Speaking of uphill battles, right? A.T. Perry comes back for his first practice last week, and they've got 9 wide receivers who could play on game day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Shout out to our guy Mike and Parker. He's listening, says, what's up, guys? I'm packing and doing a little shopping because he's heading to Maui for a week. Mike, that's a pretty good setup that you got going on.
You're packing. I'm cracking. I'm cracking the first.
Do it. There it is.
Of the day.
Nice. Double dipping right there. Steve and Thornton's at Amazon. Best show ever. And I'm an everyday listener. Go Broncos. Steve, we appreciate that. I'll even give you a pass from being up there in Thornton since you sent a great text. Keep the text coming in. Again, Tribe Roll Call and your takeaways from the Broncos preseason game that featured some starters, but mostly backups. 713-1043. I do want to get into and continue the conversation of things we watched that we took note on, but I also want to talk about some of the things they need to improve upon. Sean Payton talked about it. Penalties were bad. We'll get into the things that need to be cleaned up coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're talking some Denver Broncos after a 27-7 victory over the Cardinals. It was a domination from the backups for the Denver Broncos, and that's exactly what you wanted to see. We continue to talk about this, ask you guys to give us your thoughts on the RamosLaw.com text line, players that stood out, storylines that you saw, and now maybe roster decisions. That's right, around the corner. 303-713-1043 is the text line. You can hit us up there and put your name on the text so we can give you a shout-out on the show. Richie, before we talk about things that maybe could get cleaned up, was there any part of you, and obviously we didn't talk on Friday on the air, I didn't like the decision to not play the starters. I mentioned to Cecil on Friday, give Bo and the offense a chance to stack some days. You won Thursday. You're going to go through a walkthrough Friday. Obviously can't lose a walkthrough, but stack some good days. Win Thursday. Go out and play 8-10 plays and win again on Saturday and get to do it in front of your hometown fans. I didn't like the way that Sean decided to go against this, and a lot of that has to do with now next week at 11 in the morning, he's going to ask some of those starters to go out there and do it just so he can stun on his ex with his new thing on his arm, and I don't really like that.
Isn't that what you'd want to do, though?
That is what I would do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I'm not the head coach of the Denver Broncos. It's not about Sean's feelings or wanting to show off. It's about getting the guys ready in the right way.
I will say this. I don't think I was a huge fan of it in principle, and there's just a million different things you can draw from that maybe led a lot of us down that path. It's the only preseason game in front of the home fans in Broncos country, as evidenced by the fact that house was rocking and Evan Ingram was having out-of-body experiences.
Yeah. Did you see it was on it was Zach, and then we reshared it on our Instagram. Zach was at the game with his son. Dude, the stands were going nuts and full as hell.
You couldn't find an empty seat if you hit pause and tried. So that is kind of one of those man, seriously, the one time the fans are going to get to see any preseason action, which, frankly, there's a part of me that's the fact that fans want to pay to go to preseason games in the first place is crazy. Yeah. And Broncos country's got 70,000 of them that want to do that and then show up in enthusiasm and in force. And then you say, oh, well, to your point, you go through the joint practices, you want to stack some days, you want to build some callus and get that rhythm. I felt all those things. But after watching it unfold, I do feel differently. I don't care as much as I did before the game because I think it was actually awesome and validating and encouraging to see what the depth players were able to do in that setting and in that situation. Because, let's be honest, Jonathan Gannon wasn't playing his starters. This was clearly a mutually decided thing that they were going to do. So if the offense goes out there and just smacks around the twos, we're like, oh, hey, that's great, but isn't that kind of what they're supposed to do? You know what I mean? And then it's almost like we would be willing to, we'd almost start eating away at our evaluation.
But then what's next week going to be? They're going to play 2s and 3s next week too. Kellen Moore, he's not going to cater to Sean because Sean had 2 joint practices, and I don't really know what the Saints did because I don't care about the Saints.
I don't know. Do you listen? We talk about Sean Payton stunting on his ex, right, and wanting to start his guys. Do you think the Saints might be like, hey, we're not going to let this guy come back into our house? Come back into our house. Wait till they get a load of Chyler Shuck. Yeah. You like that?
Right. I would like that if that were the case. Maybe Kellen Moore does want to, that's the guy that brought you the promised land, but screw him.
I think when it comes to the starters, right, they're already getting such a limited sample size in terms of reps. I mean, Sean's talking about we got guys on an 8-snap plan. 8 snaps could barely even be one drive, and we got all these different situations for all these different guys, and they're doing all this math. At the end of the day, they're not going to play that much, so I'm kind of just of the mind, especially because I really friggin' enjoyed watching that game against the Cardinals and the way that it played out. So if it happened where they get most of their snaps against the Cardinals and they don't play against the Saints, or they don't play against the Cardinals and they get 2 drives or so against the Saints and they do it, that really doesn't matter to me as much. What does matter to me, regardless of when they did it, is go down the field and score a touchdown. Kevin, get the dump button ready for me, okay?
Nice. There's another one.
Yeah.
What if they don't do that on Saturday morning?
Then I'm going to be frustrated.
And I think I'm getting text back, thank God you're not the Broncos coach. That was a dumb idea. All right, that's all good. We don't have to agree upon everything. But what if, so let's fast forward to Saturday morning, and it's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, the game's over. And Bo and the Broncos' first-team offense, let's give them 3 points. Same thing they did against San Francisco. So you're going to tell me that Bo and the first-team offense have played 25 plays together and put 6 points on the board, and I'm supposed to feel good going into the regular season? Thank God it's Tennessee and Indy to start because you should roll over those fools, but you might need that as an extension of the preseason game because of the way Sean's handling this.
Maybe, but again, they have had similar problems throughout training camp that have manifested themselves a little bit in the preseason. They just feel a little bit clunky, right? And it's because this car that Bo Nix and Sean Payton were driving in 2024, it's been in the shop, okay? It's not the same vehicle, okay? It's got spinners, it's got fuzzy dice, they added some nitrous, okay? The thing is turbocharged now. You bring in Evan Ingram and RJ Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, and you draft Pat Bryant, and then you bring in the defensive additions that they did as well, Greenlaw Hufanga and Jade Barron. So this car, especially on offense, drives a little differently, and they're going to have to work through that, and frankly, it's going to carry over, there's a good chance, into the regular season, which is what we've seen from every team around the NFL. The more they continue to truncate the preseason, shrink it down, and eventually it's probably going to get even more when they go to 18 games and 2 preseason games, where weeks 1 and maybe even weeks 2 feel like the preseason anyways.
And then that nitrous starts leaking. We can't pronounce the word road anymore. We're calling it Road, Rudes. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. What was the name of that cop? Bobby something? Remember he had the cop car with nitrous in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, God, what is his name? I don't remember.
He helped him save the rec center and all the good stuff that happened. Somebody will tell us on the text line. All right, well, some of the things that really the only thing that needed to be cleaned up from this preseason game was pre-snap penalties. 11 penalties on the Broncos for a total of 75 yards. Sean Payton talked about kind of his opening statement here, talked about the good of the game, and then those penalties that need to be cleaned up.
I thought our energy, kind of how we started the game, really in all 3 phases. There's going to be a lot of good things on tape we like, and then the one area that has to get cleaned up are the penalties. And more importantly, the pre-snap penalties. Not the ones that are taking place during a play, but the ones that happen before we even snap the ball. So we'll get that cleaned up. But overall, I thought it was a good night in a lot of areas.
Now, I'm going to isolate one guy because it happened just in the worst timing for him, but 11 penalties, 2 of them came on Caleb Lohner in a 4-play stretch.
Yikes.
Where the broadcast had their own things going on that we'll talk about later, but actually in about 7 minutes we'll talk about one of those things. It was like right when my guy Ryan Harris, he's talking up Caleb Lohner, gets 2 penalties in 4 plays, and then Steve Levy's like, well, that didn't work out real good for you.
Yeah, there was an element of, and listen, that is Ryan Harris, who we all love, and we know he's a great dude, and Steve Levy, who, God knows we could pull up the Steve Levy track of how many different ways he pronounced Alberto Cuebanam and Michael O.J. Medea.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a tough job to do and to react in real time, but there were a couple of moments. Shout out Ryan, lovely guy Ryan, where it's like you say something and then immediately what happens on the field is the opposite. It's like, oh, Sean Payton's got to be thrilled when they see that, and they pan to Sean Payton and he just looks livid.
He's pissed.
He's pissed. Yeah. Or like, this guy's really dialed in on the execution penalty. You know what I mean? It's just like, what are you gonna do?
It was a tough one. So yeah, they must clean up pre-snap penalties. We're all excited about the run game and the average per rush, making it third and manageable as opposed to what it's looked like the last couple years with Russ. But those pre-snap penalties will kill all of that momentum they have rolling. Somebody just texted in, Rudes from the movie.
There it is.
Outstanding stuff. All right, let's do that. Like I said, we're going to go inside the internet every day around 10:40, 10:45. First up was one of those big mistakes from the 9 News broadcast. Also, was it Dylan Gabriel taking a shot at Shedeur Sanders? Now, I know he tried to backpedal. I don't know if I believe him. Will you? Will Richie? We'll find out coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, if you've been waiting for the right time to replace your windows, this is it. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is offering 25% off Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows, made in America, built to last a lifetime. They're Colorado's original Infinity dealer, family owned and trusted since 1973. In uncertain times, choose the company your neighbors count on. That's Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Call at 303-794-0490 or visit them at windowsforyourhome.com because your home deserves the best.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today. Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client, when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. The funny part is, at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Ellen, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt and it wasn't your fault and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303-LAW-4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Not every victory has fireworks. Sometimes it's a quiet win, like tying your shoes without gasping, walking upstairs without pausing, or being able to sit cross-legged on the floor and play with your kids. That's what soda gave me. I lost 82 pounds in just 16 weeks. And with it went the weight, the aches, the excuses. But what I gained, confidence, energy, time, and a version of myself I thought was long gone. Soda didn't overwhelm me with rules or leave me starving. I ate real food. I learned what my body needed. And the personal nutritionist, game changer. They were there with answers, encouragement, and real solutions. If you're looking for your own quiet win, this is your moment. If it worked for me, it will work for you. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com, click the Request a Nutritionist callback. It's time. You can do it. SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA, SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Do you know what's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide? If you guessed Discover, you guessed right, based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
All right, what's happening on the internet that we need to talk about? Well, one story that was going viral on Saturday night, and we wrote about it at DenverSports.com. That's where we like to start our Inside the Internet segment and encourage you to do the same, starting your day at DenverSports.com. Finding the stories about your favorite local teams, rewatching, re-listening to your favorite shows right here on The Fan. You can do all of that at DenverSports.com. And Richie Carney, who's sitting in for Cecil today, you saw it. I know we all saw it. The quote about Micah Parsons, my dream destination, Denver. I would love to play for the Broncos. They've already got the best defense in the league, and they have a real chance at a Super Bowl. That was supposed to be on a podcast, but that actually never happened. And as we have the tweet, somebody named Normie, at EpicNormie _ on Twitter, LMAO, my bait made it to TV. Now, a couple things. They got to be better than that. Again, Ryan Harris came out and on social yesterday, apologized for all this stuff. Ryan's my guy.
It's also not entirely Ryan's fault. Like, he may have brought it or something, but there's a whole production
pecking order,
team.
yeah.
There's a producer group. There's the other co-hosts on the broadcast. Like, it's not just Ryan's fault, but he definitely took the sword.
Yes, he did. And I will also say this. You're right. A lot of people, needed to look at that, and some folks made mistakes. They're owning up to it and say they're going to be better, and you believe them for that. We all make mistakes. I actually have not that I have a problem with, but like, do you guys not have anything better to do? This normie guy on social media, or gal, I don't know who you are. I don't really care. You don't have anything better to do than who goes out of their way to make a fake email, to do a fake Twitter, then a fake Instagram, and come up with a fake name, and then create a fake graphic, and then put it out on the internet in hopes that somebody will buy it or bite on it, and then you get some sort of satisfaction? Like, do you not have friends?
Well,
or
that
a lady?
you're echoing almost exactly how I heard Mike Evans going off on
really?
his bully
Okay.
pulpit this morning about, like, you guys and your sad lives and your putrid existences.
Yes, Mike Evans.
And all that stuff. And like, listen, you can throttle up the aggression or dethrottle it as much as you want, but it is kind of weird, right? Because the most valuable commodity that we have in life is time, right? God, I really sound like Cecil Lammey now. The most valuable commodity we have in life is time, right? And what you spend your time doing shows how much you value it. And it's like, hey, maybe instead of going through the laundry list of things, creating a fake email, doing this, doing that, resourcing, making graphics, putting this stuff out there, like, go touch some grass, maybe.
Yeah,
you know
ask
what I mean?
a girl out for a drink or something like that.
Because
I don't know.
this is like, it's not just a thing, though, and it does actually, not to say, oh, poor us, right, in the media, but there is an element that it makes it a little bit more difficult for us, and this is made harder by the onset of AI and all that, where sometimes it's hard to know what, you can see a video of Jim Harbaugh talking about, like, bringing snake charmers and things into practice and be like, wow, first of all, sounds like something Jim Harbaugh would do. But you'd be like, oh my gosh, look, he's saying it at the podium. And it's like, well, that's entirely fake and generated. And so you have these like Black Adam Schefter and Scam Sharanya or, all these things. And it's like, what is the payoff here? What's the end game for this way that you're spending your time?
I mean, is that it? So this guy got 9 News and via NFL Network to buy on it, so his box is checked. His life is complete. I just don't understand why. And then like I said, he's celebrating it on social media. I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe I'm old head on the internet now that I just think that's a lot of time you could be doing other things with.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like, it's one of those things where I guess if a gotcha is what you're looking for. And like, maybe that's cool that like that guy can say like, oh, my bait, my troll made it on TV. And I'm sure he's very active in Broncos Twitter, right?
Okay,
and all that. Like
okay.
I've definitely seen that account before, but like there's a part of me that's like, well, wouldn't it be cooler if you made it for something true or valuable or meaningful, like insightful, or like how about you be the liquor store clerk who broke the news of the Patrick Mahomes extension because the entire team was buying Ace of Spades and Dom from her, and she's like, something big's about to happen, and then she's collabing with Adam Schefter. They're making a whole thing. She's on SportsCenter. That to me should be the goal. Not, I wonder if I can change one letter in Rap Sheet's Twitter handle, who, by the way, on the Pat McAfee show right now, I have never seen a more I look like 11 years old outfit than what Ian Rappaport is wearing on Pat McAfee right now. He looks like the little kid that's going to ask the question to the quarterback at the Super Bowl about his hero.
When you're out in public and you see a toddler dressed ridiculous, and the mom's like, no, I let him dress himself today. That's Ian Rappaport. He got to dress himself today.
I mean, he's got a cool Tecmo Bowl American flag T-shirt and like a hat, but like to me, like this is one of the lead insiders in sports, and he looks like he's walking out of a Whole Foods on Saturday afternoon.
Yes. All right, so this again, and I also think about this, Rich. You go out and you meet somebody, and you're just shooting the breeze, and you're like, yeah, man. And the other day I had this viral tweet, and you'd be like, oh, that's awesome, dude. What'd you do? Like, that's cool. What'd you get? It's like, I made this fake graphic about a fake quote, and it's a fake story, and they put it up on a preseason game. And I'd go, all right, I'm going to get up out of here, bro. Nice meeting you.
Well, anyways, look at the time. Got to do the lawn.
Yeah, do something better with your time, guys.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
Yeah, just ask that normie guy on social media. All right, this one to Cleveland, where it was Dylan Gabriel's turn to play quarterback for the Browns in a preseason game where he was 13 out of 18, had 143 yards, no touchdowns, an interception, there was a house call, and sacked twice for a loss of 11 yards. And then he said this after the game. And a lot of people think this is him taking a shot at Shedeur. He did backpedal and say, I'm not taking a shot at Shedeur, but you can be the judge for yourself. Here's what he said, quote, there are entertainers and there are competitors. And I totally understand that. My job is to compete, and that's what I'm doing. It's something that I'll get used to. And I just want to be the best teammate that I can and create an environment where we can all get our best work in, end quote. Now, he said that. People went, whoa, he's taking a shot at his teammate.
Yep.
He's a competitor and Shedor's the entertainer. Then Dillon Gabriel would follow that up with saying, hey, this is something I've said before. He's talking about the media. A quote again. Well, all of you in this room are entertainers and you have a job to do, and I respect it, right? I'm a competitor, so I have a job to do as well. And like I said, he goes on to say, this is not a new quote. This is something I've used in my football life in the past. Do you believe him?
100%. And to believe him or to really evaluate it in full, you have to actually have the context of the question that was asked. And that was something that even Adam Schefty, and a lot of these other guys did not include. Now, they just presented the quote in and of itself, but again, especially with large platforms like that, there comes maybe a responsibility of like, let's give the full context here, because the question he was asked by, what's her name? Aditi Kinkabwala.
Oh, nice.
I actually think that's how you say it too. I think I nailed that in one take. She asked him to share his thoughts about, quote, tuning out the noise and not letting it interfere with the preparation. So if you have that context of the question, you got to take a pretty big leap to say he's taken a direct shot at his QB room teammate, Shedeur. Maybe it's about the hoopla and the fanfare because he and Shedeur were drafted in the same class, but it's also because they got a quarterback getting slippery and not staying healthy, and then they've got, Kenny Pickett who's hurt, Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
They have 5 quarterbacks in a room where they may not be able to keep more than 3. So that to me is the noise, not... if he had lifted up his wrist and talked about it being the time, okay, maybe. But no, this was just a guy giving an answer that he clarified he's talked about before with the media circus and tuning out the noise. And you and I, Josh, are entertainers. He is a competitor. Yeah. That's how he views it. And that to me was what it was. So I believe him.
I actually like that you brought up the question, because that makes it sound, it makes it way easier to believe. Now, originally seeing it, and I just saw the quote on Twitter.
Absolutely thought the same thing.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa.
Yep.
This dude, this son of a, who does he think he is? And then you read a little bit more into it, and you find out the question. You find out that this is kind of a, it's kind of one of his sayings or whatever that he uses to keep himself in line. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. Now, do I think Dillon Gabriel's better than Shedeur Sanders? No, I do not think that. But as we've learned from Mary Kay Cabot, what was it, last week? She said, hey, Shedeur's still struggling with some play calls. He's still struggling inside the huddle, commanding the huddle, getting the guys to the line of scrimmage. We know all about that stuff with the quarterback play and the bad quarterback play we've seen for a decade. So I think Shedeur should get the bump over a guy like Dillon Gabriel, but I'm still rooting for him to not, because then they'll have to cut him or make a decision, and he can go to a real team.
Shedeur talks about being legendary, stuff. Well, you're probably not going to be legendary in the city of Cleveland, Ohio for the Browns, because so many have tried and failed at that, and it's not really all their fault. Shedeur would be no different. So I actually don't hate that take, that it's almost one of those things where you're rooting for something bad for a good reason, right?
Yeah.
I want Shedeur to be cut or to not show that he's fully capable of being the starter, because then they can cut him, and then maybe the Los Angeles Rams or some other team looking for maybe a transition at quarterback can be like, you know what? Let's go get that guy. I'm a quarterback guy, Sean McVay, or all these other guys around the league, and I can do something with Shedeur Sanders.
You ever heard the saying, you fell in a pile of poop and you came out smelling like roses?
I have heard that. Never experienced it, because every time I've fallen in a pile of poop, it has smelled like that. So I'm still waiting, but yes, I have heard other people experience it.
So my dad always told me that about my femur. I broke my femur when I was 24 years old in a snowmobile accident, and I was being an idiot, and it was my own fault. But then I turned my life around, and I stopped doing some things I was doing. I went back to school, and I became a broadcaster and all that stuff. My dad always says that. You broke your leg, you fell in a pile of poop, came out smelling like roses.
I got fired from one job in my entire life, and it was the job that I had before coming on full-time here, and getting fired from that job allowed me to dive headfirst and full in.
Boom.
And now 7, 8, whatever it is, years later, I had my 8-year anniversary here at the station this year. I'm here. So I actually
And you probably felt terrible that moment, right? I got fired?
Yep.
The hell am I supposed to do? I think Shedeur, that day, if it comes, and I'm hoping it comes, he gets cut, he's going to feel like crap. The world's going to go, you just got cut by the Cleveland Browns. What a loser.
Right.
Hold your wrist up and do another song and all that. but it could actually be the best thing that's ever going to happen to him. And that's what I'm rooting for. All right, hour one done. Just like that, let's go to quarter number 2. Talking some more about these Broncos. No starters, no problem for the Broncos this weekend. They dominated the Cardinals with their backups. What did Sean say about his backups? More importantly, what do you have to say about that running back room and the tough competition for RB3? We'll do that next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Phillip, Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
I have 3 words for you. $10 Tuesdays. They're back at Papa Murphy's. That's right. On Tuesdays, get any large pizza for only $10. Celebrate the return of $10 Tuesdays today at Papa Murphy's.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, Postman Law is here to help with clarity and compassion. Call 844-POSTMAN to get started fighting your case. That's 844-POSTMAN. With over $3 billion recovered for their clients, the Postman Law team fights relentlessly to make your legal journey as stress-free as possible. You deserve to enjoy your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people who can quest.
All right, it is hour number 2. As we hang out with you till 2 o'clock every day, we like to play 4 quarters. The drive will come in at 2. They're going to get you home from 2 to 6, and then we've got Denver
202.
Sports tonight. Yeah, 202. Nice. I like to say that one. That's Richie Carney. He's sitting in for Cease, and we are talking all things Denver Broncos after another big win in a preseason game over the Arizona Cardinals. Now, you didn't get the starters, but you saw Jared Stidham and the guys ball out. The backups look good. We're going to hear from Sean on those backups, but up first is the performance of the running backs. Again, R.J. Harvey did score a touchdown. We have not seen J.K. Dobbins rush the football yet as a Denver Bronco, and we'll see what Saturday's game in New Orleans brings, but I don't know that I'd hold my breath on that. Sean asked about the running back performance.
All of them, I thought, played well, which I don't know if it clears up our... But I thought we got into the defense. We got downhill into the defense a number of times. RJ's touchdown. Yeah, I thought for the most part, I thought as the game wore on, our down and distances, our third downs were much more favorable than theirs. And I think I'm sure it had a lot to do with the conversion rate as well.
I mean, that goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, Richie. The running backs from a year ago, 2 yards, 3 yards, and then you're looking at 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7 most of the time.
The next tackle they broke would have been the first.
Exactly. And then you're saying, hey, they're running downhill. I don't think there's any better example. It literally, I guess the only way it goes better is if Evan Ingram scores a touchdown. But that first drive, you go Ingram, you go one more big play to Pat Bryant, and then just hand it off to R.J. Harvey, who bullies his way into the end zone. It couldn't get better than that.
3 massive plays from 3 players who are new to Denver and going to have massive opportunities on offense for the Broncos.
It was absolutely incredible. We're going to talk a lot about that Evan Ingram play coming up at 11:30, but a couple of things to highlight there. As far as R.J. Harvey goes, look, the big takeaway from the first preseason game was he's trying to do too much. He's trying to bounce it outside. He's doing what Javonte did. Don't dance, run north and south, create some contact, and run a dude over from time to time if you have to do it. He was Big 12 RJ in the San Francisco game. Like, oh, no, I'm the fastest guy on the field. I'll beat everybody to the edge. That's not how it works at the NFL level. It's a credit to him and a big credit to Sean Payton and the Broncos of, hey, we're going to watch this tape. We all saw the screenshots on social media. You're missing the hole. They focused on it. I think Tuesday out at Broncos, that's literally all R.J. Harvey did was run up in between the tackles.
It coincided with, was that the same day as the Kay Adams day? Did that all happen at once, or was that because I remember, to your point, right after the first major practice after the San Francisco game, that was something that I was zeroed in on with Sean Payton, was watching exactly where he bounces around to and what he's saying and trying to communicate and doing beyond just observing. And he was like buzzing around practice all day. And he specifically had the running backs zeroed in on. They had those big trapezoid-shaped pads kind of lined up like offensive linemen. Yeah. And it was, hey, this is where the play is designed to go. And then they were bringing assistant coaches in to have pressure in different A-gap, B-gap, outside, all that. And it was like, here, we're teaching when to bounce out, when to cut back, and when to just nut up and go through the hole. And they really, they were really hammering that in. And that was one of those things to me where I was like, wow, that's talk about seeing, identifying, and reacting. And he was doing the same thing with the wide receivers, where he was clearly not happy with the integrity of their route running. And so he's over there, he's got them all huddled up, and he's yelling. And I'm like, I'm not trying to gain 2 damn yards on this play. So if it's a 5-yard out, run the 5 yards, or don't cheat back to the ball so much after you make your break. And so little things like that, specifically with the run game, because JK and RJ aren't drastically different from a build perspective.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, they look pretty similar, and stylistically, I would imagine RJ is going to develop into, probably wants to be kind of like what JK is.
You would almost think RJ would be better at pass pro because he's actually a little stronger, thicker. Like, you just got to figure out the protections that it was there. But it was great to see RJ doing that. You bring up JK. Do you need to see him rush the ball? I don't know that it's like a necessity for me, but I don't know. I wouldn't be mad if they gave him a couple of opportunities on Saturday in New Orleans. Like, hey, if you get your first handoff and you rush for 10 yards, all right, I'm probably going to check my box there. But I would like to see JK run a little bit before we get to week 1 at Tennessee and save he's got an injury history. Who cares? I tell Cecil all the time, they're football players.
Right.
I don't really care about their feelings.
Right. So we're fine if he goes out in the preseason, doesn't play a single snap, and then gets injured in week 2 or 3,
right?
And he's not callous, and it just, or because of the nature of the game, it's just a freak thing that happens. A leg goes the wrong way, somebody sweeps underneath, gets rolled up on, whatever. Then what does it matter that he didn't play in the preseason? It's the same result either way. So you're kind of trying to play chess. You're playing 4D chess with pieces that aren't even on the board. You have no idea how you can control. All you can control is what you can control. And for me, if I want to see anything from JK, from snaps-wise, it's not necessarily to build up the durability and the callus, because I think they had 2 joint practices that they could really get after it and hit people that aren't wearing the same jersey as them. So for me, it's a timing and a rhythm standpoint within the offense, because like we talked about a little bit ago, I think that's the main thing going into 2025 from 2024 that is off, is because of all these new pieces they've added and the spinners and the fuzzy dice and all of that. The car drives different. And so for Bo Nix as the driver, okay, so J.K. Dobbins usually meets me at this point, and it needs to be here, or I've got to adjust and do this, or he's got to go there, and the offensive linemen who are entirely predicated on timing. So if I want to see more from J.K., it has nothing to do with, like, hopefully he can build some callus and stay healthy. Just get into a rhythm being in the damn offense. That's what I want.
Stacking days, stacking some good plays, reps, time together. Something else that Sean talked about, and at this point, I don't know, outside of your last name being Estime or you being a coach of his in the past, I don't know anybody that thinks this guy's going to make the football team. Here's what Sean said about Estime and the rotation they used on Saturday.
The plan was early on, it was RJ, and then it was going to be RJ, obviously Bidet was going to get work, then Jaleel, Audric, and then Blake. We knew we wanted 2/3 of the game to get to Blake and Audric, and I think we were able to accomplish that. Now, again, it's not an exact science, but those guys got a lot of work. I thought they did a good job with their opportunities.
All right, Audric Estime, 9 carries, 20 yards. That's not a great average. Scrolling down the receiving, I don't remember him making a catch, and that's because he did not. So that's it, 9 for 20. Does anybody think he's on the team anymore? Why would he be on the team?
He just doesn't seem to have the same kind of juice, and it's crazy because this is a guy who, he was a 5th-round pick from a year ago, but he's a 5th-round pick from a year ago, and he's somebody that Sean clearly had a vision for. And I've had to, eat my share of crow, with guys like Phil who were it was Jaleel, it was this. Now, I've just basically pivoted and say, hey, I was wrong about Estime. I thought he was going to, hey, Sean likes his guys. He's loyal to his guys. And just like we're seeing with Troy Franklin, Audric Estime is going to have the opportunity to bust through the slumps that he had in the previous season and then emerge. The only problem is Audric Estime hasn't, and that's why he's getting 2/3 of the game between he and Blake Watson. And even in that answer with Sean, if you listen to the names that he lists off, well, obviously the game was going to be RJ, then RJ again. Bidet was going to get some work, then Jaleel and Audric and Watson. Yeah. It's like when you're relegated to the back half, you're close to the period at the end of that sentence of the laundry list of guys, and you're running with the 4s most of the time. That's just the reality of the situation, is that the rubber may have already met the road, and that's the nature of the NFL for a draft pick from a year ago.
And think about this. Go back to that Buffalo wildcard game. The guy that was undrafted, and you're lumped in now, it's Estime and Watson in the back end of these conversations. He got a jersey, and you didn't. That's the last real game you have to evaluate, and that's your takeaway?
And you can't say it was from lack of opportunity. This is a guy that was getting critical crunch time carries in a potential game-winning drive in Arrowhead to give the Chiefs their first loss. It was Audric Estime getting those handoffs from Bo Nix. And then he goes to being the guy like with the Remember the Titans style punishment where he's got to carry the football around and go to the bathroom with it and eat lunch with it and, say a prayer with it, whatever. And then he loses his jersey in the playoff game. So it's been a roller coaster, and it feels like one that the Broncos may be ready to get off.
Yeah, it's over for Audric Estime, and who knows? He's a young kid, maybe a change of scenery, maybe, hitting that rock bottom that is NFL. A draft pick a year ago, getting cut the following year. Maybe that'll wake him up, and he'll take this a little bit more seriously moving forward. All right, well, one second-year player that's certainly going to be on the team and make a big impact is Troy Franklin. We learned a lot about Troy this weekend. Let's hear what Sean sees out of his second-year wide receiver and discuss what role Richie and I see for him next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals after beating his former team. Will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What up, fellas? Josh Dover here to talk to you about my squad, my team, my fellas over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to get personal, right? ED, is it ruining your relationship? I'm talking about erectile dysfunction. And let me give you a little bit of advice. If you're not having sex in your relationship because of ED, yes, the answer is yes. It's ruining your relationship. Your partner, they're not going to be around much longer if you're not having sex in your relationship. It is really a crucial part of a healthy relationship. Intimacy means a ton. And what's worse, I know you're blaming yourself if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction. It's not your fault either. But your partner could start to blame themselves, and that's completely unfair to the both of you. So what do? You set up your first appointment at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics. They're going to tell you they have treatments that have success rates well over 90%. You're going to go. They're going to draw your blood. They're going to tell you what your T, your PSA levels are, give you a couple of options. One of those options will be to take a test dose right there in the office. And if that test dose doesn't work, they don't want your money. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. This is about helping men have a healthy sex life as they get a little bit older. And that's exactly what they can do. Again, treatments with success rates well over 90%. What the heck are you waiting for, fellas? Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I have 3 words for you. $10 Tuesdays. They're back at Papa Murphy's. That's right. On Tuesdays, get any large pizza for only $10. Celebrate the return of $10 Tuesdays today at Papa Murphy's.
It's back. Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over. And that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is backfield. BACKFIELD. Text backfield to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's backfield to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, man, we got to talk about Troy Franklin. Second-year wide receiver, a duck just like Bo, and Richie Carney, who's sitting in for Cecil. I don't know how much you've heard my takes about Troy Franklin, but like pretty much everybody, I was pretty down on Troy a year ago.
On a scale of 1 to Jamal Murray, how down?
Oh, definitely not Jamal. Like a 5.
Like a 5, right like there in the middle, split the difference.
And I kept saying, the line of like, oh, I love the guy, hate his hands, just can't catch the damn football. He's had a great camp. I've mentioned it on this show a couple times. Just the way he runs routes, it's fluid, right? No wasted motion. I really love watching him just simply run routes. It's been impressive, and now he's creating that same sort of separation, but catching the football. Had a couple of touchdowns. He had one, and I'll give Jarrett Stidham some credit, where he beats the corner. The safety's still coming over, but he's just late, and Jarrett drops that thing down in a bucket. It was a beautiful pass, great route run, and then the separation. Then you have to catch the ball. He struggled with that last year, did it, and then added another touchdown on top of that. We're going to hear from Sean on Troy, but I've been so impressed with Troy Franklin, and everybody wants to talk about, hey, wide receiver 2, what is that? Just a little tease here. I'm going to do a whole podcast later on DenverSports.com at 3 o'clock, actually, live, about this wide receiver 2 position and it being a name that you won't guess. But I think Troy Franklin, he can be potentially wide receiver 2 when that spot becomes available. I love the idea of him being able to be moved around quite a bit. Lombardi talked about it. Sean's now talked about it. Last year, he was trying to master one role. He's done that. Now they're throwing a little bit more at him. I can't say enough good things about Troy Franklin right now, and I was so down on this kid a year ago.
We talked about the roller coaster last segment with Audric Estime. It was just as much of a roller coaster at times with Troy Franklin,
yeah, it was, dude.
Who had legitimately, without even trying to inject too much, legitimately, without trying to inject too much opinion into it, one of the worst training camps for a Broncos draft pick in recent memory did Troy Franklin. To the point where we're talking about Devon Vele, the 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
And Troy Franklin, if you didn't know, you'd have flipped him, and you'd be like, Troy Franklin's not going to make this football team. But you see through it. Sometimes the NFL takes time, and clearly Troy Franklin is coming into 2025 more confident, more ready, and available and comfortable than he was in 2024. He's running through the catch. His hands look great, and he's clearly operating with some confidence in various spaces, because as you pointed out and as Sean said, he's playing multiple spots.
Yeah. Sean did talk about what he saw out of his second-year player and how much he has improved.
It's happening, and I'm excited. I think we just got to be smart because he's playing 2 spots, but he's had a really good camp. He's confident, and I've said this a bunch of times. It has to happen on the field, and you guys that have covered this team or any other team, like you see it in the preseason every year. Some players that begin to make some plays, and it carries over. And so that's why these games are important.
All right, so it's happening. That's a good line there to start with Troy Franklin. It is happening, and some of that carryover. Now, we get training camp, and then we don't really get to see a ton outside of the game. So maybe there was some signs that he's walking in the right direction last year from practices. We just didn't get to see it. And every time he gets the ball thrown his way, it's hitting his hands, and he's dropping it. What about like the role for Troy Franklin, like I said, I think he's going to bounce all over the place. Again, we'll talk about wide receiver 2 later. I also think there's a chance that it's not even a defined role. Sean uses matchups to dictate who's wide receiver 2, and I actually kind of like that idea. But, Richie, if I were to tell you in year 2, Troy Franklin's going to have like a Marvin Mims type year, see, I actually think this is low.
Like 750 yards, something like that?
Well, just receiving, it'd be 500 yards, 39 catches, and 6 touchdowns. I think the catch number's low there for what
it was
could
39,
be
you
Troy.
said? Yeah.
39. 6 touchdowns would be great in his second year.
The 39 number is what happens and comes with a situation where you don't have a clearly defined wide receiver 2. You're kind of just sprinkling it around, and it's not running back by committee, it's receiver by committee. And with Troy Franklin, I went into this offseason being like, Devon Bailey is going to be the number 2 receiver. He's going to continue and take that step. Now, he's dealt with some lower body issues and some injuries and things like that have kind of slowed him from maybe looking definitively like that, but the talent is still there, and he's just going to continue to get more comfortable. Troy Franklin, or whoever the wide receiver 2 would emerge to me, was going to be the final piece that really shifts around the roles for the wide receivers. I thought it would be Devon Bailey. I feel pretty confident now, maybe not fully as confident as I do about Tyler Bidet and him making this team and being that, but I feel like Troy Franklin is going to have one of, if not the best shot, to pluck that opportunity out of the air. What I didn't expect from Sean Payton as it relates to Troy Franklin is how much they were going to move him around. I thought Marvin Mims was going to be that guy. He was the wide receiver 2 and the joker by force, because nobody else was able to step in and fill that role last year. And I thought solidifying the wide receiver 2, whether it's Valet or Franklin, was going to allow Marvin Mims to move around inside, be that baby joker. Cecil's called him the Riddler, which I really like.
Yeah, I like that.
I thought that was going to be. But in actuality, that has actually been more like what they're doing with Troy Franklin, and Marvin Mims is the boundary receiver opposite Cortland Sutton.
You know what I thought, too? It was, you mentioned it earlier, Courtney Jackson had that end around. And my first initial thought seeing it was like, oh, I'm glad that's still in the playbook. That's a Marvin Mims play. And then I'm like, is it actually just a Marvin Mims play? Because that could be like a Troy Franklin type of thing that you just want to get him with the ball in his hands, speed and space. And then think about this. You want to get real crazy, right? You have a set where you have Cortland, Franklin, and Mims on the field with Evan Ingram at the tight end spot. You could send either in motion.
We call that
and
the Uno draw 4.
Run either way. You know what I mean? It's how do you stop it? How do you even know what's coming if you're a defender?
Yeah, that is, we've talked about with the secondary, right? I've asked, Phil and Stoke and others on the station, like, hey, are we going to see Vance Joseph roll out some more dime packages than he did last year and either sacrifice a defensive front player or a linebacker to keep all these talented DBs on the field with the PS2s, the Riley Mosses, the Jaquan McMillans, and the Jahdae Barons? Could they run more like heavy wide receiver sets to utilize and maximize all the talent that is seeming to rise to the top? And all that talent, by the way, where we still don't know if there's a clear-cut second wide receiver. It sounds kind of like an oxymoron to say, but it's true.
It is. And like I said, I'm not mad at if Sean thinks he can do it by matchup for the first few weeks. I don't think that's a bad play at all. We're going to keep this conversation going. Do want to go to tight ends and what we've seen out of Evan Ingram. We will do that coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button to start growing today.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 1823334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today. Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client, when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. You know, the funny part is, at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain, and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Alan, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt and it wasn't your fault and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303 Law 4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person, free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is one hard-working candy bar. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
She's gonna break soon, gonna break soon. With so many problems in her life, it really comes as no surprise that she's gonna break soon, she's gonna break.
That's a nice jam right there.
I love Mad at My Stepdad music,
That's
man.
what that is.
It is a genre that speaks to my soul.
What is this one? Less Than Jake, right? Yeah, there we go. I haven't skateboarded in months, but you could imagine me, wheel skate park, this thing in my AirPods, just kick flipping over everything, dude.
Kick flipping, not even ollieing. We're kick flipping.
Kick flipping, yeah. I mean, kick flipping is not the greatest trick, but it's
kind of a separator, I think.
A little bit, yeah,
yeah,
a little bit.
You know, I don't know. I know I couldn't do it.
When's the last time you stepped on a skateboard?
It's about around last time I had a desk pop, so like September 08.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I don't know what happened to me this summer. I dropped a skateboard and picked up new golf clubs, and that's all I've been doing all summer.
Growing up, maybe, is what that was.
I hope not, but
Forced, maybe forced.
Forced probably a little bit. All right, we're going to talk about Evan Ingram. Before we do that, I got to tell you about our keyword contest that's going on. You got a chance at a $50 Amazon gift card daily right here on the show. And if you win one of those, your name goes in the running for our grand prize of $1,000. All you got to do is something you're doing right now. Listen to us on the Fan. And when Big Voice Guy gives out the keyword of the hour, we'll text that keyword to this number, 303-713-1043. You have until the hour ends, and the more keywords you enter, well, the more chances you have to win. For complete rules, go to our website. It's www.denversports.com/keyword. Good luck, and hopefully you're winning right here on this show.
By the way, on that, and something I think is important to note, check your friggin' spelling.
I tell them all
on
the time.
Keyword because one,
Voice Guy spells it for you.
We can't see all the people that spell it right, which I'm sure there are tons and tons based on the data that we get shown. But we see everybody that spells it wrong. And I mean, we got tackle with 2 Ks. Yeah. We got pylon with an I. It's like.
We had one last week, and it was Colin sitting in for Kevin, and the word was punt. And Colin goes, wow, this is going to be interesting.
Hey, now.
So, yes, Richie is right. Spell that thing right so that you can actually.
Yeah, because it doesn't count. If you spell it wrong, it doesn't count.
It doesn't go to the right place, and we don't, like you said, you don't see it. It's gone. So, spell the word right. Big Voice Guy will help you out with that. All right, let's talk about Evan Ingram. He had the big 58-yard play on drive 1 that set up the first touchdown of the game. Sean Payton talked about Evan Ingram playing and other starters getting the same minimum reps.
We had 3 or 4 guys that were going to be 8-snap guys. So Ingram had a give or take. Troutman was, we were working to get him 8 snaps. Burton was going to be one of those guys, but his injury obviously kept that from happening. I think on defense we might have had. So we identified 5 players. You had 2 phases, but then within those 2 phases, we identified 5 players that, I wanted to get Ingram some touches. And also that was a position group with a few nicks where you're going to pretty soon, if you just don't even play those guys, you're going to be asking, 2 guys to play a lot of snaps. So we had a few of those guys.
All right, so he's going over kind of pecking order in his plan, but it was play 2, Evan Ingram for 58 yards. And by the way, a great block there. It was Troy Franklin, right?
It was.
And it gave him an extra 45 yards, and he did the great job running by, hands up. I ain't doing nothing over here, just getting in someone's way. Evan Ingram, now, I will ask you this. I don't know. So he played 2 plays. That was the second play of the game, and he made the 58-yard play. I thought to myself, get him out of there. Don't need to see anything else. All good. Saw him come back on the next drive, and I'm literally writing in my notes, why is Evan Ingram coming back on the field? And then I see him pick up a great block and keep Jared Stidham upright for a pass downfield. So I'm like, okay, Sean knows what he's doing right there.
Yep, I had that exact same note. Underrated, won't get talked about much. A little chip block on the edge to keep the pass rusher out and give Jared Stidham time to, I think he found either Pat Bryant or Troy Franklin, whoever it was, down the field on that play. No, in terms of Evan Ingram going forward, I don't think I need to see anything more from him because that play encapsulates what I thought from the beginning, even before training camp. As soon as the signing was announced, I'm like, this is going to be it. This is the Joker that was promised, right? This is Sean Payton's mythical chess piece on offense that's going to change everything. And then you get out there in camp, and he's out there wearing the number 1, looking sick. He looks so good. He looks like a wide receiver, for one, if you're just talking about body type. And
mostly because he's never at the tight end spot.
Yeah. I mean, he does drills like with the wide receivers sometimes. So you watch him in training camp, and then it manifests itself like it did this past weekend in the preseason game. Evan Ingram is going to eat in this offense. Yeah. He is going to be a massive mismatch over the middle of the field especially, which now that we have a quarterback that can utilize that portion of the field, kind of makes a big difference. Yeah. And I don't know that I need to see any more to prove that. Even though there was a little bit, right? Because it's like, listen, Evan Ingram's going on his 3rd team, and both of his previous teams are famously starved for playmakers, and they moved on from him. And he's getting a little up there in age, but I think I have seen enough to know that, hey, this clearly can work and the ceiling is high. If anything else needed to happen, similar to how I talked about J.K. Dobbins, it's just a rhythm standpoint of getting those routes, getting the timing more down with Bo Nix, and being able to move the chains the way I expect him to a lot.
Would it have been great to see Bo throw that ball to Evan? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But can Bo make that same? It's not like Jared did something crazy, or you know what I mean? Like a circumstance that you go, oh, you're never going to have that opportunity again. I think they're going to be just fine, and you've been out at camp just as much as all of us have. We're seeing that sort of stuff with Bo and Evan in practice. Again, it's not a game, but I've seen it multiple times between Bo and Evan in practice. I also see them regularly standing off on the side when Jarrett and Ellinger are getting their reps, talking about route running, where you want the ball, turnaround points on routes. Like, that chemistry is there, even if it's not something we're going to see before week 1.
And just a veteran leadership mentality,
Great
right?
point,
Like Evan Ingram, we saw it, and you guys had a front row seat for it, you and Cecil. Every day at camp, he's out early, working on his body. Yep. He's not doing the Brandon Jones barefoot, like namaste walk.
Yeah.
But
did you also notice that Brandon Jones is regularly running around in his boxer briefs?
He's got a little bit of that Mac Hollins in
him.
Right?
Yeah, he does.
Hey, listen, you be you, baby.
I mean, if I look like that, I'd probably be naked pretty regularly.
100% of the time. 100% of the time. I would never wear clothes if I didn't have to. And even if I did have to, it's like, well, let's talk about it.
Can we come up with a rule?
Evan Ingram is really out there before everybody else, working on his body, getting himself right, practicing the little fundamental things. And one, I think it's spreading. And we've heard guys on the team talk about his influence that he's had and bringing that leader and that veteran mentality. And those steps are going to manifest themselves, I think, on game day, especially as he's getting sidebarred with Bo Nix.
He has had 3+ 700-yard seasons. He did it as a rookie with the Giants at 722. And then he went 4 years without it, and then hit 766 yards his first year as a Jaguar, 963 yards his second year as a Jaguar. That's playing all 17 games. Missed some time last year, and obviously the numbers drop. I was so high on Evan Ingram when he signed, almost like you. Like, they finally got the guy. Sean's been talking about this Joker dude over and over and over, and now they finally, according to them, have the dude. I immediately went, hey, that's 800 yards. That's 6-7 touchdowns. That's 70, 80 catches for Evan Ingram. And actually, Cecil kind of was like, hey, you got to bring that down a little bit. We had a conversation about it. We debated about it back and forth. And ultimately, I was like, yeah, you might be right. Maybe I'm inflating those a little bit too much because of the need. And then I got to the very first day of camp, and I literally told Cecil, I'm like, nope, not going on your side anymore. I'm back to where I was at 700-800 yards. I'm at 70, 80 catches because what he can do we saw on Saturday. And then something that we haven't talked about yet here today, which we haven't seen because he didn't play a lot. Man, his ability to influence what that top safety or that inside corner is going to do. And now you're seeing Troy Franklin pop. Mims did it a year ago. Everybody's already comfortable with who Cortland Sutton is. If Evan Ingram is going to influence the safety coming up, playing back, that inside corner playing between the hash marks or outside, that sets up one-on-ones with guys that win one-on-ones 100% of the time.
You and I are basically in lockstep expectation-wise for Evan Ingram. I said on my digital show a month or so ago, based on what I had seen in the early portions of training camp, which validated the feelings of excitement, even overexcitement that I felt in March when the signing was announced, and he's tweeting out the Heath Ledger gif.
That was a great
waving
move on
out the
his
window.
part.
I mean, that is just like small thing that I'm going to remember for a long time, especially if it works out. I'll remember it if it doesn't for other reasons. But I said the floor for me for Evan Ingram in 2025 in his first year with the Broncos and alongside Bo Nix and Sean Payton's offense is the ceiling of what we saw from maybe the next best option that the Broncos have had at tight end since Julius Thomas, and that was Noah Fant. And that ceiling for Noah came in 2021. You know what his stat line was in 2021? 68 catches, so call it 70.
Yeah.
670 yards. You can round that up to 700 if you want.
This is Noah Fant?
Yeah.
I would have never guessed.
And 4 touchdowns. 68 catches, 670 yards, and 4 touchdowns in 2021 for the Broncos. Touchdowns are fluky because you never know what the play call or the situation down and distance-wise is going to be in those moments. But you want to talk about 70 catches for 650 to 700 yards and basically a handful, as in 5 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That, to me, is my floor expectation, and I think the ceiling could be a lot higher. Now, every time you say floor, it's like, well, if they don't meet that, and then is it a failure? No.
Right.
There's context and there's subjectivity to all of it. But based on what we've seen from Evan thus far in training camp, what manifested itself, especially in this last preseason game, this guy could legitimately be a difference maker, the likes of which we haven't seen in a decade plus.
Honestly, after hearing the numbers from Fan, I'm like, maybe I go up. Maybe my numbers are too low, even now for Evan Ingram.
It could be, but the reason that I settled on that, one, because I actually think it's a good allegory and a parallel, and it's not just about the story. I think the numbers make sense. But, you talk about some of the really prolific seasons from Evan Ingram that you mentioned. I mean, in that season where he had 114 catches, he had 150-something targets.
Yeah.
Cortland Sutton didn't even get 150
right.
targets last year, so he's not going to have that kind of opportunity. But in this season, in 2021, with Noah Fant, 68 catches on 90 targets.
That's pretty damn good.
Now you're talking to me, right? Now
Yeah.
I can see that as a reality. And if we have no clearly defined wide receiver 2, it's not crazy, in my opinion, to say that production-wise, Evan Ingram actually could be the wide receiver 2.
Yeah. It's just to call him pass catcher, too.
Yeah.
That's what Evan Ingram's going to be. Loved what I saw out of Evan Ingram. Great point from Kevin, too. The influence that, Travis Kelce had when they had speed on the outside. Maybe that's something. I'm not saying that's the level of it, but something similar to just the influence that a guy has on the field.
There is no way that that Evan Ingram is going to have a co-hosted podcast with 1.2 million viewers on it.
Probably not.
Dating a pop star. But maybe in other
Outside of
areas,
that,
yes.
All right, let's check our X, one of our favorite segments every day. Sean Payton giving up play calling duties through the preseason. What can that tell us about the future of some of these coaches? And when it comes to the Broncos' new stadium location, are we sure it's Burnham Yard? The Broncos are trying hard to make us think it could be another place. We'll tell you where next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. The summer is flying by, as it tends to do. Stop putting off completing your estate plan. Come in and see us before school and sports start picking up this fall. We can help with wills, trusts, guardianship, powers of attorney, medical directives, and more. Come in before Labor Day and we'll get 10% off your estate plan. Just mention this ad. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, where he'll answer the tough questions. Can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? What does the IRS do to tax protesters? And could I possibly go to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your spot now at advancedtaxsolutions.com. The Fan. That's advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDs.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
I didn't just lose 82 pounds in 16 weeks. I lost fear. I lost shame. I thought weight loss meant being hungry or miserable. Soda showed me something different. I wasn't starving. I wasn't white-knuckling it throughout the day. I was eating real food, texting my nutritionist when I had a question or hit a wall. This isn't about fitting into skinny jeans. It's about showing up for life. Go to sodaweightloss.com. SOTA, it stands for State of the Art. SodaWeightLoss.com.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
It as we check our X, one of our favorite segments that we do every day here on the show. Richie Carney sitting in for Cecil Lammy, and I got a couple tweets. Richie, if you got anything, we'll throw it your way as well. A couple things from the Broncos game. Up first, a tweet from our buddy Mike Kliss, our Broncos insider from 9 News. And Kliss writes, offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi got to call the plays in preseason game versus San Francisco. Quarterback coach Davis Webb calling the plays tonight together. Jarrett Stidham in the 2 games. Here's that combined number for Jarrett. 30 of 38, 376 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. That's a rating of 143.0. That's a pretty dang good stat line there. I will say this, Richie, I like the fact that he's given these guys opportunities to call plays. It looks great for their resume. I think a lot of people, myself included, believe Davis Webb will be, if not an offensive coordinator next year, a head coach at some point. So getting an opportunity to do that, I like. I will, not that it's a reason to worry, but with play calls changing, and I know Bo wasn't playing this week, so it doesn't really matter at all for this last game. Do you want more headset communication between Bo and Sean, or is this all good, no harm, no foul, just giving guys opportunities?
I think it's no harm, no foul in the preseason, giving guys opportunities because, again, as Sean alluded to, now he talked about when, who was it, Pete Carmichael or whoever it was, when he got hurt in New Orleans, he had to take it over. I don't think you're necessarily prepping for, like, coach injuries on the sideline,
Right.
But this is a guy in Davis Webb who you can mold and grow and continue to develop to the point where, yeah, Davis Webb may have other opportunities to progress at the NFL level on the coaching side, and it may be with the Denver Broncos. Like, you don't know. And so cultivating talent within your building, I think, is important. And I think that Davis Webb, as the quarterback's coach and somebody who works intimately with Bo Nix, I don't think it's that bad for Davis and the quarterbacks, whether it's Stidham or whoever, to have a little bit more juice between them. I don't think it takes away from what Sean is going to be able to do with those guys.
I don't think there'll ever be a moment. Now, maybe some people will say it on social media or, a media guy suggests something to get some conversation going. Sean would never give up play calling. I literally think he'd prefer to be fired before he gives up play calling.
Yeah, I don't see that in the cards for Sean because this is his system and he likes it, and he's had 2 decades basically worth of success at calling it and developed some great players, especially offensively, along the way. So I don't think that he would ever give it up, and I think if we were at a point where the fan base, the media, whoever was like aggressively calling for that and drawing from substance as to why that should be the case, Sean's probably, closer to getting fired anyway. So to your point, why would you need to separate the two?
Yeah. But I really liked, like we talked about with those end rounds with Courtney Jackson, I like that. You know what I really liked out of Davis Webb seeing on Saturday night? I counted 2, maybe even 3 quick little wide receiver screens where you're seeing the coverage back off a little bit. You have two receivers on one side. That outside guy's acting as your blocker. I think it was actually Newton that got one of them and made a good little, hey, go to the outside. Blocker's getting pushed inside towards the hash marks. I can use the sideline to my advantage. I love seeing that stuff from Davis Webb. I hope those kind of plays, wide receiver screen specifically, makes it into the regular season playbook too.
Yeah, I think that you add more voices to the room and more collaboration during the creative process. That's ultimately only a good thing. I think Sean Payton's ultimately going to be the arbiter of that and the guy who makes the final decision. But even as Sean has waxed poetically to the likes of Kay Adams and others, who, by the way, should be at camp and practice every day because we get the best Sean Payton when Kay's around. She brings out the best in the Broncos head coach. But he was talking to her about how collaborative he is with Bo Nix and with his staff about the game plan week to week and the script and how they transition in and out of series and situations. So I'm all in on this creative process. And just like we've talked about this Broncos team as a player unit, having a perfect blend of veteran experience and young talent, and they just seem to really like each other and get, with Bo Nix being the centerpiece, get this synergy among them. I think you have that in the coaching staff too. I think Sean loves his front office with George Payton at the helm. I think he loves his coaching staff of guys that he's been able to amass and bring in. And so I'm all for it. The more they want to share and can contribute and throw their hands in the center, sign me up.
Yep. And look, we just said it. I think we're both agreeing Davis Webb will leave the Broncos at some point sooner rather than later. How much success can they have before that comes, and how developed can Bo be before that moment comes? I think that's TBD. All right, thank you very much, Jameis Winston. I mentioned the Broncos Stadium. Well, this thing is still, at least according to the Broncos, and maybe this is what they want us to believe, it's still not 100% or officially decided on the Burnham Yard. Mike Kliss has an article up right now. He's talking with Damani Leach, who was talking about this situation ahead of Saturday's game. He says, quote, about looking at other locations. Yes, we have not hid from that. We're looking at multiple options for locations. The folks in Lone Tree, we've actually met with a couple of times a couple of weeks ago. Both them, the city, and the county level, they've been tremendous partners in helping us explore opportunities. He gets asked about the stadium, says, we already have one, and we're there. This is the line he's been using. We're there until 2030. We need to look at our next options where we can be for the next 30, 40, or 50 years after we get through 2030. Now, Richie, a lot of me really believes Burnham Yard's already the spot. They've spent $180 million buying property there. As of 10 days ago, they started tearing things down there.
Unannounced.
Unannounced to obviously build something new. My guess, and that's all it is right now, is they're running into a couple of pieces of red tape. They go, nope, we're not going to do this. And then Damani Leach comes out and says, you know what? We'll go somewhere else then. And then the rest of the folks involved in this business deal go, hold up. Who's giving you some problems? How can we help with that? I think that's what's happening here. Mike, it's going to Burnham Yard, man.
I think that is very aggressively where the Broncos want it to go. I think their financial investment in that area is proof of that. But I also think that these guys, the Walton Penner ownership group, who, let's not forget, has the likes of like Condoleezza Rice, who may or may not know a few things about getting business done at the state and higher level.
I always like to say it how Dave Chappelle said it. Condoleezza Rice.
So you've got this Walton Penner ownership group full of savvy, experienced, and unbelievably successful businessmen and women, right? And Mike Kliss described the negotiations with the Burnham Yard project as prickly on our airwaves here at the Fan, because you've got so many different, it's the opposite of what I just said about Sean Payton and all the coaches staff putting there. You got a lot of cooks in this kitchen because they all own these little parcels and they all want to carve out what's best for them. And so you're not just dealing with one guy or one city or state representative or board. You're dealing with a bunch of different people and a bunch of different interests. Whereas Lone Tree is like, please, God, come here. We will gift wrap it for you on a silver platter. And it's less negotiations in that round. So do I think there's a very real chance that all of this is a leverage play? Yeah, and I think it should be. Because when you have the richest owner in professional sports who comes to the table with $90 billion, with a B, in net worth and the connections that he has, you get what you want. And if you're not willing to give it to me, you better damn believe somebody else is going to. So ultimately, I think it'll end up at Burnham Yard, and this is all part of the process. Because let's say, Josh, that they buy up $180 million in land in Lone Tree. You know what they're just going to do whenever they put a stadium with the other side? Sell it.
Yeah.
They're real estate developers. This is how they've amassed empires. So this is not new to them.
That's a great point. Yeah, and it's you build a little community, you throw a Walmart somewhere over there, you're just making money hand over fist to doing more business.
And
in
wherever
the city
they
you live in.
go, people will follow. If
100%.
people are like, oh, I'm never going to a Broncos game again if you move it to Lone Tree. I bet you will.
Put it in Pueblo. 70,000 people show up.
I bet you will. Yeah, it might look different. It might be different people, and it might create stylistic lifestyle changes.
Yeah.
But Broncos country, who just showed out 70,000 strong for a preseason game where they knew the starters weren't going to play, that fan base is going to show up.
Football's not hurting for fans. You can put professional football anywhere in the world, and 70,000 people show up to go watch that thing. So the people that say that, one, I don't believe you, and two, you're so replaceable. You're so replaceable. So we'll keep an eye on it. We won't know anything. I mean, I guess I don't know. I think they'd have to announce. They're going to have to, break ground at some point, I would guess, in 2026 to get this thing done by the year 2030. But that's the latest. The Broncos say not so fast on Burnham Yard. All right, we're into our lunch hour here, quarter number 3. We had a list of players that we were watching. We're going to go back and look at those names, plus the guys that shined, who showed out on Saturday's preseason game and showed that they could be a big part of the Broncos' regular season coming up. That's the conversation we'll have next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals after beating his former team. Will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? 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 Well, I'm gone.
It is lunchtime.
Can I kick it?
Hour number 3. Richie Carney sitting in with me until 2 o'clock, filling in for Cecil today. We're talking all things Broncos. Want to hear from you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line. What were your takeaways? Who shined to you in Saturday's preseason game? Tell us and put your name on your text at 303-713-1043. We'd love to hear from you. We'll spend a couple minutes at the end of this segment getting caught up with you guys on the text line. But, Richie, some of our initial takeaways, one, they're 2-0 in the preseason. That's got to feel a little good, and they've really dominated in these preseason games. We know it didn't go well in game number 1 for the starters, but they bounced back thanks to the backups, and then they were completely dominant against Arizona. I want to ask you this. Is there any, as I'm watching Evan Ingram run for 58 yards, as I'm watching Jared Stidham, and kudos to Jared, he gets credit for it, throwing some great balls to guys like Troy Franklin. Was there any part of you that goes, sure wish this was Bo Nix in here doing this?
Not as much as I thought there would be, Josh. Really, I think I shared similar sentiments to you and others when the announcement was made from Sean that he wasn't going to play the starters, and he referenced because of the joint practices, and they went at it. And they did practice in both joint practices for 2.5 hours getting after it. So I don't think it was necessarily skimping from an effort standpoint, but I remember thinking, man, it's the only preseason game we've got here at home to put real eyes on them in the preseason if we're in the press box or we're going to the game and whatever. And you kind of look at it from that perspective and say, hey, well, they didn't look that great against San Francisco, so now they get a game off. I think that's kind of where I was. But then watching it unfold, I don't have and didn't have any sour taste in my mouth afterwards going, God, I wish that could have been Bo, or that could have been this player, could have been that player. We got a big play from Evan Ingram, one of the only starters to play. And the depth, just like they did against San Francisco, showed out, man. Stidham is preseason MVP across the entire league in some respects. And you saw guys that are, quote-unquote, backups or not, they were playing in place of quote-unquote starters, but they're guys that are going to make plays. Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, you know what I mean? Yeah. Tyler Bidet. And so you saw guys, R.J. Harvey, making plays and doing things. So I don't feel as aggressively about it as I did after the game as maybe before.
See, and you see the results, and it makes you feel a little better. And I love what you're saying about Troy Franklin, R.J. Harvey, and specifically Evan Ingram, because that's the one thing we wanted to see from the new Joker. See the Joker do Joker type of things. Maybe I won't be worried at all. Maybe it's 8 plays, like Sean said, for Bo Nix, and they go down and they have a 6-play drive. And hell, what was that drive? 4 plays for the Broncos to start? Yeah. Maybe it's something similar to that to Bo, and I just shut up and everybody feels fine. Great. That would be outstanding, but I want to see that before I just say, hey, I'm comfortable with what's going on. Bo Nix and the Broncos offense won 1 day of preseason training camp. 1 day. Yep. And it wasn't against the Broncos. It was Thursday when they were beating up on the Cardinals. I just want to see them win games. I use the term stack days, win days and stack days on Friday with Cecil in the drive when we were doing a little bit of crosstalk. We haven't seen any of that. Now, does that mean they're going to fall flat on their face week 1? Absolutely not. But just like in life and in football, see, I got one too. We grow confidence. If I have a good show on Monday, I feel good for Tuesday's show. If I have a good show on Monday and Tuesday, I'm feeling good on Wednesday. If I have a good show Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I'm feeling great on Thursday. Like stacking days, doing good at your job, I think it matters for everybody.
It does. And if the Broncos offense goes out there against New Orleans, Sean's back in his happy place, and he's trying to show up his ex-girlfriend and all that stuff. And the Broncos offense goes out there and kind of lays an egg, similar to how we saw in their opening sequence against the 49ers. That's going to come with some frustrations.
Sure.
And when it comes to the preseason, right, we say ultimately, like, hey, it doesn't count, but it does matter. So there's going to be context to it. Like, hey, if Bo Nix goes out there against the Saints and throws a pick on the opening possession, and they kind of get derailed and it doesn't look good the way that we've seen the Jarrett Stidham and the backups kind of do.
Right.
Is that going to be something that we come in here on the following Monday and be like, hey, well, here we go again? Sure. Doesn't mean that he can't go out there and just grip it and rip it against the Titans, because he absolutely can. But to your point about stacking days and doing that, I think that because of the limited sample size the starters are already going to get in the preseason, I mean, we are literally talking about a difference of 3 to 4 reps potentially for these guys, or 1 to 2 series at times for these guys. It's already going to be so limited that I think what happens in the practices, joint or otherwise, between the preseason games is just as, if not more important than what actually goes out there on some of the tape in the games.
Okay. I think that's fair too with what they have done in practice. I just, look, like I said, you go out in New Orleans, you have a 6, 7, 8 play drive and you put 7 up on the board. I'll come back here on Monday and say, I was wrong. They're going to be all right going into the regular season. All right, a couple of names that I was looking at, and then Cecil was looking at a couple. You're sitting in for them, so I want to know kind of what you thought from these guys. Tyler Bidet, 6 touches for 30 total yards. I don't think he's done enough to really separate himself from Jaleel McLaughlin, but he's making the competition stiff right there. And if they're going to keep 4, I guess that's it. It's RJ, it's JK, it's Jaleel, it's Tyler. Those are the 4 that you would keep, and then 3 of them are going to get a jersey. I almost look at that as we did with the wide receivers. You maybe look at matchups, how tough they are on the interior defensive line. If it's bigger bodies with some athleticism, you're probably not going to put Jaleel in there because of the smaller frame. It could go week by week as to how the jerseys get handed out. But Tyler Bidet's done enough for me to be on this team, and it's not even really a question.
Without question, to me, I've tried to put it out there to put myself on record as much as I can, because I do firmly believe it, and it is not a belief that I necessarily shared before camp and leading into this summer offseason program. Tyler Bidet is going to make this football team. Whether it is the RB3 and they keep 3 plus a fullback, Michael Burton / Prentice, Adam Prentice, who they just brought in, or they go with 4. Bidet is one of the 4, and that 4th probably goes to Jaleel, because that is who I think he is edging out when we're talking about the RB3 spot. And it shouldn't come as that much of a surprise if Tyler Bidet does complete ultimately this ascension, because we saw this from Jaleel McLaughlin just a year or so ago. Jaleel McLaughlin was the guy that Sean Payton went on record and said, hey, this guy wrecked our whole 53-man plan because we thought the way he showed out in camp and in the preseason, no way that he's going to go out there and clear waivers. He had like 110 yards or whatever it was in that preseason.
He said it was a San Francisco game, right?
Yeah. So Jaleel might be about to, or on the verge of, getting Jaleeled by Tyler Bidet this time. And that's kind of a weird position to be in, but that's the reality of the NFL. Just like the reality of the NFL is, for a guy like Audric Estime, the rubber may have now officially met the road as a Denver Bronco. Nothing's been announced, and there's still a game against New Orleans to maybe go out there and have that Jaleel McLaughlin-style moment. But Jaleel McLaughlin and Audric Estime are in vastly different positions, in that Audric Estime is firmly on the outside looking in.
Yep. And that was one of Cecil's names, is Estime, because Cecil's been on Estime on its case basically from the first fumble. When he got the first carry, tried to jump over the dude and fumbled. And I always kind of thought, hey, he's so young. You did use a draft pick on him. I know it's a later one, but it is a draft pick, and he's so young that you don't just give up on a guy like that. And now here I am. We're not out there, but this is starting the 4th. Really, it's over, but 4th week of what training camp would look like, 2 preseason games, and I'm there too. It's over. Estime's gone. He shouldn't be on the team.
What I saw from Troy Franklin, what I think we've all seen this offseason, is what I thought I was going to see from Audric Estime. I thought he was just kind of jumbled and all over the place, and Phil and others who have talked to plenty of people with the connections that they have around the league and here locally. We're talking about, just like we talked about with Troy, there's a mental aspect to it, right?
Mhm.
Whether it's just drinking through a fire hose and being too much, which, shoot, even the golden boy, Bo Nix, had maybe the worst start for a rookie quarterback.
He was terrible the first month.
Yes, for the first month of his season, especially the first 3 weeks, he had one of the worst starts for a quarterback in recent memory. And Troy Franklin was clearly dealing with some of that stuff. And I thought, you know what? Audric Estime, he had the roller coaster season. He had the highs, and he certainly had, especially toward the end, a lot of lows. He doesn't get a jersey in the playoff game in the wild card against Buffalo. For a guy who hadn't played the majority of the season, gets it over him. I thought he was going to come into this offseason and be more focused, more hungry. Not to say that he's not. I thought it was going to manifest itself more than it has. Because, Josh, when you look at the running back room, Audric Estime is so clearly far and away different looking than the rest of that room. He is so much bigger and looks so much stronger, and you see it when they're doing bag drills and they're popping. And he has such a clear advantage over the other guys in that room, in my opinion, and it just doesn't feel like he can find a way to maximize it.
Even go back to the first preseason game against San Francisco. I think this one was a catch. He gets like a little dump off, or maybe it was a screen, and two 49ers players converge and meet him, and he's in the middle, and he runs through both of them.
Yeah.
When that happened, I'm almost in that moment you're talking about, like, this is who you're supposed to be. Why is this the first time I've been seeing it? But I mean, man, he's such a young kid. Some of the stuff that Phil has learned and talked about here on the radio, there's some stuff he can improve off the field to get him ready to be on the field. And I think we've all been in a moment where you get slapped in the face with reality in the worst possible way, and you either respond in the right way and go back and get what you think is yours, or you just continue to go down the wrong path and eventually hit rock bottom.
Is it fair to say, Josh, that Sean Payton, as much as, if not more than any coach in the NFL, is damn loyal to his guys?
Heck yeah.
I mean, little Jordan Humphreys had a career in the NFL
for
a lot longer than maybe he would have. And Adam Troutman and maybe even Michael Burton in a league that is increasingly moving away from the fullback position. Michael Burton's got a lot of security with a guy like Sean Payton. So if you and I both agree that to be the case, then isn't it also just fair to say that if we're watching Audric Estime continue to run with the 4s and maybe sometimes the 3s, and when you hear Sean Payton talk about the running back room, Audric Estime is kind of a throw-in at the end alongside a guy like Blake Watson, who we all think has flashes and moments as a player, but not somebody that we're really talking about being in the big 3 or even on the Mount Rushmore of Broncos running backs. So I think it's fair at least to speculate that the time has come that maybe Audric Estime, even with just 1 year with the Broncos, has kind of closed that chapter and will be somewhere else, right?
Yeah, and I think he will get another opportunity somewhere else. And like I said, does he learn this tough lesson of life and an NFL football player as fast as he possibly can and be right for his next stop? Next up are a couple wide receivers, and Pat Bryant, who led the team in receiving. He had 5 catches for 70 yards. He's starting to show that now with how jammed it is in that wide receiver room. I almost look at, I asked you earlier if a guy like Troy Franklin can put up the numbers that Marvin Mims put up. I will put like the Pat Bryant timeline, the same thing of Marvin Mims. Marvin did it a year and a half into his first season. I think we could get to like week 10, 11. When's the bye week? Week 12 for the Broncos. Like week 10, 11, he shows something. Then post bye week, you're really starting to see Pat get involved. I think it's going to take him some time to get ramped up, not as long as like a Marvin Mims, because his body is way different than that of Marvin Mims.
At the risk of maybe taking like a patented Lammy leap here and going out over my skis, I think that we are legitimately looking at the future of the wide receiver position for the Denver Broncos with Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant. I think that 3 years from now, 2 years from now, shoot, it may not even take that long. I almost said a different word other than shoot. That was like a hair on the back of your neck moment that just stood up. We are going to be looking at, I think, Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant the way we have looked at Courtland Sutton and I guess Marvin Mims, or if you however far you want to go back, as a legitimate wide receiver tandem for the Broncos.
And I mean, it's been what? Sutton and even then Sutton wasn't really established. Like Sutton Emmanuel DT, like that kind of stuff.
I don't think Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant are going to get into fisticuffs during practice the way that Courtland Sutton and Emmanuel Sanders did at one point, where it was like, hey, young buck, let's just take a back seat here because I'm Emmanuel Sanders. But I really do think that, and this is a testament and a tip of the cap to a guy like George Payton, who I think at times has been highlighted more heavily for his missteps or maybe things that didn't work out than things that have. But if you go back to the 2021 draft to today, George Payton and that front office, in conjunction with Sean, have turned this team that was experiencing the worst stretch of football in the history of a very proud franchise, a franchise that at one point not that long ago had more Super Bowl appearances than losing seasons.
Yep.
And they have microwaved what could have been a continued revolving door rebuild into now we're a wild card team and we're legitimately talking about overtaking the division, and it exists within the realm of reality.
You know what I don't think, and I'm guilty of this too, hand raised for myself here, so I'm not just pointing fingers. We always talk about fit with coach and quarterback. I think we need to try to remember, and now fast forward to a GM making a mistake here in town, and I'm like, fire him!
Yeah.
But I think we need to remember fit is a two-way street from both coach and quarterback and then front office and coach too. See, it's something that Cecil and I have talked about with you go through a coach and a GM, and then you have a GM that's been there and the coach is new and they don't know each other, and then all of a sudden 2 years later they've tried to work with each other and it doesn't work, and one guy or both's getting fired. That fit between general manager George Payton and head coach Sean Payton, it's perfect. Sean has made it very clear these are the players I'm looking for, both characteristically, who they are and what they can do as a football player. And George and his team, to their credit, they've went out and got those guys. The plug and play, it seems to be in place for the Broncos. He's not going to bat 1,000, like you said. You can go back and find some of those bad draft picks, but you can go, I think you can, from the moment Sean got here to George's draft picks and them hitting more often than not, it's not a coincidence.
It's not. And I mentioned, going year by year with George Payton's draft picks. And if you look through those from 2021 to present, yeah, he's hit on some first. He hit on Patrick Surtain, right? A top 15 pick, right? Defensive player of the year. But hitting on a first-round pick and drafting a future DPOY are two different things, in my opinion. There's a world that exists between them, but it's not just the high draft picks. This front office and this staff collectively have found legitimate high-quality starters in the middle rounds. Guys like Riley Moss, Jonah Ellis, who I think is on an ascension path himself. He's just in a very crowded room with a lot of talent. Jonathan Cooper, 7th-round pick. Devon Vele, 7th-round pick. Quinn Miners, middle-round pick. Out of Wisconsin Whitewater, by the way. Can you imagine how much of a chance there was for that pick specifically in Quinn Miners to go down a different fork in the road where he's just a bust of an offensive lineman. And it's like, wow, the Broncos offense drafted the guy that was smacking trees around on YouTube and TikTok. You know what I mean? But no, he's an all-pro and one of the best guards in the NFL. And so when you're talking about like fit and synergy, the synergy and the fit between the head coach and the front office and the players they've been able to bring in, and then Sean Payton as the coach's ability to then maximize and utilize that talent. This is a question that I've asked that I want to ask to you. Who's the next coming out party for the Broncos of these young? Nick Bonito had his coming out party in 2024, right? That was his welcome to the NFL. He's doing post-game with Scott Van Pelt after Monday Night Football, back-to-back weeks with pick sixes. He finished top 10 in Defensive Player of the Year voting. And we've seen kind of emergences from some of these picks. And it's taken, to your point, on a timeline, a year or 2 years, maybe 2.5 for it to pop. Who's having the next coming out party for the Broncos?
That's a great question. You know who I want to see right when you said it? The name that popped into my head is Jonah Ellis. But does he going to find reps to make a big enough impact because of Jonathan Cooper, who he picked,
talented room,
and Nick Bonito, who he picked, who are in front of them? You really can't take Cooper off the field because he can both sack the quarterback and stop the run.
Yeah.
Nick Bonito, if they give him that giant bag, are they going to want to take him off the field to give Jonah reps?
He has a double coming out party. Like he has his coming out party, and then he wins like Defensive Player of the Year.
But Jonah Ellis was right. As soon as you asked it, that's the name that popped into my head.
Well, again, that would be a testament to, and the way Nick Bonito wrecked that drive by himself, 3 straight plays against the 49ers, Jonah Ellis wrecked that entire game against the 49ers. It was crazy to the point where, like, again, even if you were just watching and you didn't know names or whatever, you're just like, God, who is that guy? Was he 52, 53,
52,
something?
yeah.
52, yeah, because Q Robinson, I think, is 51.
I think so.
And the two of them collectively, were just all over it. And Jonah Ellis, I mean, to the point where, like, even in a preseason game, when they're taking a lot of time to specifically highlight a single player, let alone a defensive player who's not a star or starter pass rusher, name recognition-wise. And that's what Jonah Ellis was getting from the broadcast crew, legitimately.
Yeah. You know what I noticed about Jonah? I was watching, I think I was watching 9 News last night with my lady. He's got some thick eyebrows, dude.
He does.
And I don't know, as a man, do you trim, is that even the word? Do you trim your eyebrows?
Well, it depends. How much is growing between the buoys there? You know what I mean? Like,
oh, right.
If
you can't go Anthony Davis,
right? If you've got a brow singular,
yes.
then you probably got to do it. Whether it's
if
tweezers, a razor, wax, something.
His
usually I ask my lady to help me with that.
I'll do the especially like ear stuff. I'm like, can you give me the ear hair done? But dude, if he had, this is gonna be weird, but the thickness he has there with his eyebrows.
Pause.
If that was all the way across, it almost looked like a second hairline.
It's just like we got a gap.
Yeah,
you know.
It was very interesting. That was literally my thought. Like, do you trim those? How do you handle that as a fella?
You know what it looks like? You know how you put the eye paint under your
Yeah.
eyes?
He's got eye black above the eye.
It looks like a thick one.
It's like that's next level game preparation. Like, hey, I'm not blocking the sun at the cheekbones. I'm going above the eyes.
I'll never squint.
The sun thinks it's going to come after me.
Now watch. I bet you guys keep an eye on that. You'll never not notice his eyebrows now moving forward about Jonah Ellis. I'll reverse the question. Who would your answer be?
I really want to say, again, if we're going by the first name that comes to my mind, I think that answer is Troy Franklin.
That's another good one.
I do, because of the floor that we saw from him in the 2024 preseason leading up to the 2024 season, where it just felt like a half a step here, a little bit there. He was very one-dimensional in terms of he was like a 9-ball guy, right? We're just going to go deep and see if he can beat it. And then it's he and Bo have the timing to kind of connect on it. I think that what my eyes have told me throughout camp and the preseason thus far is those connections are going to be a lot more frequent and a lot more impactful than they were in 2024. And I think he'll have to something that Jonah Ellis might not. He's going to have the opportunity to break down that door.
Yeah, it's going to be. They got Tillman, Ellis. There's who's the guy that Cecil loved, Johnny Walker, who's going to miss a bunch of time, but that was an undrafted guy. They are deep at that position. You guys tell us 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Who is that next? I like how you said like star or impact player.
Yep.
Probably the best way to put it. Impact player that can make an impact as soon as this year. All right, the next three names I have, and a couple on Cecil's list that we're talking about: Lucas Kroll, Kyrese Rowan, Joaquin Davis. Is it Caden Prescorn, the tight end? They're all not making the team. And Caden was making a case for himself, at least to be on the practice squad, but he did the ultimate football sin. You cannot fumble on your way into the end zone.
Can't put it on the run.
That's what happened on Saturday night. You could tell, too. I felt bad for his body language,
was crushed.
dude. Yeah.
He was crushed, and it was one of those moments where we know, so he certainly knows.
Yeah.
The limited opportunities that you've got to make a pop and a play in the position that he is in, where we're not talking about the tight end room the way that we talk about the running back room and the receiver room and the DB room, where it's like, hey, they just got so much talent, the pass rush, department, interior defensive line. Basically, every position on the Broncos is just hella deep. But we're not talking about the tight end room as much. In fact, that's probably the most top-heavy and sneakily thin room that the Broncos have. But Caden Prescorn is already, fighting an uphill battle. He's got Evan Ingram in front of him, who's going to be the Joker and going to be that dude. But then you've got Peyton's pals. You got Troutman. You got Kroll.
Yeah.
You got Nate Atkins, right? And Nate Atkins is dealing with an injury that could linger into the regular season. But he is somebody, to give him some credit, everybody has had a lot of eyes on Caleb Lohner, right? He's the sneaky developmental project. Can he be your Antonio Gates, right? Just a freak athlete body-wise that hasn't played a lot of football, but you can mold him as a lump of clay. Caden Prescorn is a more put-together and polished tight end than Caleb Lohner is.
He's been a tight end his whole life.
Yes, and he's made legitimate plays in training camp. He had a lot of red zone work and was catching darts from Jarrett Stidham for touchdowns. He's been that kind of savvy, over-the-middle-of-the-field guy where it's like, hey, just find a pocket and get open and be my safety valve. He has shown the ability to be able to do that. It just doesn't seem like it's going to translate into a roster spot in 2025.
And the Kroll thing, like I said, last week, the dude's getting first-team reps. It's only because Nate Atkins is out, and Sean made it sound like Atkins will be back pretty quickly into the regular season. So I would assume they want Nate Atkins, they almost call him Napkins, over Lucas Kroll.
Napkins. That's his celebrity crush or celebrity couple name without another person.
Napkins. He's by himself out there. And then he had Newton on his list as well, did Cecil, and Karani Reed.
Jerwan Newton and Courtney Jackson to me are in very similar buckets, right? Like they have flashed the ability to get open, to create space and separation down the field. You know, you're always in guys like that position, you're going to say, well, they could probably be a more polished route runner. You know, they could do this. They're not as physical at the line of scrimmage in the blocking department. There's always going to be things you can nitpick and tweak for guys like that who are fringe roster guys, but they are, and Joaquin Davis is the leader of this pack. Especially with Joaquin Davis, you're talking about a guy who I think absolutely has a chance to make a 53 on somebody else's team around the league, whether before the start of the season or as the rosters continue to mold throughout the course of the regular season. So I think that when you're looking at like Juwan Newton, he's probably behind a Courtney Jackson, in my opinion, because Courtney Jackson's had a lot more love on special teams, and that's a huge part of back-end roster guys.
Yeah.
And Joaquin Davis, and I don't care if it shows up as one catch for 11 yards. That dude is like a dream lump of clay, I would imagine, for an offensive coordinator, for a quarterback, and a wide receiver coach to develop something at the NFL level.
It almost goes to what we were just talking about, how good they've been in the draft and picking up undrafted free agents. If we didn't know that there were 6 wide receivers that are making this team, there'd be a hell of a battle going on for like wide receivers 4, 5, and 6 if this team wasn't so deep. So it just goes back to credit to George Payton and his scouts. You've added a bunch of talent on this team that's going to make it difficult to cut down some of these rooms, and wide receiver is probably at the top of that list. All right, I want to continue talking about cut downs and leave the tight end room, leave the wide receiver room. Let's talk a little bit about a cornerback I think is on his way out and going to be playing for the last time this weekend for the Broncos. We'll tell you who that is and go to that running back room coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/styleupgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/styleupgrade.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Sure, the starters might only play a drive, if that, but NFL preseason is still football. And man, have we missed it. And if you're hunting for those late-round fantasy sleepers, there's no better research than watching every snap. So grab your crew and head to Twin Peaks, where every game is on, the beer is ice cold, and the food is scratch-made. Catch every play at Twin Peaks, your football headquarters. Twin Peaks. Eats, dreams, scenic views.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
International Hot Rod Association and Durana Hybrid, where the roar of the engine meets the torque of the wrench. Building champions on the track and in the trades. Get your tickets at IHRA.com.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is DOINK. DOINK. Text DOINK to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's DOINK to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to talk about some players that might be playing their last weekend as a Denver Bronco this Saturday when they go down to New Orleans to take on the Saints. Before we do that, let me tell you about our fan golf tournament coming up right around the corner here. Coming up on Monday, August 25th. That's a week from today. You'd be teeing off in an hour next week. Tee off at 1:30 over at the club at Inverness. You do not want to miss this 4-person scramble followed by a little dinner. How about some awards and a live auction afterwards, with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado. You got to book your foursome now. Do it at DenverSports.com/club. That's DenverSports.com/club. Oh, there we go. We got another one. Boom. Second one.
We're after halftime.
That's
now,
right.
right?
That's right.
Gotta refuel.
That's it. Gotta refuel. And that's exactly what Richie Carney is doing, sitting in for Cecil Lammy here today. Richie, we were talking about some of the guys that were on the lists that we put together Friday to watch this preseason game. And I said it, Lucas Kroll, I think it's probably done there, especially with Nate Atkins not being a real serious injury. We'll see what that looks like. You and I are both on the same page with Audric Estime. He's out. It's over for Audric.
It does feel like that rubber has met the road. And it's crazy to say about a guy who was a draft pick of literally a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a 5th-round pick. Yeah, I get it. He wasn't, they didn't invest a 2nd-round pick like they did in R.J. Harvey or Javonte Williams in this guy. But that is a pretty quick turnaround for an offensive mind like Sean Payton, who clearly had a vision for this guy to turn the page. And it feels like that's where we're at. Even if they keep 4 backs, it does feel like he's that 5th guy.
Because I'd put Blake Watson over him. If I had to power rank the running backs, it's JK, it's RJ. For me, it's Tyler, then Jaleel.
Correct.
Then Blake, then Audric Estime.
That's the conversation that you're having, because I agree with you on the first 4. And I agree with that order, and that's what I think is so fascinating about do they keep 3 running backs or do they keep 4, is that if they keep 3, I think you legitimately have a situation where all 3 running backs from last year who were primary contributors are gone in 2025. Javonte is about to be one of the worst backs in the NFL for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Jaleel may or may not get Jaleeled by Tyler Bidet.
You know what I would do? I would highlight. I'd Albert Oh man, I'm Steve Levy
Steve
now.
Levy.
Okwebunam. I would highlight the hell out of him in New Orleans,
Try to ship
and
him.
I'd do anything I can to trade him.
Yeah, and the Broncos legitimately have opportunities to do that at multiple positions on this roster before cutdown day. There are legitimate. I don't think Sean is, talking out of his you-know-what or just, vamping in front of a microphone when he says, hey, we've got guys that we think could make 53s elsewhere in the NFL that we are not going to be able to keep. We've got too many pieces to be able to lay them all out on the game board.
Yeah. The other name I wanted to talk about, and this one, I think you might have been able to make this decision a year ago. I always used to make the joke, and it's certainly at his expense, but I always used to say that the team store made the Damari Mathis jersey. They put the back on the front and the front on the back because it's the only part you see is his name. He can't cover a tight end, dude. He got beat by a tight end on Saturday night. And not like a step, 4 steps. He was beat by a tight end and for a big play there for the Arizona Cardinals. They've drafted his replacement the last couple of years. I think it's time for Damari Mathis to no longer be a Denver Bronco. I like depth at the cornerback piece, but when the player can't play, the depth don't matter.
But that's the sad part for Damari Mathis, Josh, is that they've got depth at the cornerback piece that essentially makes a guy like that expendable.
Mm-hmm.
And you can say what you want about, how it's looked in the preseason, how it looked in spots during the regular season, and all that. But ultimately, just like I think a lot of people got worked up in some ways about Bo Nix and how he's looked in training camp, well, part of that is because his counterpart, Jared Stidham, in the room, looks like John Elway in the preseason. He's just, and that's obviously an exaggeration. In 30 seconds when the delay's over, the text line and the YouTube chat, what's up, YouTube, are going to crucify me
Richie,
for that. But I'm just using it as a hyperbole that Bo Nix maybe didn't look his sharpest or his best. Well, Jared Stidham in the room was slicing and dicing in camp, in joint practice, and in the preseason. And now, if you're Damari Mathis, you're in a room with the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, the White Shadow, who I think has done a pretty good amount to hold his own in Riley Moss as a mid-round pick, and somebody who we saw what the defense kind of looked like and started to morph into when he got hurt and when he rushed back against the Bengals.
Yep.
And then you got a guy like Jaquan McMillan, who is a pretty solid cover corner inside in his own right, but just kind of often gets overshadowed by the other names in the room. And then add Jahdae Barron, who may supplant Jaquan McMillan in week 1 against Tennessee. So that's your top 4. We said with the wide receivers, they're going to carry 6, and you can name all 6. You can name the top 5 corners because it's those 4 that I just named, plus Chris Abrams-Drain.
Who's been great in camp.
And especially when you look at a guy like Chris Abrams-Drain, what he puts on tape, and you're, oh, yeah, that's our CB5.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, for a guy like Damari Mathis, there's a certain element of like, hey, you just haven't been able to stack it and cut it up, and that's the nature of the NFL, right? It's kind of like you're the Coast Guard guys where you're trying to tread water and they're spraying you with a hose and you got to hold this thing over your head, and it's like, hey, the second you slip, that water's coming for you. Well, that's kind of what the running back room has been. They've brought in more guys in free agency and in the draft year after year, and those guys are popping.
You bring up Jahdae Barron. I'm so glad you did. We hadn't said his name yet. There was a series where he played inside, then went to the outside, and then on the next play, stayed on the outside on the other side of the field. They said he's versatile, and what's the term that Cecil, he's the star or something down at Texas? It's like the Joker of the defense, where you're moving all over the place. That might be the wrong term I may be forgetting. Forgive me, but you know what I'm saying.
Texas star, I can see it.
Yeah. Seeing that, like, that is such a luxury for a dude like Vance Joseph. Vance said it 2 weeks ago at this point. We need guys, almost to your point of Riley Moss, we need guys in our depth that can come in and not be good for 3 or 4 plays, but 3 or 4 weeks if something bad were to happen. I think they have that with Chris Abrams-Drain. They certainly have that with Jahdae Barron, even as a rookie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's again, we talk about the sexy, easy positions to label when you're talking about tough cuts in the depth department, the wide receiver room, the running back room. Shoot, frankly, the interior defensive line room with some of the guys they got there and the limited spots on the roster for it, plus pass rushing. But cornerback is definitely in that category. And the importance maybe more so in the cornerback room than some of those other positions is I legitimately think, whether it's due to more nickel packages and dime packages, or factor of injury where you have a 100% injury rate in the NFL.
Yep.
A lot of those guys, if not all of them, are going to see time. So the depth in that room is as important as any.
Yeah. I got to say something real quick, too. So you're sitting in, you got the jersey on, you started the show with glasses, you got Mountain Dews you're hammering. You went, we leave the studio during break, go do stuff. I had to run the little boys' room. I walked back in, and I hadn't put it together yet. You're wearing the Bulls 45. It's a Denzel Valentine 45.
It is a Denzel Valentine 45. My God. Denzel Valentine, Michigan State legend.
Exactly. That's why
watched him hit a game winner against a ranked Ohio State team on Valentine's Day in front of a home crowd. Dude's a legend.
On Valentine's Day, too?
On Valentine's Day,
Wow.
February 14th.
Whoa. I bet he had a pretty decent night that evening.
I think so. I think that was the same year that he was the Wooden Award winner or whatever. He was like the player of the year in college basketball.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't amount to much, in the pros and whatever. I think he's playing overseas now. But yeah, everyone looks at it like, is that a Jordan 45?
I saw the 45.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, you're rocking the Jordan. I liked it. And then I saw the back of it. I'm like, not so fast.
But in true Cecil Lammey fashion, I matched it with the black shirt, and I have the
And you got the
homage
Chicago.
ones
Yes.
for YouTube. See if I can lift my leg up that high. I got the homage one J's with the half black and red, half white and red.
I like
Cecil
them.
actually gave me these, so I felt only right to wear them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was a Cecil Lammey gift.
Okay. Now I'm upset he hasn't gifted me any Jordans.
Well, why do you think I brought it up?
I'll be sending him a mean text message later on today. We're kidding with you, Cease. All right, let's keep this football conversation going, Richie, but I actually want to bounce around the league a little bit. We've got some quarterback news to share with you out of a couple places. Cleveland being the first stop, New York City being our next stop. We're talking some QBs around the league coming up next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
The Will Hite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Will Hite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WillHiteWins.com and win big with Will Hite.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
The Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale starts Thursday, August 21st. Buy the first tree at regular price and choose a second tree for only 50 cents. These are perfect trees for your yard, farm, ranch, or mountain property. 6-year-old 4 to 5 foot tall evergreen trees now get 2 for only $3.50. Choose from Serbian spruce, Vanderwolf limber pine, and ponderosa pine. The 50-cent tree sale at the Tree Farm. Come see.
25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
There's a photo my wife took of me, sitting crisscross on the floor playing Legos with my boys. Might not sound like much, but back in 2020, I couldn't get down there without pain, let alone enjoy it. After 16 weeks on soda and 82 pounds gone, that picture means everything. It's proof. Proof that I'm not just present in my kid's life, but I'm active, engaged, and I'm healthy. Soda didn't just give me a plan. It gave me a partner, a personal nutritionist who helped me every step. Through grocery store trips, family vacations, late night cravings, you name it. If you're a parent who wants to be there, not just someday, but right now, go to sodaweightloss.com. Click the Request a Nutritionist callback. That's sodaweightloss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button to start growing today.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's look around the NFL a bit. Bounce around to talk about a couple of the bigger stories. One of them is happening today, and it's in Cleveland, where we've kind of kept our eyes on the city because Shedeur Sanders is there. And he got the first start. Over 2 million people watched him have a good NFL debut. And then this weekend, it was Cleveland getting a shot, and it was Dylan Gabriel starting. Did not look as good as one Shedeur Sanders. But it doesn't matter. The depth chart has not changed. I am at Browns.com, where they have a story up right now. Kelsey Russo wrote it. And Kelsey's writing about Joe Flacco being named the starter. The Browns are going to kick off the 2025 season against the Bengals, and it'll be the 49-year-old, that's not really his age, Joe Flacco out there as the starter. The consistency has been the separator between him and the younger guys, and then Kenny Pickett, who's just not that good. Kevin Stefanski said, Joe's the same guy. He's the same guy every single day. I think that's one of the things you admire about Joe is how he approaches his business. He's done a really nice job in camp. He's also done a really nice job providing leadership to the quarterback room, to the offense, and to the football team, end quote from Stefanski. So he's the week one starter. Richie, again, it's playing into my plan at least because I want Shedeur Sanders to be cut to go play for a real football team and not have his NFL life ruined by the Browns. So step one, we're going in the right direction.
We are moving and inching closer
That's right.
to that goal. I like Stefan. I always like the coach speak and stuff that comes out from coaches and Stefan. Like, he's the same guy every day. It's like, oh, great. He doesn't have split personalities. Let's name him the starter, right?
Yeah.
We got Deshaun Watson making gajillion dollars on IR. He's probably never going to play for us again. We drafted 2 quarterbacks in the middle and back end of a draft. Don't need to maybe worry about whether those guys could be our future. Kenny Pickett stinks, kind of, although he did have a nasty fake slide in college, right? You remember that?
Yeah,
that was so cool.
Literally his legacy.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, it's going to probably be pretty lasting. That's going to be one of those, like, this day in sports on Twitter or, like, football memories. And it's like him pulling off a fake slide for, like, 50 yards or whatever he ran it. But anyways, yeah, I'm with you on the Browns quarterback room. I don't really care who ends up as the starter or how they're going to navigate it because it's going to change. And let's be real. Are we shocked that like the 39-year-old former Super Bowl champion who's the last quarterback to take them to the playoffs made the starting job coming out of the second preseason week? No.
I'm looking at, so ESPN has their own little depth chart, and it's not really updated until the season starts.
Usually wrong.
But the Browns have their, like the Broncos did their first depth chart, which, by the way, they probably have another one coming out this week, which should be interesting. QB on the Browns depth chart on Browns.com. The first time I've ever been on Browns.com. Joe Flacco's your starter. Kenny Pickett is your second stringer. And then instead of having a third, fourth, fifth, and sixth string quarterbacks, they have 6 of them. They go starter, backup, and then in that third string spot, they have 4 quarterbacks listed. Dylan Gabriel's to top. Shedeur Sanders is under him. Tyler Huntley. And then Deshaun Watson on the bottom, obviously, because of the
it goes in order of draft order. Dylan Gabriel was first, then Shedeur.
Then they signed Huntley.
Then they signed Huntley afterwards, and then Deshaun Watson is like, I don't count in this scenario because he can't play.
Right. It's so weird what's happening there. Again, first step in the right direction. Hopefully in 2 weeks from right now, we're talking about Shedeur Sanders being cut, and I like the name you threw out earlier. Picked up by the Rams, somebody like that.
Yes, a team that is looking for
go to Minnesota. I think it'd be fun in Minnesota.
If it's not, listen, I'm not going to let my Michigan State go green affiliation go through there, but I would not be in the camp if I was a Vikings fan of like JJ is absolutely the future.
I'm not sold on that.
I am not. I don't know. I mean, he had to cheat to get what he got. So,
well, was he cheating or what was it? Connor was cheating, right?
Well, listen, Harbaugh was cheating. JJ was cheating. They're all cheating. That's what happens when you're the leaders and best in college football.
All right, so that's the latest there from Cleveland to New York, where Jackson Dart got to play a little bit. He had a couple of touchdowns. I don't know if you saw the highlight, but I was like, ESPN's on at the house, and I'm doing other stuff, and I hear Greg Dulcich. I'm like, wait, hold on.
I saw that, dude.
Jackson Dart to Greg Dulcich for a touchdown.
Dart to Dulcich!
And Dulcich was fired up about the TD. He's obviously fighting against our old buddy Russ. Russ had the big bomb of a touchdown and then an interception. I also, if I remember who said it, I'd give him credit. I saw somebody quote tweet the big bomb from Russell Wilson, the touchdown, and then they wrote, now let's see him throw a 12-yard out.
I saw.
Like, that's good.
I
that's
saw.
Good.
And again, it is so funny because, listen, sometimes if we didn't laugh about it, we would cry.
Yes,
because what we were saying when the Russell Wilson trade went down and what Seattle fans were watching and hearing is exactly what us here in Broncos country are watching happen with Giants fans out of New York, where they're like posting clips from practice and they're like, how is Russell Wilson not going to be an MVP candidate this year? Look at this ball. Look at this. And it's like, okay. And that was Brock Heward, who I love, our guy. We have our sister station, Seattle Sports, out there. And they were like, okay, yeah, that's great. You guys, you got it. Good for you. It's like when your kid is like, watch this. Watch how cool this is. And you're like, yeah. And that's what's happening in New York right now. And I saw somebody, a Giants fan account or whatever, didn't get featured on a broadcast, but they did put out a photo of Russell Wilson kind of mid-drop. And it's like, who's stopping this man from winning a Super Bowl? And somebody quoted the tweet with the exact same photo. Like, that guy, Russell Wilson, is going to stop Russell Wilson from winning a Super Bowl with the Giants.
His mouth.
Unlimited.
The stupid stuff he says, like that. Will stop. That's a great tweet
in
right
bed
there.
with Sierra, unlimited, right? Like, first of all, just don't even say words. If you're posting a selfie video in bed with Sierra,
you've already won.
I don't need subtitles on anything. It's like, bro, you're a god. You did it.
Yeah. He is, I like to call him Captain Cornball, Captain Cliche, Captain Crunch, all the things.
Believe in it.
He is all of those things. I do think he starts week 1, but I don't know why you would do that. I'd let Jackson Dart the Giants aren't winning the Super Bowl anytime soon. Why wouldn't you give Jackson Dart the live reps as early and often as possible?
When do the Broncos play? The Broncos play the Giants, don't they?
I don't think. Yeah, they do. Sunday, October 19th.
He's never made. Okay, that's what I was just clarifying. I thought it was later in the season.
Week 7.
Ooh. Does he make it to week 7? You figure, I don't know when their bye week is. I'd have to look it up. But you figure that's a natural point. Or like the first month of the season, if they start like 1-3 or 1-4, then you kind of turn the reins over. But I don't know. We got robbed of the opportunity for the Russ revenge game when he was with Pittsburgh. Justin Fields ends up beating him. And there is a part of me that even if it means subtly rooting for Russ, that I want him to be the starter when the Broncos and the Giants play each other, just so that I can check that off of my fan hate list.
Do they have a bye week right before the Broncos game?
Oh, that would be even better. He gets 2 weeks to prepare and then gets shellacked.
So they play October 9th and then are off again until the 19th, but that might be, I'm trying to look at the schedule, that might be a Thursday. Yeah, it is. So they just have a Thursday night game and then the extended week.
Yeah, they have like a mini bye.
So it's a mini bye before they get there.
But do you guys want to see Jackson Dart as a Bronco fan, or do you want the Russell Wilson? Like, if you're game planning for them, who would you rather have?
Oh, Russ.
You want Russ. I don't want to take the risk with Jackson Dart yet, right?
Well, and I just think Russ would half spin 180 into several sacks on his own, and I'd love to see
elite spin into a sack move.
Nick Benito just clocks him.
Like, remember when who was it that tackled Vaughn, or was it Vaughn that tackled Brady and head into his shoulder and then really put him on the ground?
Oh, that was Elvis Dumervil.
That was Dumervil. That's the kind of hit I want to see on Russell Wilson from Nick Bonito.
We just end Russell's career.
There is something about when you talk about the fired coach bump or whatever. Like we saw the Raiders fired, who was it, McDaniels, and Rich Bisaccia takes over, and then they go on a run. And you see that across the NFL. It's definitely something that's picked up by degenerates and people who observe sports for other reasons. But there is something about that with I feel like a quarterback change as well, whether it's to a rookie or to a veteran backup or whatever it is. It's like, hey, you breathe new life into an offense. It energizes the team around you, and you just frankly haven't been prepping for that other player. So if you're asking me who I would, if they name Jackson Dart the starter in week 3, then sure, bring it on, because I think VJ and his nasty defense are going to be able to handle either guy. But I want Russell Wilson to just be under the air raid all freaking game. I want it.
He's getting sacked over and over. Fans are booing him. It would be absolutely awesome. It's here, right? It is. In Power Field. Oh, let's get there. Please, Russell, don't screw it up before week 7.
Where does Russ fake an injury all of a sudden?
He's got a hammy. Got a hammy.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Still going to post workout videos, though.
Sean would be, hey, Vance, blitz every time.
Yeah, it's like, remember that you blitz all night.
Yeah. All right, there it is. Quarter 3 done. Just like that, we've got one more hour, one more quarter, as we like to call it, before Zach Bye, Phillip, Lindsay come in here, and they're the drive that'll get you home this afternoon. We're going to get back to the Broncos. They won big again with the backups doing all the heavy lifting. Sean Payton was pleased with his depth showing up. What he see from them and his running back room, you'll hear from the head coach coming up next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals. After beating his former team, will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. My wife Susan and I started Done Right in our garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counters, floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Serving Colorado 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned that the fundamentals of a successful business never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd.
That's right, Dad. Been hearing that my whole life from you and Mom. Folks, whether it's a first-class kitchen renovation, an awesome turnkey bathroom remodel, a full-service basement finish for some extra space, or replacement windows and doors that will wow you, give us a call. With an 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about, now couldn't be a better time.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. Call us to reserve your spot in our schedule. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
We are here for hour number 4. Starting right now. Richie Carney hanging out with me. Cecil out today. The drive coming in here at 2. Don't forget, we've got Denver Sports Tonight for late starters during the weekdays. Those second shifters, we've got you covered as well. We are live. We are local, talking all Denver sports from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. And our bosses don't tell us what to do. It's a nice little luxury we have over here without team affiliations. We appreciate you guys being a part of the show. Any of your texts that you send to the RamosLaw.com text line, that number is 303-713-1043. We ask that you put your name on it so we can give you a shout out right here on the show. By the way, a couple of texters, we want Russ all day.
Then right next to that,
Russ, yeah.
next to that, you don't want Russell Wilson. 99% of the time, revenge guys beat the Broncos. And you know what? Not actually the worst take. Jerry Jeudy had maybe the best revenge game for a wide receiver ever.
Yeah.
The Steelers didn't have Russ, but they still beat the Broncos. Nathaniel Hackett and the Jets.
Oh, they took that personal.
Right?
I know
Aaron
it's
Rodgers.
not football, but Miko Rantanen single-handedly eliminated the Avalanche from the playoffs.
Oh, that's tough. That is a tough one. Just waiting for the day that Bones Highland and Bull knock the Nuggets out.
And don't forget, the Broncos are flying back from London for that game against the Giants.
Oh, good point, Kevin.
I do have that as a loss on my predictions.
Think about this. The Giants are going to have the mini bye week coming off Thursday Night Football. The Broncos are going to be, great point from Kevin, the Broncos are be coming from overseas.
Yeah.
I hate that.
They're coming all the way back from across the pond, and they're going to smack that ass. We're going to be fine.
Yeah.
We are going to be fine.
I'm playing Akon on the way back.
Great point. All right. I want to talk a little bit about running back room, and I want to talk a little bit about depth as well. This team has depth for the first time in a couple of years. We will get to that in a couple of minutes. First, Sean Payton talking about the running backs and the performance that he saw from the guys that played on Saturday night.
All of them, I thought, played well, which I don't know if it clears up our – but I thought we got into the defense. We got downhill into the defense a number of times. RJ's touchdown. Yeah, I thought for the most part, I thought as the game wore on, our down and distances, our third downs were much more favorable than theirs. And I think that's I'm sure it had a lot to do with the conversion rate as well.
All right, we talked about RJ finding the right holes this time around. You and I both being out at camp last week when they were highlighting that, requiring him to find the right hole, basically. And then it paid off. We were just watching one of the replays. It was that touchdown run where he makes the right decision. Obviously, he's kind of bouncing inside, gets himself smaller, gets it tight between the little window that was. If he were to bounce to the outside of the right, he's got a defender waiting for him right there with the tackle.
It's the patience because when you watch the video, especially from behind, right? Because we all look better from behind. You watch it, and there's that temptation, had to be there, right? For him to bounce to the right and just move outside the way he did at UCF time after time after time, because he was more athletic than a lot of the guys on that edge.
He was the fastest guy on the field.
Correct. He's not anymore. And so for him to have the patience to wait that extra 1,001, maybe 1,001.5 for, I think it was Throckmorton, right? Number 76, to turn his body inside and to the left and just open that lane. But it's not there at the point of contact where he gets the handoff. So that is a positive step in progression for a guy like R.J. Harvey. And if this Broncos offensive line can continue to do that, R.J. Harvey could be one of those, like, who's going to have the next coming out party? I said Troy Franklin. You said Jonah Ellis. R.J. Harvey could definitely be in that category if he stays disciplined in that regard.
And I actually want to get further into this at 1:30. Think about what it could be once he figures out he can be on the field during pass plays and becomes a pass-catching threat.
Yes.
That's a huge step for a guy like R.J. Harvey. All right, well, Audric Estime, he's on the outside looking in. I don't know that has changed. What did Sean Payton see from the second-year running back?
The plan was early on, it was RJ, and then it was going to be RJ, obviously Bidet was going to get work, then Jaleel, Audric, and then Blake. We knew we wanted 2/3 of the game to get to Blake and Audric, and I think we were able to accomplish that. Now, again, it's not an exact science, but those guys got a lot of work. I thought they did a good job with their opportunities.
Man, you're talking about, we know RJ and JK are there. Tyler, Jaleel, Audric, and Blake. I've watched with my own eyes, and I think you've seen it too. Pretty much every one of those guys do regular special teams snaps at practice and at camp. Audric was not until after that first preseason game. I think they're telling us everything we need to know.
Listen, he said it's not an exact science. Of course it's not. But yet you flag in there, first of all, a couple things. One, in his answer about Audric Estime, it was he named 3 different running backs 4 times before even bringing up Estime, and he gets thrown in there. It was RJ, then it was RJ again. Obviously, Bidet is going to get some work, and then Jaleel, and then Estime and Blake Watson. So you're already a throwaway in the answer from your head coach, basically when the question was framed about you. Mm-hmm. And then secondarily, Josh, you can point to kind of a wow play or maybe a turn your head or at least a make note of that play from basically every back in the room. And it's not that Audric hasn't had some touches and carries where you say, okay, that was he made the right read there, he did that. But he's probably the one you have to think back the hardest before you find one of those in your recent memory.
I mean, honestly, I only have one from this camp in preseason, and it was a catch. It was a pass that he received and then ran through a couple San Francisco 49er tacklers who, by the way, were 4th stringers.
Right.
So it's nothing great.
It's not an exact science, but it doesn't have to be. We're not making a volcano for science class here, right? You don't have to measure out the different chemicals and stuff like that. There are 6 backs in a room where you're probably only going to keep 3, maybe 4, depending on what they do with the fullback situation. And he just doesn't feel like he's in the top half of that room anymore. So it's not an exact science because it doesn't have to be.
Mm-hmm. Do kids still do the volcanoes? Is that still a science project that you do?
I don't know. I feel like that's just like the pop culture thing that like anytime someone talks about science pre-middle school, it's like, yeah, you made a volcano, just like you made a diorama of like, cowboys and Native Americans or whatever.
See, because I don't remember doing the volcano.
No, I didn't.
I don't think I did. Kevin? No volcano?
No, I just do it with my mashed potatoes.
Yeah, see, I've seen that. The gravy goes down.
The canyon.
I've seen the canyon with gravy before. You know what we did do? We dissected a baby pig in like the 10th grade. And it was it was my first period class. So I wake up, I take a shower, I walk to school, may or may not have done some things on the way to school, and then the next thing you know, you're cutting open a pig's stomach.
Right. Not like a frog or like a rat or something. Like
very disgusting.
A baby pig.
A baby pig.
Wilbur.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Did you guys do that?
I dissected a frog, I think, which I have I'm fine with that.
Sure.
The pig, I don't think I would be like grossed out by it, but it would be like, oh, there's a dead pig on this table.
Well, especially first hour. I'm like, it's 7 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm covered in pig blood.
Right.
What are we doing here?
Right. I had Lucky Charms 35 minutes ago, and now I don't feel that great about it.
That's I'm like, I'm trying to French kiss my lady out here. I'm smelling like pig guts.
You're killing my game, bro.
Do they still dissect stuff in school?
Probably. That feels like maybe there's teachers or.
I mean, they gave us what were those, like X-Acto knives? Remember those things? Were sharp
like
as hell.
Scalpel.
Yeah.
You know, like. Yeah, no, that there were things I think that probably have phased their way out. You know, some good and some bad. I don't know where dissecting animals falls in that category, but my guess is that's probably not as common as it was, you know, when they were filming Ferris Bueller's Day Out.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to know, if you're a teacher out there or you have a child, are you guys still people are telling us they did do pigs. Oh, somebody said we each got our own pig heart. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's like the Native American thing, right? You eat the heart, and you become one with the, you know.
Mm-hmm. I went on a deep sea fishing trip this summer, and I think my family was just screwing with me. But on the way, they're like, hey, if you catch, I don't remember, a certain kind of fish, but if you're the first one to do it, you have to take a bite out of the heart. And that's when I'm like, what are you going to do, beat me up if I don't?
Or what?
Yeah, I'm not doing that. It's disgusting. All right, yeah, let us know. You guys still dissecting stuff in school? I'm intrigued now. All right, we'll continue to hear a bit from John Payton. Like I said, at 1:30, I want to talk a little bit more about Evan Ingram, pass catchers, and what that's going to look like. Let's continue to hear from Sean a little bit about Troy Franklin and other starters getting their snaps this week versus what it's going to look like in New Orleans. That's next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something?
Boat wins!
Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing?
Boat wins!
Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing?
Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, if you've been waiting for the right time to replace your windows, this is it. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is offering 25% off Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows, made in America, built to last a lifetime. They're Colorado's original Infinity dealer, family owned and trusted since 1973. In uncertain times, choose the company your neighbors count on. That's Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Call at 303-794-0490 or visit them at windowsforyourhome.com, because your home deserves the best.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303-LAW-4040.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Fantasy season is here, and Twin Peaks is the place to draft like a pro. Score a draft kit, scratch-made food, and the ultimate lodge vibe. Don't settle for basic. Draft at the Lodge. Book now at twinpeaksrestaurant.com/fantasydraft. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is carry. C-A-R-R-Y. Text carry to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's carry to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
I feel you creeping, I can see it from my shadow. Wanna jump up in my Lamborghini Gallardo. Maybe go to my place and just kick it like Tybo. And possibly then you're over. Look back and watch me smack that.
It always works. There we go, a little Akon for us.
Man, he had a run, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He really did.
Isn't he still like a crazy millionaire, billionaire for like real estate stuff now?
Probably.
I think he does something like that.
You know, this is my ringtone in like 7th grade.
Really?
You remember your ringtone from 7th grade?
This is the only one I remember.
I only had a couple too, so I remember I had Gold Digger Kanye for a while.
So good.
As a ringtone. Yeah, that was a good one. And now if my phone rings, I'm like, who the is calling me?
Get out!
Yeah. Don't call my phone. What is this? All right, Richie Carney sitting in for Cecil. We're hanging out until 2 o'clock. The Drive getting in here. Kevin Kistner back with us. Great to have you back here, Kevin. After a week in Maine.
I was ready to come back like 2 days in.
Really?
I was like, okay, I
Because
need
the
to
lady
be...
situation was dried up, or you know, like what was?
Fair question.
It was weird. It was like,
yeah.
I want to get back to talking Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't like
My
being...
family's a bunch of idiots. I can't talk with them about the Broncos. So give me back.
I have nothing in common with these people out here.
You know, this is something fun. So Friday, I was telling Drew a little bit. Friday, we're getting off the rails, but we'll have fun for a second here. I went to play golf. I thought I was going to have the greatest situation of all time. I got to the golf course I was playing at, and the guy, when I went to go pay, said, hey, the people that you were playing with canceled. They're not going to play. And I'm like,
Sweet.
So he's like, you're by yourself and there's no one behind you. And so same thing. I'm like, this is going to be the greatest
the
day
hottest
ever.
thing you've ever said to me.
This is going to be awesome. And then literally as I'm putting my ball in the ground to hit the first one. The guy over there's like, Dover, party of one. Hold on, we've got people.
Sir, excuse me.
And I'm like, oh, great, here we go. And it ended up being like, it was Jordan and James, who I met with, and Jordan's lady, whose name I forgot, but Kristen. And we actually ended up becoming bros. We're going to like hang out more. But they were talking a lot about football early on before we had really started to bro out. And I don't know if you ever feel this, Richie. Like, I'm in a spot where I found out James was a big Patriots fan. You know what we do here in the Mile High City? We hate the Patriots.
Correct.
Thank you very much. And I was like, you know what? It's Friday. I got a cigar. I got plans with the lady after this. I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to get in the middle of their conversation. And then I just, bit my tongue and didn't say anything. But I don't want to be the guy that's like, well, actually, I think Drake May is going to, you don't want to be that guy either.
Right, exactly. Where it's like, you could weigh in more on this, but that's not really the point of the dynamic here that we're sharing. It's like, well, if you paid any attention to Patriots training camp, you would know that.
Right. So I didn't know really when to jump in or jump out.
How do they feel about Drake May?
They were really high on him.
They kind of should be, though. Should they?
I'm not very high on Drake May.
Listen, you say very high or whatever, but I think he showed some spark and some flashes to be. It's not they don't have a lot of playmakers.
I mean, will they be
there.
better than they were a couple of years ago or last year when he wasn't really getting the full opportunity? I think they'll be a little bit better, but I think I'm not the biggest J.J. McCarthy guy. I think he's going to be better than Drake May.
Me neither. Don't preach to the choir.
But also, J.J. has the luxury of throwing to J.J. in Justin Jefferson.
True.
None of these other guys have that.
I just started
weapon.
watching, by the way. I didn't watch it last year when it came out. I just started watching Receiver. On Netflix just because I was bored.
I never watched it either.
I never did either, but I was bored. I was cleaning around the house, just wanted something to throw on, and I threw it on. I didn't realize how aggressively JJ, as in Justin Jefferson, takes the whole Jetta's personality.
Oh,
like,
I didn't know this.
He considers it like a different personality. He's like, oh, I'm Justin. When we're talking here, when I'm at home with my family, I'm Justin. I'm kind of mild-mannered. I'm meek. He's like, but I throw the chains on, and I'm Jets.
Really?
And I'm a different man. And it's like, whoa, we're going like full... What was it, James McAvoy or whatever in Split? Where it's like, that wasn't me, that was Patricia.
Yeah.
Like that, we're talking a totally different thing. And he puts on the Pit Viper shades and 3 chains, one of which is a jetliner, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm Jets. And then you hear like Kirk Cousins in the tunnel calling him Jets and dapping him up. And I'm like, oh, this is a real thing. Like, I'm not Justin, I'm Jets.
I like that. You like go into a different space,
Yeah.
That's me at the Grizzly Rose. Here, I'm Kevin. Around family, it's Kevin.
Yeah.
You go to the Grizzly Rose. Chicken fingers.
Chicken fingers. I was like, where's he going to go with the nickname? Right? Well, chicken fingers.
I will say, a lot of the times when we go out, we were golfing a couple weeks ago, and I think I booked the tee time, so it was under my name. And I told a guy, it was Joe, I think, over at Saddle Rock, who was great to us. What's up, Joe? And I said, and I'm like, hey, actually, this is Kevin right here. And they always go, chicken fingers? Is that chicken fingers? And they get so excited that it's Kevin, a.k.a. chicken fingers.
I swear to God, I'm not making this up. I have been asked out at events and listeners by people who don't know me right now, are you chicken fingers? Are you chicken? I used to get, are you big sexy? And I'm like, well, I appreciate that, but no.
Right.
And then I have gotten on a couple of occasions chicken fingers. And while I have to say no, it is almost like, in a weird way, it's a backdoor compliment, because Kevin is probably the thing I respect about him the most is he's the guy that's at everything, but always kind of in the background. Like he's just kind of, he's at this Super Bowl 50 party that he probably has no business being in, but he found a way in. He's making moves on the dance floor at the Grizzly Rose underneath that sparkly bullhead. Or he's here, or he's there. I, go to a, charity event at Castle Pines that I'm not even probably fit to be at. And guess who's there? Kevin.
Dude, he invited me to the Castle Pines. I was like, Kevin, what is going on? I love it.
He's like, oh, you need a plug? I got you.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Exactly.
Let me talk to some people.
But you know what Kevin does? He gets on the list, and then he'll be in the background until his number's called. And then he'll hit a damn game-winning home run in the softball game, and now he's on the list forever.
Well, hold on.
That's how it works, dude.
I did. This might be like a little bit of Sandlot legend for chicken fingers, because I did hear at one of the more recent softball games on America's birthday that the performance was not as stellar as before. I did hear that on credible intel.
Let's just say nothing is going to top the first home run.
You set the bar too high.
I set the bar Hall of Fame level. Right. I did go 1 for 2 this last time, so I kept us in it late in the game. I don't think we walked off. Dreesen gave up like 12 runs, man.
Oh, so you're blaming Joel.
Right. Immediately pivot. Oh, you think I was bad? How about the host of the party?
You're trying to stay on the list, dude.
Hey, Joel didn't invite me to the party the other night either. So
probably the performance set you back a little bit there. All right. Speaking of Netflix and the quarterback show, I don't watch those ones. I used to be so into Hard Knocks. Are you into Hard Knocks at all this year?
Not as much as I used to be. I'm kind of over it, to be honest with you.
Is that like an age thing?
It's
or?
jumped the shark for me. It's
Okay.
not as, at first it was so real and it was like, wow, we're watching these guys get cut in these crazy tense and emotional moments. And eventually that kind of wears off. And I think the more outlandish, crazy stuff that happened, more teams were like, yeah, I guess what we don't want in our building is cameras following all the skeletons in our proverbial closets.
Mm-hmm.
And then it kind of lulled, and then we got like the ultimate, maybe one of the franchise-defining moments for that series was the Saquon Barkley conversation, that unfolded with him going to the Eagles and all that stuff. And he was getting the GM or whoever was trying to set him up to look bad on the phone and all that stuff. But to me, it's just kind of like, yeah, okay. Like it's not appointment viewing. For me
I honestly don't think the Bills are that interesting. If
they're awesome, but that doesn't mean you're interesting.
But the intrigue about the Bills are they going to get over the hump?
Yeah.
And hasn't that been the same question for 4 straight years? I don't know if that's that intriguing to me. I think Josh Allen's a great player. Fun to watch, some regional ties, which is cool, but I don't know that there's a lot of cool storylines about the Buffalo Bills unless you're a diehard Buffalo Bills fan, and I get that, but do they do the show for just that group? They want as many eyeballs as possible.
I think they do the show because they're a media machine and they're just pumping stuff.
I guess I haven't seen it yet, but if they're going to do like I'm always into the Bills Mafia and that creepy old dude that lets people squirt ketchup and mustard all over him. I'm always interested in his weird thoughts and philosophy.
I would love to be adopted by a Bills Mafia. If I could be adopted by one fan base, they're probably at the top of my list.
Bills
Outside
Mafia?
of Broncos country, who I grew up in and I love. But if I had to rent out my fandom or be adopted for a game or a short period of time or whatever, that would be my top choice. I want to be breaking through flaming tables and just consuming
drinking out of bowling balls,
insane amounts of alcohol out of a variety of different receptacles.
Yeah. I don't know that I'd let people squirt me with ketchup and mustard, but I'd love to cover the old guy with it.
Listen, you get drunk enough, there's probably somebody that's like, hey, go ahead. Well, you got the squeeze bottle?
Yeah, I want to try it. All right, we didn't get into some Troy Franklin conversation. I want to do that coming up next. Let's talk about the ceiling of what Troy Franklin's career could be and how quickly he starts to make an impact in the regular season. That's coming up next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Injured this summer? The fight starts now with Postman Law. No fees unless we win. Free consults available. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Man, it is hot out there. Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner or full HVAC system? Throw the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air does free second opinions. Don't forget about the insane heat pump rebates. Up to $12,000 off a new heating and cooling system only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Summer's not done yet, Rockies fans, and neither is the fun at Coors Field. The Dodgers are here for 4 big games August 18th through the 21st. The Chicago Cubs roll in for the last weekend in August, the 29th through the 31st. And we close out summer over Labor Day with the Giants, September 1st through the 3rd. Think promo giveaways, stunning sunsets, and all your ballpark favorites. Don't miss your last chance to soak up summer baseball. Grab your tickets now at Rockies.com/tickets.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. This August, transform your home and get more than just great curb appeal. Get free gutters when you replace your entire siding with premium James Hardie products. Don't let budgets hold you back. Choose no payment and no interest for 24 months or 0 interest for 5 full years. Flexible financing made for homeowners like you. At 5280 Exteriors, they install Pella windows, James Hardie siding, and full roof replacements, all with expert craftsmanship from a President's Club elite contractor. Call now or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on DenverSports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to talk a little wide receiver. I want to talk specifically about Troy Franklin. And then we'll hear a little bit from Evan Ingram as well, because Evan liked a couple of things from one Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin had himself a night, I should say, on Saturday evening. 4 catches for 67 yards. Just 3 yards behind Pat Bryant, who had the most of anybody. 5 targets, and 2 of those turned into touchdowns. One of them was a hell of a catch. Fighting through traffic a little bit, turns his body at the perfect time.
Yep.
You know what else I loved about that second one is, and I think they actually talked about this on the broadcast, you're not playing your hand. You're not eyes opening, hands getting out there like Troy jumps, like starts to turn his body and then shows the hands to go get it. And that's just, I mean, maybe it's a half second, maybe it's a full second of not letting your defender turn and also get that hand up for a PBU. It was a great route. Great body control, and then obviously you come down with it and keep your 2 feet in the end zone. Troy Franklin had himself a night on Saturday.
He did, and you can just say that looking at the box score, right? You can see 4 receptions on 5 targets, 67 yards, and 2 touchdowns. But it goes beyond the box score for me because, again, it just passes the eye test, right? I've talked about that over the course of this show with like a guy like Joaquin Davis, who I don't think is going to make this football team. But just when you watch him with your eyes, you're like, that's an NFL wide receiver.
Yeah.
Like in the making. It is going to bloom. Physically, he has all the measurables and the traits that you could ask for and is clearly just this lump of clay that could be molded. Well, Troy Franklin, from an eye test perspective, He's passing with flying colors. He's not just a 9-ball guy that you hope Bo can uncork one over the middle and he gets a half a step on a defensive back. He's making catches in traffic. His hands look great. He's like, some of those catches that he's made over these 2 preseason weeks have bailed the Broncos and, frankly, Jared Stidham out of some tough off-balance throws, third down situations, gotta have it plays.
Yep.
And it's one of those things where if he had dropped it, you go, okay, hey, yeah, you want your wide receiver to catch any ball that hits him in the hands, but that one was on the tougher side, whether he's got to come back, get low, or reach through traffic to be able to grab it. And Troy Franklin is doing those things that we didn't get a sniff of last season.
Sean was asked about Troy Franklin in year 2, and Sean is impressed.
It's happening, and I'm excited. I think we just got to be smart because he's playing 2 spots, but he's had a really good camp. He's confident, and I've said this a bunch of times. It has to happen on the field, and you guys that have covered this team or any other team, like you see it in the preseason every year. Some players that begin to make some plays, and it carries over, and so that's why these games are important.
So the carryover, that's what I'm talking about with like stacking days and just building a little bit of confidence. And certainly Troy, man, I'm trying to think now. We were out there for 3 straight weeks, and now it's kind of the normal schedule where we won't be broadcasting, but we'll have some people out there. I don't know, and I'm sure there was a moment, and my eyes weren't on everything that Troy Franklin did, but off the top of my head, I can't think of a moment where I was like, got to be better right there, Troy. I didn't have one of those, and that's all I had last year.
Right. Not aggressively so would I say there's a moment where it's like, oof, yikes. You know what I mean? Like, you got to have that. And we've seen that from other players, not every single player, but we've certainly seen that, and there are candidates in that category every single year. But no, to your point, Troy Franklin in the 2024 training camp had maybe one of the worst training camps we've seen, at least in recent Broncos history.
Yeah.
I mean, we're literally having a conversation where a 4th-round pick, somebody who had a prior college connection with the starting quarterback, and it was like, hey, if this guy wasn't a 4th-round pick, he's not making the team. And it wasn't hyperbole or over the top to say something like that, especially when it's juxtaposed with a guy like Devon Vele, who as the 7th-round pick and was totally underthought of and under-recognized, started outshining him in those moments. And then there's frustration, maybe not to like the KJ Hamler slamming his helmet down in the end zone level from Troy, but you could tell he was visibly frustrated. He was off sync and out of rhythm, and there just wasn't connecting. And even on plays where you saw, hey, he had his man beat and he's getting open, because we did see that. Even though he wasn't catching passes and it wasn't translating on the field, you could see he was able to get open. He just was dropping the football, or the timing between he and Bo wasn't right. Well, going into 2025, so much of that feels like it's taken a massive step in the other and positive direction.
I'm trying to find like a comp of what I'd feel comfortable of saying, hey, this is what Troy Franklin can do. Because we went over this earlier with Marvin Mims' numbers, and Marvin Mims only had 39 catches for 500 yards. He did score 6 touchdowns. I think that touchdown number would be great for a second-year guy like Troy Franklin. Even the yardage at 500, because we think there's going to be so much a spreading of the football by Bo Nix. In that joint practice on Thursday, Cecil and I counted 9 different targets that Bo threw it to. Now, will that be the case every week? Probably not, but there's plenty of love to go around, so I don't know if all these numbers are going to be inflated. I think the catch number's too low. I think Troy Franklin's going to catch more than 39 balls.
He should.
He should, right? The number of 500 yards, I mean, if I'm putting Evan Ingram at like 700 to 800, if I'm putting Cortland Sutton at like 800 to 900 or 950, maybe flirting with that number, it's going to start to add up real quickly. And you're like, how many other guys will have these extended numbers? I would look at, 45, 50 catches for a guy like Troy Franklin, and 500 to 550 yards, and probably realistically like 3 to 5 touchdowns.
You nailed it. And to me, the player that comes to mind, and we have to be careful with this when we talk about projecting, especially the wide receiver position, because of how many there are. Bo Nix is only going to throw the ball so many times and only throw for so many yards. So if Cortland Sutton's going to be Cortland Sutton, and he's going to give you 1,000 yards and probably get north of 110 targets, he had like 135 last year. Maybe that goes down when you've got Evan Ingram and other guys kind of emerging, even if Sean increases the amount of times he throws the ball.
Yeah.
If Cortland Sutton's going to give you that, I think Evan Ingram, whether he's pass catcher number 2 or just a very productive tight end, is going to give you Noah Fant ceiling type numbers where you're looking at 65 to 70 catches, 650 to 700 yards, and 4 or 5 touchdowns kind of as a floor for me production-wise based on what he's been able to do in this preseason and training camp. So for a guy like Troy Franklin, because you got Marvin Mims in that room as well, Devon Vele factors to take another step as he's tried to do, battling some injuries throughout camp thus far. If you're looking at 50-ish receptions and 500 to 600 yards, and touchdowns are such a fluky thing because you just never know, that puts him firmly in, if you're talking player comps, and somebody who I think he was definitely drafted with a mind of replacing, so as was Devon Vele, is Troy Franklin. I mean, Tim Patrick, sorry. Tim Patrick was like a 50-ish catch guy for 500 to 600, 700 yards, whatever it was. And, but he was an impactful receiver. Tim Patrick was that guy who you felt like when the ball went his way, you're like, that guy's going to make a play. He is.
And it's always like, another first down from that guy. Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Exactly. Whether you call it possession receiver or just somebody who's got that reliability rating that we all want and that a quarterback certainly wants from a pass catcher. To me, I think Troy Franklin could absolutely look like a Tim Patrick statistical production season. And there were times, even when Courtland Sutton was here as he was coming back from injury, where Tim Patrick looked like the best wide receiver for the Broncos on the field.
Yeah.
Courtland Sutton has come on of late, and I think Courtland Sutton doesn't get enough credit sometimes for being able to produce what he's produced with the revolving door at quarterbacks that he experienced during his entire career here. But there were times where Sutton was not meeting the value and the expectation of the contract that he was given by George Payton, and it took a long time to come back from those ACLs and things. And Tim Patrick filled that void in some of those moments. So if Troy is Tim Patrick pre-injury, sign me up.
I'm looking at it pre-injury because he missed his 29 and 30-year-old season, but the 2 years before that with Denver, 51 catches for 742 yards, 6 touchdowns, and 33 of his 51 catches went for first downs.
Bingo.
The next year, 53 catches, 734 yards, right there in the wheelhouse, and 39 of those catches came for first downs, 5 touchdowns. He was averaging 14.5 and 13.8 yards per reception. If that's what Troy can be this year, I think that's a hell of a second season for a young fella. And I don't even think that's not the ceiling for him. I think he can continue to get better and be even looked at as, a pretty legit number one target if things continue to trend this way.
I told you confidently, and I'd be curious what you think about it, that I think in Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant, we are legitimately looking at the future at the wide receiver position for the Broncos. I think
you're right.
3+ years from now, when it's likely that Courtland Sutton is at a bare minimum on the tail end of the extension he just signed, if he plays through it entirely, and Evan Ingram probably isn't here, and some of these other guys, Marvin Mims, he's an all-pro level returner and somebody who's comparable or productive enough in the receiving game. But in Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin, first and second year guys, I think you're legitimately looking at the next potential 1-2 receiver for the Broncos for a significant length of time.
I think you're right. I would not give you much pushback on that. How about this? Our buddy Rodney, he's a Northland High School graduate. Shout out to you. He says, I'm a native, been in Colorado all my life, 49 years. I've never actually bought a Broncos jersey, which I think is interesting. Says, but it's changing this year. I'm going for my new favorite Bronco, PB13.
Wow,
as Bronco your first fan forever, one, and your first one's Pat Bryant.
You've been in Colorado for 5 decades, and you've never had a Broncos jersey. That's surprising to me.
Elway, Terrell, like there's some names out there.
Plenty of Hall of Famers, right? But I would like Rodney to clarify on why. Is there an Illini connection there? Is it just like you found a guy and you fell in love with him like we all did when we were kids? Mine was like Adrian Peterson and Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Those were, even though they weren't Broncos at the time, that was my guys that I gravitated to, and it's like that's going to be my guy forever. Adrian Peterson will always be my favorite running back. I don't care.
Yeah.
And
even when he's getting beat up in a poker room.
Right. Yeah. Oh, he's getting made fun of on Family Guy. He's breaking out the switch. He's doing all right.
Yeah.
He's doing all right, I guess. But I would love to know why Pat Bryant breaks the 5-decade streak.
That's a good question. Let us know, Rodney. Let us know right there. All right, let's hit our final timeout. Come back. I do actually want to hear from Evan Ingram. How did he feel, and what did he see on that big 58-yard catch and run he had on the Broncos' first drive? And what is he seeing on the guy we were just talking about, Troy Franklin? You'll hear from Evan next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals after beating his former team. Will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I used to get overwhelmed at the grocery store. 1 minute I'm reading a label that says healthy. Next thing I know, it's packed with sugar and stuff I can't pronounce. That's when soda stepped in. When I started the program, I didn't just get a food plan. I got a lifeline. I lost 82 pounds in 16 weeks. But more than that, I learned how to eat smart, shop smart, stay on track even when life gets messy. I could text my Soda nutritionist from aisle 5 and get instant help. That's support you don't get from a label. This isn't about being perfect, it's about being prepared. And with Soda, I finally felt in control of my health and my habit. Go to sodaweightloss.com. sodaweightloss.com. SOTA. It stands for State of the Art. Click the Request Your Nutritionist callback. Get to it. You can do it. You know how I know you can do it? Because I did it. sodaweightloss.com. sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I'm down with a little Bobby Brown to wrap up the show. Feels good there,
Solid
Kevin.
rhyme right there.
Yeah. You down on a little Bobby Brown? You're a little younger than me, but not much.
I have a older appreciation for music than my birth certificate might imply.
Okay.
Yeah, my parents listened to music and raised my sister and I with music from their generations more so. Like I didn't really even find my own way and taste into music until I was like well into middle school and into high school where I started getting into the new stuff.
That's Richie Carney's voice right there sitting in for Cease. And I was sort of the same way, like Pops and Mom, growing up, listening to their stuff. And, I was on punishment quite a bit. And so
been there.
There was a lot of like, hey, you've been grounded for 3 weeks, but if you do want to go play basketball with your friends at the Westminster Rec Center this Saturday, you're going to need to clean the whole house Friday. So we'd play Bobby Brown, Jesse's Girl, like that kind of stuff while I'm cleaning the baseboards with a bleach bucket. You know what I mean? Like That was kind of my
Nothing
childhood.
gets me through manual labor like Rick Springfield.
I was like, man, what's Jesse's girl look like? Why is he so into her?
Probably
I wanna
looks
know.
like Stacy's mom, right?
Probably.
Isn't that
Yeah.
the mythical lineage that Stacy's mom grew up to be, or what was it? No,
Jesse's
girl grew up to be Stacy's mom.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was
I love that.
You know when they do like conspiracy theories,
Yeah,
you're like Tarzan and Tangled are actually connected, and there's all these like conspiracy theories
Yeah.
about, was the top spinning and was it going to fall at the end of Inception? That is one that Jesse's girl grew up to be Stacy's mom,
Okay.
and that the legend lives on.
I love that story. See, now you got conspiracy theories, you got the jersey, you're wearing glasses, you're drinking Mountain Dew. Full circle here. You've crushed it today.
I
absolutely
feel
crushed
the energy of Cecil Lammy flowing through my veins.
All right, and before we get into Evan Ingram, I do want to revisit. We asked folks earlier if they still dissect pigs like Richie and I did, and I was in high school when I did it.
Yeah, I think I did it. I think that was the last time that I did it was once in high school.
Okay.
It was a frog.
And people have told us cow's eye, sheep's eye, and then one person wrote, I have a junior at whatever, and they did coding. And they said times have changed. So, yeah, certainly times have changed.
Yeah, I think I did a sheep brain.
What's the point of the
Or
eye?
a heart. Well, I think when you slice open the eye, not that I'm going to play armchair
Sure,
biologist
all right,
here or whatever. I think like your eyes have so many like nerve endings and intricacies, and like if you look at somebody's eyes like up real close,
Yeah,
like your
yeah.
irises, like the eyes are pretty cool. I don't know what it looks like when you slice one open because I usually like look away during those parts of the
Right,
Saw movies
right.
and whatever. Hostile, but that was a deep cut reference, by the way.
That's
Hostile.
good, that's
if you
good.
know, you know. Hostel. Good grief.
I've always had this crazy, stupid, irrational fear of me either at my house or a hotel, and someone
Yes, the
slices
Achilles.
the Achilles.
Dude, I literally just brought my leg up onto
Yeah.
the table because I get this like heebie. Oh.
That's like the worst thing that could happen, I think.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. I gotta clear that from my brain. But
All right.
no. Yeah. I don't know what the significance is if you're looking at the inside of an eye versus dissecting other parts of the body. But yeah, it was basic. Maybe it's just like, hey, these are the cheapest animal parts we can get in our public school system. It's like,
They're cheap
where's
when
the
you buy them in
slaughterhouse?
bulk.
Yeah. Buy them in bulk. I need a bag of eyeballs,
Yeah.
please.
By the way, our boy Jack Jordan, he's a loyal texter too. What up, Jack? He says Jesse's girl was Stacy's mom. Her name was Ginny, and her number was 8675309.
Written on the wall. Oh, can I tell you how many times I called that number?
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It was, or like any number. Like I don't know. It was like Soldier Boy or something.
Yeah.
Had a 875.
Oh,
whatever.
that's right.
I called that one, and then like companies who were smart, like
Does that Kiss Me Through the Phone?
yeah, Kiss Me Through the Phone.
Yeah.
Companies that were smart actually tried to buy up and secure those numbers so that they could direct you to whatever they wanted, and some would leave like fun voicemails, like if you were you're looking for Jenny, but she's not here right now.
Mm-hmm. That's the George Costanza. Where could I be, or whatever he says at the end. Kevin, believe it or not. It's such a good voicemail. All right, we are having a little bit of fun. Zach and Phil are going to come in here in 10 minutes, and then we're out. But, Richie, I wanted to get into a couple things that Evan Ingram had to say on our way out of here. First and foremost, the big play, 58 yards on play 2 from scrimmage. What did Evan see in that moment?
Yeah, just a well-executed play. Troy had an amazing block for me to continue to run. That play doesn't happen without that block. Just great execution all around, led to it for sure. Wish I kept going, scored. That would have made it a little bit better, but it was a big play for our offense.
It was a huge play for the offense. I mean, he catches the ball 8 yards away from the line of scrimmage and then ultimately takes it 58 yards. And that block that he's talking about from Troy Franklin, you and I had talked about it a little earlier. Go back and watch it. It's beautifully executed. He's simply getting in the way, putting his hands up to tell the referees there will be no holding here. Beautiful block by Troy Franklin. Evan actually went on to talk a little bit more about Troy and that block.
Yeah, I mean, just his confidence. I feel his confidence every day. He's been working his butt off. He actually came to Atlanta and trained with my trainer for a couple weeks. And just you can tell he really cares about his game. He really cares about chasing improvement, and the confidence is a big part too. It's really evident.
I've said this before, and we've talked about it on this show, that confidence thing, dude, that goes so far. I think it's not just football. It's what we do in radio, what you do at work. Like, the moment of I belong here sounds pompous, but, like, I can hang here, right? Like, I can hold my own here. Like I said, at work, you're building houses, and whatever it is you're doing, you're working at the grocery store, you're scheduling your employees, whatever it is. Like, once you know you can hang, it goes so far for your confidence in what you're doing.
It's a validating moment,
Yeah,
right?
there you go.
Because you say, hey, like, I can do this. You know what I mean? And Sean talked about that. Like, hey, it happens in practice. It happens in the preseason. It's got to happen in games, right? So even some of these guys that are having flashy breakout moments or performances, in the preseason, well, eventually the games are going to start counting. And that's going to be an entirely different evaluation tier to where you say, okay, this is how I separate myself from being like let's just use a quarterback example, like Jarrett Stidham, who is preseason MVP across the NFL, but hasn't started more than a handful of games in his entire NFL career. Or like the ultimate camp darling at quarterback, Kyle Sloter, Team Sloter, right?
Slaughterhouse.
That guy looked like a freak in the preseason, and you got fans like chanting and clamoring for more. Chad Kelly had some vibes of that, but guess what? When it came real time in real games, it wasn't there. And so for a guy like Troy Franklin to have struggled the way that he struggled in 2024, to see it start to click. And listen, we can say what we want, and I think we, as armchair GMs and coaches and analysts, which we are put in a position to do and be in sports talk radio, we can often maybe underestimate, overlook, or dismiss some of the mental side of the things that these guys go through and focus, oh, we're getting paid millions of dollars, so you should do X and you should do Y. But it's got to be grueling to just put your body on the line the way that you do and go through everything that you have to go through, being away from your family and doing this and doing that, and just feel like you suck. And I feel like that's where Troy Franklin was last year. And so to hear it in his voice in training camp and in post-game press conferences, he sounds more confident. He feels like he's more a part and in tune with the offense, and that's going to continue to kind of snowball as the season goes on. And yeah, does he have to go out and do it when the lights are on for real against Tennessee and Indianapolis and then that brutal 3-game stretch? Yeah, but you got to crawl before you can walk, and I think we're watching the very quick crawl stage for Troy Franklin in this preseason.
I love that. I love it, man, and it's something that's a young man, and as we're talking about like that feeling of belong, he could have crumbled. He could have absolutely crumbled. He could be Audric Estime. It didn't go right the first way. Woe is me. Why can't I get this? He didn't do that. And now we're seeing Estime approached his offseason the wrong way. Troy did not. Now one guy's not only going to make the team, have a huge role on this team, while the other guy's going to be 21 years old and unemployed.
The NFL waits for nobody, Josh, right? So hey, get your you-know-what together or get out. This train is leaving the station, and that's true for every NFL team across all 32 markets in the country. So it isn't on you, or it is on you, I should say, to get it in line and get it together. And if it's not working, figure out why. Troy Franklin has clearly done that, where we've seen other young players in his position or situation, even within the last few draft classes, fall short of that expectation.
All right, a couple of things real quick. One, we're getting a lot of texts about folks saying they dissected cats in high school.
Crazy. Literally can't imagine why that would happen.
I've never heard of that in my entire life.
Yeah, this sounds like
outside of that weird Matt kid that went to Niagara Creek Middle School with me and everyone was scared of him.
It sounds like something that might happen at like Cecil Lammy's Cowboy College. You know what I mean? It's like, this isn't sanctioned by a school board. There's no way that Fluffy made it on the operating table and it passed all the inspections.
That's a in-house pet. You know what I mean? Like, you and I said it was weird with a pig, and I've never owned a pig.
Right, exactly.
But like a cat, I'm not even cat guy. But that's weird to me.
Yeah, no, just because I don't want to clean out a litter box doesn't mean I want to slice one open on a table.
I know.
Yeah, no, if you did, that's crazy, and I'm not calling you a liar. That would have been, if you asked me to list commonly dissected animals in school systems across Colorado, cat wouldn't have been in my top 10.
No, not even close. I inserted foot in the mouth a couple of weeks ago. We got the great email, the Denver Down Low, and for those not in the email chain, we get told what's going on around our company. I think it's cool.
It's like a newsletter.
You learn about other people that maybe you don't know about. I literally gone on the air that morning, and I'm like, dudes that have cats are so weird. If you're a single guy with a cat, you're the weirdest person ever.
I remember this.
And then later on that day, I saw an email with highlighting John Simmer, who I love. I love John Simmer, holding a cat.
Holding a cat.
You know what? I was like, crap, John, I'm so sorry.
That actually makes sense to me, because I feel like Johnny Fever, John Simmer, who's the producer of the morning show, doesn't he kind of just fully embody cat energy?
He sort of does.
Like he's kind of prickly, but if he warms up to you, then he's kind of fun and he's nice. It's like, oh, this guy does have a personality. But if you're just like walking by the studio, you're like, that guy might hiss at me. I don't know. You know what I mean? And like, so that actually, I didn't put that together until you just said that because I didn't read that portion, I guess, that week. But I totally see that.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I give off more like dog, golden retriever
Definitely.
vibes.
You're like going up to every group saying hi.
Like, hey, what's up, man? Like, but yeah, no, John Simmer, his spirit animal is a house cat.
Okay, I like that. And then now we're getting, it's in Rifle, Colorado. Some people are saying they dissected. Bear Creek High School dissected a cat. That's not that far from here. Bear Creek High School.
Yeah, no, that's okay, man. Listen, I went to Chaparral. I was a Douglas County kid. We did not dissect any cats.
I don't know that I would have liked that. Another couple things. Someone texted us. We were doing the 867-5309. There's a place in Fort Collins called Totally 80s Pizza, and that's their phone number. 867-5309.
No way.
Someone
with just
texted
like
it,
the
and I
local
went to
area
confirm
code
with 970 as the area code.
Oh, that is awesome.
That's pretty badass, right there.
You know what? That's one of those places where it's like you might not live nearby, but you're like, all right, we got to suck it up. We're gonna drive. We're gonna go there one time, right? We're gonna see how it is, and then you're just gonna be in like it's gonna be like pure nostalgia overload for an entire dinner.
Yeah, that was our boy Jared up in Windsor telling us about Totally 80s Pizza. So. Another reason to go up to FOCO, I guess, right there. Get some Totally 80s pizza. Do the beer tour is always fun as well. All right, it's KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. You know what else I wanted to say for the very end of the show? Now, again, we kind of similar in age. Grew up watching SportsCenter. I know not a lot of people go to bed watching SportsCenter. I tend to do that still. You know who's hosting SportsCenter tonight for the first time since 2006?
I did see a headline about this.
Rich Eisen.
Hell yeah!
Rich Eisen will be hosting SportsCenter tonight. His show's going back to ESPN in a couple months. They're just giving a little dose of Rich Eisen as your SportsCenter host. I think it'll be kind of cool.
You're
for
a Rich Eisen
nostalgia.
guy. I like Rich Eisen.
I don't go out of his way to watch the show, but I grew up with him in my living room.
Right,
so
exactly.
it's
I'm not saying he's like appointment listening for me. I don't like.
I like his NFL Network stuff and draft and combine stuff.
Yeah,
it's
he's
fun.
trying to run the 40. You know, they do the run, Rich, run kind of thing and all that. That's cool, man. It's SportsCenter is so far removed from what like I remember it being growing up and what I appreciated about it, and it'll probably never get back to that because, frankly, the strength of personalities that came through in that era of sports TV.
Oh yeah,
it's not just something that you crank out in an easy bake oven, you know. So it may never get back to that. But listen, man, it's cool. I the more Scott Van Pelt I can have in my viewing habits, I want it. Rich Eisen, I'm cool with it.
All right, so 9:00 local time. That's when Rich will take to the SportsCenter screen.
Could you guys beat Rich Eisen in a 40?
Without a doubt.
No doubt. Yeah. Backwards probably.
I'm not saying I'm winning a lot of races in the 40, but I should be able to do
I
that.
couldn't beat you.
I mean, he's used to it. He does it every year.
Is he used to it, or is it just once a year?
Oh, well, hey.
I mean,
how many times have you guys lined up for a 40?
I have never lined up for 40 in my life.
The last time I did it was never also.
I have. But I'll tell you this. The last time I did it was ironically at our Be a Mentor, Be a Fan football camp where you were busy out there coaching the kids. And I was about 4/10 of a second slower than I thought I was going to be. Still not bad. It was, I guess.
What was it?
It was sub 6. I think I was like 5.6.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not terrible.
How would it go here at the
5'7".
station?
Well, Phil would beat us all.
I think Phil would come in first, and he's on the younger side.
Stokely, well, Stokely's old.
Stokely can't move like that anymore, probably.
No. No, he
doesn't. Though. Stoke is like naturally just a ripped up guy.
It's very natural. None of it is work ethic at all. I mean, no, truly.
I don't know. When's the last time Stokely ran?
No, I think it's been years and years.
But he says that though. He's like, I could. Like people are like, oh, Stoke, you could go out there and run. He's like, I literally don't know if I could run a crossing route and catch a ball from a quarterback like that.
No, something would pop. No, something
would pop. You still work out.
Yeah, I still work out, but I'm not. I don't remember the last time that I was running as fast as I could.
I play basketball.
But you're walking all the time, walking heels like you're Rocky or something.
Yeah, no, I walk all the time. I'll jog a little bit, like I jogged today with a vest on. But
I would guess you're faster than me. You're taller. Your strides are bigger.
Like, are we talking like right this second, or like when if we're at like our physical peak? I'm winning for sure.
Oh, 100%.
But
I even think right now you're faster.
I don't know, Josh. When's the last time you ran as fast as you could?
I mean,
you still play basketball.
I have a game tonight, so we play pretty regularly.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna play hard. You're running fast, dude. I'm not beating you in a race right now. No way.
Well, how long? How long? Because you have hamstring problems.
Yeah,
how long would it take you to kind of
Warm
get
up,
going? Like,
yeah.
how many months would you guys need if we had a 40-yard dash?
I'd probably need I'd need 4 or 5 weeks.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so
because
too.
if I did it right now, I'm getting hurt.
Yes, same.
Yeah.
Same. Something's popping. So it'd go maybe Phil.
Chicken fingers.
No.
He ran a 50. It only took him about 9 seconds.
Say Phil. I'm actually going to go Phil, Dover.
Yes.
Richie.
I think I could beat Josh, but let's go.
Yeah, we got some.
Yeah. I'll do it. Listen,
feels some
you
type
talk
of
about
way.
right now. I'll go out in the parking lot and do it right now.
I'll say
I got a game tonight. I'm not getting hurt for that.
I'll still say Stoke, myself, then
Why are you putting Stoke over you?
Mike and Mark. Just out of respect.
Mark can't be moving more than 5 yards before.
I don't know if Mark can run.
The nuts and bolts start flying off of that machine.
No, I'm not even taking a shot. I don't know.
No,
if he can run. His body
I
is-
don't know.
Wow, you put
Now,
Mike
if you
in
want to
front
talk
of
about who can exert the most force and pressure in a 3-foot space, Mark Schlereth is going to knock the punching bag machine over. But I don't know if that transitions to like length and distance running.
Who's the fastest Denver Bronco? They're all lined up for a 40. Who's the fastest?
I want to. Jalil's the name that popped into my head.
Jalil's
He's
a track
up there.
guy.
He's up there.
I'm gonna go with Troy Franklin.
I like
Troy
that.
Franklin?
I
Yeah.
like that one.
Troy, he's lengthy, he's long, like you said, the strides are going to
Yeah,
be
you get him
there.
ahead of speed. I think
He
he's
was
as
another
good as
guy that was a
anybody.
track guy. It goes Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims. Mims got speed.
Oh,
Mims
no.
has
Good
speed
one.
for days.
Yes, he does.
There might be a player that won't make the team. He's not going to make the team, but is faster than all those guys. And that's Joaquin Davis.
Yep. I was gonna say yep.
That's
Richie
Joaquin
talked about him
Davis.
today.
Legs.
Yeah, I mean, and I've
That's right. They call him legs.
he is such an athlete. He is such a blue chip athlete that if it was just a raw athleticism score, he might be the best athlete on the Denver Broncos. It's just about like you've got to get the ball in his hands. You've got and that's why if he's in any offense, it would be this one that he would be successful with. Because Kenny Dillingham, I remember him coming on the show last year saying, this is a ball-in-hand offense.
Yeah.
It's not some and yes, they're going to have longer developing routes, but if you can get the ball in Joaquin Davis's hands, we've seen it out training camp. If he just secures the ball and steps on the gas, it's like, whoa.
And it's not even just that. Like, we know he has all the athletic ability, can jump out the gym, but he's big.
He's huge.
He's big. He's what is he, 6'4",
Yeah.
at least 215, 220?
He looks like a first-round draft pick.
Measurables
run.
and metrics. He's off the charts. He is what I would imagine any offensive coordinator, wide receiver coach, or whatever, as a lump of clay would just
Oh, that's my
love.
analogy, Richie. Hands off.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on.
Well,
I like to go to Matt
for
Ryan.
years. I heard you use it up there again, and then he's
Listen.
using it to my face.
Listen,
I said Joaquin Davis is inside the lump of clay,
Okay.
and the sculptor that is Sean Payton needs to
That's
remove
fine.
the clay
That's
and find
fine.
out the
Then
blue
as
chip
an-
underneath.
as an
I
offensive-
heard him do it on the way, and he's doing it to my face.
As an
and then
offensive-
reliability rating with Tim Patrick, like the Uber driver, in the same segment. It's
As an
unbelievable.
offensive
It's
artist,
unbelievable.
then, Zach, Joaquin Davis is a fantastic blank canvas
There you
that
go.
someone would like.
Make
Listen,
it your
I
own,
can
dude.
stick and move.
Make it your own.
You think
That's
I was
all.
stealing yours?
I know you were, subconsciously or consciously.
Subconsciously. You don't even know.
Subconsciously.
Dang, Richie. I mean, that's like strike two. You stole a couple words from Zach last time we were on together.
And he's dressing like Cecil.
Oh,
That was by design.
That was by
That was
design.
by design.
Yeah,
Had
that was on
someone
purpose.
send me that. Had someone send me that.
Did
And
they?
I'm like, I think he's making fun of Cecil.
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah.
I've known Richie for. I don't think he's
Yes,
doing the
yes.
sunglasses
If I was
inside.
going, I was going
Jordan jersey.
I resisted the temptation to go full Cecil and take the undershirt off underneath the
That was
jersey.
my
No
goal.
joke.
That
No
was my
joke.
goal.
I just had someone send me the picture, standalone picture. I'm like, he's messing around.
Yeah.
We're gonna give him the benefit
Yeah,
of that. He's
I
messing
had
around.
Zach
They thought-
Bye wants to make sure that people have to pay to use his.
I know,
work.
you're like
Just
Michael
a nickel.
Buffer.
Yes,
You're,
it's just a nickel.
What's
It's
the
just a
one with the
nickel.
aliens? What's the
Well,
one
if
with
the alien? There's
No, not the
I
aliens
gave you-
one. The Men in Black one.
Neuralizer.
The neuralizer.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Is that
I
the
didn't.
Flash?
I'm taking it from Men in Black. I didn't.
Right.
Just let the
I
record
was
show.
like,
I didn't invent the
we're really getting
neuralizer.
creative with the IPs here now.
Yes.
It's going to be Zach slapping Will Smith. Like, give me that back.
Before the attorney that represents you and Michael Buffer comes after me for copyright infringement, I did say Zach Bye loves to use the analogy of if an alien came down and had
Oh,
no
you used
contact-
that today too?
I gave you
I gotta
credit.
Throw my hat. That's a
I
hat
gave
trick.
you credit.
Throw my hat. I'm gonna start printing the transcripts out, having my lawyer read through it when Richie's here.
I gotta see the trademarks that Zach has, so I don't speak them either.
My God.
Yeah, he does where he ties to the back of the head.
See, but there's been
I
times.
actually stole that from Rush Limbaugh. I have to
There
tie
we
half
go.
of my brain behind my
There
back.
we go.
But he passed, so it's
There
now
was
mine.
a time, Josh, I kid you not, there was a time where I came in the studio during the drive, and I literally teed Zach up. Zach was so smart. He made this analogy back. So he looks at me and goes, "You know I made that up, right?" I'm like, "I literally gave you credit." He's like, "Oh yeah, I wasn't paying attention."
Oh no, the famous one during basketball season. He wore his skin. Don't do it.
No one else talks like that. He wore his skin. You can't take that.
I took that one time, man, to hear it.
No,
so you're stealing
took
it too.
a few times. I let you get away with it for a few times.
You're talking
like,
to me
he's
about
new,
strikes.
he's
How many
new.
strikes do you have who sits across from him every day?
But at some point, you got to piss him off. Like, okay, I'm going to start using your own stuff against you.
Oh my gosh, that was so fun listening to you guys, man, throughout the afternoon. Great stuff. I mean, we have so much to react to. I do want to know, how much stock you put into. It's not 2 preseason wins, it's 2 dominant preseason wins, outscoring opponents 56-17, 3 for 25 on third downs. How real is it? And then we know the depth's been on display. But one guy has been stealing the show. And we'll get to it all coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about a phrase that can make you feel uncomfortable. All right, it's erectile dysfunction. But what's more uncomfortable than hearing the phrase ED is actually living with it. And my least favorite component of this conversation is just how treatable ED is, guys. It's a medical condition. All right, and you think of other medical conditions in life, yeah, a lot of them are treatable. And I'm talking about treatments with success rates well over 90% with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, so Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're not new. You need to know that. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men just like you. So schedule a consult with them today. That initial visit is only $99. Includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. Real simple, guys. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is completely free. They have an expert staff and 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. So call them at 720-440-7900 or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Not every victory has fireworks. Sometimes it's a quiet win, like tying your shoes without gasping, walking upstairs without pausing. That's what soda gave me. I lost 82 pounds in just 16 weeks. And with it, went the weight, the aches, the excuses. But what I gained, confidence, energy, time, and a version of myself I thought was long gone. It's time you can do it. SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA, SodaWeightLoss.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is clipping. CLIPPING. Text clipping to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's clipping to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Monday, August 18th. In a rather hilarious start to the show. Goodness gracious. I had to give Richie a hard time.
You weren't having it today, Zach.
I had to give him a hard time.
I'm tired of this stuff.
It's not that serious, of course. But I can bust Richie's chops a little bit.
Richie started stuttering. Damn, Richie, you trying to DJ?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Well, when he stutters, that's when he's really copying me. So I have a tendency to get out to get my stutter on. Phil. Man, we have such a packed show here today. But first, how the heck are you, man? How was the weekend?
I'm great, man. I'm great. Got to do a lot of yard work. My son had his last. We put him in the I-9 because of you talking about getting the I-9. We got him into baseball.
Okay.
And his baseball game, he had the last baseball game of the year and was able to hit 2 from the coach. So they,
really?
Yeah. So the coaches throw them the pitches. They get four pitches, and then if they don't hit the ball, then they get the tee out for
okay,
them.
I like that.
And so Phil was able to hit 2 balls, real big balls, right? Just like out of the ballpark. That's what I said. It wasn't like that, but he feels like it was.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it was good to see that. Like he grew up a little bit that day of just playing some baseball. He did come to me and say, "Hey, Dad, like I like baseball, but I like soccer more than baseball, and I can't wait to play football. So I don't know if we're going to do baseball next year, but just getting him involved is all I'm trying to do."
I love that. We did baseball through I-9, and when they're that young, because he's 5, right?
Yeah.
When they're that young, baseball is pretty static, meaning that's a lot of standing around, waiting for that one kid to get his 4 pitches. Oh, we can't. Let's bring out the tee, and it's just a lot of standing in baseball naturally. It's just built into the sport. Where soccer, like he gets to keep moving.
Yeah,
he gets to keep moving,
keep going, get the conditioning in. So I'm not mad at him for that. It's like as long as you try.
Yeah,
try the different sports. You'll have a chance to play football when you're ready. Until then, just try everything.
All right, I don't want to go too long with this, but I'm curious. What age? Because a study just came out with former players from the late 1980s over a 3-year period that maybe we can get into throughout the week. It came out on Friday.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's very interesting. But one of the questions that they asked former players is, like, would you allow your child to play full tackle football before middle school? Would you allow them to do it before high school? And I think it was like 7 out of 10 former players say you don't need to play tackle football before high school. I'm curious where you, if you've even thought about it.
No, I think about it all the time. My wife and I go back and forth on it. I started playing tackle football at 8 years old.
Okay.
And that's something that we did. I think someone in Texas, there was kids playing tackle football at 6.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you need to be 8, 9, 10 to be able to be good at football and play tackle football when you get to high school. I think that it's one of those sports where you can develop pretty fast, but also it comes down to physicality, your size at times, your speed. And so, like soccer, Zach, you have to start now with soccer if you want to be good. By 7 years old, you have coaches already putting together teams that are going to stick with each other until they get to high school. And then they start to kind of say, okay, you're competitive at 7 or 8. You're already in competitive. And the kids that are not, they knock them down already.
Yep.
You're talking about 7 years old.
Yep.
Well, with football, you could be 9, 10, 11 and continue to develop, and you're probably not going to hit your peak of like doing really, really well until you're 8th grade and going into high school. So with that being said, I would be okay with my son playing tackle football at 10 or 11 years old.
10 or 11?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be a conversation in our house here eventually because he loves flag football, and he's starting up again here soon. But it's like, eventually I know he's going to want to play. Or I shouldn't say I know. I think because he loves football so much and we watch so much football at the house. So, all right, and maybe we can circle back to that study here a little bit later in the week because it's really interesting. But we had a Broncos game on Saturday night. I was there. All right, I'll go into some of my own personal anecdotes and observations later throughout the afternoon.
You had the soft pretzel?
We had the soft pretzel and the cheese.
That's all I care about.
We had it locked down, Phil. But so did the Broncos. I mean, they just simply dominated. Last week, the final score indicated that they dominated, and they did in the latter 3 quarters. We know it was a little disjointed for both offense and defense at the start. But now you take a step back, and it's like you have 2 preseason games, and you've won by a combined 56-17. How much stock do you put into that?
Well, first off, Zach, you know me. I'm all about winning. I don't care what it is. We need to win. And so for the Denver Broncos being able to win games but win them big, that's a great sign. Why? Because you have the depth. When you're watching preseason games, I know it's not about just the winning, but it feels good. But when you have the depth that's out there doing the right things, making plays, and you have individuals, because preseason's all about individuals and taking a couple here or there to make your team, make this 53-man roster, you need to go out there and execute. And if everybody is executing and playing at a high level and competing, it's going to be hard to cut that player. But if everybody's on the same page, competing, executing, usually you win. And that's what the Denver Broncos have been doing. So I love that they're winning, but I love that everybody is doing great stuff out there. I can literally go down the line from the ones which they haven't played, but during their joint practice, to the 2s, 3s, and 4s.
Yep.
And you can pick people a la carte, like you like to say, Zach.
Yeah,
I gotta make sure it's a la carte.
That's not mine.
I don't want to be bodied. You can pick people from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th unit and say they did some really good stuff.
Agreed.
And they may end up making the team because of that. But when you have everybody doing the right things, usually you win a lot of games, even in preseason. So it was great to see that. It was great to see individuals out there playing good football, kind of separating themselves, and that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, man, I think that I co-sign nearly every single thing that you said there, Phil. And for me, and this isn't breaking news, but like when you see it like that over the course of 2 football games, the health of this roster is in a different galaxy from a season like 2022, a different galaxy. And to your point about the 3s and the 4s, like that's how you outscore 2 NFL teams 56-17. It's the healthy nature of the way that this organization has built this thing. And we've been talking about it for weeks. There are guys that would make a lot of NFL teams that aren't going to make this team. And it's a good problem to have. This is where you want to be. But at the same time, it's going to sting a little bit because we're going to get some names. It's like, oh, damn, like he can play and he's not going to make the team. In terms of a guy who has been stealing the show, Jarrett Stidham has been phenomenal.
Sparky.
He really has. And, I think it was you took a little bit of heat a couple of weeks ago from some fans because you said, hey, Bo's going to be fine, but, like, you wouldn't be able to tell, like, the difference. Oh, yeah,
they were trying to headshot me. But I defended myself. Zach. I had my hands up.
Well, in a lot of ways, Phil, and I really have to, like, consciously either control myself or to say I'm not even going to look at that stuff, because some of the things that some of these people say on social media is so wild to me that they would never say to your face ever, that they feel comfortable typing into an app like Twitter or X. But I think one of the things that didn't get enough attention in that little viral video is you saying like Bo is going to be fine.
Yeah.
Like Bo is going to be fine, and we know he's going to be fine. But you saying like giving Stidham his proper respect, I think in a lot of ways these last 2 weekends when everyone has been able to watch Stidham outside of the 800 people at practice, you're seeing some validating play, and I'm talking about validating some of the things that you were saying a couple weeks ago. Just people couldn't see those practices.
But you were there with me, and the reason why I had to say a lot of that stuff anyways because you weren't here at that day. That day you were gone.
Yeah, it was a Tuesday.
You were
serving the community.
Exactly. But both of us sat there and we talked about how Jarrett Stidham is just a different guy right now.
Yep.
He's more comfortable. He's confident. He's in year 3 with Sean Payton's offense, so he knows what to do. He's playing free. Why? Because he's not clouding his mind. He's not in a battle anymore for the starting job, and he understands that. He accepts it. But one thing I will say about Jarrett Stidham is although he's accepting his role, in the back of his head, he still believes he's a starting quarterback. And that's why you see him every day out there making plays. Because at some point, there's going to be a team. There's 31 other teams. And it may not be this year. It doesn't need to be this year. But next year, because there's not a lot of good quarterbacks out there, and Jarrett Stidham is still young, somebody's going to take a flyer on him to be a starting quarterback or at least compete for the starting job. And that's all you ask for. What did Sean talk about when we had Wilson?
Russell Wilson?
Zach Wilson.
Oh, Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson. He said
yep.
he's here to make him a lot of money.
Yep.
He's here to help him out in quarterback rehab. Well, that's the same with Jarrett Stidham. He's getting that rehab too. Now, I know it's different, and he wasn't a top drafted quarterback, but he's been learning this whole time. He's just waiting for that opportunity to go out there and be a starting quarterback or be given truly an opportunity to fight for a starting job, not a make-believe starting job or say, hey, like you're battling with Bo. No, we all knew that was fake. But going to another team later on after this year and battling for a starting job is what Jarrett Stidham wants to do, and he's doing a good job right now of making that point or proving the point that he deserves that opportunity.
I mean, he is putting good football on tape. He really is. And you remember last year when Bo was announced the starter, Stidham was pissed.
Yeah, he was.
Stidham was pissed. He thought he won that job. And maybe there was some lack of awareness in there because, Bo's a first-round draft pick, and this is the direction that the guy who's paying you, Sean Payton, that brought you in, that's the direction he wants to go. So, I did think there was a little bit of lack of self-awareness, but he's a competitor. He's a competitor, and he was like, I know I'm a starting quarterback in this league. I know I am, and this decision doesn't change that. It'll be curious, man, what happens here. He's going to be here for this year. We know that. You think they could entertain? We're doing sports talk radio, so I'm just going to ask the question. Do you think they would entertain the idea if someone's quarterback went down?
Like, what do you always say? What do you always say? And you brought this up a while ago, and I love it, about the backup quarterback. And before, when you said, hey, I wouldn't mind having Gardner Minshew here.
Yep.
Right? We were having the talks.
Yep.
Why?
Because the better you believe your football team is going to be that year, the higher prioritized the backup needs to be.
And do we all believe that this team has an opportunity to make some noise in the playoffs?
Yeah.
That they believe that they can get to a Super Bowl. That means they need to have a backup quarterback that they can rely on just in case something happens to Bo for a couple games. You have to be confident in that backup quarterback. In this case with Jarrett Stidham and what he has been doing out there, he's 30 of 38, over 300 yards. Was it four?
He's leading the NFL in terms of preseason in passing yards and touchdowns.
Yeah, 376 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in 2 games. And this is his season right now because he's a backup. You don't want to lose him because when he does or if he has to go out there for a couple games, you can rely on him. He's confident. He's ready to go. He knows the playbook. He's understanding the defenses right now.
Yep.
And that's what you want, a guy that he doesn't have to take over a game as a backup, but you have to be able to stay within the lines. You have to be able to stay within the scheme and put your defense in good situations and put your kicker in good situations to win that game.
Well, the Broncos have 2 Super Bowls and not 3 if they didn't prioritize the backup. Brock Osweiler helped them win that Super Bowl. They beat Chicago on the road that year by in a 2-point game. They beat the Patriots with Osweiler in an overtime game. They beat the Chargers on the road with Osweiler. They beat the Bengals in overtime with Osweiler, and it allowed Payton to come back in and get him across the finish line. So good conversation, really healthy conversation as well. Okay, we didn't think one guy was going to play on Saturday, but he did, and what a difference it made. That's next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Monday. Phillip Lindsay here with the one and only Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers helped me find my new Tudor watch, and they can do the same for you. They treated me just like family the minute I walked through those doors and didn't pressure me at all. They gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself. And I can sit here and say today confidently, I made a great decision because of that. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself or the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and also on Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, Stokley here. You guys got to try out the new Srixon irons at Embers Golf. They're the #1 iron making the most waves in golf this season. They're taking over the tour with winners like Hideki Matsuyama. He won the Century Tournament of Champions. You got Seb Straka, won the American Express Championship. JJ Spahn, how about the U.S. Open winner there? Their new ZXi5 and ZXi7 irons are perfect for mid-handicappers and better players also. You can get a full-fitting matrix at Embers Golf. That's Embers Golf, located right in Westminster.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
Why wait for the weekend? Twin Peaks is serving up scratch-made food and pouring cold drinks every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league any day of the week, only at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Are you dreaming of owning a home? Premier Members Credit Union can help make that dream a reality. Visit becomepremier.com to learn more. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 416701.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Engines pumping and thumping in time. The green light flashes, the flags go up. Churning and burning,
they burn for the cup.
They deftly maneuver and muscle for rank. Fuel burning fast on an empty tank.
All right, hanging out here on a Monday.
They pour through the turns.
Shout out to Taylor, who says, God bless. I met him in the team store on Saturday. It's good to meet you, brother. A handful of, dude, from ushers and security guards who listen to our show every day, like those nice little, words, like even if it was just a 2-second conversation, it always feels good.
It matters, Zach. Everything matters. Words can hurt, but they also can feel good.
Totally.
It's how you take it.
Totally. All right, let's jump right back into it. We didn't think one guy was going to play, but he did. And dear mother of God, what a difference it made. It was the real first true Evan Ingram sighting. We've seen him out at camp for 3.5 weeks, whatever it's been. He's made some plays. But what we saw on the second play on Saturday evening at Empower Field at Mile High, that's why Evan Ingram is in Denver.
Exactly, Zach. That's why he's here. The speed, being able to stretch the football field, the strength, the explosiveness. We will finally have explosive plays from the tight end position. You finally, if you're a defense, you have to account for Evan Ingram. And if you're having to account for the tight end, now you can't double up on Cortland or you can't double up on Marvin Mims. Now you just bring more weapons to the table for Bo. And being able to see that, and it was early. That was great to see as well. It was early.
Early.
Evan Ingram, show him. And I know he wasn't happy to be out there. Nobody is happy. When you played a lot of football, Zach, it's a preseason game. Believe me.
And the rest of the ones are down.
Exactly. You got Vele down. And yet you're out there. Now, it was good to see him out there, and I understand why. Getting the reps matter, and maybe Evan Ingram and Sean Payton were on the same page with that, and Evan Ingram talked about it a little bit. But once he got out there and made that play, now it even instills confidence in him and himself, saying, I do still have it. Because sometimes you start to listen to people talk and say that you used to be like this and you used to do this. And it's like, well, I'm still here. And then when you have a play like Evan Ingram had, where you're able to be explosive and break a couple tackles, get down the field for a 58-yard run, catch and run.
That was sick.
That's what you want to see. That's what Broncos country wants to see. That's what Sean wanted to see. And Evan Ingram wanted to see it himself. Now, before I let you talk, because I talk a lot today. I've been talking. I'm proud of what Pat Bryant was doing.
Oh, dear Lord.
That right there, that's not a rookie move.
Oh, doctor. I thought he was going to put him in the Gatorade.
Oh.
I thought he was going to put him in the Gatorade.
That right there was beautiful.
Oh, dude.
Makes me want to run through a wall right now.
Totally.
A rookie blocking for his teammate.
Dude.
A rookie blocking for his teammate and almost put the cornerback or the safety in the Gatorade cooler.
Yeah.
Come on.
I thought he was going to bring him up to us in the first row.
Let Pat Bryant come over here.
I mean, that was awesome.
But you also know who else had a really good block?
Troy Franklin. His was less authoritative, but him just getting in the way and not getting a penalty is most of the battle.
But see, that's right there. That's so smart. That's so smart. A rookie or a second-year player, usually they don't think of that. I don't always have to have a big-time block. Just getting in the way, my body getting in the way can slow a defensive player down. And in this game, they're so fast, you're not catching back up.
No.
And so for Troy Franklin, he could easily hit the guy in the side and got a flag.
Right.
But instead, he said, no, put my hands up,
dude.
Put my back towards him, so now
Yes.
you can't push it. That right there is smart football that Sean has been coaching those players this whole entire time. And it's showing on that football field. We should all be excited. I'm excited.
I'm fired up just talking about it with you here. I mean, dude, this and you think of like how many times have we seen it? A million, where that is a penalty and that big play is coming back.
Yes.
Pat Bryant had a hold that took away a Jaleel run in the Niners game that it's like, dude, you can't do it. And so to have the acumen, and you just touched on it, Evan Ingram's so fast, and he's already he was already at full speed. You just need the defender to take one step off of his angle to make the quote unquote block, even though you're not blocking him the way Pat Bryant did. But again, to have the football IQ, to know the situation, put your hands up in the air and impact the play.
Well, he's learning that from special teams, because in special teams you learn to do that because of kick returns and punt returns. A lot of times, a lot of the flags come your way on kick and punt returns because of the block in the backs. So they teach you that, hey, put your hands up, show your back, and that's a block as well. And so for Troy Franklin to do that on an in-game offensive snap, they help spring
Come on.
Evan Ingram and Pat Bryant doing his job as well. Come on.
I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. And we have not seen that level of explosion from the tight end position in many, many years. We saw it once or twice with Noah, but we never saw it consistently. Are we going to see Evan Ingram go 58 yards every week? No, that's not sustainable. But it's a sign of life in a department that has been mostly dead for years. It's not to say that no tight end ever made a play. We remember, Adam Troutman had an awesome, one-handed catch.
Greg
on tight
Dulcich
ends.
is another one that made plays his rookie year.
Yep, and had a couple explosive plays. But that was man. And I think they took him out right after that. I don't think he ever went back into the game.
He might have played a couple more snaps of blocking.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, blocking, but that was it.
But we didn't see too much of him in the San Francisco game at all.
It was quiet. Honestly, to be real with you guys, and Zach, you know this, we didn't hear his name a lot during the end of camp. Now, towards the end here, the joint practice, he kind of turned it on. Jared Stidham got him involved one practice. But overall, it got quiet. It was really, really loud for Evan Ingram at the beginning of camp. Towards the middle, it got really, really quiet. Then he picked it up towards the end a little bit more, and then he showed out in that preseason game where it's like, I'm here.
What a flash. And the context of how it happened with two young receivers is just...
You got to love it.
It's chef's kiss. That's football. That's football, especially in the Pat Bryant regard. Holy smokes.
You might have hit on one again.
And well, let's talk about it. What did we make of the latest development in the wide receiver 2 convo? That's next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
If you've been living on credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks when you could call my friends at American Financing? They have mortgage rates in the 5s, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of your hard-earned money in your pocket and out of the hands of credit card companies. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their equity to wipe out high-interest debt.
with no upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right away. Don't wait. Call American Financing now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button to start growing today.
The Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale starts Thursday, August 21st. Buy the first tree at regular price and get a second tree for only 50 cents. Choose from thousands of shade trees, flowering trees, evergreen trees, and more. Buy one 8-foot-tall number 7 container Fall Fiesta sugar maple tree for $349.50 and get a second tree for 50 cents. That's 2 trees for only $350. Come see.
You take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
That's right. Uptown in the house. Let's go. Shaolin, are you in the house? Don't stop. Boogie down, are you in the house? Yeah. Sacramento in the house. Like Atlanta, Georgia, are you in the house? West Coast, are you in the house? Japan, are you in the house? Everybody, are you in the house? Baby, baby, come on. Baby, come on. Baby, come on.
When you walk by every night, talking sweet and looking fine, I get kinda hectic inside. Baby, I'm so into you.
You know who I'm into?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm into Pat Bryant.
There you go.
I am. I was already like sort of falling.
From the start. I want to say day one. Not of camp.
No. After
The draft.
Yep.
The draft. Because, somebody's out there, well, he's just clinging on to something because he's finally seeing it. No. You've been on it. Just like Vele. I have to give you your props for it. I don't want to, but I have to because you're right. Pat Bryant is balling out, and it's something that he has been doing in camp steadily.
Yes.
Right? It's nothing like, oh, wow, like it's just right there, and he's making explosive plays all the time.
Yeah, he's not taking over practices.
But you're talking about him every day. That was a nice catch there.
Yep.
Pat Bryant again. Then we talked about, hey, when the pads come on, we're going to be able to see his blocking ability. Well, it was on display in the preseason game.
Yep.
The slants, the inside routes. He's doing that. It's on display in the preseason games. So everything that Sean has talked about and we discussed and you talked about is coming true.
It's so awesome to see. I believe, and I'm going to sound like a broken record to the listeners who hang out with us every day, and we appreciate you guys so much. But the one word that I've talked about with Pat Bryant over and over and over again is the floor. I don't know if he's ever going to be Michael Thomas. I don't know if he's ever going to be some all-pro or even Pro Bowl receiver. But I believe in the level of football player he is right out of the gate. And that, guys, he is not a rookie. He doesn't walk like a rookie. He doesn't talk like a rookie. He doesn't block like a rookie.
He doesn't think.
He doesn't make mistakes like a rookie. He doesn't think. I mean, the dude is just as consistent as the day is long. And you're seeing
the play breakdown with Stidham and him finding a soft spot in the middle of the defense.
And that's just the knowledge of understanding, hey, if my quarterback's on the run and I have to find an open space, get there. It's just about the knowledge of like playing a lot of football, even in college.
Yep.
And being on the same page with your quarterback and then making the play for him. Having the strong hands. He's not catching with his body.
Yes.
Having the strong hands and just focusing on the ball, not caring who's on you, catching the ball for 14, 15, 10 yards and a first down. That's what you're looking for.
Yes, so you're seeing acumen with finding soft spots in a bit of a scramble drill. You're seeing him win at the contested catch point with strong hands that you just referred to. You're seeing him block downfield like a grown-ass man. And this guy, and I made the analogy to last year with Vele, that over the course of the year, Vele ultimately became wide receiver too. It would not shock me. It really wouldn't with how unsettled this conversation is. And look, everyone's going to play personnel groupings and all this stuff.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't shock me if over the course of the season, by the time we get to November, if Pat Bryant is out there opposite of Cortland Sutton more than we would ever have thought, on draft night or even in August.
Hold on now. Hold on. Slow your roll.
I know. I already know.
Now you're changing up on me.
Changing up?
After 1 year.
Changing up on Vele?
Yes.
Well,
What's going on with that?
Well, it's just based on new information. And that,
You just throw him away?
No. He hasn't been healthy.
He hasn't.
So it's like football waits for no one. Sean Payton talked about this in the press conference after. He's like, dude, you find out when you get hurt, everything goes on without you. And he was doing an analogy about his own self with play calling and when he got hurt and he gave someone else the play calling.
I saw it firsthand. It was a practice. And one of my teammates blew his knee out and he was sitting on the field. We didn't stop practice. We just moved over and kept going.
I've seen that too.
That's the sad part about it. Is like you have to continue to focus because now, hey, your number's up. But one of your teammates is sitting there in pain crying because now his season's over.
Yep.
Maybe his career's over.
Yep.
And we don't care. It's a dog world. It's cold. It's a cold world when you play these sports.
It is, but especially football.
Especially football.
And so when Vele, I can't just hold this spot for you. I can't hold your spot. Hey, I can't hold your spot in line at TSA. I can't do it. I can't hold your spot in TSA. You got to go back you got to go through the process. And Vele has got to, there's no birthright. He had a really good rookie year, but he has got to go take this thing by force, and he hasn't yet because I don't think he's been healthy. I don't think it's a production thing.
So you have Pat Bryant, which I understand why. In Saturday night, woo, fireworks with that man.
Yep.
But what about Troy Franklin and what he's bringing to the table?
We were getting there because, and I'll give you a pat on the back too, because at the end of Friday's show, we're doing predictions on the game.
I got a big back, so you're going to have to do two hands, two pats.
Well, at the end of the show, we were doing predictions, and we each got to bet on a guy. We each got to bet on a guy on Saturday's game. And I bet on Pat Bryant, and I won. And you bet on Troy Franklin, and you won. Because that dude showed out. That was his outside of the Bills catch in the playoffs when they sucker punched Buffalo early with that over-the-top bomb. I think that might have been right near the top of the Troy Franklin experience in Denver, what we saw on Saturday night.
That's what we needed to see from Troy Franklin. And Troy Franklin needed to see it from himself. Is that, hey, I do have the ability to stretch the football field, and I do have speed, a God-given gift that a lot of people do not have. And he's getting better with his route running ability.
He is. You saw that.
Yes, it was a double move that set him up, and Jarrett Stidham did a great job of putting it right there on the money, and Troy Franklin was able to haul it in and go for a touchdown.
Awesome.
And then he was able to do it again and on the back of the end zone yet again with another touchdown. Troy Franklin, all he is doing now is making plays. But to me, this is something that we're seeing all the time during practice. This is something that Troy Franklin continues to do, explosive plays, especially with Jarrett Stidham for some reason. Him and Jarrett Stidham have some kind of relationship going. And it started when Jarrett Stidham hit him with a 50-yard post-route bomb, and it connected. And it hasn't stopped since. And then you see Jarrett Stidham and Troy Franklin on the same page. And what I'm also saying is Bo Nix understands that. Bo Nix was his teammate at Oregon. So they're going to get on the same page here real quick. But I'm excited to see what Troy Franklin can do in year 2. He's battling for that receiver 2 spot as well. Pat Bryant, he's not going to let that go. Vele's another one. When he's healthy, he's coming for that number 2 spot. And then you got Marvin Mims say, hey, what about me? Let me get going.
Man, this is, again, a lot of it is forecast when you're talking about, down in, down out, Sunday in, Sunday out. Like all these guys still have a long way to go, but this is exciting. This really is exciting, and you have to take your hat off to Troy for. Look, he's an NFL player and he's well compensated, so I don't want to, get over my skis here. But at the same time, the perseverance to not let last year's training camp, which was one of the worst I've ever seen from anyone that had expectations. Anybody else, like they might have just cut him in the middle of the summer. I mean, it was that bad.
It was the maturity thing. Maturity and just developing and understanding that this is the NFL. It's not college. But some players, it takes them some time.
Yeah.
For Troy Franklin, it took him a little time, but now he's understanding what he can do in this league if he focuses and he just goes out there and does his job.
It's so healthy to see. The first touchdown, a little out and up, but the second one, winning off the line of scrimmage and having that speed on display, like super, super encouraging. Who do you think had the better night? And I both think they had great nights. They really did. Who had the better night?
Pat Bryant. And here's why. He was getting the short catches, the medium catches, over the top catches. He was coming back to the football. He was blocking well downfield, not just on that Evan Ingram, but throughout the game, just understanding the game at a different level. He was more consistent if you talk about, getting that first down. Now, Troy, splashy, explosive. She's going to stretch the football field is what we need. That's something that we lacked. The Denver Broncos lacked last year was just the speed to open up. Troy Franklin brings that. Now, if he can continue to be consistent, it's going to be scary, and it's going to open up the middle of the field for Evan Ingram and somebody like Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant, to me, is like Vele. But I believe that Pat Bryant runs better routes than Vele.
Yeah. He might be. Pat Bryant right now might be the second best route runner on this football team.
Ooh. I don't know. I think he's number 3. I think Troy Franklin has the second best route.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And here's why I say that. When Troy Franklin on one-on-one goes up against PS2, sometimes he gives PS2 some problems. He's shiftier, he's smaller, he's a little leaner. Pat Bryant's still new to this. He's trying to learn about the route tree. So I'm not saying that in the end here, by week 7, 8, Pat Bryant can't catch up and be one of the better route runners. I just think it takes time, and that's just developing in the league. Troy Franklin's ahead of him because he's going into year 2.
Well, I'll just say this. The fact that we're even having this conversation is healthy. It's healthy for a rookie who hasn't played a regular season game yet. All right, the next chapter in the running back story was written on Saturday night. Who helped themselves the most, and did anyone hurt their chances? That's next.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Man, it is hot out there. Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner or full HVAC system? Throw the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air does free second opinions. Don't forget about the insane heat pump rebates. Up to $12,000 off a new heating and cooling system only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Injured in an accident this summer? Postman Law can help. Call us at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve fast. That's 844-POSTMAN. Your summer shouldn't be spent panicking about medical bills or stressing over legal documents. With over $3 billion recovered for our clients, the Postman team gets you the results you deserve. Ready to get started? Call 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation now.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year. You guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than Troy Franklin.
So you do agree? Troy Franklin is the fastest on the team right now.
He might be. I'd be curious how the players themselves would respond. Between
everybody thinks they're fast. We used to do it all the time. So during off-season workouts, if you would work out with the team, they had a hill at the time. The hill.
Yeah.
And we would all compete on who was faster up the hill. And then you would have this time where you would do sprints. And so it was always a competition. It felt like college again, which was always fun. It's like you're competing against, your teammates. You're in the NFL, but you're still trying to get that work in. You're still trying to get faster, bigger, stronger. So I guarantee you go into that locker room, half the team thinks they're fast because all the DBs, the cornerbacks, they're fast now.
Oh, yeah.
Safeties are fast. And so you're kind of just going back and forth. It comes down to who has a better day. Who has a better day because everybody is fast in the NFL.
Yeah. All right, we just spent some time talking about the wide receivers. We will circle back to that because I think there's a more interesting meat on that bone, if you will. But also the next chapter in the running back story was written on Saturday night. Who helped themselves the most, and did anyone hurt their chances? Who stood out to you, Mr. Phillip Lindsay?
I'm going to go with my boy, Jaleel McLaughlin. The speed, Zach. That's one thing we talked about, I want to say Friday. He gained a little weight. Jaleel's around 198, 199. I think he got in the league, he was like 187. And Saturday, he took a run, was able to get to the outside, which is usually hard to do in the league, but you're going up against number 2, so that happens sometimes. But that's not what it's about. It's about the explosiveness after he was able to get outside. He still has it, and that's what I wanted. Jaleel got a little bit bigger, but stronger. He was able to break a tackle against the 49ers.
He was.
All right, this game against the Cardinals, he was able to get to the outside and utilize his speed and show the world that he still has it. And then he let people know after throwing the ball on the ground, flexing his muscles. I like that kind of stuff.
Me too. It's so good to see, and good for him personally, because he's got this speed, but we didn't get to see it last year. That was like the first time in a game setting where he actually got to showcase why he's there.
Yeah, open up a little bit.
A 35-yard run, longest of the day for any Denver Bronco. It was so healthy to see, and he's just so in his, kind of celebration after, it's like, that's who I am.
Yeah.
This is who I am.
When you're in a competition, you're competing. You're competing for that number 3 spot. Maybe they take 4, but usually in the NFL room, running back room, you're taking 3. And so you need everything to go your way. You need a big-time run to solidify yourself or show the world that you still have it. And that's what Jaleel has been looking for. He's been a little quiet, and he was able to open up Saturday night and show that he still has that speed and that he is ready for this year and that he's not going anywhere. And if the Denver Broncos decide to move on from him, that's on them, not because of him, but because they decided that they wanted to go with someone like Tyler Bidet or Blake Watson. But Jaleel McLaughlin's going to make it hard on him because he's going to do it again in this Saints game. I'm telling you guys that right now. He's going to get a little bit more confident. Sean's going to be a little bit more creative in his play calling because this is the last game to kind of tune up before they're on a break. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jaleel has another big-time run because they open up the playbook and they have some pullers in front of him this time.
Well, super healthy to see. Really, really good for Jaleel personally. I think he's going to make the football team, and I think they're going to take 4. I think it's going to be R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, Tyler Bidet, and Jaleel, and find somewhere else to peel away at a positional group to allow them to keep 4.
So do you believe that all 4 are going to play every Sunday, or is it kind of a situation where one's going to sit? Well, then how does that work? Because we all know if you're at practice, Tyler Bidet is taking snaps with 2-minute drill. That Sean praises Tyler Bidet when it comes to pass protection. So that's kind of a built-in way for Tyler Bidet to get in the game. And if you're taking 4 and you have to sit one, that means Jaleel may just be sitting there.
It's a really good point. I don't know how, I want to say, well, it'll be matchup dependent, but at the same time, I don't know if the matchup is going to change Tyler Bidet's status as a third down, back and picking up blitzes. We know R.J. Harvey and J.K. are going to play every week. So I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work. I mean, can you help me with that? Like, how do you think?
I don't when I was at Houston and we had a committee and it was 4 running backs, it was hard to get in a groove. Everybody played. You had the starter who I believe was Mark Ingram. They wanted Mark Ingram to be the tough guy. They had me as this gadgets guy.
Yep.
David Johnson as the pass catcher, and Rex Burkhead as the 2-minute drill guy that protected and could run hard as well. So no running back could ever get in a rhythm. It was miserable to be a part of. Great to be around those dudes because they were big names. I got to learn a lot from them.
Sure.
But on the field, it was impossible to do anything. And so that's the thing that you run into when you have 4 running backs on the roster. Because now you have 4 that are going to suit up. 2 are going to for sure get a lot of carries. That's RJ and JK.
Yep.
Maybe Tyler Bidet is taking the third down work at times in 2-minute drill. So where does that leave someone like Jaleel? Especially if he's not playing as many special teams.
Right.
Vice versa. Maybe it is Jaleel in there. Where does it leave Tyler Bidet? And then it leads to this question. Everybody's saying, and Mark said it earlier, Mark Schlereth said that he believes that R.J. Harvey can get to 1,000 yards this year. Well, you're already sharing carries with J.K. Dobbins. You may have to share some carries with Tyler Bidet and Jaleel McLaughlin because you have 4 of them on there. And Sean's used to doing that anyway with some of the running backs and the rotations that he had with the Saints.
Yeah.
3 or 4 running backs would play.
Right.
So how are you supposed to get to 1,000 yards if you're sharing carries and you don't get in the rhythm?
Well, this is why that when we had this conversation, a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, that I didn't believe R.J. Harvey was going to get to 1,000 yards. That's why his season over/under total is set at 700 yards. I mean, you are literally hundreds of yards away from 1,000.
But then what happened? Who spoke about R.J. Harvey?
John Gruden, and saying that Sean's going to give him the ball 300 times this year. Well, we'll see, because Dobbins is the starter. This is not like some co-starter scenario. Now, Dobbins, historically hasn't been able to stay healthy. That's the thing that can open it for R.J. Harvey. But I still don't think R.J. Harvey's a 3-down back right now. I just don't.
And he ran well. Guys, he ran well. He ran a lot harder and tougher against the Arizona Cardinals.
Who? Harvey?
Yeah, RJ.
Okay, yeah.
And RJ actually had a really great run where he scored the touchdown. Very patient.
Yep.
Very patient. Let it settle. Was able to hit the hole at the right time. Stay on his feet. That was great to see. It's like they've been harping on him, and the coaches have been harping on him to run hard inside, and he showed up and ran hard, even with his outside zone run, where it's like one cut, get upfield, get 3 or 4 yards. That's what you want to see. He's like learning. He's taking the teaching that the coaches are telling him, and he's putting it out there on display, and now he's going to get better because of that.
It's great to see. It's great to see. Yeah, but in terms of like being a 1,000-yard back, I think right now it would have to be an injury to J.K. Dobbins, and his workload on first and second down would go through the roof. Because, do you expect to see him out there on third downs?
No.
I don't.
Has he been out on you're talking about RJ, right?
RJ.
Has he been out on a third down yet?
No.
Well, it tells you everything you need to know. When they have a third down play, it's J.K. And if it's not J.K., my guess is it's going to be Tyler Bidet. 2-minute drill. When we've been watching it out there in practice, it goes J.K., and then when J.K. needs a break, it goes Tyler Bidet.
That's right.
But then you have Jalil with his speed. You can't coach speed. You either have it or you don't. And you need to have somebody on the roster where he can get out in the open field. When he gets out in the open field, which he was able to do on Saturday, and have explosive runs. You don't want to give that up.
No. Here is Sean Payton talking about the running back performances.
All of them, I thought, played well, which I don't know if it clears up our – but I thought we got into the defense. We got downhill into the defense a number of times. RJ's touchdown. Yeah, I thought for the most part, I thought as the game wore on, our down and distances, our third downs were much more favorable than theirs. And I think that's going to – I'm sure it had a lot to do with the conversion rate as well.
Well, he said that they all played well. I will respectfully disagree. I think that there's one guy who just sort of sticks out. Who
did not play well?
Who did not play well and has not played well. It's Audric Estime. And we were telling you guys, I'll include myself on the back end, but it was you early in camp giving our listeners a hint or a clue what could be coming.
They were upset with us, Zach. They were upset with us.
But it was just the truth, and a lot of the stuff that we have said, you have said, has been validated in front of everyone by actions. Actions over words. So when Phil says, a week and a half ago that if you were out at camp, you didn't know what you were looking at, you may not know that Bo Nix was better than Jarrett Stidham. And then Stidham is leading the NFL in passing yards and touchdowns through 2 preseason games. When you come and say, hey, Audric, he's got to figure this out. He's got real work to do. There's some immaturity stuff. There's some body language stuff. He's got to, not feel sorry for himself and attack this thing. And it looks like it does. I mean, and again, I'm not saying that it's all been bad because it hasn't.
He showed flashes. Estime has showed flashes that he can do it. That I can do it. But are you consistent enough? Now, I do feel bad for my man in one point is when you're watching this game and you have to go at the end of the game where your body is all tight and you've been sitting there for 2.5 hours waiting to go in, and you're going in there with the 4s, and you know that's not going to be good for you. And it's hard for you to stay focused when you know when you touch that football that there's going to be 3 defenders in the backfield. It's hard to sit there and stay focused and stay level-headed when you know that you're trying to show the coaching staff and the fans that you belong here. It's rough to do that. But when you don't put yourself in a good situation during camp, then that's what happens to you when you get in a preseason game. You're not able to show your talent because you're going up against other defenders that are good in this league, but they're fours. You have an offensive line that's fours that are not really good because offensive line, it's hard to find offensive linemen.
Yeah, those guys won't play in the NFL,
And at
more
the
than
end
likely.
of the game, Zach, you're trying to run the ball.
Yep.
So everybody knows you're running the football. So it puts you at a disadvantage if you're Audric Estime. And it's because you probably didn't take advantage of your opportunities during camp.
And Phil, that's what I was going to say. Like, yes, a part of me does feel some sympathy to the situation that he's being asked to succeed in. One, life's not fair. But if there was ever if there was ever a microcosm of life and how unfair it can be, it's this league that we watch on Sundays called the National Football League. It's not fair at all. And if Estime had handled more of his business at the start of his career, I don't think that he would be in the position that he's in. And
You're right. You are right.
And this we're talking about professional football players. So no one's saying this guy's a bad guy or anything like that. Please, no one misunderstand me.
No, someone's going to clip it.
But they might. But when Sean tells you that running back is an easy position to evaluate, and you're more than a year in, this is the situation that you've put yourself in. No one was like constructing some failing situation for Estime, hoping he would fail. The organization, all they wanted him to do was
They drafted
succeed.
him in the 5th round.
Yes.
Sean drafted him and had a vision for him, and that's why he played last year. But also, that's why he didn't suit up in the playoffs.
That's right.
There's a reason for that.
That's right.
There's a reason why Tyler Bidet, who was hurt in week 4, didn't play until the playoffs, was elevated. It's all about trust. It's all about understanding that the player that you're putting out there knows what he's doing, picking up blitzes, knows what he's doing when it comes to running the football. That's all. That's it. Like when you play the game long enough, like I have, you start to see things in the building, start to understand when people are with you and against you, and start to understand when it's like, hey, it's your fault as well. When you're not handling business, it's your fault. Like I sit back and I think, Zach, I was with the Colts, and this is the first time it ever happened to me. I never talked about it. So I get done in the first quarter running the football, and I thought I was going to make the team at the time because remember I got cut and I got brought back.
So is this the last preseason game?
This is second to last.
Okay.
And I was told that, like, hey, you're here to just run the football in your insurance policy for Jonathan Taylor. So that's how I took it as. Well, the special team coach at the time had a lot of power, a lot of juice. Well, they were going to put me in special teams in the 4th quarter. Not the second, not the third, but the 4th quarter. I was running in the 1st quarter, and I was done for the day. In my head, I've been playing for a long time, Pro Bowls and all that, and I took it as you couldn't find a way to put me in and see me and do some action with me in that first 2 quarters. Like, you're waiting for me to get to the 4th where I can get hurt. So I didn't go out there. I put my shoes on and said, I'm not going out there because the coaches want me to be a running back, and that's what I'm going to do. I believe that hurt me a little bit to make the team because they ended up going with a running back later on that did straight special teams. And that's another thing for me where it's like, hey, you're not bigger than the game. It doesn't matter if you went for five years of 1,000+ yards. When they ask you to do something, they expect you to do that. And if you can't, they'll find somebody else to do that for you. So I ended up getting brought back. But I think that was a big thing for me where I just was older and I was stuck in my ways and I made a fool of myself. I look back at that now and I'm like, man, I was stupid for that. I was stupid for that. And we all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. I don't know. I just had to tell that story.
No, well, I appreciate you being vulnerable enough to tell it. Because, yeah, you've in 2 years, you've never shared that story. And you're looking at someone maybe like Estime of like, dude, now this is worse because he, has never had success in the NFL, where you actually at least had a little bit of equity to stand on in that moment, even though it might have been the wrong decision. Estime, and not like he's saying, no, I'm not going into the game. It's not the same circumstance, but you in your from your player lens are maybe looking at Estime of like, dude, you have not handled business.
No, from the start. From the start, that's what it looks like. And then when you finally start to come around, they already have it made up in their mind.
Right.
They already have it made up their mind like, this is who you are. You're not going to change. And even if you change for a couple days, that's not enough.
Right.
And then it kind of trickles on down. And then
if
you're the fifth running back. Like Blake Watson is getting carries before you. That's a telltale sign.
It actions over words.
There you go.
Actions over words. And you say, well, you could even, this is who you are. Even if you change for a couple days, the larger sample size it's already known. You think of his best practice and camp. Now, I got to be real careful here because people will hear it and I got to be careful here because what it's going to sound like is taking too much of a victory lap, and it could come across as like we're making about us or you. But his best practice was the practice after our video went viral about him.
Yeah.
And it got aggregated, around the country. Former Bronco, star running back calls out current Bronco and all that stuff.
It's like, what are you talking about?
And it was, maybe a little bit misrepresented and all this stuff. And he gets back to him and he's all, well, then he went and had his best practice. And that's when Malcolm Roach says, this guy's been here for 2 years. He finally decided to run someone over. But then ultimately the next day was kind of good. And then ultimately it just sort of regressed to what it had been.
Yeah.
And it's just not good enough. It's professional football. It's cruel and sometimes can be unfair and all that stuff. But Audric Estime is going to get cut here in the next 10 days. That's going to happen.
The writing's on the wall. The writing's on the wall. He's the 5th running back on the depth chart now. Blake Watson has overtaken him. Now, for someone like Audric Estime, what do you do about it? It might not be here in Denver, but you're young. Somebody else out there, another team may look at you and say, okay, you were on our draft board.
Right.
We like you.
Right.
We like your run style. So now you have 31 other teams out there that you're trying to impress. He had a really, really good run in the joint practice the other day, and I noticed it. He broke loose, and it was like a 15-yard gain, and instead of slowing down, going out of bounds, he ran the safety over. He ran that safety over. That may have helped him find another job, maybe even with the Arizona Cardinals. You never know. That's why you don't burn bridges. That's why you just continue to go. Because it may not work out here, and you end up going somewhere else and thriving. It happens all the time.
Sure.
So for Audric Estime in this last game, you can clip this one. It's not about making this team now. It's about keeping your NFL dreams alive. There's 31 other teams out there that need running backs because running backs go down fast. What do you do against the New Orleans Saints to get ready for after cut day's done? To be on another team. The ball is still in your court. You can still do a lot of great stuff, but you have to go about it the right way, and that starts to get the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, and the NFL ball still may be in his court.
Yes.
I don't know if the Broncos ball is. That ship might have sailed here, a year and change after it started. And Sean was asked by my buddy Luca from the Denver Post, said, what led to Audric Estime getting the last carries of the game? And this is what Sean Payton said.
The plan was early on, it was RJ, and then it was going to be RJ, obviously Bidet was going to get work, then Jaleel, Audric, and then Blake. We knew we wanted 2/3 of the game to get to Blake and Audric. And I think we were able to accomplish that. Now, again, it's not an exact science, but those guys got a lot of work. I thought they did a good job with their opportunities.
Sean's saying some of the right stuff there. That's not exactly how it went.
No.
He said, this was the plan. We knew 2/3 was going to be Blake, and that's not how it went.
Well, you got to go with the high hand. You got to go with the player that's more hungrier, the most hungriest. Is that the right way of saying it?
We'll workshop it.
All right, there we go. Workshop it. The hungriest one out there,
There you
which
go.
was Blake, which is Blake Watson. Now, I was impressed with him. He got a lot of carries. He got a lot of the workload and was running hard, was breaking tackles, catching balls out of the backfield, 4 catches for 20 yards. That's what you want to see, picking up blocks, doing the special team work. It's going to be hard to cut someone like Blake Watson. And they may end up, if the Denver Broncos don't put him on the 53-man roster, which more than likely is not going to happen, they're going to hope that he passes through waivers and put him on the practice squad, which will be a really, really good addition. He was there last year and to continue to grow. I was impressed with Mr. Blake Watson.
In terms of, just to circle back real briefly before we move on to Estime and the practice squad.
If I'm Estime, I wouldn't be a part of the practice squad. I was drafted here, and now I'm on the bottom of the totem pole. I'm not getting reps. Why am I going to come and be on your practice squad? Go somewhere else, start fresh, and move on from there. I don't believe that Estime is going to be a part of the practice squad. I think that's Blake Watson's spot.
Okay. Really fascinating conversation. And it's all unfolding. Kind of like Sean said. And I'll give him this. Sean at the start of training camp, and then as recent as last week when I asked him about it, tried to circle back and get a little bit more out of him.
Yeah.
When he said, by the New Orleans game, you'll know just like I will. And here we are, and it's sort of just taking shape right before our eyes, organically unfolding. I was at the game. I brought my 7-year-old, and we had tickets from a great listener of ours, and I want to give him another shout-out because he ended up showing up to a brouhaha a tour stop. Jim Westerberg, shout-out. He gave us tickets. We were in the second row.
Yeah.
And it's just like larger than life for my son. Just larger than life. We're right behind the Cardinals bench. My biggest takeaway from within the game, being at the game, non-football stuff, all right? Broncos country is just different. It's just different.
The atmosphere.
There's a handful of fan bases that will show up and show out. And when you're talking about a preseason game where Sean already tells you days in advance the starters aren't playing, and you have 60,000 people show up, that is insane. And I'm just looking around like, yeah, like I can find some empty seats. I think there was 9,000 or 11,000 no-shows or whatever. But like, I'm looking around like, this is a stadium that is like full for a game that doesn't count, and the starters aren't even playing. It's just orange everywhere. And I just like, man, you got to experience what it looks like when it's not like that. Like in Houston.
Oh yeah, even somewhere like the Colts, it packs out, but it's quiet. Like kind of like Michigan, the Big House. You think Michigan's gonna be loud because it's over 100,000 fans, but it's quiet, man. But you go somewhere like Oregon, you can't hear yourself think. That's kind of how it is here in Denver, where it's like, man, you get here, you don't expect it, and it's loud, it's rowdy, it's a fun environment. And you go somewhere like Houston, Zach, where they're booing you. Your own fans boo you.
Sure.
They're cheering for the other team.
Yeah. Well, I was just so impressed. It's not new, but it's like being able to be back in that environment. And when people get to stomping and that stadium gets to shaking, it's just different. So my hat's off to Broncos country. Just phenomenal. Just another reminder about the millionth one that this fan base is just flat out incredible. All right, Sean Payton threw a curveball in a certain category on Saturday night, and we'll talk about it coming up next.
Head to Facebook.com/DenverSports1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
The leaves are about to change, the air's getting crisp, and that electricity in the air, it's a real thing. The smell of the fresh cut grass and the roar of the crowd. That's right, football is back, baby. You've worked hard all summer. You've been to all the last barbecues and spent the last days at the pool. It's time for you to sit back and relax now. Let someone else handle the traffic, the parking, and all the other hassles. That's where my friends at Hermes Worldwide come in. They'll get you to and from the game safely so you can focus on the important stuff, watching your favorite team stack those wins. And I'm here to tell you that Hermes Worldwide offers championship-level transportation with sleek new model vehicles that can fit the whole crew. Imagine this. You and your friends roll up to a stadium, no stress, no hassle, just a professional driver getting you to and from the game. And did I mention that their drivers are professional, dependable, and they understand that the game is precious to you? So they'll handle all the logistics so you can focus on making memories. So what I'm trying to tell you is ditch the game day headaches and make this season a guaranteed win. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide today at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can call them at 303-577-7600 or visit them at ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
You know that thing called AI? Supposed to make the workplace super efficient? Well, there's something better. DI, Delicious Intelligence. It's tech that helps make work efficient and yummy. Leading the DI revolution, EasyCater, a workplace food platform that connects you to tons of favorite restaurants with tools to save time and stay on budget. Need tacos for 20? Falafel for 40? A variety of vegan breakfast sandwiches? Now that's a tasty prompt. Join the DI revolution. Order now at easycater.com.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
I didn't just lose 82 pounds in 16 weeks. I lost fear. I lost shame. I lost that nagging voice in my head that told me I couldn't do it. I thought weight loss meant being hungry or miserable. Soda showed me something different. I wasn't starving. I wasn't white-knuckling it throughout the day. I was learning. I was eating real food, texting my nutritionist when I had a question or hit a wall. People asked if I do it again, and I tell them I do it twice. Because when I got back, my energy, my focus, my sense of control, this isn't about fitting into skinny jeans. It's about showing up for life. Go to sodaweightloss.com. Click the Request Your Nutritionist callback. SOTA, it stands for State of the Art. Sodaweightloss.com. You can do this. You know how I know you can do it? Man, I did it. And I like to eat. Sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Fantasy season is here, and Twin Peaks is the place to draft like a pro. Score a draft kit, scratch-made food, and the ultimate lodge vibe. Don't settle for basic. Draft at the lodge. Book now at twinpeaksrestaurant.com/fantasydraft. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Zach here. This August, revamp your home with free gutters when you replace your siding with premium James Hardie products. No payments and no interest for 24 months or 0% interest for 5 years. 5280 Exteriors, a President's Club elite contractor. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is cover. COVER. Text cover to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's cover to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1. All righty. So, looking back at the game on Saturday night, Broncos beat down 27-7. All right, it was like a 3-point spread. I want to say, like it was not supposed to be that lopsided.
No.
But we got a little bit of a curveball, I think. How about Sean Payton letting Davis Webb call the game? Davis Webb has only been a quarterback's coach for 2 seasons, and now he's a passing game coordinator. Man, he must think very highly of Davis Webb to give him the reins.
Well, it was Zach, I want to say it was last year where people were talking highly about Davis Webb anyway. Did Davis Webb end up with an interview or people were asking to interview him as an offensive coordinator?
Oh, yeah, his name did come up in some regard with that.
At least came up a couple times because he's smart. And Sean Payton's grooming him to be the next offensive coordinator for whatever team he wants to be a part of. Maybe it is here. Maybe at some point they move on from Lombardi and Davis Webb takes over. But this is great repetition. It's great work for Davis Webb to get during a preseason game. And he was able to come up with some creative plays. Now, I don't know if it's something that you wanted to show on tape with some of the double moves that the receivers were doing during the preseason game, but it worked. And for Davis Webb, it's just adding that to your resume and saying, hey, I am doing some play calling. I am working on some of the game planning because he is working on game planning out there. It's not just Sean. Sean's going to give everybody a job. Run game coordinator, pass game coordinator, coaches that are going to just work on protection. And maybe Davis Webb is a part of the pass game coordinator, so he's coming up with creative ways to get these receivers open.
Well, here is Sean Payton after the game.
We're all on the same line, but he called it and did a really good job. And so that experience is invaluable, and until you do it, it's much faster than you think, compared to the college game.
Good for Davis Webb and good for Sean Payton to, in that moment, just be able to let go a little bit and empower someone. You tell someone how much you believe in them and stuff like that, but then to actually, we say actions over words, then to actually do it with your actions. I thought it was pretty cool. And then the other thing, and then of course the passing offense looked great. And the other thing I didn't quite put together, and it's got to be kind of unique now because one's a coach and one's a player.
Yeah.
But Evan Ingram and Davis Webb coming into the NFL with the New York Giants the same season as rookies in 2017. And obviously Ingram has a bit longer of a career. Now Davis Webb is coaching, but I find that very, very interesting.
Yeah, and I believe that eased Evan Ingram's mind of being out there because he brought it up like, okay, Davis Webb is calling plays. I can be a part of this because I know how Davis Webb is. I want to make him look good. He's going to make me look good. It's like I scratch your back, you scratch mine.
Right.
So it was good to see Davis Webb out there calling plays and Davis Webb helping Evan Ingram kind of highlight an explosive play of his own, which is great to see.
It's great to see. And then here's a bit of another, maybe even little piece of trivia for our college football fans here. Do you guys remember where Davis Webb finished his college career?
Is it Cal?
No, that's where he started and played the first 3 years of his career.
I believe it was, he was supposed to have a stop in Boulder, but he ended up at Texas Tech.
Yes! He was supposed to be a Buff and went to Texas Tech. Why? Because they had just lost Pat Mahomes.
Yep.
Pat Mahomes is a rookie in 2017. That was Davis Webb's senior year, and he went and filled Mahomes' shoes at Texas Tech.
Do you remember where Davis Webb was going to go before Cal?
Before Cal?
Yeah, he was committed.
No.
University of Colorado.
Oh, that's what we're. Wait. I thought that was. So it was before Cal.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was Texas Tech. Then he was going to come to come to Colorado, because I remember Cheverini being excited that Davis Webb's going to be in the building. He came for a visit. We were during a scrimmage.
Okay.
The next day he decommitted, committed to Cal, and the rest was history. We ended up going with Cepha Luafau his last year, and that was 2016. When we ended up going to the Pac-12 championship.
Wow.
It was a lot of commotion, man.
Wow.
There was some drama.
Dude, the butterfly effect with that entire thing is fascinating. But now he's here, calling the plays on Saturday night. Good for everyone involved.
1, 2.
All right, wait, Dante, you want to go ahead?
I mean, I might be joining the morning show here. I think you were wrong on your trivia question.
Really?
He finished at Cal. He started at
I'm
Texas
sorry.
Tech.
He finished at Cal, but started. Okay.
Yeah.
Did I get that wrong?
Yeah, he was at Texas Tech 2013 to 2015.
Oh,
and then
I'm sorry.
2016
I'm
he went to
sorry.
Cal.
I'm sorry. I read it wrong. You're absolutely right. Yes, he was at. Yes, you're on it.
Darian Cheverini was like a partial offensive coordinator for Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech, and that's why he wanted to bring Davis Webb to Colorado.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. My mistake. Piecing it all together here. It was a long weekend.
Hey, don't let it happen again. I'm the only one that can make mistakes.
All right. Understood. Next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, so you talk about someone flashing. How about Jonah Ellis? This young man played the first half the way he started the series in the first half. Tackle for a loss. He had a sack on the final series. I actually don't know if it got listed as a sack, but he forced the intentional grounding is what he did. So I actually don't think he technically gets a sack, but it was a 3rd and long play. Jonah Ellis gets to the quarterback. I mean, that dude was flying around.
He is. Year 2 is going to be a great year for Jonah Ellis, and he's only getting better. This is the scary part about this defense. There's so much depth. DeAndre Tillman's another one that's out there. He was an undrafted rookie last year. He's making plays, but for Jonah Ellis, he's going to make it hard because you're going to say, we can't keep him off this field. We got to keep him on the football field. But yet you just paid Jonathan Cooper. You're getting ready to pay Nick Benito. But Jonah Ellis may be your best run-stopping defensive end, pass rusher, because he's able to stop the run. He loves to do that. It's going to be interesting. It's an interesting dynamic this year. But Jonah Ellis has taken that next step, that next leap, and that's great for this Denver defense.
It really is, man. And he had a really good start to his career. What was he, 5? I think it was 5 sacks as a rookie?
Around there, 5 or 6.
I mean, goodness gracious, picking up where he left off. He's got a motor for days. Where does he fit in? You know, obviously he's a secondary pass rusher. But they rotate enough, right? I mean, he's going to be out there.
He's going to get his reps.
Yeah, he's going to get his reps. All right, good for Jonah Ellis, and it's good for the Denver Broncos. Good for George Payton. I mean, a heck of a pick.
1, 2, 3.
We talked a little bit about Estime. Is there? Did anyone else struggle to you? Because for me, there's a guy who has struggled for a 2nd consecutive week, and a guy that is not a frontline player, but someone that I think that we're optimistic about, and even suggested that he could be the succession plan for Mike McGlinchey. Next, Alex Palczewski, who struggled mightily last week. Several penalties that took away big plays and pre-snap penalties, and there he was again. Multiple penalties for a 2nd consecutive week at a false start on a 4th and 1 at the goal line. 4th and 1 at the goal line.
Can't happen. When you're trying to score a touchdown.
No, it was the 2nd flag of the game. You're going for it, and now you're kicking a field goal. I mean, it's been a really rough sequence. Again, not a frontline Bronco, but a Bronco that I thought was ascending. He may have had that ascension like stunted a little bit here in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, it may have been a stunt, but overall, I think they're going to stick and roll with him. He's kind of that plan for after McGlinchey leaves. He's going to go through some growing pains. He's not playing enough. And so hopefully against the Saints, you can see a different side of him. Because he did really well for us when he had to fill in for McGlinchey.
He did. Did you see 9 News put up the fake quote?
Yeah. You can't do that either.
Did you send that quote, or did you or Dante send that to Ryan Harris?
That was Dante.
Did someone get filled? Oh man, and good for Ryan though. Just like owning it. Like that was totally my mistake.
But shouldn't it have to pass through somebody else?
Yes, Phil.
Okay.
Absolutely. That
Okay.
was not just on Ryan, but he fell on the sword. But if I'm like the director or something like that, and again, I don't know that world, but it's like, yeah, that needs to be fact-checked. Parsons like, I want to be in Denver. It's like, wait, wouldn't we have seen this? Like,
yeah, Phil, it's kind of like when you send stuff to the group chat, it has to pass through like me usually to say like,
but what's the first thing
real.
I say, Drew? I say,
is this real? Well, now you do. It took you like 4 times.
Dante
for you to
just
finally
said throw
like,
it in the free. He said throw it in the 3 count. I don't care if it's real or not. Throw it in the 3 count.
Phil, I messed up once. You got a longer track record.
You do.
oh, finger pointing, dissension.
Okay,
Dissension.
I see where you guys stand with things. All
Fractured locker room. All right. All right, I have to ask, do you think it was we'll get back to Broncos here in a moment, but do you believe it was a shot at Shedeur Sanders or not? What did you make of what Dylan Gabriel said over the weekend? We'll hit it real quick next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing Patrick Mahomes around.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Thinking about buying a home in Colorado? You're not the only one, and now might be your best shot. We're officially a buyer's market, which means you've got the upper hand. More homes are on the market, competition is down, and serious deals are out there just waiting to be found. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking to upgrade or downsize, now's the time to get pre-approved. And American Financing can make that happen in 24 hours or less. And here's the kicker. When you work with both American Financing and their partner, American Home Agents, you can save an additional 1% up to $10,000 on your home loan. If you've been sitting on the sidelines, it's time to step in, and American Financing is the place to start. Don't let the 20% down myth stop you, and you could buy a home with as little as 3% down. And with down payment assistance programs available, getting into a home might be easier than you think. Give them a call at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or 2 half-geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The High Five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Done right kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Our 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about make a great time to call 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Summer's not over, Rockies fans. The Dodgers, Cubs, and Giants are coming to Coors Field with promos, theme dates, and big games. Soak up the sun, the vibes, and the action. Get your tickets now at rockies.com/tickets.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
What was it, a shot at Shedeur or not?
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Oh man,
what is going on?
When did you see it, and how did you see it? The clip from Dylan Gabriel.
Honestly, I saw it in real time. Dillingham was I said Dillingham. He was getting off of being pulled out the game. Had a solid game. Commanded the huddle. Moved down the field. Now, he had a couple turnovers.
I think he had a pick six.
He did. But then they had the interview with him.
Yes.
He was feeling himself.
He was a little bit, and because he ended up playing mostly well. He had some good moments for himself. It wasn't all bad, and I think it ended on a better note than it started.
Dylan Gabriel, we're talking about.
Yes, and so he comes off the field and he's doing the on-field interview, and this puppy went viral in about a half a second because. We know obviously his teammate Shedeur, and this is what he says.
It's just part of it. There's entertainers and there's competitors, and I totally understand that. And my job is to compete, and that's what I'm focused on doing.
So, I first saw the quote in word form because Dante sent it to me, and I'm looking at the quote like, "Oh my God!" Like that is not subtle. And then So the quote in the second half of the game is going viral while he's on the sideline. And so that only leads to him being in the locker room after the game and gets asked about the quote as it relates to Shedeur.
But first, before we start with that, there's a reason why Sean doesn't like people interviewing the players during their preseason game. Like, he doesn't like that. And then for rookies as well, it's just there's a time and place. And that's not the time when you should be cheering. If you're not playing in the preseason game or you're done, you should be cheering on your teammates. For Dylan Gabriel, it's like you're feeling yourself, but you don't have time to think before you react or talk. And then this gets put out there. Now everybody's taking it and running with it.
Well, ran with it, they did. And Dylan Gabriel tried to clarify his comments after the football game.
All you in this room are entertainers, and you have a job to do, and I respect it, right? And I'm a competitor, so I have a job to do as well. And I think, just understanding that, that's how I've lived by, and I've said that multiple times. So definitely not a new quote, but something that I've definitely said before. Yeah, first off, I'm all about our team, you know what I mean, and each other. I would never make that, and I've said it before, that's why it's interesting, but for me, I've explained it. Entertainers are you all, competitor. That's what I am, and all my teammates, and we both have jobs to do. So that's it.
All right, really, really interesting. And he's got to know, maybe he doesn't, like the people that he's talking to, those people compete too. Like you have Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland.com. She's trying to do better numbers than the Cleveland Plain Dealer.
Yeah.
And, ESPN Cleveland is trying to beat the other station across. So it's like, But I understand what he meant by it. But do you buy it, though?
No. I still don't understand what he meant by it because it wasn't towards the media. there was like one guy in his head that's living rent free right now, and that's Shedeur Sanders. Do the Shedeur. They're in a battle. Dylan Gabriel had to sit out the first game because he was hurt. Shedeur Sanders took advantage of the opportunity, and when you get on the social media, that takes over. You know, it takes on a life of its own, and everybody is for Shedeur Sanders. For Dylan Gabriel, you're looking at it all, and when you have a good game, now it's time for you to fire back. But you have to understand that whatever you say to the media is going to be put out there, and you can't take it back. So he meant to say it, but he needed to say it in his head. That was a shot to Shedeur Sanders.
Man, and someone on the RamosLaw.com text line, when has the media ever been considered entertainers? That is like a new, like, yeah, you can say like we're entertainers or you know, the guys on TV and 9 News and ABC 7, like those guys are entertainers, but like that's not like a common association. Like we're called like entertainers on a regular basis. So I don't know, man. There's definitely some smoke there. I mean,
you don't think it's a shot?
I think that it was.
Here you go.
I think it was.
Here you go. You started to stutter.
I think it was probably. If I had to choose, I don't want to say it's 1,000% because I don't know his. I don't know like his heart or his. And I really don't know much about Dylan Gabriel, the person at all.
It was an emotional decision. That's what that was. We all get like that. Sean gets like it.
Oh, he definitely does. Yeah.
You get excited because you just showed out. You did something good. So it's like, now take that, guys.
Now someone else, Mr. Bacon of Westy, on the RamosLaw.com text line. How about this? Because I kind of forgot about this. He goes, why do you guys bring up Dylan Gabriel's comment about entertainers and competitors when Cam Ward said the same thing during their photo shoot that Cam said, I want to be known as a football player, not a rapper or entertainer or whatever.
But that was also a shot.
That was a shot. Yes, you're right.
It was a shot, but Shedeur and Cam Ward have a relationship. They practice with each other. They do a lot of things together. They go back and forth with each other. Dylan Gabriel's doing it because he's upset with the media and the people on X going at him. Come on, you have to see it.
If I had to choose, was he literally talking about, like, why would he be talking about the media on the sideline? Like, that's another thing. Like, why would you be talking about the media in that setting?
Yeah.
So if I had to choose, I would say it was probably a shot. It was probably a shot. What do you guys think behind the glass there?
Kind of reminds you of a quote that his college coach said when they were about to play CU. We do our talking with our pads.
Yes.
They do it with clicks.
That was his coach, Dan Lanning.
Not the same year.
No,
that
not
was
the same
when
year.
Nix
That was
still
Bo
there,
Nix,
but
yeah.
Same coach, maybe same idea, same message that he has about CU and Shedeur Sanders.
That's right. He's like, we're not in Hollywood. Wow. Drew, what do you think?
I do find it ironic that Dan Lanning did say that, by the way, because he was like, he's doing a video. He's like, yeah, we don't do this for clicks or views and stuff like that as you're doing a video. But yeah, dude, that was definitely a shot, by the way. That was total shot. And bringing the media thing in it, that was the weirdest thing. He's like, yeah, he got caught in a lie. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to bring the media.
Yeah, you guys are the entertainers.
Wait, what? Since when are the writers in the room entertainers? That makes no sense.
What did the media do to him?
Yeah, you know what? The more we talk about this, because I wanted to give Gabriel the benefit of the doubt, but the more we talk about it, it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
Why do you want to give him the benefit of the doubt? Huh?
Don't you want to give Shedeur the benefit of the doubt?
If Shedeur says something that's not good, I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say, hey, that wasn't right.
I don't have any frame of reference with Dylan Gabriel, like, I don't even know how to say it.
You just got some.
Yeah.
You know?
I think so. I think whether it's subconscious or conscious like that, I think people took it. Here's what I think the world took it the way that it was presented.
So if you're Shedeur, or say I said something like that to you, what would you say?
Diss track. Diss track coming.
Well, I would
diss track.
I don't think Cam Ward and Gabriel's comments are even close because Cam Ward was talking to Shedeur himself, and Shedeur was asking him to come on.
He's like,
join a rap
he goes, let's do a song together.
I don't know if that could be considered a shot.
I thought it was.
No, I think
like,
it's a shot, but he's saying it to his face.
Yeah, he said it to his face, and it was in direct, directly after being asked to do entertaining things.
Yeah, but maybe not a shot, but it was just like no. He goes, dude, I want to be known as a football player.
But I will leave you with this: like playing in the NFL and nowadays, you got to be an entertainer. The guys that are able to have success, like they do well on the football field, but they also have character. That goes hand in hand.
Well, if you're good enough at what you do, you can get by without it. See someone like Scotty Scheffler, who is like dry toast.
Yeah.
But you can build that brand if you're,
But you got to have a motivational YouTube page, right, to be successful in the NFL?
Oh, true.
Just asking the question.
True. All right, momentum has been building for the Broncos' new stadium to stay in Denver at Burnham Yard, but not so fast. Details next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Cardinals after beating his former team. Will VJ lead one of the league's top defenses again in 2025? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
There's a photo my wife took of me, sitting crisscross on the floor playing Legos with my boys. Might not sound like much, but back in 2020, I couldn't get down there without pain, let alone enjoy it. After 16 weeks on soda and 82 pounds gone, that picture means everything. If you're a parent who wants to be there, not just someday, but right now, go to sodaweightloss.com. That's sodaweightloss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. sodaweightloss.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
And just one more thing. Well, just one more thing with this Dillon Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders stuff. The more we talk about it, it's like we're making it too complicated to try to spin it that he was talking to the media.
Yeah. He was taking a shot.
Like, why would you feel like in a moment on the sideline that you would need to differentiate yourself from the media? Like this is why I'm a football player and you guys like talking to microphones and like write your newspaper. Like, why would he need to do that?
It was in the heat of the moment. He was feeling himself.
Yes.
And it slipped out. What he was thinking in his head, he put out there to the world. And everybody is waiting for that to happen for Shedeur. I mean, you have Lil Wayne shouting him out. Like everybody wants to see Shedeur succeed. And now how does Dillon Gabriel feel about that? Right? If you're Dillon Gabriel, how do you feel about that?
Well, Dante, you said behind the glass, you didn't say it on air. You said like he's getting little man syndrome a little bit.
That's kind of how I see it, where he's a little jealous of the spotlight. Shedeur's getting. Shedeur went out and played really well, so it wasn't even the spotlight that he's getting, but he actually performed on the field. Maybe he's getting a little nervous that, and people are talking about, oh, you shouldn't have drafted Dillon Gabriel in whatever round you did, and Shedeur's actually the better prospect, and I think he's getting a little jealous.
And honestly, that would be almost normal to see. I mean, the whole town is rallying around Shedeur. But you were the third-round quarterback. You were the plan.
But come on. I mean, we could do a whole show about Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders should never have been drafted in the 5th round. He is better than Dillon Gabriel. I believe that he's more put together. I believe that, like, if you talk about a quarterback, a pure passing quarterback that steps in the pocket, that's Shedeur Sanders for you. But because of all the commotion and all the dramatic stuff that was going on, I feel like the NFL was able to push Shedeur down a little bit. You know how I feel about that with the black ball.
Yeah, and we just disagree, and we're probably going to always disagree on that. But yeah, wow, imagine you're doing this job in Cleveland today, right? It's just things are super interesting, at worst fascinating at best, just depending on who you are. Okay, so momentum has been building for the Broncos' new stadium to stay in Denver at Burnham Yard. Not so fast. So Mike Kliss writes, after numerous meetings with the emerging Denver suburb over the last year to explore Lone Tree as a possible stadium site, Broncos president Damani Leach said on the 9 News pregame show on Saturday night that the team met with city officials and Douglas County commissioners again this month. There may be more speculation on Burnham Yard, but the team quietly continues to engage with Lone Tree as well. Kliss says this aligns with the Broncos' position that all options are on the table, including potential sites in Denver, Lone Tree, and Aurora, as well as the possibility of a new build or renovation on the current stadium site. We know that's not going to happen. We'll just keep it between us. But Damani Lee said, quote, yeah, we have not hid from that. We're looking at multiple options for locations. The folks in Lone Tree, we actually met with them a couple weeks ago, both at the city and county level. They've been tremendous partners in helping us explore opportunities, end quote.
Like, for me, Zach, I just want to know. You told me, you said, hey, something may come out before the season starts.
Yep. Yep.
So we still have time. I'm holding you to it.
Yeah, no, but I'm going to be off on that. It's going to drag into the season. Yeah, I'm just going to be off on that.
I just want to know where we're going to be set up as a Bronco fan base. Is it in Denver, downtown Denver? I'm going to call it downtown Denver, y'all. Is it in Lone Tree, which seems like would be an understandable place? It's ready.
Yes.
It's ready for you.
Yes.
And then you have Aurora?
We have not heard enough of that, of like actual details about that one, the Aurora location. And so either they're keeping the best kept secret, which they could be, or maybe it's not as far along in like developed conversations, but it's an option. I'm not quite sure about the Aurora location.
Do you think that the ownership group, they have an idea where they want to go?
I think they want it to be in Denver. I think they want it to be at Burnham Yard, but it may become an issue of, I'm going to use the word convenience, but I know it's so much more than that. The word that was described, a month and a half ago with the Burnham Yard situation was thorny.
Yeah.
And we know you're dealing with, politicians in Denver, and all the land is owned by different people. And so there's all these little parcels, and is it actually enough room to do what you want to do? And so, but I think that they would like to keep it in Denver. I think most of the fan base would like to keep it in Denver. I just don't know if that's a good enough reason to actually keep it in Denver over a half-century forecast when you have a site like Lone Tree, and the people in Lone Tree, they want that puppy there. It's already baked. And we know, I'll just repeat myself from these last couple months, but the territory in Lone Tree is all prepped for a real estate project that was supposed to happen in 2018, but it just never crossed the finish line.
Well, why do people want it to be in Lone Tree? Why is that? Just because they know that their people around there, their houses are going to go up?
I don't know if people in Lone Tree actually want it in Lone Tree. I don't know if a lot of people do want it in Lone Tree. I'll tell you, I wouldn't mind. Because I'd be closer to the stadium. Our property values, we live a couple miles from each other. It would increase. I know other people say, I don't want the traffic or the congestion. I understand that too. I think you'd be able to do it bigger and more grand in Lone Tree, but not have the charm of having it within the city of Denver. The opinions on this puppy, it's a wide spectrum.
Well, you know where I stand. Keep it in Denver.
Yes.
Keep it in Denver if you can, if it makes sense. But as a businessman, you have to do what a businessman has to do. Make as much money as possible. Maybe that is Lone Tree.
Yeah. Damani Leach went on to say, we take this really seriously. We want to be diligent about it, very comprehensive in our review, and make a decision that's not just the right decision for next year, but the next 30, 40, and 50 years, end quote. So this thing's not dead. Like it feels like this will be the wrong phrase, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think they're kind of like shopping around, and they have enough money to, hey, we might do Burnham Yard. Let's buy up a bunch of that land, but also Lone Tree just might be the most practical for the next 50 years.
And you got Aurora sitting right here. Let's go ahead and buy something over here as well.
Yeah. Very interesting and ongoing, very fluid right now. Okay, the Broncos' depth has been on display here over the last 2 weekends, but one guy has been stealing the show, and we'll talk about him coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, where he'll answer the tough questions. Can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? What does the IRS do to tax protesters? And could I possibly go to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your spot now at advancedtaxsolutions.com. The Fan? That's advancedtaxsolutions.com/The Fan.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Why wait for the weekend? Twin Peaks is serving up scratch-made food and pouring cold drinks every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league, any day of the week, only at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale starts Thursday, August 21st. Buy the first tree at regular price and choose a second tree for only 50 cents. 4-foot-tall Taylor upright juniper trees are perfect for privacy screens. Now get 2 for $170. Or make your small yard beautiful with a medium-sized flowering tree. 6 to 8-foot-tall autumn brilliance serviceberry tree. Now get 2 for $240. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Summer's not done yet, Rockies fans, and neither is the fun at Coors Field. The Dodgers are here for 4 big games August 18th through the 21st. The Chicago Cubs roll in for the last weekend in August, the 29th through the 31st. And we close out summer over Labor Day with the Giants, September 1st through the 3rd. Think promo giveaways, stunning sunsets, and all your ballpark favorites. Don't miss your last chance to soak up summer baseball. Grab your tickets now at Rockies.com/tickets.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is screen. SCREEN. Text screen to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's Screen to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
We all my. Yeah. Come on. So living it up. To everybody that be living it up, we say.
All right, guys. Obviously, the depth of the football team for the Broncos has been on display these last couple weekends. One guy, though, is kind of stealing the show. Not who I would have had on my bingo card coming into training camp. We'll get to it here in about 15 seconds, but it's time to send the kids back to school and get ready for football season. No matter what you need, Denver Sports is here to help. You can enter our keyword contest for your chance to win a daily $50 Amazon gift card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. and text it to 303-713-1043 before that hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For complete rules, visit www.denversports.com/keyword. Phil, at the start of training camp, I don't think I would have put my chips on Jarrett Stidham to steal the show here through two preseason games, but that is exactly what is happening. He is currently leading the NFL preseason in passing yards and passing touchdowns. He ranks second overall by passer rating. He has yet to have a turnover. What do you think of old Stiddy?
Well, I'll tell you this. Hopefully Will Peterson is listening to us.
Oh, doctor.
You know it triggers him.
Yes, it does. He hates Jarrett Stidham. Hates him.
Sparky.
Hates him.
I love it. Jarrett Stidham is making himself some money. And it's not necessarily for this year. He's setting himself up for next year. In this league, it's hard to find decent quarterbacks. And when you do find them, you try to keep them, even if they're backups. Jarrett Stidham has been in this system for 3 years now under Sean. He understands the system. He understands the time, the rhythm, the processing. He's understanding the defense now. He's growing every single year. And although we know Jarrett Stidham is not going to start on this team, he's a great backup and he's starring and playing in his role. But also in the back of his mind, he still wants to be a starting quarterback in this league.
No doubt.
Which he should always want to be a starting quarterback in this league. He should always shoot for that. I don't care if you're a backup. You play like a starter in your head. And you go from there because at some point you're going to have an opportunity and you need to take advantage of it. Well, this is Jarrett Stidham's opportunity. These 3 preseason games, these are his regular season games to get ready for the season. And he's doing the most with them. 30 of 38, 376 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He gets it. And if Jarrett Stidham has to play this year for 1 or 2 games, I believe we win those games. Now, we have to figure out who he's playing against. But I'm comfortable with him being in this offense with this system. And he's showing us. And he has showed us during camp. And when we talked about it, Zach, people were upset with us. I don't get it.
Yeah, so it was about, I don't know, a week ago or week and a half ago, whatever. It actually was a day where I was out, and Richie was in here. You and Richie were working together, and you said something along the lines of, and please correct me, please jump in if I misrepresent it, because you said something along the lines of basically Stidham has been excellent, and you wouldn't know necessarily that Bo Nix was the starter if it was that alien analogy, you didn't know the context. Jarrett Stidham has had a great summer, and you said in the midst of that Bo is going to be fine, but the offense had looked a little bit disjointed. And then they take the field last weekend, and it looks the way that it looks. Sean's pissed. Bo's not happy. Stidham balls out. And then here for a second weekend in a row, Stidham has balled out. So, you probably feel to a certain degree, I don't know, but validated on what you were saying. You weren't saying that Stidham's coming for Bo's job or anything like that.
No, Jarrett Stidham knows his role, but he's playing it well. But he's also getting himself ready for an opportunity because it will come his way. Zach Wilson last year, what did Sean say about Zach Wilson? He's here to get him paid. That's the exact same thing he's going to do with Jarrett Stidham. If I'm Jared Stidham, at some point, I want another shot. And it's not going to be here. We get it. He gets it. But maybe it's somewhere else. Maybe it's a team that's in between. Like, we need a vet and to be the starter until a rookie comes along. So now he's going to get paid a little bit more money. He's well compensated, but he still wants to at least take a shot at being a starting quarterback, which he should do.
Yeah, and I know he doesn't have the pelts on the wall that Flacco did, but you remember Flacco starting that season, letting Drew Lock sort of incubate a little bit, and at a certain point in time, they turned it over because, team wasn't performing enough or Joe wasn't performing enough or what have you. But, Stidham could maybe be in that role that Tyrod Taylor filled before Baker was ready to play, something like that. Yeah. And if you play well enough, maybe you keep that job. But, yeah, I mean, the guy right now is playing like carefree. He is slinging that ball around, man, and watching that guy run around at Mile High sitting there. I mean, I'm like, dude, this guy is having a summer. Now, is he the starting quarterback? No. Does he have any potential to be the starting quarterback here in Denver? Not as long as Bo Nix is here healthy.
But there's something to say for a guy that can go out there and just play free.
Totally.
When I was a backup to Royce, I had the easy job. I was a spark player. I did not have to know the whole playbook. I had certain plays that were going to be in, and they were going to be set up. Now, I had to take advantage of those plays, but I knew that's all I was there to do. When you become the starter, you have to learn the playbook. You have to learn the routes. You have to learn the protections, which is huge. This R.J. Harvey, this is why you don't let a rookie, if he's not ready, just go out there and start right away when he doesn't have to. Just kind of ease him into it. And I was able to ease into it and learn the playbook, learn the protections, the routes. And it helped me out, and I was ready to go by week 5 when I finally started. I was ready to go. But it's easy when you know there's not a lot of pressure on you. For Jared Stidham, you got to know the playbook. You got to know everything. But I'm more than likely I'm just going to sit here. But if you call my name, I'll be ready.
Right. And, on the RamosLaw.com text line from 331 says, if Stidham was offered up for a third-round pick, would you take that? Yes, of course. You would, and the team would, but you're not getting a third-round pick for Jared Stidham, no matter how good he plays in the preseason.
Would you, though? Especially how you talk about the backup quarterback, Zach. Would you? A third-round pick?
Yeah, I think I would. A third-round. I mean, dude, a third-round pick is, Marvin Mims is he was a second-round pick. Someone like
Pat Bryant's a third-round pick.
Jonah Ellis is a third-round pick. He was a 76th pick in the draft. Pat Bryant is a third-round pick.
Riley Moss.
Riley Moss. These are top 75 picks. So, yeah, if it's not even really a relevant conversation because it's not going to happen. But would I know what you're saying because you're going to use my own words.
You're going to use it. I'm going to let you use it because you're right.
Because I have said historically, the better you believe your football team is going to be that year, the higher priority your backup quarterback has to take on. And really, you can look back at, Super Bowl 50. The Denver Broncos do not win Super Bowl 50 without Brock Osweiler. There's a 2-point win on the road in Chicago. There's an overtime win against the Patriots, a win against the Chargers in division, an overtime win against Cincinnati, all with Osweiler that allowed the Broncos to be 12-4 and get that seed and, allow Manning to come, along with the defense, of course, bring it across the finish line. But, yeah.
So why would you even mess with it? If somebody offered you a third at this point, where we all believe that the Denver Broncos are a better team and they have a chance to make some noise in the playoffs, that the Denver Broncos have been talking about Super Bowl in their rooms, you need a backup quarterback that can come in.
Yes, they do. He's right now in this moment he feels like a really good one, but there's not going to be any third round, fourth round pick coming for Jared Stidham. But I do wonder if it's like
maybe a fifth.
Maybe like say Tua gets banged up in the first game of the year, and Zach Wilson gets hurt in Game 7, and it's like, hey, we're 3-4. There's enough season still left. Let's trade a 5th-round pick for Stidham. Maybe, I don't know, man. Crazier things have happened. But here's what I know: this conversation, the root of it, at the nucleus of it, is based in a really positive summer from Stidham. He has been great, not good, great, and so we'll see if he can keep it up. No controversies or anything like that here, but gosh, balling. Okay, we didn't think one guy was going to play on Saturday night, but he did, and boy, what a difference it made. We'll take a dive into it next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Phillip, Lindsay here. Fellas, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T. And a lot of those men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. And if you're just like these guys, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts. And fellas, I'm here to tell you that the sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. All you need to do is take the Low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do, so it's fast. Then, you'll schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. And I'm here to tell you guys that there are 5 locations out there that can serve you. Alright, so there are no excuses about it's too far or I don't know where to go, because you can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So go and get your low T treated. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Summer is here, and so is the seasonal traffic. If you've been injured in an auto accident, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve. With over $3 billion recovered, we fight and win for you. Don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law now at 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. This August, transform your home and get more than just great curb appeal. Get free gutters when you replace your entire siding with premium James Hardie products. Don't let budgets hold you back. Choose no payment and no interest for 24 months or 0 interest for 5 full years. Flexible financing made for homeowners like you. At 5280 Exteriors, they install Pella windows, James Hardie siding, and full roof replacements, all with expert craftsmanship from a President's Club elite contractor. Call now or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free consultation today.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year. You guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Step Denver, a nonprofit solution to addiction and homelessness.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Little Jimi Hendrix never hurt anyone on a Monday. Rolling downhill. Appreciate you guys hanging out.
12 days, Zach. 12 days for the Buffs.
I do not need a reminder on that. I cannot wait. Are you thinking about going to the game?
That one's going to be pretty hectic. But I'm going to go at some point. Zach, we got to go.
You've been saying that for 2 years. I'll just believe it when I see it.
We'll go. I mean, it's one of these things for you, Zach. I mean, you can't get us a suite?
No.
You get a suite everywhere else?
No. Bowler, give me the stiff arm. I need to go with you for protection.
Exactly. I fear for my life. Like, Zach By's with you? I'm scared to say yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Did you see the Georgia Tech coach? Is it Brent Lee? Brent Lee? I'll get it here in a second. Or Brett Key. Yeah, it's Brett Key. Brett Key, that's what it is. He was ripping his team today. Ripping his team.
He was not a happy camper that.
Dante, can you pull that? Can you pull that real quick? I think we have it in our.
It had to be the scrimmage.
Yes. Not a happy camper at all. Just blasting his team. And I saw Buff fans were laughing at it. I would just.
Hey, you don't tell a fan how to fan.
No, that's true. That's very true. No, you're right.
You don't dare tell my Buff fans how to fan.
Nope, you're exactly right. You put me in my place. But I would just say, maybe laugh after the game after you beat them. Because
why? So, if a coach of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets,
yep,
goes up, look at fly to the bumblebee. That's gonna be the song.
We coming.
Why rip your team like
that? Because
the coach goes on the podium and rips his team.
I think because it's August 18th, and you can maybe they're getting their head in the clouds a little bit.
Hearing the noise.
Yeah, because they're
praising them.
Because this is that coach Brent Key's third year. They've been 7-6, and they supposedly had one of the better recruiting classes that they've had in a long time. And maybe he's just like, dude, you guys are not ready, but I'm going to turn the volume up on it to make everyone aware that everyone is on notice, basically. And some back straighten up, more attention to detail. This is maybe the time in the summer where you rip them, and you rip them publicly.
Or it's because Coach Prime and the Buffaloes are being a little bit more quiet this year. They're working in silence. When's the last time we heard a
This is a good point.
Coach Prime rant? Or just him out there doing what he does best?
It's been a long time.
Other than when him coming out about.
Yeah, but that wasn't that type of press conference. Like in the past, he's telling you we're coming. He's telling it's the only 8 wins. Okay, pal. Like he's been really aggressive and bullish with the team. Sean says more. He really likes his team.
Yeah.
So maybe Dion is just taking a more cautious approach of like, hey, this is my first time ever not having Shedeur as my quarterback. I still don't know who I'm going to pick. Let me just lay off a little bit. Let's just work. I don't know. Why do you think?
I think that he's confident with the team that he's going to put out there, but also he understands that, hey, I'm going to have to do a couple things that I'm not used to doing, and that's running the football. That's relying on a pass game without his son. And I think that's why he's like, you know what? Like, let's just work. Like you just said, Zach. Let's just work. Let my coaches work. And I'm going to sit here and wait for this game to come around. Because I believe he's confident in his team. The defense is going to be really, really good this year. They're going to have a couple of young players that are very talented that we just don't know about just yet. And that's going to be shown Saturday.
Yep. Friday.
Friday night
Friday night
against Georgia Tech. And someone like Georgia Tech, the coach, he's a little nervous because you don't hear all the talking anymore. So you don't know what's going
on. By the way, and we'll get back to Broncos here because I know we teased into it. I know we're not paying it off. Forgive me, but with just a little rabbit hole here. Did you see that the running back, Dallin Hayden, hurt his hand? He's not going to play against Georgia Tech, more than likely?
Yep.
That could be significant. But here's Brent Key, Georgia Tech head coach, earlier today.
I don't think we did that well today. I thought I don't think we're anywhere close to being ready to play a football game. Way too many penalties, way too many turnovers, way too many blown assignments, way too many guys that either didn't play or tapped out for aches and pains and things you have to play through. We're not even close from the standpoint from mental toughness, the grit and the fortitude that you have to play this game. We got a lot of young kids on the field, new kids, but that is zero excuse. All right, so we got a lot of damn work to do.
Well, I guess, what did you like that you saw today? Just not much, or?
Well, Kelly, we had better pass protection out there today, but now I'm concerned about the lack of pass rush and the fact we can't catch a football when it is thrown.
How do you want to see your team bounce back next week and recover from this performance?
Next week? How about in 2 weeks? We'll evaluate the football team, evaluate the roster, evaluate where we're at from and look, I don't care if we go into the first game, we run 2 offensive plays and 2 defensive calls. We're going to play what we can execute.
What changed from the way they were playing going into this?
I don't know. If I had a crystal ball, I'd be able to stop it.
So good.
We coming.
It's football season, baby.
I'm upset.
I love it.
A little concerned.
I love it so much. I am so fascinated. 12 days from now, Folsom Field.
And you think it's a setup?
Friday night. I think he's ripping his guys to. I think what he's saying is true in the practices, but he's turning the volume up on it. Like, dude, you guys went 7-6. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? We're playing in Folsom Field in 12 days. This isn't close to good enough.
You're damn right.
So
Friday night.
I cannot wait.
The Buzz versus the Bumblebees.
I love it. All right. We didn't think one guy was going to play, but he ended up playing on Saturday night. How about Evan Ingram? How surprised were you that he was actually out there playing?
I was really surprised. I was like, dang, Ev out of everybody is out there. Obviously, Sean Payton talked to Evan Ingram, and they were both on the same page. And it was good for him to go out there, Evan that is, and get the reps and kind of build more confidence within himself. That play, that 58-yard catch and run, that's what he needed. That's what we needed. That's what the Broncos country needed to see. We haven't seen a tight end take a pass play 58 yards in a long time now.
Yeah, very long time.
Evan Ingram's going to bring the speed, the separation. When it comes to the route tree, he is that joker. And it was good to see that on display Saturday night for that catch and run for 58 yards.
Man, it was such a welcomed sight. And so clearly, even though the contract and he's well paid, it's like Sean Payton still wanted to see 3 to 4 more reps. Oh, wrong show. But
was he running a marathon?
So it's great to see. It's been a few years since we've seen that, and Noah Fant I can remember one time doing it against the Browns, but that was like Ingram has kind of had a quiet summer comparatively to the expectations and hype around his Joker arrival.
Yeah, it was loud at the beginning of the summer, then got quiet in the middle, and then here towards the end, it started to pick back up more steam of like, okay, there's Evan Ingram.
Yeah. All right, that was exciting, man. That first drive, first play to R.J. Harvey, didn't work out. He's kind of swallowed up. Second play, Ingram. Third play, Pat Bryant. Fourth play, give it to Harvey. I mean, it was newcomer, streaking down the field for the Broncos. A great tone setter for Saturday night and what ended up being another dominant victory. All right, as we continue to comb through these layers, what did we make of the latest development in the wide receiver 2 conversation? Also, the next chapter in the running back story was written on Saturday night. Who helped themselves the most? Did anyone hurt their chances? We will take a dive into all that as we are on the doorstep of 40 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
This week's Recovery of the Week is brought to you by Step Denver, the men's residential addiction recovery program in Lower Downtown. Our Recovery of the Week this week belongs to Denver Broncos inside linebacker Alex Singleton, who was coming off a torn ACL from last season, but immediately broke his thumb at the start of training camp. But he is back at practice, participating with a club on his hand, and is expected to make a full recovery by week 1 against the Titans. And that is your Recovery of the Week, brought to you by Step Denver. And I'm sitting down today with Megan from Step Denver, and we're talking about a quality that every man in recovery has to tap into, and that's courage. Megan, what does that look like at Step?
Courage is everything for our residents. For many of these men, fear has held them back for years. Fear of change, fear of failure, fear of confronting the damage caused by addiction. Without the courage to face those fears head on, recovery is impossible. Our director of programs said to me the other day, if a man can conquer the front door, they've overcome the biggest obstacle, meaning if they can just walk through that door and choose to get help, they're well on their way. And that moment of surrender takes immense bravery. These men are stepping into the unknown, placing their trust in something and someone new. And courage doesn't stop at the front door. It takes daily effort to stay sober, follow the rules, be honest about where they're at, and they're really rebuilding from the ground up. Our program staff, as you know, all of them are in recovery themselves, and they walk with them and show what's possible when courage becomes part of your daily routine.
Guys, if you are struggling with addiction or you want to make a donation to help the men who are in fact calling Step to get their life back today, we encourage you, go online and visit stepdenver.org. That website again is stepdenver.org.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. And fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Flanagan Law is different on purpose. Female-owned, client-focused, and community-driven. After your accident, we make sure you're cared for and compensated. Flanagan Law. Different feels better. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Are you dreaming of owning a home? Premier Members Credit Union can help make that dream a reality. Visit becomepremier.com to learn more. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 416701.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's take a dive right back into it. We hang out here recapping Saturday night. And it was I was so impressed, and I just have to say this. So I took my son to the game, and I just can't believe the way that Broncos country shows out. They're one of maybe, I think, single-digit fan bases in this league, or Sean would say, in our league. He
does say that a lot.
That, like, dude, 60,000 people show up to a preseason game where the head coach told you days in advance that no starters were playing.
It's definitely top 5. And Denver's not number 5. I've been all around. I want to say I hit every single football stadium. Some iconic ones. Green Bay.
Yep.
And it's fun to be in that atmosphere, fun to be around it. But Broncos country just brings something different, like the electricity in the air when you're in that stadium, the rowdiness of how the fans just get crazy. Sometimes it can feel like a college football game. And that's something that you don't get often in a lot of these stadiums, these NFL stadiums. For example, when I was with Houston, and I know we weren't good at that time, we were being booed by our fans before we even played the game. Now, Broncos country is going to boo you if you go
deserve it.
Out.
Yeah.
It's like this is before the game even started. Running out of the tunnel, we were being booed. There were games where I remember playing New England. It was Houston versus New England, and you didn't know if the fans were New England fans or if they were Houston fans because they were dressed in red. And a lot of New England Patriots fans, they travel well.
Sure.
It was a bad atmosphere to be a part of, especially when I was spoiled here in Denver with this fan base.
Well, the craziest thing when the passion flips, when you say, hey, they'll boo you, the craziest thing that I had ever seen at an NFL game, I shouldn't say the craziest, seen some crazy fights and stuff, but like the most unique from a true fan standpoint is Russell Wilson's first home game in Denver when they literally could not get the playoff.
Oh,
and it was the delay a game after delay a game. They actually couldn't get the plays off. That's how disjointed that offense was, and the team had just lost in Seattle, 17-16, and it was week 2, Houston, and I remember being there with my buddy Philly Nick, call him, and Dr. Dave, and we were hanging out and watching the crowd count down the play clock. Thousands. Not to actually help the team, but to kind of help but kind of make fun of.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
I mean, it was nuts.
That's embarrassing.
And then you had fans fighting, saying, "Stop doing that! Stop doing that, everyone!" And then people were like, "No." And then when there's thousands doing it, I mean, Phil, it was one of the most unique things I've ever seen at any sporting event. The home crowd in the first home game turn on the team because they were so incompetent and inept. So
we love our football.
Yep.
We want to see greatness. And now we have an opportunity to. Bo Nix, the offense coming around, a dominant defense, a coach who has done it before. Like, things are looking up for the Denver Broncos and our fan base. But you got to go out there and do it. Or we'll be upset and we'll boo a little bit. It's just what we do.
That's it. And the fans can boo. When they pay the ticket and they worked hard for that ticket, they reserve the right to boo. But that was not an instance like on Saturday night, because unlike the previous Saturday, there was no room for like interpretation. Like against the Niners in Santa Clara, there was context. The first team offense struggled. The first team defense struggled. Now, no first teamers, really. A couple here and there. But it was just domination.
It was glorious.
I mean, truly. There's no two versions of that story. The Broncos showed up. Vini Vidi Vici. We came, we saw, we conquered. Like, that's what happened on Saturday night. And in terms of the conversation revolving around wide receiver number 2, all right, we know Mims didn't play along with Court, but everyone else was active. And on Friday's show, at the last segment of Friday's show, we got to make a proclamation or a declaration or a prediction or whatever. And you got to pick a guy. I picked a guy.
Yep.
And I picked Pat Bryant, and you picked Troy Franklin. And both of those guys, I thought, looked like freaking veteran players, just executing at a really high level, low mistakes. I mean, I just walked away so impressed with both of those two young men.
Let's start. Let's Zach, we've been very detailed this camp of telling our listeners what has been going on. And two guys that have been standing out to us for a long time now has been Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant. But Saturday night, both of those receivers grew up. And you know what I'm getting ready to talk about. It wasn't about the catches. It wasn't about the route running. It was about blocking for their teammate. It was about understanding that it's bigger than just them. And what I'm trying to get at is, if you guys go back, and I know a lot of people already seen the play, but if you go back and you see that play with Evan Ingram, and Evan Ingram breaks for a 58-yard gain, which was an explosive. But when you really watch it, watch Pat Bryant take that defender or the safety of the cornerback and almost Gatorade his ass. Watch Troy Franklin. It wasn't a crazy block, but it was a smart block.
It's perfect.
Get in the way of the defender with his back, put his hands up like he's boxing out.
Yep.
And then you see why someone like Evan Ingram was able to be explosive and run for a 58-yard gain. This should get you excited if you're a Broncos fan.
Heck yeah.
If I was a running back, I'm excited. How do you get explosive plays? It's not just about the linemen. It's about the receivers blocking downfield. And Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin did a phenomenal job of doing that. And that's what you need out of this team. That's what you need out of your young football players. And those two grew up when it came to blocking for their teammate.
It was so cool to watch, man. You need that element, right, of it's not about me right now, right? You're willing to do whatever it takes. And super smart, because we've seen so many plays get called back, explosive plays get called back because Troy Franklin takes it a little bit too far with his block. And now it's a penalty on the offense. Now you're backed up on your own 1 or whatever it was, because I think they started on the 3-yard line, I want to say. But Pat Bryant, though, like, there's not many attributes about this young man that are rookie-like. He doesn't walk or talk like a rookie. He doesn't block like a rookie. He doesn't make mistakes like a rookie. And that's why the one word that I have used repeatedly, and people who hang out with us every day, appreciate you so much. You might be tired of me hearing it. But the one word, or tired of me saying it rather, the one word I've used over and over and over again with Pat Bryant is floor. I don't know if he's ever going to be Michael Thomas, okay? But that young man's floor, his game is mature. like legitimately mature. And he happens to be mature, into a microphone and off the field, seemingly. But his on-field maturity is just such a welcome sight, man. And when you see someone, like if you're a football fan and you see a rookie hemming someone up like that, like he's going to throw someone in the first row.
Disrespectful.
Like literally, he looked like he was going to throw someone into the first row, like a Thunder Lips in Rocky 3. Hulk Hogan threw. Yeah. But it's awesome, man. And the fact that both of those guys had that type of contribution on the biggest play of the day, that's meaningful.
So let's get in. Let's break it down. Let's start with Pat Bryant. That's your guy. You've been high on him from the start.
Love that dude.
Just like Vele. This wasn't just the start of camp for you, Zach. The moment he was drafted, you were talking highly of this young man and how you liked him. And he's out there making plays. Now, he has been making plays this whole entire camp. But it was on display a lot during that last preseason game against the Arizona Cardinals that night, where he was making tough catches, where he was finding holes in the zone, where he was able to move the chains, catch with his hands, where he was smart enough in scramble drill to find little areas for Jarrett Stidham to hit him. Those are things that change a game. And Pat Bryant's doing that all the time. His get off, the route running ability is there. Like everything that you want from him, he is doing.
Well, I love to see it. And then honestly, like legitimately, I don't know who was more impressive on Saturday night, Pat Bryant or Troy Franklin. I would give the slight nod to Pat Bryant, but that feels crazy because the point of the game is to score, and Troy Franklin got into the end zone twice. And the one, on the first one, little, out and up, but the second one just winning off the line of scrimmage with his speed, and then the late hands.
Yeah.
The DB was in good coverage. He had good coverage. And he snaps those hands up again. I don't want to get carried away because it's that guy's job. But from where we were last year with Troy Franklin to where we're at now, it feels like all things are possible with Troy Franklin. And what a healthy place to be, because his summer last year, 2024, was about as bad as a summer. Like if he wasn't a draft pick, they might have just asked him to go home. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, it's real. He wasn't ready for the moments last year, but he grew.
He did.
As time went on, and then he got to the playoff game against Buffalo, was able to show out on that explosive pass, and then he was able to carry that into the next season, which here we are now. He had 2 touchdowns in this preseason game, getting better every single game. Route running ability is way better than it was last year. His confidence is through the roof, and that's what you're asking for. Now, I don't know if he's going to be the receiver 2 of this team starting the season off, but he's going to be a big part of this game plan, as with Pat Bryant as well. He's forcing his way not only on this roster,
correct,
but also a guy that you have to get involved. He may be Bo Nick's best friend because he hits the middle of the field and he can give you those dirty yards, and he does the slant route. That's why Sean has compared him to Michael Thomas.
Well, I love to see it. It's super, super encouraging. Back to Troy Franklin. This was Sean Payton talking about how Troy Franklin has improved.
It's happening, and I'm excited. I think we just got to be smart because he's playing 2 spots, but he's had a really good camp. He's confident, and I've said this a bunch of times. It has to happen on the field, and you guys that have covered this team or any other team, like you see it in the preseason every year. Some players that begin to make some plays, and it carries over. And so that's why these games are important.
And that game was important for both of those guys, Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant, to just continue to stack moments into their NFL library. And have you ever seen the movie Almost Famous?
Yeah.
About the young teenage writer who writes for Rolling Stone. It's one of my favorite movies ever. And there's a character in there, Kate Hudson. She plays the character Penny Lane, and she's got this phrase throughout the movie. It's all happening. It's all happening. And it feels like in some cases with Pat Bryant, with Troy Franklin, with just this Broncos organization, if I could take a sappy second, big picture, like it kind of feels like it's all happening.
Everything's falling into place.
It's preseason. I understand that, but these are good, healthy conversations.
All right, Mr. Bai, who's receiver 2? Last preseason game, it's a prep. The starters are going to get 8-10 plays. If they don't do well at the beginning of those 2 drives, maybe they go for another drive.
Yeah. If I had to guess based on actions, it would be Marvin Mims.
Which is a safe bet.
It is. But it would not shock me, much like Vele throughout the season. I know we talked about this last week because I think this is actually going to happen. Throughout the year, Pat Bryant is going to continue to earn more and more and more trust. And it just wouldn't shock me if he's out there in November opposite of Cortland Sutton. So these are healthy conversations. We don't know how it's going to unfold yet, but we got good evidence that that could lead us to believe that we could be headed down a positive road with these wide receivers. All right, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive, hanging out with you, all right, reacting to the game on Saturday, and we'll continue to do that here. But first, got to tell you, join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado on Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Let me just ask you this, Phil, before we start, because I want to talk about the running backs here and maybe the other side of the ball. But in terms of just the result, okay, the games don't count, but they do matter. How much does it matter to you that the Broncos are 2 preseason games in and not are just 2-0? I don't think that's as relevant as the following. The Broncos are 2-0 and have outscored their opponents 56-17. Opposing offenses against the Broncos defense are 3 for 25 on third down. There's context to all of this, but just on its face, when I give you those like landslide type numbers, how much stock are you personally putting into this?
I put a lot of stock into this. Not because of the wins. The wins is preseason. But you know me, I'm all about winning. I want to win as much as possible. But if you're winning games, there's a reason for that. When your starters are not playing, but you're able to go out there and still put 27 points up and only give up 7, that tells you a lot about your team. It tells you that you have the depth. Now, when you're looking at preseason games, you're looking at individual players that you can pick. I'm going to give this to Zach. It's a la carte, right? That's what you like to say. And it's like, I can take somebody from the 2nd unit, the 3rd unit, maybe even the 4th unit that may make this team. But when you're competing and everybody's trying to battle for a spot, you're going to get the best out of everybody. And when you have enough competitors that are on the same page, it makes it hard for you to cut players, which means that you're in a good situation if you're the Denver Broncos and you're Sean Payton, which means that you have the depth at running back, at defensive lineman, maybe offensive lineman, receiver, safeties. That's what you're looking for, because by week 5 or 6, Zach, you're relying on your 2nd and 3rd string players, and there can't be a major drop-off if you want to win at all. You have to have the guys ready to play when their number is called.
Right.
That's why we wouldn't give up someone like Jared Stidham. Because if something happens, knock on wood, to Bo Nix for a couple games, we're all confident because what Jared Stidham's doing out there, 30 of 38, 376 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. We're all confident that Jared Stidham could go out there during a game and win it. Maybe another game and win it. That's what you're looking for. Well, that goes for everybody on the roster with the running backs. If J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey miss some time, are you confident in Jaleel and Tyler Bidet? That's what you have to ask yourself. So although it's not about the wins in preseason, you want to see it because that means if you're winning a lot of games, you have the depth.
Yeah, and that last word is what it means to me. Like when, again, the 2-0 is less relevant, but when you start talking about you're beating your opponents 56-17, when you're talking about, like, do you see how the yard disparity between the Cardinals and the Broncos on Saturday night? Guys, this was a 3-point spread, okay? Yes, there's numbers like that on preseason, but this is a 3-point spread. It's supposed to be close to a coin flip game because the Broncos are the home team. The Broncos outscored Arizona 562 yards to 135. That's insane. They ran 25 more plays than Arizona. They just had their foot up there, you know what. And I just think when your team is that deep, like, it just speaks to the healthy nature of this entire football operation, the healthy nature and trajectory of this franchise. In terms of the running backs, who stood out? Who helped themselves?
I'm going to have to go with my boy, Jaleel McLaughlin. Everybody was talking down, saying, Tyler Bidet has passed him up. Okay, in certain situations, that may be. But what Jaleel did out there was show everybody that he still has that speed, that he still has that home run hitting ability, that if he can get outside, which he will this year, and he gained a little bit of weight, and I was concerned with that. But after watching Jaleel open up, get outside, and he's a little bulkier, but he still has that speed and that explosiveness that we didn't see much last year, but we will see this year. That's what I wanted to see. And Jaleel, after he had that big run, he let out that, what do you like to call it, the primal?
Like a primal scream.
That primal scream. For you, it sounds like a little girl scream. For someone like me, it's like a T-Rex, something dangerous. For Jaleel, it was like, pretty much in his head, it's like, thank the Lord I did this, showing all of us that I still have it. And he listens. He listens to all of us talk. And I think when you're a player and you're listening to all of us talk, you want to prove us all wrong when we talk supposedly bad about you. And for Jaleel, he's hearing people talk about Tyler Bidet. And now for him, it's like, what about me? I'm going to make it hard. If you cut me, it's not going to be because of me. It's because you guys decide to go with somebody else. That's you guys' preference, not because I did it to myself.
Well, it was super healthy to see. Longest run of the day was from Jaleel, and that 35-yard gainer. Obviously, I gave those running backs a hard time last year. The Javonte Williams and the Jaleel and Estime. Not one time did they have a run that went longer than 21 yards the whole season, over 350 carries. So it's nice to see it because I know it's in there, but I got to see it. And we know, again, there's context. It wasn't, frontline starters, but he can't control that. He's can only do what's out in front of him. And to go he only carried the ball 3 times and went for 48 yards, 16 yards a carry. That's pretty good, right? So it was good to see. Tyler
Bidet's another one, all right? Running hard again, inside, doing well special teams, doing some 2-minute. All right, obviously a guy that Sean speaks highly of. So it was good to see him out there, although he didn't pop a couple big-time runs.
I was going to say, it wasn't anything crazy.
No, and it's not always going to be that way. You hope for that. You hope that you get something to pop for you. You get lucky or somebody's out of place. But it doesn't happen to you. But are you in the light? Are you doing the right things? Are you hitting your marks? That's what it's all about, doing the right things better than somebody else. And when you have a blitz coming your way, pick it up. And that's something that Tyler Bidet continues to do. And he's involved in the pass game. So we all know that he's a guy that's probably going to make this roster.
Yeah, I think so.
And then you got someone like Blake Watson. I was impressed with him, how he's running hard, how he's breaking tackles, catching out of the backfield, 4 receptions for 20 yards. He may not make this team officially like he did last year, but he's a guy that will be on the practice squad, and maybe they elevate him up at some point because he's a guy that has a bunch of speed, and you can't coach speed.
Yeah. Here's Sean Payton after the game talking about the performance of his running backs.
All of them, I thought, played well, which I don't know if it clears up our – but I thought we got into the defense. We got downhill into the defense a number of times. RJ's touchdown. Yeah, I thought for the most part, I thought as the game wore on, our down and distances, our third downs were much more favorable than theirs. And I think that's going to – I'm sure it had a lot to do with the conversion rate as well.
In terms of the whole group in totality, I didn't think it was like some great game. Really outside of Jaleel's 35-yard carry. And then and when I say they, I'm talking about the guys who have a chance to make the team. Because there's this young man, Courtney Jackson, who's got a little juice to him.
He does. You see that end around?
I did. Courtney Jackson, there's a little something there. He was involved in the passing game as well, and I remember it had a 18, 20-yard, catch and run type deal as well. So let's keep our eye on that name as well. But in terms of like the Blake Watson, RJ Harvey, Tyler Bidet, and Jaleel, it was Jaleel, to his credit, had that great run. No one else really got to answer it. So if you're Jaleel, you're walking away probably feeling pretty good about this. I still don't know how this is going to go from who makes the team and who doesn't. I don't know how this is going to go.
Well,
I want to say they're keeping 4,
Yeah.
but I know they're keeping 6 wide receivers too. So it's like, how much peeling back from these other positional groups can you do?
Well, you have to ask yourself this. If you decide to let one go, will they pass through waivers? If Jalil gets cut, do you believe you can bring him back?
I think, you may not like this, but I don't think that any of the running backs would get picked up by anyone else.
See, I think that you're wrong. I would have to have some pushback. I believe that Jalil would be picked up because of his speed, because of what he has done in the past. Like other teams will look at his stats, look at some film, and be like, okay, we can use him as a third down back. We can use him with screens. He does have that kind of speed, and he's young. So I think that if you cut someone like Jalil, somebody else is picking him up. Another team that he may have done well against, for example, Chicago Bears 2 years ago. They may look at that game and say, hey, you ate us up. I remember when I got on the Colts, and it was Frank Wright. He came to me and said, hey, man, I just want to let you know that we used to watch you all the time, even in individual drills, like on film. We used to watch you all the time, admire how you ran the ball. Coaches don't forget about you.
Sure.
So when they have a chance to finally get you in the building, they want to see it for themselves or say, hey, like, you'll do well in our system. Tyler Bidet doesn't have enough film out there in regular season games, I believe, to be picked up. I think if you cut him, he may fly under the radar and you can pick him back up later on.
Well, with Jalil, if he did get picked up, it would probably have to be based on, and again, it just takes one, but more of his 2023 film than his 2024 film. I don't think it's going to be relevant because I think he's going to make the team. And so I think they're going to keep, do I think that? Yeah, well, based on what you just said, it'd be RJ, JK, the 2 Letterman,
yep,
and then Jalil, with Bidet getting cut because he's the one that's more likely to go through and get to the practice
Now,
squad.
there is something that happens to vets. If you're not on the permanent roster week 1, your contract's not fully guaranteed. And if you have a vet minimum contract, which a lot of them do,
right?
If they get on that roster week 1, it's fully guaranteed.
So if you make the initial 53,
Yeah.
you're fully guaranteed for the year.
So what you do is you make the roster, but you still have a week before the season starts. As long as the game isn't played, you can cut them and then bring them back. So they may keep you on the roster like they did Blake Watson, and then let every other team pick their roster up, and then cut whoever they're going to cut and bring him back on practice squad, and then elevate them that way. That's a way to do it. There's so many different ways to manipulate the system right now, Zach.
Well, we'll see how they sort of skin that cat here in the next 10 days because they're going to have to put that jigsaw puzzle together. Sean said he thought all the running backs played well. I would respectfully disagree. I thought Audric Estime did not play well.
Would you say that to him if you were face to face with him?
Yeah,
Sean?
yeah. Sean?
Would you
Sean?
pull a Cecil?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't try to be rude with it, but I just like being perfectly honest. Like, Estime didn't play great. He got 9 carries. That was more than Bidet or Harvey or Courtney Jackson or Jalil. Just didn't maximize it. 2 yards per carry. I know he's not in the best position. I know he's not. Okay? I know he's not. But he's not passing the eye test. The coach's actions and their order of operations are telling you where he fits in the current hierarchy. And Sean was asked specifically, what led to Estime being the last one to get featured in the game? That's what Sean said.
The plan was early on, it was RJ, and then it was going to be RJ, obviously Bidet was going to get work, then Jalil, Audric, and then Blake. We knew we wanted 2/3 of the game to get to Blake and Audric. And I think we were able to accomplish that. Now, again, it's not an exact science, but those guys got a lot of work. I thought they did a good job with their opportunities.
And again, I would respectfully disagree. And I know, again, there's context to this. And Sean is not going to go bury a player at the podium. That's not what I'm looking for here. But it didn't actually go down the way that he was just describing what the plan was supposed to be. It didn't go down like that.
Yeah, it was Blake Watson and then Audric Estime. And we saw a lot more Blake Watson throughout that game than Audric Estime. So let's be real. The writing is on the wall. When you're the 5th running back coming off the bench and you have to wait a couple hours to finally get your shot and you're running with the fours, it's telling you that you're not making this team.
Yeah.
Now, Zach, we may be wrong again. People were upset when we talked about Audric Estime at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, but everything that you said that day that went viral has bared out in front of our audience. So
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
When you're not consistent in practice all the time, at some point the coaches are going to move on. There was glimpses where Audric Estime was like, okay, that is you. But what's the one thing I said after the 2 days of practice, the good days of practice Audric Estime had?
You said do it again.
Can you do it again? Can you be the most consistent player out there? That's every time I step foot on that football field, I would get out of bed first, get to the facility, had the same routine, and I would always tell myself, be consistent. Be who you are all the time. Make a play every day. That's how you make this team. And if you can't do that and you can't be consistent and tell and show the coaches this is who you are on a daily basis, you will not be there. Blake Watson has been very consistent from practice to the football field on these preseason games. Audric Estime has not been. It's not hard to follow.
I was going to say it's not a hard story to follow. It's not. It's not.
But people get so sensitive.
They did. But you said what you said in that video, and if you don't understand the context, we had a segment. It got clipped here. It got put out there. It went viral. It got what's called aggregated, where these other websites will write about the quotes that you said for their own purposes and clicks and all that stuff. But yeah, and I know you caught a lot of heat from that, and I would say, where are we at now with everyone that was giving you hell? So where are we at now? Because it's, like you said, not a hard story to follow. The writing is on the wall. There is no running back who has a lower standing on this football team right now than Audric Estime. And that's just the real. And he's going to get cut here in about 10 days. And I don't know if he'll be back on the practice squad for the Denver Broncos or be somewhere else. But his time in Denver is going to be super, super short, which is uncommon because he is a very affordable player. Like, he is on a rookie deal with a 5th-round pick. That's a nice little puzzle piece that you can have financially as you construct your roster, but it's not going to matter.
And I'm going to leave it with this. If somebody's going to clip this, they can clip this. If you're Audric Estime, you got 31 other teams out there that need a running back. So don't give up yet. Your NFL dream is still in front of you. You are still a young football player. So although it may not work out here in Denver,
right,
and I've seen this so many times, somebody else may value what they have in you and help you out, have a vision for you. So against the Saints, in this practice this week, you have to have the right mindset that I have to go out there and fight for my life, to put more film out there, for 31 other teams to give you that opportunity. He did a great job in the joint practice, Zach. When he was playing against the Arizona Cardinals, he ran down the sideline, 15-yard gain. He didn't run out of bounds. He ran the safety over. The reason why I'm highlighting that is because now maybe the Cardinals say, hey, let's take a flyer on Audric Estime. We literally got to see him in person, and we like what we saw. He needs more opportunities. So for Audric Estime, don't look at this as like, hey, now what? Look at it as, I still have an opportunity to go out there against the Saints, put some more film on there, and let somebody else pick me up.
Well, he's in control of this. And the situation that he has found himself in is not advantageous for success. You're out there in the 4th quarter of a preseason game with linemen that will soon be doing different occupations and playing professional football. So I understand he's not being set up for the best kind of success, but
you got to have the right attitude, Zach. And I have a little story before we move on about a right attitude, because I was a vet and it was with the Colts before they let me go and then they brought me back. And at that time, I was told by Frank Wright, like, hey, we want you to come in here and just play running back. Like, you're an insurance blanket for Jonathan Taylor. That is it. So in my mind, that's all I cared about. But also I played some special teams, but I didn't take pride in it. Well, with the Colts, the special team coach had a lot of power. And I'll remember going into my second preseason game, and I never told this story. I never did. It hurts my heart talking about it because it's just out of my character.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still pissed off to this day. I should have never did it. I played in the first quarter, and that was all I was going to play. I was looked at as like not a starter, but a guy that was going to make the team. But the special team coach had me playing special teams in the fourth quarter. So in my eyes, I'm like, I've done all this running in my career. I've done everything to get to this point. And now you want me to play special teams in the fourth quarter when I'm cold? That's a setup to get hurt.
And you hadn't played since the first quarter.
And I haven't played since the first quarter. So going into halftime, you know what I did? I got my shoes and I put them on like I was a starter. They called my name and I wasn't available to go out there. And looking back at that's for anybody out there, that wasn't my character. That wasn't me. But I got so comfortable. So comfortable because of what I've done in the league. But I also had to understand that, like, you're only as good as the next play. Like, you still have to prove that you belong here. And you gave them ammunition to cut you because you weren't all in. I may have made the team if I would have went out there on that special teams, that preseason game, but I didn't do it.
Because you had to change into your sneakers.
Yes.
As a sign of, I'm not going back in.
I'm not going back in. Like, who do you think you are putting me back in there? Bad way. And still till this day I think about it. I'm like, that wasn't me. And I wish I could go back and change it and just be out there.
Sure.
You know, just because I never want to have that bad taste in my mouth. I was always a guy that I was going to give you 100%.
Yep.
And so for those guys that are fighting and battling for this last spot or maybe a spot somewhere else, and you know that you're going to get cut here, it's not over. So don't show it. Body language matters. Go out there, play a hell of a game, and hope somebody else sees it and picks you up.
Yeah. So when you said when you said that stuff about estimate, you know, a few weeks ago, body language, maturity,
yeah,
you know, being self-aware, like, you lived it.
I did. Yeah.
You lived it.
I mean, come on, Zach. I went from undrafted to going for 1,000 yards on 190 carries. Nobody thought of me. Nobody wanted to give me a chance or they would have drafted me. And then I went back and went for another 1,000-yard year. I got comfortable. And then when it was time for me to try to find a way to make this team, the one thing I should have done, Zach, is stay my ass on special teams. That's how you make the team no matter what. When the coaches stop having a vision for you, you have to find another way. Like Trent Sherfield said, in the back door.
Yeah, making the team through the back door of special teams.
You have to find a way to stay in the league. And you have to continue to sharpen your skills, whether it's running the ball or special teams. And I didn't do that. As I got older, I didn't want to do the special teams. I was wore out. I was tired.
Yep.
All I wanted to do was run the ball and catch the ball.
Yep.
That's how I felt.
Yep.
But that's not how they look at you, especially when you're undrafted. When you're undrafted, they're always looking for a reason to say that's why you went undrafted. When you're a first-round draft pick, they're going to give you so many chances until they can't anymore to prove to the world and themselves that this is why we drafted you in the first round.
Well, it's a good story, you know, for us. Obviously, not a good story for you, but appreciate you sharing it, and I know our audience does as well. All right, man, we're going to see this thing unfold, and it is unfolding. It is unfolding. So when Sean said at the start of camp, and I tried to get more out of him last week with the running back conversation, and he says, by the end of the Saints game, you will know like I know. I think it's organically developing and taking shape. So, all right, really good conversation. You want to react to it, you can do that on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Momentum has been building for the Broncos' new stadium to stay in Denver at Burnham Yard, but man, oh man, not so fast. We'll take a dive into that conversation coming up next.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer's here. If you're in an accident, call Postman Law. Over $3 billion recovered. We fight for what you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, ColoradoSedation.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
If you've been living on credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks when you could call my friends at American Financing? They have mortgage rates in the 5s, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of your hard-earned money in your pocket and out of the hands of credit card companies. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their equity to wipe out high-interest debt with no upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right away. Don't wait. Call American Financing now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is punter. Punter. Text punter to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's punter to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, momentum has been building for the Broncos' new stadium to stay in Denver at Burnham Yard, but not so fast. All right, Mike Kliss wrote about this over the weekend, and he did a pregame interview on 9 News with Broncos president Damani Leach. And Kliss says after numerous meetings with the emerging Denver suburb, talking about Lone Tree, over the last year, all right, as a possible stadium site, Broncos president Damani Leach said on the 9 News pregame show Saturday night that the team met with Lone Tree officials and Douglas County commissioners again this month. There may be more speculation on Burnham Yard, but the team quietly continues to engage with Lone Tree as well. Kliss says this aligns with the Broncos' position that all options are on the table, including potential sites in Denver, Lone Tree, and Aurora, as well as the possibility of a new build or renovation on the current stadium site. We know that that's not going to happen. Damani Leach said, quote, "Yeah, we've not hid from that. We're looking at multiple options for locations. The folks in Lone Tree, we actually met with them a couple weeks ago, both at the city and county level. They've been tremendous partners in helping us explore opportunities." Finally, Leach said, "We take this really seriously. We want to be diligent about it, very comprehensive in our review, and make a decision that's not just right for next year, but for the next 30, 40, and 50 years," end quote. What do you think, Phil?
Waiting game. I just want to know where the new stadium is going to be built. Is it going to be deep down, I'm going to call it downtown Denver, because that's how I grew up saying it, downtown Denver, or is it going to be in Lone Tree? But then again, you start hearing talks about maybe Aurora. I just want us to find a place, stick with it, so we all can process it and move on. Because no matter what, something is going to be done. There's going to be a new stadium built. Where is it at? That's all I want to know. It makes sense in Lone Tree. It's ready for you. But then down here at Burnham Yard, it's the heart of Denver. It's the Denver Broncos. And that's why I've always been advocate for it being in Denver. But at this point, I just want to know. I'm tired of the cat and mouse. I'm tired of it.
Dude.
Woo!
Phil, you're tired of it. Dude, we've been talking about this for like 7 years. Literally. Like before the team was ever sold, Joe Ellis is like, hey, the first thing that the new owners got to figure out is the stadium. And so this has literally dragged on for years, much like the ownership did years before that. I mean, we talked about Broncos ownership for a decade and before it got a resolution.
Yeah, that's rough.
I mean, but this is, this is really interesting. I think that the team would like to keep it in Denver at Burnham Yard. I think the path for it to go into Burnham Yard versus the path in Lone Tree, like think of like the path in Lone Tree, like it's a paved straight road. You could ride a skateboard on it. The path for Burnham Yard, you need a four-wheeler. Like,
well, so then why wouldn't you want to go with the Lone Tree area? Why? Like, think about it. If you're buying a house, you go and see two different houses. One is newly built. Nothing's wrong with it. And another one is like, okay, it's a little bit less to have to pay for, but you're going to have to do a lot of building.
It's a little bit of fixer-upper.
Yeah, it's a little bit of fixer-upper.
Remember that
I like
from Frozen?
it. Oh, yeah. Come on now. Why wouldn't you go with the newly built house so you don't have to stress out about fixing it up and even putting more money into the house than you paid for?
Yeah. I think if I were to guess the answer to that question, I believe, and I'm totally speculating, I believe the Broncos have heard from the fan base, and most of the fan base wants the Broncos to stay in the city of Denver. So they are trying to. But if it was just about business and not about sentiment or a poll that you put out or the reaction of the fans, like I think this puppy would probably be going in Lone Tree. And I know there's wide-ranging opinions on that. Some people in Lone Tree don't want it there, the traffic, the congestion. I get all that. This would be a year-round deal, too. This would be the stadium district. This would be nonstop events. So it's not like just 9 football games, 8 football games. So I get that sentiment. There's other people that live in Lone Tree or around Lone Tree that are going to see, and I'm raising my hand, their property values rise. Yeah. You know, like where you and I live. Like chances are, like we'd be much closer to the stadium. We would be closer to the stadium, and our property values would rise.
I like that one.
Me too. I see RamosLaw.com text, hey, I'm from up in Fort Collins. Lone Tree is such a far way away. I would keep in mind that there are people who come up every day from the Springs and come up like, dude, I'm driving to the game with my son on I-25 on Saturday at about 5:30. Every other car is full of orange.
Yeah.
The amount of people that come from the south up to the games from the suburbs down south, it's incredible. The amount of people waiting at the light rail in all orange. Daddy, they're going to the game. Yes, they are. Right? We go to the gas station before. The two people in front of us, both in like
Broncos country.
Yes, they come from all over the market. So I don't know if moving it south because of the people up north don't like it is a good enough reason to make a decision that's going to last 50 years. So the opinions are so wide ranging on this topic. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I think that this is a gray area. I think reasonable minds can disagree on it. So
make a decision. Make a decision. I want to know before the season starts. Like, it's a long process.
It's going to be a very long process because once they decide, then it's going to take about a half a decade to actually build. And that's why I've always said the lease end date was always so relevant to this conversation.
No, when you say built, like the district and everything, or just a stadium? Because that's the first thing that needs to be built, like the stadium. The district is that's going to take time.
Yeah, that's a good question. Typically, it takes 4 to 5 years to fully build one of these stadiums. Now, if you have the resources like this ownership group, could you have multiple different construction companies working to get, I don't know how all that works, but it's going to be a huge undertaking. And, I don't know if the Burnham Yard setup has the actual footprint to do what the Broncos actually want to do. Could they continue to buy out land? Well, then you got to buy the land from Denver Water. Well, they don't want to. So the whole thing, remember, it was described to us as thorny. And the Lone Tree one, you have the folks in Lone Tree like, come down here.
It's ready.
It's a take and bake pizza, right? Papa Murphy's. The pizza's all made for you. You just got to throw it in the oven. That's the Lone Tree site. It's all prepped for a real estate venture in 2018 that just didn't cross the finish line. But the infrastructure's already put into place. all the stuff that we don't think about, like the plumbing and all that stuff.
I'll tell you what, the Lone Tree traffic, though. Come on, Zach. That's going to be a pain in the you-know-what.
Totally. But it's a pain going to the games now.
Yeah.
And listen, guys, I can tell you from experience, like this last Saturday night. So with all the events going on downtown, I live in Castle Rock. I was going to the Rapids game out in Commerce City. Rockies were at home. Broncos were at home. Contra Ball Arena. It took me an hour and 20 minutes to get from Castle Rock to Dick's Sporting Goods Park. It's going to be bad no matter where you put it.
Right.
It is what it is. Now, living on the south side of town, I would much prefer the 20-minute drive to Lone Tree as opposed to the hour-and-a-half drive it's going to take me to get downtown to the stadium. I just would.
Me too. Like from a utilitarian game day outlook for us, but we're walking in our shoes.
We are, and it would be bad for somebody who lives on the north side of town.
It would be
having to come to Lone Tree because they're going to have to fight all that traffic that is always bad coming down I-25 from the north side of town.
You can't please everybody.
And that's what I was going to say. This goes back to my favorite quote. Greg Penner may get along this road, and he may say, "I don't know the key to success." I actually do. I'm worth $80 billion. But the old quote of, "I don't know the key to success, but I know the key to failure is try to please everyone." He could get to that point and say, "Guess what? We're building the Lone Tree. Like it or not, we'll see you."
Just make up your mind so we can process it and move on.
The Broncos won a game, and we'll give some game balls coming up next.
Head to Facebook.com/DenverSports1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Man, it is hot out there. Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner or full HVAC system? Throw the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air does free second opinions. Don't forget about the insane heat pump rebates. Up to $12,000 off a new heating and cooling system only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, if you've been waiting for the right time to replace your windows, this is it. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is offering 25% off Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows, made in America, built to last a lifetime. They're Colorado's original Infinity dealer, family owned and trusted since 1973. In uncertain times, choose the company your neighbors count on. That's Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Call at 303-794-0490 or visit them at windowsforyourhome.com because your home deserves the best.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Not every victory has fireworks. Sometimes it's a quiet win, like tying your shoes without gasping.
walking upstairs without pausing, or being able to sit cross-legged on the floor and play with your kids. That's what soda gave me. I lost 82 pounds in just 16 weeks. And with it went the weight, the aches, the excuses. But what I gained, confidence, energy, time, and a version of myself I thought was long gone. Soda didn't overwhelm me with rules or leave me starving. I ate real food. I learned what my body needed. And the personal nutritionist, game changer. They were there with answers, encouragement, and real solutions. If you're looking for your own quiet win, this is your moment. If it worked for me, it will work for you. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com, click the Request a Nutritionist callback. It's time. You can do it. SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA, SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Who did you like the most on Saturday night that you want to give a game ball to? A handful of candidates.
There's a lot of them out there in this one.
What candidates do you think of from Saturday night?
Jonah Ellis being one of them on defense. I mean, he's showing out, and he's had a quiet camp, but it's hard sometimes as a pass rusher.
Yeah.
To have a great camp unless you just have great get-off like Nick Benito. So Jonah Ellis is one. Jahdae Barron has been flying around.
Yes, he has.
Flying around. He's getting a lot more comfortable. Of course, he's a first-round draft pick, so we know like he should be doing things like that. Why are you laughing?
Oh, just thinking of our conversation from Friday.
I'm ready. I'm waiting on the bet. Jahdae Barron is doing a good job.
Let's talk about that tomorrow because it's really interesting because Jaquan McMillan didn't play.
You sure?
I am sure.
Yeah, all right.
But I know why you're saying, are you sure? Because on the broadcast, when the touchdown was caught from the tight end, Ryan Harris, I think, said Jaquan McMillan was in coverage.
Yeah.
But Jaquan McMillan didn't play.
My man was on the sideline.
Right. And Barron did play. So let's talk about that. We'll circle back and talk about that tomorrow because that's an interesting little new clue to build on our conversation that we were having Friday going back and forth. You saying Jaquan McMillan you think is going to start the year. I think it's still going to be Barron. He's a first-round pick. But
he's doing well.
Yeah, he's doing well. We'll circle back and have that conversation again tomorrow.
And another one that you brought up, Zach, I want to say a couple days ago, defensively. I'm thinking defensively right now. J.L. Skinner.
Yeah.
He continues to pop, and he's flying up, making tackles. He does a great job on special teams. A lot of people are thinking he's on the outside looking in, but I think he's going to find a way to make this team because of his versatility when it comes to special teams and as a defender. He can cover and come up and play the run.
I like that. Who else sticks out? You know, again, these guys probably won't make the team, but the young man Jordan Turner on the defensive side of the ball, number 55 out of Michigan State, rookie player, undrafted, 6'1", 230, a sack and a half. I thought he was to the defense a relatively unknown player with juice, as Courtney Jackson was to the offense, an unknown, undrafted player with juice who had the 32 yards in the receiving game. One of them was 18 yards, and then in the run game he only got one carry and maximized it. A 30-yard gain, the second largest run on the day. So I like both of those guys. I thought Q Robinson was putting some pressure in the backfield, the mid-round pick out of Alabama.
He's going to make the team.
He's going to make the team. Special teamer. Right?
Yeah.
Those are names who stick out. But for me, if I'm giving the game ball to someone.
Just one game ball.
Oh, God.
You going to be selfish? You're going to be selfish.
Oh, my God. I'm torn between two guys.
Me too.
I know who you're torn between. You're torn between Jarrett Stidham and Troy Franklin.
Correct.
And I'm torn between Jarrett Stidham and Pat Bryant.
Yeah. Two guys that we hit on.
Yes. On Friday, on our way out, final segment, we were said, hey, name one player you're bullish on coming into Saturday's game. And I said Pat Bryant, and you said Troy Franklin, and we were both right in the healthiest kind of way. I mean, I thought Pat Bryant, his block on whoever the heck that was, that he almost tossed into the first row or driven into the Gatorade, that gets me as fired up as anything in football. And that's a rookie player, and he's making plays coming across the middle, finding a soft spot in the defense when Jarrett Stidham was scrambling, a point of attack catch with his hands, strong hands.
Yeah. You're making a great case. But you have to look at Troy Franklin, too. Another phenomenal block. Now, it wasn't as aggressive as Pat Bryant.
But it was smart.
Smart putting his back, turning his back, and putting his hands up and getting that block for Evan Ingram. Also with Pat Bryant, that's why Evan Ingram was able to have an explosive 58-yard run, catch and run. But then for Troy Franklin to have 2 touchdowns.
That's incredible.
The routes
incredible
that Troy Franklin was able to run, the confidence. That's why if I had a game ball, I'm giving it to Jarrett Stidham.
Oh, curveball.
Come on.
Man, he is balling right now.
Dicing defenses up. And now somebody says, well, it's with the twos. Who cares? That's not on him. He has been doing this. Jarrett Stidham we're talking about. He has been doing this the whole entire camp. And then it's on display during the preseason games. The reason why Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin were able to have really good games, Jarrett Stidham was able to get them involved and had great passes to them.
What a summer he's having, man. Jarrett Stidham right now, by all quarterbacks in the preseason, is leading all quarterbacks in passing yards and passing touchdowns. He ranks second in passer rating. Hasn't thrown a pick in 2 games. On Saturday night at Mile High, didn't throw a pick, didn't take a sack, and threw for 240 yards, a pair of tugs. I mean, hard to play, much better than Stidham is right now. So I get it. I totally get why he's getting your game ball. I'm going to give mine to, I'm going to cut it in half.
Oh, you can't do that.
I'm going to cut the ball in half.
The football's made of air.
Yeah, I'm going to cut it in half.
It used to be like, what are they called?
It's filled up with air.
Filled up with air, yeah.
But we're going to cut the leather, and we're going to split the baby between Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin.
Cut the pigskin, huh?
Those guys were fantastic. And for Troy Franklin, and I know he's well compensated. He's in the NFL. He's not working for free. He's not stocking shelves. But for him to keep his head and persevere, really rough summer last year, mostly a rough regular season. I wonder how big that touchdown catch against Buffalo was for his confidence going into the offseason.
Playoff game. The only touchdown out there. Has to be major confidence for yourself if you're the one catching the only touchdown in a playoff game.
All right. We are done here. We are going to come back in here, hit the leftovers tomorrow on a Tuesday. I already have some fun conversations lined up. But we'll leave it here for now. Appreciate you guys rocking with us on a Reaction Monday. Thanks to Dante and Drew behind the glass. We step aside. It's Mike Rice and Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
Should the Kansas City Chiefs fear the Denver Broncos?
You should be afraid of the Denver Broncos. This is why everybody's so hyped about the Denver Broncos. The defense is really, really good. It's a great defense that's going to be chasing